Chapter 1552. Up in the starry heavens, the battle between Xiao Qian and Chu Chaoyun grew increasingly intense. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain layered over each other. Countless sabers and swords made of light soared up from the overlapping domains. The two exchanged 1,000 moves, but neither managed to gain a clear advantage. As the two exchanged attacks, they brought out the advantages of the saber Dao and the sword Dao to their fullest. Both sides had reached the peak of their respective saber Dao and sword Dao in the Kunlun realm. They were stuck at the same bottleneck. This was due to the Kunlun realm's status, which could not compare to the outside world. If the two went to the outside world, their vast accumulations would allow them to quickly break through their respective bottlenecks. However, right now it was clear that the two could not break through their bottlenecks. Just by relying on their saber techniques and sword techniques, it would be hard to determine a victor. Light and darkness fusion. Yin and Yang as one. Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the two extreme energies merged in the black and white sword domain. Suddenly, his body burst forth with alternating black and white light. This looked extremely strange. A sword light flashed as it shot towards Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian did not show any weakness. The Taiji saber domain under his feet quickly merged with the two saber dragons, one bright and one dark. The saber dragons coiled around the saber and blocked the sword light of the other party's black and white sword domain. Boom! The two great killing moves clashed. It was like a star exploding, forming a horrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiao Qian quickly retreated. However, the shock wave still struck him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Then he pushed off a meteor and stood firmly. However, Chu Chaoyun was more severely injured than Xiao Qian. His long hair was disheveled and saber wounds covered his body. Occasionally, black qi poured out to heal these saber wounds. However, its recovery speed could not compare to Xiao Qian's Azure Dragon war body. It was slightly inferior. Xiao Qian raised his head and looked at the other party. Then he said indifferently, "It looks like your physical body is really your burden." Burden? A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He did not deny it or admit it. Perhaps. However, this will not stop me from defeating you. The limitless sword Dao, sword traversing the sky. Chu Chaoyun also walked a different path. Unlike Xiao Qian's flawless saber Dao, his limitless sword Dao was extremely pure. The so-called Wuji was boundless and limitless. It implied that his sword Dao was boundless and endless. With this sword Dao as the core, he also created his own limitless sword technique. One sword across the sky, this was the first move of the limitless sword technique. With a flash of sword light, Chu Chaoyun charged over with his sword in hand. When the sword was drawn, it locked down the 9 heavens and completely froze the space. In an instant, Xiao Qian felt that the space around him had been locked by a sword aura. Imperceptibly, it formed a prison that locked him up and prevented him from moving. Breaking. Flawless saber technique, void breaking stance. After executing the first move of the flawless saber technique, Xiao Qian turned the tables and suddenly vanished. When Xiao Qian reappeared, he released a resplendent saber light from his body, tearing through the air. Limitless sword Dao, 1,000 turns and 100 turns. Chu Chaoyun quickly changed his move, and his figure turned blurry. The sword light was ethereal and formless. Xiao Qian's spiritual sense could not immediately lock onto the other party, much less make a move. When looking around, it looked like the other party's body was floating in a winding corridor, crisscrossing each other, creating a sense of spatial confusion. Limitless sword Dao, 10,000 swords become one. Chu Chaoyun took advantage of the moment when Xiao Qian's aura was exhausted and his move was already over to charge back with his sword. After thousands of turns, the countless figures merged and turned into a sharp sword stabbing at Xiao Qian. This sword strike was too fast, too ruthless and too accurate. Xiao Qian did not have time to change his move. He could only hold his saber horizontally in front of him to block this sword strike. Dang! Amid the clanging sounds, Xiao Qian nearly lost his grip on his saber, forcing him to retreat quickly. No matter how strong your physical body is, if you keep getting beaten up, you can only lose. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. Then he took advantage of Xiao Qian's mistake and chased after him while holding his sword. The sword move was sharp and indestructible. The starry sword light flew at Xiao Qian like a torrential storm. Ding, ding, ding. They were like raindrops landing on the ground, giving off a continuous, melodious sound. With one mistake, Xiao Qian was pushed back again and again. Countless stars flashed by the two. The stars did not move, but the two were too fast. The stars looked like reflections, flashing rapidly. Chu Chaoyun's sword moves became increasingly ruthless. He only had one chance. He could not give Xiao Qian a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and his sword would lose its sharpness. Xiaoqin remained calm, not flustered at all. Right now he had many ways to counter the other party. However, for some reason he did not really want to do so. Just based on the saber and the sword, the two should be evenly matched. Their attainments were about the same. It all depended on who made the first mistake. However, with other factors, Xiaoqin held too much of an advantage over Chu Xiaoyun. Be it the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, Dermic World, or the Divine Lightning Eye, they could all allow Xiaoqin to turn things around in an instant. Up until now, Xiaoqin had thoroughly figured out his opponent's strength. Chu Xiaoyun's cultivation was at peak prime. However, he also cultivated the demonic race's cultivation techniques. Hence, he could contend with Xiaoqin alone. Chu Xiaoyun's sword skills were about the same as Xiaoqin's saber skills. It was hard to say who was superior. Chu Xiaoyun's trump card was the state of primal chaos, a state even stronger than the state of cycle. Before primal chaos split, there was no day or night. There was no time, no space, and no cycle. However, from the very start, Xiaoqin discovered that the merger of light and darkness was not perfect. The reason was that Chu Xiaoyun's state of light and state of darkness needed to be perfected. Primal chaos was not as simple as light and darkness. He had forcefully fused them completely by relying on his own willpower. Perhaps that willpower was his greatest trump card. It could allow him to go further and fly higher. Of course, that was under the condition that he could leave the Kunlun realm. However, right now, Chu Xiaoyun forcefully raised himself to a higher level. Compared to Xiaoqin, who fought steadily, advancing step by step, Chu Xiaoyun was like a tall, dangerous building. Since Xiaoqin knows his own situation, why does he still want to fight me? Whoosh! As Xiaoqin pondered, he became distracted. Then Chu Xiaoyun stabbed his sword into Xiaoqin's chest. A black and white light flowed out of the sword and quickly entered Xiaoqin's body. The muscles and bones around Xiaoqin's wound immediately rotted. Blue Dragon King, you are distracted, Chu Xiaoyun said indifferently as he looked at Xiaoqin's chest. Xiaoqin nodded and said, I am indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. Xiaoqin nodded and said, I was indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. A smile appeared on Chu Xiaoyun's face as he said calmly, no one has ever been able to guess my thoughts. Very well. Before I kill you, let me hear you out. If you guessed correctly, I will not stab you with this sword. The tip of the sword stabbed into Xiaoqin's body pressed against Xiaoqin's chest, releasing strands of black sword qi. Strands of black sword qi surged out from the tip of the sword and wrapped around Xiaoqin's chest. As long as Chu Xiaoyun wanted to, he could crush Xiaoqin's heart at any time. Do you really want to say it? I feel that it is better to prove it with my actions. Chu Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw 3 purple petals spinning in his eyes. When the petals layered over each other, the power of the tribulation lightning instantly descended. Chu Xiaoyun was immediately blasted away. His clothes were tattered and electricity flickered all over his body. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. A berserk tricolor dragon appeared in Xiaoqin's left palm. As the wind blew, it charged at Chu Xiaoyun, who was injured by the tribulation lightning. Pu Ci. Chu Xiaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His internal organs ruptured and he fell weakly onto a small planet. It was not over yet. Xiaoqin's body trembled slightly as he executed Dermic World. Then his huge body stomped on the small planet. Rumble. The small planet shattered on the spot. Chu Xiaoyun was in a sorry state. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he no longer had any combat prowess. Chu Xiaoyun lay on a rather large piece of the small planet. Right now he did not even have the strength to stand up. Dermic World vanished, and Xiaoqin pulled out the sword at his chest and casually tossed it aside. Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he landed on the asteroid. Then he looked at Chu Xiaoyun coldly and asked, Am I right? Chapter 1553. On the shattered meteor, Xiaoqin looked at Chu Xiaoyun and said indifferently, You should know my strength. Before I entered the Blue Dragon Palace, I might not be as strong as you. However, after I entered the Blue Dragon Palace and obtained the bloodline inheritance, I broke through the shackles of Prime. No one in the Kunlun realm is a match for me. Since a long time ago you said that there would be a battle between you and me. Even though you knew that you were no longer as strong as me, you stubbornly insisted on fighting me. In the past I could not understand it. Just now I finally understood why. In the end, deep in your heart. In the end, you were still unwilling to destroy the entire Kunlun realm to fulfill your wish. If you really wanted to achieve your goal, the battle between me and the demonic god would have been your best opportunity. However, you did not. This means that from the very start, your greatest goal was not to destroy the Kunlun realm. What are you trying to do? You are seeking death. Towards the end, Xiao Chen's voice became heavier as he enunciated every word. When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "You are right. Do it then. Borrow your hands to kill me. That way, I will feel more at ease and not feel too guilty toward those remnant elders of the dynasty." Xiao Chen did not make a move. He said indifferently, "However, I do not understand why you seek death so much." Chu Chaoyun remained expressionless, his eyes numb. He said calmly, "I'm tired. Do it. I have been waiting for this day for a long time already. I can only say that, Xiao Chen, you have not disappointed me." Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun, feeling that he was very pitiful. Who could avoid death in this world? However, some people were not born to live but to seek death. You seek death wholeheartedly and have no regrets? Regrets? None. After I merged the 3,000 lower realms, no one above Emperor Wu can enter. Only the people inside can come out. The people outside cannot enter. The Jianghu dynasty is already established. Those remnant elders like to dream, so I will give them a dream. I've already done what I promised Leng Yu. He had also fulfilled the dying wish of the last Jianghu emperor, the Jianghu emperor, to fight with you. I, Chu Chaoyun, have nothing to regret. Seeing the other party's calm expression, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You are lying. Do you not want to leave and ask the first-generation Jianghu emperor why he abandoned you?" Hearing this, Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "To be honest, this is the reason I am most unwilling to live. You don't know how powerful he is, and you don't know how terrifying his background is." After pausing for a while, Chu Chaoyun revealed a self-mocking expression. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. The establishment of the Jianghu dynasty was his springboard to leave the Kunlun realm. He has never cared about the survival of the Jianghu dynasty. They are just tools for him. Xiao Chen felt somewhat astonished. He had not expected the Jianghu emperor to have such a secret. "Send me on my way. I no longer have any regrets. I am really tired," Chu Chaoyun said again, getting Xiao Chen to make a move. Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time. Just as Chu Chaoyun gave up and prepared to make a move himself, a force suddenly restricted his body. It was Xiao Chen. He made a move, but he did not kill Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he treated his injuries. Xiao Chen was a prime in the first place. His injuries recovered very quickly. With the help of an external force, his recovery was even faster. Just as Chu Chaoyun's injuries were about to recover, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the divine item that the Jianghu emperor left behind appeared in his hand. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing much. I'm just sending you out of this abandoned land. There are some things that you have to ask personally. When you are outside and truly have no regrets, we can have a good fight. In this life, one cannot live for others. Chu Chaoyun, don't disappoint me. I do not have many true opponents in this life." Xiao Chen controlled Chu Chaoyun and got him to activate the divine item. The palm-sized sword immediately merged with Chu Chaoyun's body. A vigorous energy started to erupt in Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered about, and he had a malevolent expression. Clearly he was in pain. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like tentacles about to come out. These were the side effects of the clash of light and darkness. Shio. A sharp sword light shot out from Chu Chaoyun's body. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen went flying. The divine item slowly melted in Chu Chaoyun's body, suppressing the powers of darkness and light. Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, and a melodious sword hum came from his body. With a buzz, he broke the barrier of a world. Chu Chaoyun turned into a resplendent light, lighting up the entire boundless starry heavens. Boundless radiance radiated out from Chu Chaoyun's body. As the light spread out, all the stars in the starry heavens dimmed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Kunlun continent saw a strange scene. In the pitch-black sky, only a resplendent star was shining brightly. Chu Chaoyun's body rose continuously. It felt like the entire world was getting further and further away from him. At this moment, the situation was already set. The restriction that Xiao Chen left in Chu Chaoyun's body no longer existed. However, Chu Chaoyun could not change the situation of being brought out of this world by the divine item. Chu Chaoyun searched for Xiao Chen's figure in the pitch-black space. Xiao Chen's figure and appearance slowly turned blurry in his vision. In life, one cannot always live for others, Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself, mulling over Xiao Chen's words. In hindsight, Chu Chaoyun seemed to be in control of the situation at all times, devising strategies. Everything, no matter how big or small, was under his control. Everything went according to his plans. However, in this life Chu Chaoyun indeed lived only for others. He lived for the dying wishes of the last Jianghu emperor, for the remnant elders of the dynasty. It seemed like he never truly lived for himself. Xiaochen, I promise you. When I have no regrets, I will truly fight you again. After making up his mind, a brilliant light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Then he vanished from this starry heavens, leaving this abandoned land. The instant Chu Chaoyun left, the starry heavens returned to normal. The stars filling the sky lit up one by one, and the night returned to calm. However, just at this moment, the heavenly Tao mercilessly erased all traces of Chu Chaoyun's existence in this world. Many of the primes and martial emperors watching the battle showed confused expressions, not knowing what happened. Only Xiaochen failed again when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Chu Chaoyun from his mind. This was the same as when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Lu Riyue from Xiaochen's mind after Lu Riyue left. It failed again. Everyone forgot about Chu Chaoyun's existence. Everything related to him was erased without a trace. It was like this person had never existed in the first place. The heavenly Tao was merciless. No wonder everyone questioned whether there was a peak above prime. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The various primes and sovereign martial emperors found Xiaochen and quickly asked him what happened. Xiaochen wanted to explain. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he felt his entire body tremble. Countless strands of strange killing intent descended from the sky, firmly locking down on him. If he spoke, he would definitely be killed. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. The heavenly Tao was not just merciless, it was simply heartless. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain. Xiaochen casually brushed it off. Xiaochen glanced in the direction where Chu Chaoyun had disappeared before turning around and flying back to the Kunlun continent. 3 months later, the Blue Dragon Totem was completed. Then Xiaochen visited all his friends in the Kunlun realm. This was the last time he met with everyone before he left. His first senior sister, by Wu Xiaotian, Ing Zongtian Yu Bingyun, he visited all his friends that he had interacted with before. The deep abyss demonic world was Xiaochen's final stop. That was where he met the only demon lord of the demonic world, Leng Yu. There were many places he could not bear to part with and many people he could not forget. However, he still had to leave the Kunlun realm in the end. It was just like what he said to Chu Chaoyun. There were many things that he had to do personally. No matter what Lu Riyue's current situation was, at the very least in Xiaochen's heart, his former master was the person he loved the most in his life. Many words lingered in his ears like it was yesterday. Even if Xiaochen hid his feelings in the depths of his heart forever, not touching them or thinking about them, that person was irreplaceable in his heart. This was an undeniable fact. Before Xiaochen left, he entered the Blue Dragon Palace one last time. Big Brother Dragon and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time already. Chapter 1554. You are leaving? The old dragon horse was the first to speak, guessing Xiaochen's purpose in coming. Xiaochen nodded. He had already done what he needed to do and met all the people he needed to meet. He needed to leave the Kunlun realm. Be it to search for Lu Riyue or to climb to the peak of the martial Tao, he needed to leave this abandoned land. Big Brother Dragon Horse and the others were not surprised. However, there were some things that needed to be explained. The young girl behind him took out a spatial ring. Xiaochen received it and sent in his spiritual sense. He discovered that it contained crystal stones flickering with a blue light, looking very crystalline. Such crystals felt like they had the aura of primordial energy. However, they were purer and more condensed. What is this? Xiaochen asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at the young woman. I can feel the presence of primordial energy in this. However, it is much purer. The young woman explained, this is spirit jade, a natural or in the outside world. Cultivators use this to trade. The so-called primordial energy of the Kunlun realm is actually innate spiritual energy in the outside world. When cultivators reach the innate realm, they can absorb it. Spirit jade grows underground. It takes hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for a spirit jade vein to form. After such a long time of accumulation, the spiritual energy in the spirit jade is naturally much purer than the innate spiritual energy in the world. Big Brother Dragon Horse continued, there are about 2 million spirit jades in this spatial ring. The blue dragon bloodline declined, so I can only give you this much. The rest is to maintain the operation of the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiaochen put away the spatial ring and thanked the old man. Big Brother Dragon, you are too polite. In reality, Big Brother Dragon Horse was indeed too polite. After Xiaochen left, he would understand how precious spirit jades were. Furthermore, what Big Brother Dragon Horse gave Xiao Chen were all high-quality superior-grade spirit jades. The azure-clad man stepped forward and handed an ancient book to Xiao Chen. He said, "This is the Book of the Epics. Most sects in the outside world give it to their disciples. Keep it well. It introduces the various things of the martial epic, such as what cultivation realms there are after the veritable essence realm. There are many factions in the martial epic. Some of the larger factions and sects have records of them." Xiao Chen took it and casually flipped through a few pages. It was a simplified version of an encyclopedia. Although it was not a secret manual, it was the most suitable for him at the moment. After leaving the Kunlun realm, he would not be clueless. Next, the artifact spirits took out some more precious personal items and left them to Xiao Chen. They were all Xian weapons used to save Xiao Chen's life at a critical moment. Finally, the old dragon horse handed a jade pendant to Xiao Chen to wear. As he placed the jade pendant on his chest, an ice-cold aura flowed out of the jade pendant and poured into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen immediately felt a lot better, as his aura was greatly suppressed. On the surface of the jade pendant was an ancient Buddha sitting on a lotus platform with a serene expression. On the back were the words Jingxin. This was originally a Buddhist amulet. Later someone polished it into jade. Although its shape changed, its effects remain the same. It can calm the mind and calm the heart. Of course, the most important thing is that it withdraws its aura. It can reduce the Black Lotus Seal's aura to the minimum. The Dragon Horse Big Brother had put in a lot of effort. In reality, he was the one who carved the original Buddhist amulet. For the sake of helping Xiao Chen suppress the Black Lotus Seal, the Dragon Horse Big Brother strengthened the effect of the jade pendant's aura withdrawing. However, you have to remember that this jade pendant cannot completely suppress the Black Lotus Seal. You still have to be careful. When Xiao Chen felt the Dragon King's concern, he thanked him solemnly. This could be considered to have resolved his greatest hidden danger. Thinking about what the Thunder King said before he died, Xiao Chen could not truly feel at ease leaving the Kunlun realm. If the Black Lotus Church surrounded Xiao Chen the moment he left, that would be too unjust. "I would like to ask Big Brother Dragon, where does the White Dragon race stay?" Xiao Chen had not forgotten his greatest purpose in coming to the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Horse Big Brother replied sullenly, "That is simple. Just go out and ask around and you will know. However, I believe that the person you are looking for will not be in the White Dragon race's territory. Who would be willing to pay such a high price to pull your friend out of the abandoned land? There is only one reason. Your friend's bloodline is extremely special and has great potential. Such a genius would normally be in Ancestor Dragon City. That is where the demonic geniuses of the various dragon race bloodlines gather. The resources there are the most, and the competition is the most intense." Ancestor Dragon City? Xiao Chen thought to himself. It looks like Lu Ryue is most likely in this Ancestor Dragon City. As for where Ancestor Dragon City was, Xiao Chen did not ask. He knew nothing about the outside world. Even if he told Xiao Chen, it would be hard for him to understand. Now that he knew the name, he would just ask around in the future. "Seniors, Xiao Chen will take his leave first. I will leave the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate to you." Xiao Chen walked to the palace doors and performed a cupped fist salute. The Dragon Horse Big Brother smiled and said, "Don't worry. I think that Las Mo Chen will be qualified to push open the palace doors soon. The Dragon's Gate's recovery will be faster than you think. Take care on your journey." The group sent off Xiao Chen with their eyes, feeling somewhat regretful in their hearts. Xiao Chen carried their expectations. Only when Xiao Chen became the Dragon Emperor would the Blue Dragon bloodline truly flourish. However, to become the Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen would have to face not only the various demonic geniuses and geniuses of the dragon race but also the inheritors of the other great desolate 100 races and the many ancient holy lands. The pressure of such competition was much greater than in the Kunlun realm. Once Xiao Chen left this Kunlun realm, he would welcome the entire martial epoch. The abandoned land of the thousands of great realms was not even a drop in the ocean. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Ing Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes and sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm were waiting. When Xiao Chen's good friends learned that Xiao Chen was coming to challenge the Kunlun Road, they had been waiting for him for a long time to send him off. "Come look. The Blue Dragon King is here." As the sun set, a white figure flew towards the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. This was Xiao Chen, who had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace. "Little brother Xiao Chen, this Kunlun Road has always been known as the Road to Death. For several tens of thousands of years, no one in the Kunlun realm has dared to challenge it. Today it all depends on you." Ing Zongtian glanced at the people at the side before turning his head to speak to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took out a jade strip and handed it to Ing Zongtian. This jade strip contains a strand of my will, a tenth of my strength. If I die, this jade strip will shatter. If I do not die, the will in the jade strip will grow stronger as my main body grows stronger. Ing Zongtian put away the jade strip and said, "Take care of yourself. I hope that you can make a trip back while I am alive. Tell Big Brother what the outside world is like." Xiao Chen said seriously, "I definitely will." After a simple exchange with the people he was familiar with, Xiao Chen stepped onto the Kunlun road alone, heading for the unknown world. As the heaven-punishing corpse god watched Xiao Chen's back, he muttered, "I wonder if he can succeed or not. After all, this is the Kunlun road." There were too many legends about the Kunlun road. No matter how strong Xiao Chen was, everyone still worried for him. The Kunlun Palace's palace master said, "Don't worry. It will be much easier for Xiao Chen to clear this Kunlun road than we expected. He has been suppressing his strength all this while. When he reaches the Kunlun road, he will not have to continue suppressing it." When everyone heard this, they were startled. Right now, Xiao Chen's strength was already very horrifying. Unexpectedly, this was still not Xiao Chen's limit. On the mountain path, Xiao Chen, who was about to enter the clouds, suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on by Mo Qin, first senior sister, and Yu Bingyun. "Sorry, I finally have some free time, and now I have to leave alone again." Xiao Chen was not a heartless person. He and Bai had depended on each other for many years, and their relationship was the deepest. First senior sister was the person who took care of him the most since he came to the Kunlun realm. Mo Qin established the Dragon's Gate and helped him the most. Yu Bingyun was someone who had gone through thick and thin with him, a confidant who had gone through life and death with him. Xiao Chen could not bear to part with each of them. He swore to himself that he would return to the Kunlun realm one day. Not for himself but for these people that he could not bear to part with. Chapter 1555. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain towered into the clouds. No one knew what lay beyond the summit. They only knew that it was a path to heaven, a path that led to the outside world, a path to escape this abandoned land. Since ancient times, there had been too many legends about the path to heaven. However, no matter how they spread, there was not much useful information. Xiao Chen's figure entered the clouds, completely vanishing from everyone's sight. The instant he passed through the clouds, Xiao Chen's body felt relaxed for some reason. It was like the restrictions he was born with in his body disappeared. Xiao Chen understood that the heavenly Tao could no longer affect this place. The laws could no longer restrict him. After calming himself, Xiao Chen continued forward. The mountain path was rugged. Slowly, the environment on both sides changed at some point in time. The clouds were no longer there. Both sides were empty. There were many spatial storms in the empty space. When the countless spatial shards blew by, they flew around like shards of glass. As Xiao Chen walked on the mountain path, he felt the might of the spatial shards. He no longer dared to underestimate them, so he carefully avoided these spatial shards. The spatial shards here were on a completely different level from those in the Kunlun realm. The space here was clearly of a higher level. For example, it was like the difference between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. This place should be a transition point between the Kunlun realm and the outside world. The space in the outside world should be of a higher level. Earlier, a spatial shard passed by Xiao Chen. He had been somewhat careless. Who could have imagined that it would leave a 1 centimeter deep wound when it passed by him? It was very scary. Xiao Chen looked at the summit. He did not know how long he would have to walk to the peak. Furthermore, he did not dare to fly here. As he walked, the danger of getting cut by the spatial shards would increase. If he were unlucky and got swallowed up by a spatial storm, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine that scene. No wonder this Kunlun road was also known as a dead end. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, carefully avoiding the spatial shards. If he could not avoid them, he would use his saber to chop them apart. As the top bladesman of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen's skills with the saber had already reached great heights. Sometimes, when he could not chop the spatial shards apart, he would use force to break them. Oh no! A spatial storm passed above Xiao Chen without any warning. A strong suction pulled his body down. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. Greatly startled, Xiao Chen quickly unfurled his Blue Dragon Divine Wings and struggled against the suction of the spatial storm. Xiao Chen's body spun continuously under the spatial storm, unable to control it. In the spatial storm, many spatial shards flew over. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique, the fish dragon art, was very proficient in dodging over a short distance. Otherwise, even if they weren't pulled into the storm, they would be cut into pieces by the spatial fragments. When the spatial storm drifted away from his head, his body landed on the ground. Cassie. It sounded like something had shattered. The startled Xiaoqin looked down and saw a rotting corpse. He did not know how long it had been there. His original sovereign body had already completely decayed, and he crushed it with a single stomp when he landed. Beside his palm there was a rusty broken knife. "I'm sorry, Senior. It was unintentional," Xiaoqin said softly. This was a senior bladesman whom he had accidentally crushed. For this senior to be able to leave a corpse on the Kunlun road and not dismembered on the spot, he must have been a famous person in the Kunlun realm. Sighing, Xiaoqin continued on his way. The rest of the road was littered with skeletons. Every short distance they walked they would see a skeleton. The pressure on the mountain increased. Slowly, it became difficult to even lift one's feet. However, there was still a long distance to the top. Suddenly, he realized that it had been a long time since he had seen any corpses. Xiaoqin came to his senses and stopped in his tracks. Why weren't there any corpses? Clearly this was a forbidden zone. Most of the people who charged into this place didn't leave behind any corpses. Wuxia. Suddenly, 3 spatial storms blew over from above. Xiaoqin paled slightly. Before Xiaoqin could react, he was lifted into the air, flying towards the center of the 3 spatial storms. Xiaoqin struggled with all his might. At the same time he circulated his vital qi. Strands of dragon-shaped energy moved around and gathered into 2 cauldrons. With a loud shout, Xiaoqin punched the air 3 times. Each punch boomed like thunder. He used the huge rebound to push himself back. As for the spatial shards flying over, Xiaoqin simply ignored them. He could only let these blind shards fly past his body. After punching 10 times, Xiaoqin, who had exhausted all his vital qi, finally landed on the ground. Xiaoqin's body was covered in wounds, dripping with blood. His white robes were dyed scarlet. His injuries and fatigue prevented Xiaoqin from continuing forward. He could only stop to rest and recover from his injuries, recuperating his vital qi. Even when resting, Xiaoqin had to be careful. He looked around and paid attention at all times, unable to relax. This was because the spatial storms here did not follow any pattern. It looked like the summit was less than a kilometer away. However, for some reason Xiaoqin felt that it was a very, very distant place. After that, with every step he took he would experience 3, even 4, spatial storms. Toward the end there would be even more terrifying spatial tears. These spatial tears would close instantly. If he was not careful and got pulled in, he did not know when he would come out again. It might be 100 years later or it might be a lifetime. On this 1-kilometer path, Xiaoqin took 3 steps forward and took 1 step back. He even had to rest midway, walking for more than 40 days. After almost 1.5 months he finally arrived at the summit. This period of time was truly a nightmare. In the future, Xiaoqin would not want to recall this experience. It was too torturous. Xiaoqin turned his head back and looked at the Kunlun road, entering deep thought. Even Xiaoqin was in such a sorry state. If the primes of the Kunlun realm wanted to take this path, they would die for sure. This path should not be so difficult. It was practically a path of death. Something must have happened, resulting in such difficulty. Perhaps the people of the Black Lotus Church really did something to it. Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze. There was no longer any path ahead. He looked up and saw a huge spatial whirlpool in the distant sky. Is this the spatial tunnel to leave the Kunlun realm? Xiaoqin muttered to himself, looking travel-worn as he looked at that spatial whirlpool. Go. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and did not hesitate to fly towards that spatial whirlpool. At this final step it was much safer. He did not run into any trouble as he ascended. However, just as Xiaoqin was about to reach the spatial whirlpool, something strange happened. Black lotus flowers flew out of the spatial whirlpool and quickly formed a huge hand that smashed at Xiaoqin. A strong force gathered in the palm. When the pressure pressed down, Xiaoqin felt like he was suffocating. Sharp spirit finger. With this finger, Xiaoqin retreated quickly. Then cracks appeared in that huge black palm. The cracks quickly mended, but the palm continued to descend on him, wanting to squash him to death. Flawless saber technique, cloud-reaching stance. Xiaoqin did not hesitate to execute the flawless saber technique's cloud-reaching stance. Lofty aspirations surged in Xiaoqin's chest. His blood surged as he soared into the sky. Kaxie. The saber struck that huge palm and cracks spread out again. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Ice attributed and lightning attributed energies merged in Xiaoqin's left palm. A drop of blood dripped from his palm, and a berserk tricolor dragon appeared. Then, the wind blew and the huge palm ferociously smashed into it. After a series of strikes, the huge black palm suddenly scattered, turning into many lotus flowers drifting in the air. Xiaoqin's heart sank. To think that the lotus flowers were not destroyed and still showed signs of regathering. However, the speed of regathering was extremely slow. Xiaoqun thought to himself, indeed, the Black Lotus Church did something. Aside from me, no one in the Kunlun realm can block that earlier strike. Xiaoqun wanted to completely destroy these lotus flowers. However, after trying a few times, he discovered that after the lotus flowers shattered, they would still split into countless lotus flowers. This was very similar to the thunder hell that the Thunder King once executed when he possessed the demonic god. This would only slow down the speed of the black lotus flowers regathering. It would not be of much use. Never mind. I'll enter the spatial whirlpool first. Xiaoqun shook his head and chose to give up. Then his figure flashed into the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 1556. As his body entered the spatial whirlpool, Xiaoqun looked forward. There was only one path in the whirlpool. At the end of the tunnel, a faint light could be seen. After testing it out, Xiaoqun discovered that it was very easy to move forward. However, when he moved backward, it felt like the entire world was moving backward. He had only experienced this feeling when he was reversing time and space. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. No wonder people said that it was much more difficult for the people of the outside world to enter than for the people of the Kunlun realm to leave. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only had to deal with those spatial shards and spatial storms. To the experts of the outside world, their realms far surpassed that of a supreme being, so they did not fear the spatial storms at all. However, every step they took in the passageway of the spatial vortex was equivalent to reversing time and space. Although the passageway was not long, it was enough to make one suffer. Furthermore, according to the old dragon horse, the stronger one was, the greater the obstacles one would encounter. Xiaoqun was a little worried about what he would do when he returned in the future. However, at this point it was useless to think about these things. He could only shake his head and brace himself to move forward. Fortunately, the Black Lotus Church did not follow up on this spatial passageway. It would be extremely difficult for the other party to tamper with this spatial passageway. The moment Xiaoqun stepped out of the spatial vortex, he looked back and discovered the place he had come from. It was a black whirlpool. The entrance of the whirlpool was like the mouth of a monster. Xiaoqun looked around. This place was the resplendent starry heavens, boundless and boundless. He did not see the Kunlun continent. Xiaoqun thought for a while. It looked like the Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this universe, truly an abandoned land. After sensing for a while, Xiaoqun found that this starry heavens was very different from the Kunlun realms. Firstly, the level of space was different. Here, one would not be as free as in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. He had to constantly consume true essence to maintain himself in the starry sky and not drift away. The spatial pressure was immense and his speed and strength were greatly restricted. Xiaoqun flipped his hand and the cycle throne appeared. Then he gently landed and sat on it. 7 divine weapons appeared, each guarding a direction, forming a simple formation. Kicking Xiaoqun, he resisted the pressure from the starry sky. Sitting on the throne, Xiaoqun began to study the book of the epics that the azure-clothed man had left him. He had to understand the outside world as soon as possible. Book of the Epics, the end of the Great Desolate Era. The Great Desolate Continent shattered into countless fragments, and the world entered the Epic Era. The first sentence introduced the origin of the epic, and it immediately drew Xiaoqun's attention. There was a lot of novel knowledge that Xiaoqun had never come into contact with before. It broadened his horizons and allowed him to have a new understanding of the universe. In the beginning, the universe was chaotic. There was no heaven and earth. Only then did the heavens and earth split apart, and only then did the boundless great wasteland continent come into existence. It was a post-mythological era where all the races fought for supremacy, and the descendants of the gods and devils appeared. That era was too far away. Only the most ancient records of the 10,000 races in the untainted land had records of that era. As for the chaotic era, that was even more distant. The great desolate continent shattered into pieces. Even the smallest piece was half the size of the Kunlun continent. The billions of pieces formed countless worlds of various sizes. Thousands of worlds formed the epic era that followed. The epic era had risen and fallen for many epochs. After the immortal epic came the current martial epoch. With the birth of the new epoch, the lands of the old epoch would be excluded from the new epoch, becoming abandoned lands. 3 days later, Xiaoqun finally finished reading the book of the epics. Xiaoqun let out a long sigh. The Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this entire world. The outside world was much larger than Xiaoqun had imagined, somewhat surpassing his expectations. He now had a certain understanding of the current martial epoch. After the veritable personage realm, there was the primal core realm, the cloud sea realm, the divine vein realm, the faux god realm, and the true god realm. Before the veritable personage realm were the ordinary realm and the innate realm. In the vast sea of people, there were probably billions of people cultivating in the martial epoch. However, most people would remain in the ordinary realm their entire lives. With some talent they would advance to the innate realm. Only after becoming a connate life form and passing through the 9 heavens of connate could one be called a perfected being. For example, Xiaoqin had broken through to the enlightened being realm in his 30s. Even in most places in the outside world, he could be considered an outstanding talent. However, the Book of the Epochs also recorded that the cultivators with the great desolate Ian bloodline had mostly reached the peak of the veritable personage realm at his age. Among them, there were many with outstanding talents who broke through to the perfected being realm. His talent was not bad, but the resources in the land of exile could not be compared to those in the outside world. His years of experience and combat experience were incomparable to the geniuses in the outside world. It couldn't be said that they were truly weaker than each other. Xiaoqin thought to himself, I need to find baleful Yin energy quickly and advance to the Yin essence stage. After the Yin essence stage there was the Yang essence stage. When the 3 essences merged to form the primal core, one could break through from the veritable personage stage to the primal core stage. In the Book of the Epochs, Xiaoqin had seen a rough star map left behind by the azure-clothed man. Roaming the starry sky without a star map was equivalent to courting death. Not only were there all sorts of astral beasts in the starry sky, but there were also many astral pirates. More importantly, if a cultivator wanted to move freely in the starry sky, they needed the strength of a primal core realm cultivator. A veritable personage would barely be able to roam the starry sky, but they would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. The expenditure of veritable essence energy would be too much. Xiaoqin recalled the information he saw on the star map. The land of exile, the Kunlun realm, was near the profound light great realm. As for the profound light great realm, it was in the purple sun region. There were at least 1,000 existences similar to the profound light great realm in the purple sun region. Xiaoqin needed to make a trip to the profound light great realm first. Firstly, he could scout out the situation there. Secondly, he could search for or purchase some baleful Yin energy. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiaoqin used the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to drive the cycle throne to the profound light great realm. The air resistance in the starry sky was very low, allowing one to fly very fast. However, the air here was thin and the pressure and light were extraordinary. If one was not careful, one might die. Those with lower cultivations than those who had not broken through to the veritable personage realm would not be able to survive in the starry sky. Originally, Xiaoqin would find it hard to fly for long in the starry sky. Fortunately, he had the cycle throne which he could drive with magic energy, saving him a large amount of veritable essence energy. After flying for millions of kilometers, Xiaoqin passed by an asteroid belt, and strange sounds came from there. There are many astral beasts in the starry sky. These astral beasts are extremely hard to deal with, and some are extremely strong. This was Xiaoqin's first time roaming the starry sky, so he raised his guard. Normally he would not pass by such complicated environments. Instead he would go around them. However, this time it seemed like he could not avoid them. Suddenly, several black bats flew out of the asteroid belt. They were all huge, looking like strange beasts. Due to the low air resistance in the starry sky, these huge bats moved extremely fast. Furthermore, these bats had strong auras. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary astral beasts. Every bat should have the strength of a veritable essence stage cultivator. Xiaoqin did not panic. He remained calm, wanting to test the combat prowess of these huge bats. Kill! Pride of the 7 divine weapons tore through the air. A saber light flashed and a huge bat that bore the brunt of the attack got chopped in half. The saber light contained great Tao energy, making it easy to kill. Clang! Pride returned, leaving behind the corpses of several huge bats in the starry sky. Xiaoqin entered deep thought as he wrapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. It looks like my combat prowess is completely unrivaled in the veritable essence stage. I think that not many can comprehend great Tao energy in this cultivation realm. With the support of great Tao energy, Xiaoqin's strength surpassed that of an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. Unfortunately, I did not run into any in essence stage astral beasts, so I cannot test out my true limits. Just at this moment something strange happened. All of a sudden, a flock of giant bats flew out of the asteroid belt. Some of them had golden patterns on their bodies. When Xiaoqin checked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were at least in essence stage giant bats. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Flee. Without even thinking, Xiaoqin suddenly stood up. The throne merged with his white robes as he quickly flew away. Chapter 1557. With so many giant bats, Xiaoqin could not deal with them all. Furthermore, there were a few leaders among them. This made things even more difficult. Running was the best option. However, Xiao Chen's speed was much slower than that of these ferocious beasts that grew up in the starry heavens. Their bodies needed to adapt to the environment of the starry heavens. Furthermore, the school bus had just arrived and was not used to the complicated environment of the starry heavens. Soon, a swarm of giant bats surrounded Xiao Chen. When they got closer, Xiao Chen discovered that these giant bats were nearly 10 meters long. They had sharp beaks and huge wings. The scariest thing were their claws. They were incredibly sharp and flickered with a cold light. Suddenly, these giant bats let out sharp cries at the same time. The cries were ear-piercing and unpleasant, penetrating into the depths of one's mind. Sound wave attacks. Xiao Chen's face sank. The sound wave attacks of these giant bats were not simple. They were all infused with mental energy. Most importantly, he was in the middle of the encirclement, so the giant bat's sound waves were all focused on him. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. If he was not careful, he might end up an idiot, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Dragon Tone Art. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen decisively executed the Dragon Tone Art. A purple whirlpool gathered in his chest. A huge dragon image coiled above his head. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which far surpassed that of a regular person's, erupted with this roar. Not only did the giant bats fail to injure Xiao Chen, but they were also severely injured by the rebound of the dragon roar. It was no longer possible for the giant bats to attack Xiao Chen with sound waves. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen looked around the encirclement and fixed his gaze on a giant bat with a golden line on its back. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader. Even if this group of giant bats wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Chen, they did not have the courage to do so. Whoosh. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the fish dragon art and charged forward. The giant bats that pounced at him along the way were all easily dodged, leaving only broken afterimages. Suddenly, a gust of wind flashed in front of him. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and it scratched Xiao Chen's cheeks, leaving 2 bloody marks. Retreat. Bewildered, Xiao Chen quickly retreated. Only then did he realize that the golden-edged bat had flown over his head. What a close shave. If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been crushed on the spot. Just thinking about the giant bat's golden claws, which flickered with a faint light and overflowed with cold light, made one shudder. However, this also firmed up Xiao Chen's decision to kill this golden-edged bat first. After a few rounds with this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen actually suffered a small loss. He couldn't help but shout, "Saber?" The 7 divine weapons merged together. Xiao Chen grasped the scabbard. He did not want to end up in a battle to the death, so he executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered and he felt intense pain. Then he quickly hacked out with the divine weapon. Cassie. Who could have imagined that the golden-edged bat's claws would firmly grab the saber in the time it took for a spark to fly? What great vital qi! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he failed to draw his saber. The golden-edged bat flapped its wings, and its sharp teeth flew towards Xiao Chen, forcing him to abandon his saber. Just at this crucial moment, the golden-edged bat suddenly lost all signs of life. Xiao Chen's heartbreaking stance ignored defense, directly attacking the target's heart. At this moment, the golden-edged bat's heart shattered, dying on the spot. Cassie. A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen drew his divine weapon and chopped off the golden-edged bat's golden claws. When looking at the cold, golden light and sharp claws, even a fool would know that these were good items. After killing this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen did not linger. This group of astral beasts was harder to deal with than he had imagined. If there was no need, he would not linger. Look. There is a person being chased by a group of demon-tone bats. So, it is a veritable essence stage rookie. No wonder he offended the demon-tone bats. When such astral beasts work together, even peak primal core realm experts would have to retreat. The demon-tone bats are one of the overlords of this area. This person is dead for sure. Should we save him? What's there to save? Firstly, he does not have the emblem of a sect. Secondly, he has no experience. With one look, we can tell that he is an unreliable loose cultivator. As Xiao Chen retreated, a fortress ship passed in front of him. A group of people on the ship watched the scene of him being chased. When Xiao Chen looked over, he felt somewhat startled. This fortress ship was very fast. This should be an astral ship specially made for traveling in the starry heavens. It should have formations that could adapt to the starry heavens. Xiao Qin had a rough understanding of this in the Book of the Epics. Just as Xiao Qin was thinking, a strong aura swept over Xiao Qin. A primal core realm expert. Just as Xiao Qin was feeling bewildered, a cold snort rang out by his ear. Scram further away. Don't lead the demon-tone bats in our direction. Otherwise this old man will take your life. Xiao Qin looked up and saw a blue-clad old man at the top of the fortress ship, looking at him coldly. It turned out that Xiao Qin was heading to the profound light world. The direction he was retreating in happened to be the same as this fortress ship. Xiao Qin was not in the mood to bother with this person, so he did not bother explaining. However, he still had to be wary of this person's strength. Xiao Qin lowered his speed. After all, it was not like he could not deal with the demon-tone bats behind him, it would just be more troublesome. On the fortress ship, a man and a woman stood behind the blue-clad old man. The man was handsome, but his lips were rather thin, and he looked somewhat fickle. The woman had some baby fat on her face, but her facial features were delicate. While she was not very pretty, she was very likable. Master, that person does not look like a bad person. We can save him, the woman whispered as she looked into the distance at Xiao Qin, who was slowly disappearing from her vision. The young man smiled and said, "Junior sister, you are too young." With one look, it is clear that this person is deliberately leading the demon-tone bats in our direction. If we save him, we will fall into his trap. Then we will take the opportunity to leave. If he is more malicious, he might even take advantage of the situation to rob us. But master, how can a primal core realm expert fear a veritable essence stage cultivator? The woman argued, but she did not have much confidence. The blue-clad old man sighed and said, "Fei-er, your senior brother is right. At such a time, it is better to avoid trouble. With your character, I am really worried about how you will compete with others when you go to Profoundine Island." "Master, don't worry. Luonan will definitely protect junior sister well." The young man immediately stepped forward and expressed his stance. However, the blue-clad old man shook his head and did not say anything. "If you go to Profoundine Island, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Why the need to boast?" The blue-clad old man did not think much of these two disciples. One was strong but soft-hearted. The other was biting off more than he could chew and was too arrogant. However, it was good for him to temper himself. The competition within the sect was still gentler. Outside the sect, suffering a little was good, tempering his character. 3 days later, the blue-clad old man delayed Xiao Qin for a while, so he simply stopped fleeing. He fought as he retreated, tempering his combat experience in the starry heavens and adapting to the environment of the starry heavens, as well as the higher-level space of this great world. By relying on the fish-dragon art, Xiao Qin could make thousands of changes in an instant, moving like a fish in water. Xiao Qin killed the 3 leaders of the demon-tone bats one after another. Not a single one of the ordinary demon-tone bats managed to escape. The vast magic energy in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness turned into mental energy, which he sent out through the dragon-tone art. This allowed him to not fear the demon-tone bats' killing sonic attacks. As Xiao Qin recuperated on the cycle throne, he thought about his war trophies. There were many pairs of demon-tone bat claws. There were even 4 pairs of golden claws, the claws of the demon-tone bat leaders. These claws were tougher and sharper, like divine materials. More accurately, they were of a higher quality than the divine materials of the Kunlun realm. Based on that primal core expert's tone, he seemed to fear these demon-tone bats. Even primal core experts fear these demon-tone bats. It seems like I can make use of them. When Xiao Qin thought of an idea, he took out a carving knife and a pair of demon-tone bat claws. Then he slowly started carving. After another 7 days, Xiao Qin recovered to his peak state. He frowned slightly as he was carving the demon-tone bats and stopped what he was doing. A gentle breeze blew in front, and the 7 divine weapons protecting the throne buzzed and trembled. This aura? There are primal core cultivators fighting in the distance. Xiao Qin stood up and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. The heavenly eye flew out and hovered in the air, watching from afar. After a while, when Xiao Qin saw the situation of the battle, his lips curled up in a smile. It was a small world. The fortress ship from 10 days ago ran into astral starry heavens pirates. Chapter 1558. With the observation of the heavenly eye, Xiao Qin could see every movement in the distance. There was a smaller pirate ship in front of the ship that the blue-clad old man was on, but it was even faster. The bow of the ship rose and a black scimitar banner hung on it. The entire ship was covered in sharp edges. This was especially so for the bow, which was as sharp as a knife. Although this ship was small, it was much faster than the other ship. It was also nimble. No matter how the other ship changed directions, the other ship could not shake off the pirate ship. The other ship was even forced to keep kicking back. Clearly the two had been fighting for a long time already. Only then did Xiao Chen catch up. Otherwise, given Xiao Chen's speed, he would not have been able to catch up to the blue-clad old man's ship. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the pirate ship, revealing a fervent expression. Master, is there any way to deal with this black scimitar pirate group? We have already been hiding for 2 days, but we still cannot avoid them, the young disciple, Luonan, asked with a somewhat grave expression beside the blue-clad old man. The Black Scimitar Pirate Group was one of the 10 strongest pirate groups in the nearby starry domain. The blue-clad old man said, I'll go and talk to them. Brothers of the Black Scimitar Pirate Group, this old man is a second-generation elder of the Tianyi sect. Can you give the Tianyi sect some face and not make things difficult for us? Otherwise, our Tianyi sect is not that easy to bully. The Tianyi sect was one of the stronger sects in the vicinity. The sect had a spirit like venerate who surpassed the core cloud realm, holding down the fort. However, it was not a local sect of the profound light great realm. Although the Tianyi sect was rather far away, it still had some prestige. If the Tianyi sect was smart, this pirate group would probably give it some face. Ah, this old man is not blind. I saw your Tianyi sect's banner long ago. Cut the crap. If you want to pass through here, hand over 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise, this old man will have to go far away. A black-clad man holding a scimitar laughed maniacally on the pirate ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30-odd people charged out from behind this black-clad man. All of them were at least veritable essence stage. Many of them were at the Yin essence stage or Yang essence stage. There was even one person who had reached the half-step primal core realm. The veritable personage realm consisted of 3 stages: veritable essence stage, Yin essence stage, and Yang essence stage. The strength of the pirates on this pirate ship could be considered quite elite, comparable to some small sections. This was especially so for the black-clad man. He was at least a late-stage minor primal core realm cultivator. 100,000 spiritual jades? You must be a maple, right? Let me tell you, it's impossible. A trace of killing chi flashed on the blue-clad old man's face. He said sullenly, just a mere pirate, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Aha, then let's cut the crap and kill all of them. The pirate leader revealed a sinister smile and shouted. The pirates on the pirate ship laughed strangely and charged out. All of a sudden, the cultivators of both sides quickly exchanged blows in the air. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Chen withdrew the heavenly eye and revealed a doubtful expression. This pirate leader seemed to have another purpose. It didn't seem like a robbery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with an unacceptable price. I don't care about that. The grudges between the two sides have nothing to do with me. It's that pirate ship. Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea. When he saw the speed of the ship earlier, he was already somewhat envious. Then he thought about how his cycle throne was like a tortoise compared to that ship. Compared to that pirate ship, it was like a snail. The core of an astral warship is the formation, followed by the warship materials. If I can obtain the formation and modify the cycle throne, is there a chance? Opportunities came from fighting. If one fought, there would be. If one did not fight, there would be no chance at all. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Then he quickly headed for the place where the two sides fought. At the place where the battle was taking place, both sides were somewhat anxious. On the whole, the Black Scimitar Pirate Group held the advantage. Furthermore, their numbers were continuously expanding. The blue-clad old man was very strong, practically suppressing the pirate leader. His combat style was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely experienced. However, the situation of the disciples on the ship was somewhat unsightly. It was simply a one-sided massacre. They cried out miserably whenever they felt any pain. As for those pirates, they laughed strangely. These people, who kept their heads turned around, had a frighteningly ruthless combat style. The more injured they were, the stronger their baleful auras became. Fortunately, the 2 disciples of the blue-clad old man held on to the ship's side. Otherwise, they would not be completely defeated. Xiao Chen glanced at the situation of the battle. Then his gaze fell on the pirate ship. Senior brother, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats? The girl named Fei exclaimed when she saw Xiao Chen's figure. Her eyes lit up. Junior sister, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats? The thin-lipped man did not believe it. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's figure, he was somewhat stunned, nearly getting injured by the pirates. Damn. Am I seeing things? To think that he is still alive after being chased by the demon-tone bats. Even primal core realm cultivators cannot endure the sonic attacks of the demon-tone bats. They will end up hallucinating and severely injure their mental energy. The blue-clad old man who was fighting with the pirate leader also saw Xiao Chen. Hope immediately ignited in this experienced old man. A person who could escape from the demon-tone bats was definitely not simple. Perhaps he could tip the balance. Young hero, will you lend us a hand? Our Chani sect will definitely thank you heavily in the future. The blue-clad old man had completely forgotten that he had misunderstood Xiao Chen and told him to scram far away. Xiao Chen did not care about the blue-clad old man, continuing to fly forward as if he did not hear what the old man said at all. Ah, interesting. To think that you treat a veritable essence stage bladesman as a treasure. However, what's more interesting is that he did not abandon you. Ah. When the black-clad man saw the situation, he started laughing loudly. However, the black-clad man only laughed halfway before he could continue. Xiao Chen flew straight towards his pirate ship. Damn it! How dare he target my precious ship? Quickly go and get a few brothers to chop him up. He is just an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Is he tired of living? Immediately, 3 of the pirates fighting on the ship heard their leader's orders. Then they immediately flew out and chased after Xiao Chen. The blue-clad old man revealed a confused look in his eyes. He could not figure out Xiao Chen's intentions. What is he doing? Going to the pirate ship? Isn't that just sending himself to death? There were still experts stationed on the pirate ship. Brat, stop right there. Of the 3 pirates chasing Xiao Chen, the one who specialized in speed was the first to charge over. Then he quickly hacked down with his saber. Cassia. When the saber light landed, Xiao Chen shattered into pieces. Before this pirate could rejoice, he discovered that he had struck only an afterimage. What fast speed! The 3 pirates were startled, their hearts thumping wildly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen dodged this saber strike so calmly. The pirate whose saber light missed looked at the shattered afterimages in front and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a figure charged out of the shattered afterimages in the air. This figure was like a sharp saber, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. Before this pirate could react, he got punched. 2 cauldron force together with the great Dao might instantly exploded. The pirate corpse was covered in shattered bones, turning into a clump of blood mist. Ain essence stage cultivator. Seems like he is not much. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he withdrew his fist light. Right now, Xiao Chen urgently needed to figure out his strength. However, this was clearly not the time yet. Old 7. The 2 pirates behind were greatly startled. They could not accept this. Old 7 died just like that. Xiao Chen glanced over indifferently. However, he did not care so much. He gently waved his sleeves. And somersaulted in the air, spreading his arms and continuing to fly towards the pirate ship. This scene shocked many of the people present. No one had expected this white-robed bladesman to kill a Ain essence stage cultivator so easily. Senior brother, he does not seem to be an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. A bright light flashed in Feier's eyes as she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, perhaps he can help us. Stop dreaming. No matter what, he is still a veritable essence stage loose cultivator. If you go to the pirate ship, there is a half-step primal core expert guarding it. You will die for sure. However, he can indeed help us attract some islands, Luonan said indifferently, not showing any emotion. Xiao Chen easily dodged the attacks of the 2 pirates. Soon he landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Boom. The 2 pirates behind panted slightly as they landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then they shielded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the skinny bladesman on the left. He said, a young essence stage cultivator. Not bad. I can feel baleful young energy in your body. You are really not afraid of death. You do not show any fear when you see the 2 of us. The skinny man emphasized his words as he looked at Xiao Chen with a surging murderous intent. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. The 2 of you? You have the strength, but your aura is not enough to scare me. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged out from his body. During his 20-odd years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen had experienced many trials and tribulations. The so-called aura was a reflection of a person's experience and mental state. Xiao Chen's mental state was far from what the 2 before him could compare to. As for experience, Xiao Chen was a legend in the Kunlun realm. How could these 2 weaklings compare to him? The moment Xiao Chen's strong aura appeared, the invisible aura put immense pressure on the 2 pirates, forcing them to take a few steps back involuntarily. Xiao Qin revealed a mocking smile as he said coldly, "You are full of openings. No matter how high your cultivation is, it is useless." Chapter 1559. For a person to have a strong aura, they either had a truly noble background or had experienced the vicissitudes of life amidst a storm of blood, experiencing all sorts of joys and sorrows, becoming a legend. Clearly Xiao Qin was the latter. Such an aura was even more oppressive than that of those with noble backgrounds. The two Black Scimitar pirate group members standing in front of Xiao Qin trembled slightly. The pressure they felt was even greater than when they faced their boss. "Stop trying to mystify us, you insignificant veritable Essence Stage Bladesman." The young Essence Stage pirate on the left suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted ferociously. Then he drummed up his courage and charged at Xiao Qin. "Do you think that bluffing and deceiving others and yourself can boost your courage?" Xiao Qin revealed a disdainful smile. The other party attacked like the wind, possessing a strong aura. However, the other party's footsteps were messy, his expression nervous, and his heart flustered. If Xiao Qin stood still, there would be fewer openings. If he moved, there would be more openings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the other party's saber light was about to chop down. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on the ground. In the next moment, a leg appeared. Xiao Qin's foot moved past the other party and accurately kicked the other party's chin, finding many openings in his saber move. Cassie. The pirate flew into the air. When he landed, he sprawled on the ground and twitched continuously. However, he did not get up again. The remaining Essence Stage pirate was frightened silly. He actually fled, no longer daring to block Xiao Qin's path. Naturally, there was no need to bother with these so-called nobodies. Although these pirates had pretty good cultivations, their mental states were far inferior to Xiao Qin's. It was like a beggar meeting the crown prince of a dynasty. No matter how strong the beggar was, he would be intimidated by the latter's aura and become fearful. Xiao Qin kicked open the ship's door and walked in without hesitation. He entered. This white-robed bladesman charged into the Black Scimitar pirate group's ship. How can this be? How can this veritable Essence Stage fellow be so heaven-defying? Such a scene shocked not only the Tianyi sect disciples. Even the group of pirates was incredibly shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, like I said, this white-robed bladesman is not simple. Look, he has already entered the hold." Luonan thought to himself, if it were me, I could deal with these three pirates. However, it would be hard to say if they wanted to be as relaxed as Xiao Qin. He is seeking death. There will definitely be half-step primal core experts guarding the control room of the warship. Bunch of trash. You cannot even block an insignificant veritable Essence Stage Bladesman. A bunch of trash. You can't even block an insignificant veritable Essence Stage Bladesman. How dare you? The pirate leader, who was currently fighting with the blue-clad old man, was so angered that his entire body trembled. He wished that he could personally go over and kill Xiao Qin. Xiao spirit. Of a fighting he, and said he won and he of blood and of. Old ghost, don't be too pleased with yourself. My second brother is guarding the ship. He's seeking his own death. I don't need to send more people. The black-clothed man was in a bad mood and said with resentment. At this moment, the situation was delicate, no longer like before. The blue-clad old man said sullenly, "In that case, let's see if your subordinates kill my disciples faster or if I defeat you faster." As long as either side ended the battle, the victor would immediately be decided. Now that the three pirates were gone, the pressure on the Tianyi sect's disciples was much more relaxed. Most importantly, Luonan and Fei, these two outstanding talents of the Tianyi sect, were far stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. After familiarizing himself with the pirates' fighting style, his true strength was slowly being unleashed. The internal structure of the pirate society was unique. More than 10 rooms of different sizes with various purposes were created. Xiao Qin headed straight for the core control room. His spiritual consciousness had already sensed that there was a half-step core cloud realm cultivator in the control room. The dragon blood soul-breaking fingers silently accumulated power as he hurried along. Xiao Qin was not prepared to clash with a half-step primal core realm expert. This was not the time either. Killing in one strike and then quickly obtaining the core formation was the way to go. Cassie. Xiao Qin kicked open the doors to the control room. A rather young middle-aged man in the room looked at Xiao Qin coldly. The youths these days are getting bolder. To think that an insignificant veritable Essence Stage cultivator dares to target our Black Scimitar pirate's ship. The middle-aged man shouted ferociously. Then he waved his hand and charged at Xiao Chen. Baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy slowly flowed around his palm, forming a subtle balance. His body also entered a certain balance, becoming compatible with the world. When the middle-aged man leaped up, the entire space moved with him, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved very fast, not intending to give Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath, preparing to court death. However, a finger stretched out in the time it took for a spark to fly. A scarlet light flickered on the fingertip. A Soul Dao martial technique. Panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he was already very fast in the first place. Retreating was easier said than done. Xiao Chen only stretched out his finger and tapped the middle-aged man's forehead. It looked like the middle-aged man offered himself up. The eyes of the second-in-command of the pirate group slowly dimmed. His soul was severely injured. To think that he did not die on the spot. The soul of a half-step primal core realm expert was extraordinarily resilient. Startled, Xiao Chen lowered his arm and clenched his palm into a fist. Then he punched the second-in-command's Dantian with 2 cauldron force. Bang! A hole appeared in the roof of the control room. The second-in-command vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Second brother. The pirate leader, who was fighting with the blue-clad old man, happened to see this scene. When he saw his second brother get knocked back, he showed no signs of life. The pirate leader immediately went berserk, utterly enraged. How can this be? My second brother is a half-step primal core realm cultivator. He cannot do anything to an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Return to the ship. All of you return to the ship and kill that brat. The black-clad man was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He called out, and the pirates on the ship scattered back to their pirate ships. A light flickered in the blue-clad old man's eyes. Actually, he could have kept the pirate leader here. However, the experienced and astute him chose to give up. Master, a half-step primal core realm expert died on the pirate's side. Let's call second martial uncle out and kill all these pirates. There was also a half-step primal core realm expert guarding the control room on the ship. Luo Nan immediately suggested after he arrived beside the blue-clad old man. Master, let's make a move. If we still don't, that white-clad bladesman who saved us will die. The blue-clad old man's expression did not change. He ignored Luo Nan's impulse and Fate-er's anxiety. He said indifferently, "It is not time yet. I need to watch first." Inside the control room, Xiao Chen knew everything that happened outside like the back of his hand. Life bestowal spell. With a soft cry, many demon-toned bat sculptures flew out of the control room. There were more than 20 of them. Finally, there was even a golden demon-toned bat. Boss, it's the demon-toned bats. There are so many demon-toned bats. There are even chief-level demon-toned bats. When the pirates who just landed on the ship saw a group of demon-toned bats suddenly fly out, they were all frightened silly and retreated in a fluster. A few pirates were too slow. The demon-toned bats' sharp claws dug deep into their chests, breaking a few ribs on the spot. Blood spurted out and the pirates were in so much pain that they wanted to die. The golden demon-toned bat appeared, and its sharp claws dug deep into the roof of the pirate ship. The other demon-toned bats stood in a row around it, squeaking strangely. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the enraged black-clad man, his heart instantly turning cold. Demon-toned bats. Damn it. Since when did my pirate ship become a bat nest? A strange look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. At this moment he finally made a move, charging out with a half-step primal core realm expert and a Tianyi sect disciple. The blue-clad old man spoke righteously, appearing very righteous. He shouted, "Black Scimitar, today is the day you pirates die." Chapter 1560. In the core control room of the pirate ship, Xiao Chen forcefully pried open the deck, and the starship's formation appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen was immediately dazzled, unable to take it all in. The formation below the deck flickered with light. The formation was no more than 100 meters wide. It actually had more than 10,000 nodes. There were other formations within the formation, all interconnected formations within formations. Every node had a spirit jade in it. The pirate ship did not look very big. At the core of the formation, there was an exquisitely shaped formation plate engraved with complicated patterns. This formation plate was definitely the work of a grandmaster. Activating it would require a significant amount of resources. A total of 10,000 spirit jades. Who knew how long it would last? I miscalculated. I should not have blasted that fellow to death. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This formation was very complicated. He could not figure it out immediately. It would be great if Imochen were here. Given her attainments and formations, she would be able to figure it out with a few glances. However, there should be a formation diagram in this control room. Such a complicated formation would be very troublesome to repair. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. His gaze swept across the control room, searching for the hidden mechanism or the hidden interlayer. After a while, Xiaochen discovered something. He found a wooden box in a secret compartment under the control panel. After opening it, there were 3 formation diagrams and a detailed star chart. The star chart included not only the purple sun region but also the nearby astral domains. Good stuff. The star chart that Big Brother Long gave me is already very old. This star chart is really perfect. Xiaochen studied it and was surprised to discover that this star chart had markings of the nearby trade routes. There were also records of the valuable stars, remnants, and resources on the stars. It truly lives up to being a star chart used by pirates. It is really detailed. Now it is mine. Xiaochen smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then he looked at the formation diagram. It was indeed complicated. Every formation diagram was folded, and there were a total of 3. After putting away the formation diagram, Xiaochen sized up the formation below. Then he took out the formation plate. Immediately, the flickering light disappeared, and the formation came to a stop. It is indeed a good item. Just the materials alone are extraordinary, Xiaochen commented bluntly as he held the array plate and sensed it. Next up was the spirit jades on the nodes. 10,000 spirit jades was not a small sum. Although Xiaochen had 2 million spirit jades on him, such things did not appear to be a lot. Boss, something happened to our ship. The pirates fighting the Tianyi sect were greatly startled as they spoke in a fluster. The pirate ship's spirituality had completely disappeared, and some of the glowing water chestnuts had stopped flashing. The entire ship shook violently in the starry sky. My ship. The pirate leader's lungs were about to explode. The Black Scimitar pirate group, which ran amok in this region, actually had their ship hijacked. This would definitely become the greatest joke among their peers. However, they could only watch helplessly as the demon-tone bats guarded the ship's hold. Although these pirates were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Furthermore, there was still the Tianyi sect's large-scale counterattack. This group of pirates could neither advance nor retreat. All sorts of loud sounds came from the ship's hold. The strong pirate ship shook continuously in the starry sky. No one knew what was happening inside. However, no one knew that it was definitely not a good thing. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The black-clad man was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. His movements were disrupted and several wounds appeared on his body. The pirates' morale plummeted, and they persisted bitterly, losing their initial ferocity. Following a loud explosion, the hull of the ship collapsed, and the deck began to peel off non-stop. The perfectly fine pirate ship became bare, leaving only the outline of the ship's skeleton. Wuxia. When the black-clad man saw his treasured ship in such a state, he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He finally understood what Xiaochen was doing. Xiaochen was using brute force to tear apart the valuable parts of his ship, piece by piece. Now Xiaochen met with someone even more ruthless than him. Brat, I, Hu Fei, will not share the same sky with you. During the intense battle, the pirate leader took some time to glance at Xiaochen. Then he became so angry that his entire body trembled. Xiaochen did not hear what the pirate leader said at all. He held his chin and looked at the skeleton that made up the ship. Suddenly, the pirate leader's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and reached out to touch a branch. That was the backbone of the entire ship, the most important support point. How many resources had been expended to forge this skeleton? The pirate leader knew this the best. Crack. Xiaochen pulled hard, and the entire ship's skeleton shattered, instantly falling apart. Xiaochen tore apart a perfectly good ship just like that. You. Before the pirate leader finished speaking, the blue-clad old man took advantage of this opportunity to strike the pirate leader's chest. The pirate leader sent the blue-clad old man flying. Then he looked at Xiaochen and said in a trembling voice, "You are ruthless. You are ruthless." Since the situation was already over, the pirate leader did not dare to linger. The surviving pirates scattered in all directions, fleeing miserably in the starry heavens. After chasing away the pirates, the many Tianyi sect disciples and the 2 elders looked at Xiaochen in silence, deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine that this white-clad bladesman before them forcefully tore apart the Black Scimitar pirate group's pirate ship. Senior brother, should we take him down? He should have the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. If we refine the many parts of the pirate ship, they will be invaluable divine materials. The half-step primal core realm old man beside the blue-clad old man sent a voice projection as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Don't get anxious. I originally wanted to let those pirates go back and deal with him. Who knew? A group of demon-tone bats flew out. This fellow is somewhat strange. The blue-clad old man's eyes flickered. After a while he arrived before Xiao Chen with a wide smile. I really have to thank you for allowing the Tianyi sect to escape danger this time. Would you like to come to my Tianyi sect's ship and have a chat? The blue-clad old man asked very enthusiastically. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart as he carefully put away the bone structure in his hand. Xiao Chen intended to use the pirate ship's formation to upgrade the cycle throne. He came up with the idea on the spur of the moment and dismantled the entire pirate ship. Unexpectedly, the harvest was bountiful, far surpassing his expectations. As for this old man before him, Xiao Chen just smiled at him. After so many years in the Kunlun realm, he had seen all sorts of people. Xiao Chen clearly knew what the blue-clad old man was thinking. The other party's tricks were not very clever. That's not good, right? I wonder where that group of demon-tone bats flew off to. Who knows when they will fly out again? At that time, someone will tell me to scram again. Xiao Chen said indifferently with a cold expression. He was not a fool to board the ship. The blue-clad old man smiled awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding. Earlier I thought that young hero wanted to harm this ship. It really was a misunderstanding. That's right. My master is a good person. Now that you saved us, come on up and have a seat. Come on up and have a seat. You are going to the profound light great realm, right? We can bring you up. The girl with some baby fat, Fei invited Xiao Chen. Junior sister, why are you being so polite to him? Master invited him out of goodwill, yet he is putting on airs. If he is not coming, then so be it, the thin-lipped man Luo Nan mocked as he rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen. Goodbye. After all, the other party was a primal core realm expert. Even if he harbored evil intentions, Xiao Chen could not afford to offend him. Waving his hand, Xiao Chen turned to leave. Wait. The blue-clad old man seemed to have made up his mind about something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Chen. The wary Xiao Chen did not rush to turn around. He only prepared for the dragon blood soul-breaking finger as he silently executed the divine lightning eye. What a strong wariness. The blue-clad old man noticed Xiao Chen's wariness and felt slightly startled. However, he did not intend to attack Xiao Chen. The blue-clad old man feared those elusive demon-tone bats. Before he figured out what was going on, he would not take the risk. You saved the lives of our entire ship. This old man has nothing to repay you for. However, I know a place with extremely high-quality balefulline energy. I can tell you about it. The moment the blue-clad old man said that, the disciples of the Tianyi sect and that old man were all shocked. They could not understand why the blue-clad old man would tell such a secret to an outsider. Peak-grade balefulline energy. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he thought quickly. Even though he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, he did not dare to act rashly. Although he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, the other party's offer had indeed tempted him. Agree? Or not? Chapter 1561. No problem, no problem. You can stay on this ship for the time being. Venerable meant that he was an expert worthy of respect. In order to have a chance to become a true god in the future, one had to build a good foundation in order to become a true god. Isn't that obvious? With a single glance, one could tell that he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If they were from a righteous sect, they would have reported their names long ago. Fei happily agreed. After her master left, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked impatiently, Big brother Xiao Chen, which great realm are you from? Which sect are you from? You are very strong. Perhaps Xiao Chen wanted Fei and Luo Nan to interact more with Xiao Chen because he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his origins. When the other party raised his hand, it felt as though he was fused with space itself. With a single leap, it felt as though the entire surrounding space was lifted up by the other party. The enlightened being realm was divided into 3 small realms, true essence, yin essence, and yang essence. Only by combining the 3 essences and forming an inner core could one enter this realm. When Fei saw Xiao Chen hesitating, she kindly reminded him. As for primal core realm experts, even if they used their trump cards, they would not be able to harm their opponent. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, Young hero is right. This old man can only help you to this extent. After all, how can such a resource be without an owner? When Luo Nan heard this, he felt upset. This junior sister seemed to be overly concerned about this fellow. Profoundine Island was a land of fortuitous encounters. There were many high-quality baleful yin energy hidden in the depths of the earth vein. There were even peak-grade baleful yin energy. However, yin fiend resources were limited. Ordinary disciples could only rely on yin essence stones. However, some of the best yin essence stones were not much worse than yin qi. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one had to be outside. Unless the other party brought it up on their own initiative, they were not allowed to inquire about the other party's background. It was considered a taboo. Xiao Qin laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw the other party's innocent eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, I will thank Elder first." Yin essence stones and yang essence stones were very valuable treasures in the perfected being realm. The supreme grade baleful yin energy was too important to him. Xiao Qin was very clever and immediately understood. He looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "You want me to pretend to be a Chinese sect disciple and enter Profound Yin Island? The reason is because of you. Just like you said, don't ask about other people's origins unless they are willing." Xiao Qin in particular respected him very much. "It's fine. Brother Luonan is too polite. Miss Fei actually your senior brother is right. If someone isn't willing to expose their own clan, they must have some misgivings." The blue-clad old man smiled calmly and said, "I still have a small request. Wherever there is a baleful yin energy there will be yin essence stones. You only need to absorb the yin baleful energy. I will leave the yin essence stones for the other disciples to use." Back then, for the sake of this profound yin island, the various sects fought each other. It was not easy to come up with this compromise. If not for his opponent's carelessness and the fact that he had coincidentally collided with his dragon blood soul-breaking finger, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. When the half-step primal core realm pirate second-in-command made a move on the pirate ship, Xiao Qin knew that he was not a match for him. Xiao Qin frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "Big brother Xiao Qin, just agree. My master is sincerely repaying you. Senior brother Luonan and I also have to hand over yin essence stones to the sect. In fact, this pirate ship incident might even have something to do with it. However, this profound yin island did not belong to the Chinese sect alone." At the same time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert drank tea and chatted in a tea hall within the ship. The focus was on Xiao Qin, who was wandering around on the deck. Xiao Qin remained calm and collected, silently dispersing the divine lightning eye and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. The blue-clad old man before Xiao Qin was strong and shrewd with age. Interacting with this old man was like asking a tiger for its skin. If one was not careful, one would end up getting eaten. The blue-clad old man pointed to Fei and Luonan. Then he said, "This year, Fei and Nan did well, standing out in the competition between their sect members and obtaining the right to go to Profound Yin Island. Senior brother, why did you give this fellow such benefits? He is not from a sect, has no one to rely on, and is decisive in killing. With one look, it is clear that he is a loose cultivator." 1 hour later, Xiao Qin understood the ins and outs of the matter. As for half-step primal core realm cultivators, if they did not use Dermic World, the divine lightning eye, the ice blood lightning dragon, and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger, it would be hard to say who would win. It was best to absorb peak-grade baleful yin energy and peak-grade baleful yang energy in the yin cloud realm and the yang essence stage. Xiao Qin turned around and looked at the blue-clad old man. "It is rare for senior to be so kind. This junior does indeed need peak-grade baleful yin energy to advance to the yin essence stage. As the saying went, in order to become a god, one had to first become a human. Of the billions of cultivators, only 10% could break through to the mortal realm. Those who could break through to the innate realm were even fewer." The half-step primal core realm expert was still brooding, not understanding the blue-clad old man's actions. "It's that simple?" Xiao Qin remained silent. It seemed like he had not seen such a naive girl for a long time already. As long as the other party had a chance, she could kill him at any time. Xiao Qin smiled, not minding it. His eyes could understand the ways of the world. Instead, the islands were managed by the surrounding large sections. At this time every year, the various large sects would send out veritable essence stage or yin essence stage outstanding talents to compete on the islands. "Senior brother, how can you say that?" Fei said angrily. "Master wants us to properly entertain our honored guests. Quickly apologize." Fei seemed to understand, but not really. After a while she nodded and smiled. "Big brother Xiao Qin, you really know a lot. With one look, I can tell that you are a good person." On this trip, Xiao Qin wanted to go to a star close to the profound light great realm. Xiao Qin already made up his mind to take a risk. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin boarded the ship with Xiao Qin. The three casually walked on the deck, admiring the scenery of the boundless starry heavens in the night sky. The Channy sect disciples on the deck all respected the three. The blue-clad old man did not care. He laughed straightforwardly and stood up. Fei Nan, you are all cultivators of the same generation. You can interact with them. At the same time, help me properly entertain them. Your martial uncle and I will take our leave first. In my opinion, they are no weaker than the elite disciples of those rank 2 sections. The blue-clad old man was a primal core realm expert. What was the primal core realm? Luo Nan asked sarcastically, not waiting for Xiao Qin to reply. Luo Nan's words angered his junior sister. To Xiao Qin, it meant that he knew a lot and was definitely a good person. Done. The blue-clad old man spoke casually. However, Xiao Qin could feel the bloodshed in his words. Cultivators who could reach this level could be called venerates in the Great Thousand Realms. Breaking through to the veritable personage realm and becoming a primal core realm expert was worthy of respect, regardless of one's age. Luo Nan felt upset in his heart. However, he still said reluctantly, "Sorry, I was too rash earlier. Brother Xiao Qin, please don't take offense." As Luo Nan looked at the other party, the hidden meaning in Xiao Qin's words was very straightforward. "Are you that nice?" The female disciple named Fei smiled politely at Xiao Qin when she heard that. However, Luo Nan feigned indifference, not moving at all. Since ancient times, riches and honor came from danger. This person who dismantled the Black Scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands was filled with mystery in their eyes. The blue-clad old man was an experienced person. Aside from asking for Xiao Qin's name, he did not say anything else. We should just directly kill such an existence. He definitely has the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. That is something worth cities. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "That's easy. Please come on board for a chat. I will tell you in detail." There was an island on that star called Profoundine Island. What is this? When Luo Nan heard that, he nearly vomited blood. These words were not an exaggeration at all. The sect had a Cloud Sea powerhouse who surpassed the primal core realm, holding down the fort. It turned out that this Channy sect came from the Enlightened Great Realm, a rank 1 sect that bordered the Profound Light Great Realm. The blue-clad old man waved his hand and said, "Young hero, please do not misunderstand. This matter is rather complicated." Now Xiao Qin more or less understood what he understood. Ordinary Yin Essence Stage and Yang Essence Stage cultivators would not be a match for him unless he was an outstanding talent of a sect. Chapter 1562. The blue-clad old man said indifferently, "Junior brother, you still do not see things clearly enough. Although this Xiao Qin is only a veritable Essence Stage cultivator, he has an extraordinary air about him. Think about it. How would a regular veritable Essence Stage cultivator behave when they see the two of us?" The half-step primal core realm expert quickly said, "They would definitely be very respectful and amiable. It is normal for them to try to suck up to us if they feel uncomfortable." Before a veritable Essence Stage cultivator, a primal core realm cultivator was a godlike existence. The blue-clad old man nodded. "What about him?" "He is neither servile nor overbearing, extremely calm. With one look, it is clear that he is someone who has seen a lot of things. Such a person either has a noble background or has experienced many things. He looks young, so it cannot be the latter. Can only be the former. Could he be a rank 2 sect disciple or a noble clan disciple?" The half-step primal core realm old man was startled when he heard that. If that was the case, then they could not touch him. If they touched someone with a deep background, then the consequences, yes and no. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" The blue-clad old man smiled strangely. "It is true that he comes from a noble clan. However, look at him. He cannot even find a good baleful Yin energy, wandering the starry heavens alone. Is there such a noble clan?" "Then, senior brother, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say." The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "Ha! In that case I'll say it directly. He is indeed a noble clan disciple, but his clan should be in dire straits. It is more likely that it was destroyed. That's why he is wandering the starry heavens, hiding from his enemies." The half-step primal core realm old man's eyes lit up. After a while he gave a thumbs up and said, "Senior brother, you can even guess that. You are amazing." Given this, it explained why Xiao Qin could kill the second in command of the pirate group. How could such a fallen disciple not have any life-saving trump cards? This also explained why Xiao Qin's aura and bearing came from. Noble clan disciples had seen many experts since they were young. How could they be so respectful to 2 primal core realm cultivators? This was also why these disciples in dire straits had more treasures than ordinary loose cultivators. Just the formation diagram and formation plate of the pirate ship were enough for the two to make a move against Xiao Chen. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's identity. No matter how one looked at it, this white-robed bladesman was a fat lamb. The blue-clad old man smiled in an unfathomable manner. I'll get Fei and Luo Nan to interact more with him. You should be less wary of each other. We should be able to get some information. In that case, why did we send him to Profoundine Island? If his strength increases, it will be disadvantageous to us. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, You do not understand this. If we let him go to Profoundine Island, he can help us collecting essence stones for free. This can be considered our contributions to the sect. Secondly, the intense competition on Profoundine Island will definitely exhaust many of his trump cards. How much can he improve? If I wasn't worried about his trump card, I could have easily crushed him. The half-step primal core realm old man smiled and said, Excellent. Senior brother, with such meticulous planning, even if that Xiao Chen had 9 heads, he would not be able to escape your grasp. This kind of person is already in decline, yet he is still proud and arrogant, believing himself infallible. He is the one who refuses to recognize reality. Now that he ran into me, I can teach him a lesson. A greedy look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. As the saying went, the world was dangerous. The danger was in the world, and the evil was in the human heart. Back on the deck, Fei and Xiao Chen chatted happily. Occasionally, bell-like laughter rang out. This made Luo Nan, who was following at the side, extremely jealous. He could not interrupt even if he wanted to. As Luo Nan looked at Xiao Chen, he hated that he could not use his gaze to kill Xiao Chen. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing someone from the outer realm. He did not understand many of the local customs, sect grades, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons. After all, the Book of the Epics only recorded a general idea. It would not record everything in detail, no matter how big or small. Fei's thoughts were pure. When Xiao Chen occasionally asked questions, she would enthusiastically answer them. Xiao Chen learned that the sects were the leaders of the Great Thousand Realms. Sects were divided into 7 ranks. Below rank 7 they were all unranked sections. Any sect with a rank had at least 10,000 years of accumulations. The Tianyi sect was a rank 1 sect with a Cloud Sea Realm Supreme Elder holding down the fort. As for a rank 2 sect, it required at least 3 Cloud Sea Realm existences to be considered a rank 2 sect. Generally, second-rank sects were powerful and would control more than one great world. They did not need to be like a rank 1 sect, which controlled an entire great realm. As for rank 3 sects, they were already considered extremely strong, with divine vein realm powerhouses holding down the fort. They were absolute overlord-class existences in thousands of great realms of an astral domain. Take the Purple Sun region for example. Any random disciple of the 4 rank 3 sects would be respected by a primal core realm powerhouse. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt deeply moved. This great thousand realms truly had limitless possibilities. No wonder so many cultivators of the Kunlun realm since ancient times stepped onto the Kunlun road without hesitation. It was getting late, so Xiao Chen took his leave to rest. He planned to think about how to deal with that blue-clad old man. Junior sister, I'll send you back. You should be tired from the battle with the pirates today. When Xiao Chen finally left, Luo Nan immediately showed a smile. Senior brother Luo, master is looking for you. Just at this moment, a disciple walked out of the ship and spoke respectfully. Luo Nan felt depressed. After so much difficulty, he finally got a chance to be alone, but it was ruined again. Fei smiled and said, Senior brother, go and see master first. There is no danger on the ship. I can go back alone. Luo Nan stared at Fei's back in a daze. Senior brother, it's time to go. Oh, I'll go right away. Inside the tea room of the ship, after Luo Nan bowed, the blue-clad old man asked with a smile, Nana, that Xiao Chen spent so much time with the two of you. What did he say to you? Luo Nan could not help cursing in his heart. This Xiao Chen did not say a single word to me. He chatted with junior sister the entire time. Reporting to master that Xiao Chen chatted with junior sister the entire time and did not speak to me, Luo Nan said honestly, even though he felt somewhat upset. The blue-clad old man said, Yes. What did they say? Luo Nan nodded and repeated what junior sister Fei said, word for word. The more the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. Why did this sound like they were exposing their wealth? They told Xiao Chen everything about the Tianyi sect situation. Fei even gave Xiao Chen a simple summary of the two's strength. However, Xiao Chen's tone showed great respect for the two old men. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was a careless remark. Stop right there. Who's asking you all this? I'm asking what that Xiaoqin said. The half-step primal core realm old man rudely interrupted Luonan with a cold expression. Luonan spoke happily. He remembered his junior sister's words. Zhang Xian was stunned by the interruption. A Xiaoqin? He couldn't wait to kill that brat, so how could he remember what that brat said? Tell me, what did Xiaoqin say? Don't leave out a single word. The blue-robed old man said expressionlessly. I. Sensing that his master and martial uncle were somewhat angry, Luonan flushed red. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what Xiaoqin said. Master, martial uncle, I really can't remember. Please punish me. Plop. Luonan fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. Trash, what are you thinking in your head? Get out of my sight. The blue-clad old man felt enraged as he waved his hand to chase Luonan away. Luonan felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been suppressing a belly full of anger in the first place. When he finally got a chance to be alone with his junior sister, his master and martial uncle called him over and ruthlessly lectured him. What is going on? Luonan felt so depressed that he wanted to cry. The blue-clad old man could not be blamed for being angry. Originally, he wanted to dig out Xiaoqian's background with the two of them. Who could have imagined that they would not dig out anything? Instead, they ended up exposing their own background. Who could not be angry? Senior brother, this brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-clad old man showed an unfriendly expression as he snorted coldly. This brat is somewhat skilled. However, he chose the wrong opponent to fight with me. Just wait and see. Chapter 1563. Xiaoqin was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiaoqin had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiaoqin had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was scram. The word scram was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round, they were straight. When a person said scram, the subconscious thought was, if you don't scram, I'll make you scram. When Xiaoqin tore apart the black scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiaoqin had saved him. In fact, Xiaoqin had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say, scram, to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiaoqin knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the baleful energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10-odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiaoqin, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room and cold chi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiaoqin looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiaoqin, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy. He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiaoqin was cultivating the divine lightning eye amidst the hazy frost chi. The third layer of the divine lightning eye was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the divine lightning eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Dao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiaoqin was someone who comprehended the complete Saber Dao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the Mystic Een star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was Profound Een Island. The Channy sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chen and the other two. You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air. When Luonan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. We are going down ourselves? That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there. Fager looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, Master, what do we need to pay attention to? The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. Little brother Xiao Chen, these two disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of Profound Een Island. When Luonan heard that, he felt unconvinced. Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of junior sister. Our Channy sect does not need to rely on outsiders. How dare you say that? The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luonan with a stern expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Don't mind. Little brother Xiao Chen, I'll leave everything to you. Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only nodding slightly. Go on then. Don't embarrass the Channy sect. The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on Profound Een Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, Who are you? What business do you have on Profound Een Island? When Luonan and Fei-er heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luonan could rage, Xiao Chen stepped forward and said, We are disciples of the Channy sect. We are here to search for baleful Een energy. The Channy sect? Hand over the Channy sect identity token. We want to verify your identity. After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Xiao Chen and asked, You are Yi Bai. This identity token belonged to another Channy sect disciple. The words Yi Bai were carved on the back. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am Yi Bai. How can I help you? It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us. After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Xiao Chen discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful Een energy. The three of you listen up. As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, This Profound Een Island opens to the public once a year. Right now it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise they will have to bear the consequences. Luonan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Fei-er felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out. Fei-er's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, Is the competition that intense? It is just baleful Een energy, yet it is so cruel. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, Cruel? When this Profound Een Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful Een energy and baleful Yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of Profound Een Island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel. At this moment, Luonan became much more reserved. Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Channy sect. Be careful. Fei-er nodded and did not say anything more. Xiao Chen, Luonan and Fei-er followed. Soon they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore Profoundine Island. After saying that, the two armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The three casually chose one, not picky in this regard. This one. Luo Nan pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the three each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei asked out of curiosity, "Xiaoqin, my master said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of." After saying that, Luo Nan looked at Xiaoqin as well. Although he did not like Xiaoqin, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Xiaoqin looked at the two and saw the word, inexperienced, on their faces. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin said, "It is useless to say it now. When the time comes we will naturally know." Acting all mysterious, Luo Nan muttered. Then he closed his eyes and ignored Xiaoqin. Fei glanced at Xiaoqin. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Xiaoqin could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, all sect disciples heed my orders. Profoundine Island is officially open. The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Xiaoqin, Luo Nan felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Xiaoqin frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages, minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Yin fiends walked out of the stone houses. Xiaoqin casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tianyi sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Xiaoqin understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tianyi sect's Fei and Luo Nan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tianyi sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Xiaoqin had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many Yin essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Yin energy were at the Yin essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Xiaoqin pondered, it seems that in this place the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Xiaoqin and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of Mystic Yin Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Xiaoqin, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert. Xiaoqin thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Yin Island opens once a year. Now all of you can enter the interior of Mystic Yin Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profoundine Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the Yin specters, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired, black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profoundine Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profoundine Island and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man and he said, You first. I am Wei He from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the Yin Essence realm. Before the white-haired old man's gaze, no one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Fei and Luonan both felt worried for Xiaochen. If Xiaochen gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm. Xiaochen said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai? The white-haired old man exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. It's over. Luonan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiaochen remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. The Tianyi sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right? The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiaochen with a sharp gaze. Xiaochen nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today I will not advance to the Yin essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful Yin energy. The moment Xiaochen said that, he attracted the attention of several people. Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on Profound Yin Island. Go down then. The white-haired old man and the two people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiaochen's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiaochen still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the two people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiaochen settle down, Fei and Luonan heaved a sigh of relief. Luonan thought to himself, this fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good. You report your name. Lotus Sect's disciple Feng Yun, peaking essence stage. Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiaochen frowned slightly and said, Buddhist sect disciple? Xiaochen felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yun. Fader smiled and said, Does big brother Xiaochen not know? The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tianyi sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiaochen. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter Profound Yin Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luonan and Fei discussed the various dangers of Profound Yin Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this Profound Yin Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful Yin energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Feiner exclaimed in shock, that can't be right? There are even venerate level ferocious beasts? There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over and the three of them hurriedly looked over. The three of you, I am the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the three had to do the same. Ibai, just call me by my name, Xiaochen said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big Brother Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light, Wei He quickly replied humbly. Luonan looked at the other party and asked, Earlier you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know? It is just a legend. According to legend, the best baleful Yin energy on this Profound Yin Island has already existed for 10,000 years and is guarded by primal core level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak-grade baleful Yin energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei He smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is. According to legend, that baleful Yin energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. Wei He smiled and said, The Clear Feather Sect is in the Profound Light Great Realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone just listened to me. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking secret skill could also be of some use in searching for gloomy specters. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Xiaochen did not think that he could leave this profound Yin island safely after obtaining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. It was better to focus on some peak-grade baleful Yin energy. Chapter 1565. Soon it was Xiaochen's group's turn. They stepped onto the transportation formation and light flickered. 500,000 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were at a small transportation formation on a mountain peak. A few old men stood guard by the transportation formation. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month you have to leave. If you run into danger along the way and want to give up, you can come here in advance to receive protection. The few old men gave their final instructions. Xiaochen's group looked around and saw a swamp below the center of profound Yin Island. Rivers crisscrossed in the distance. Farther away there seemed to be boundless mountains. The three of you, do you want to form a team? The center of profound Yin Island is filled with danger. It would be better for us to take care of each other. Wei He smiled at Xiaochen's group of 3. Senior brother, big brother Xiao, what do you think? Fei Er felt somewhat tempted. After all, 1 more person meant 1 more force. Luonan looked at this Wei He. He looked handsome and had an extraordinary air. Before Xiaochen could answer, he quickly rejected, there's no need. Wei He smiled and said, that is really unfortunate. Let's part ways here. After the group left, Feiner said, Senior brother, why did you reject him so quickly? After all, it is a kind gesture from him. Luonan opened his mouth to say something. However, he found that he could not say anything reasonable. Xiaochen said calmly, although this way he looks friendly, he came with the sect. However, he did not leave with his fellow sect members. Either he is used to being alone, or he has a bad reputation, so his fellow sect members are not willing to bother with him. Luonan nodded and said, that's right. Senior brother, my eyes are very sharp. I noticed that this fellow was up to no good long ago. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen, you also noticed something suspicious. You have some good eyes. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. He looked around, observing the geomancy of the surroundings. Baleful Yin energy was called Earth Ghost in geomancy. It was an extremely ominous existence. Aside from some special tombs, such things would not exist near dragon veins. The more dangerous the geomancy of a place, the more likely it was to have baleful Yin energy. Wuxia. Xiaochen flew into the sky. Without Luonan and Fei Er noticing, he silently opened his heavenly eye. Within 100,000 li radius, the mountains and rivers, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the birds, the insects, and the beasts, as well as the busy disciples of the various sects, everything could be seen. Xiaochen quickly recalled the records of the dangerous geomancy lands in the Paradise Secret Canon, matching them to the terrain before him. This place is really strange. It's actually a land of death. Could it be that this mysterious Yin star itself is an ominous star? Shaking his head, Xiaochen retracted his heavenly eye and slowly descended to the ground. Big brother Xiaochen, what are you looking at? Fei Er asked curiously. Xiaochen said honestly, let me see if I can find some places where baleful Yin energy is hidden. So godly? Yin energy is hidden underground. Could it be that your eyes can see through it? Everyone relies on luck to find baleful Yin energy. When you reach a place where baleful Yin energy is hidden, you will naturally sense it. Luonan did not fall for Xiaochen's trick. He said in disdain, Junior sister, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will find good baleful Yin energy. Xiaochen did not refute. Luonan was right. This was how the sect disciples of Profound Yin Island searched for baleful Yin energy. However, this method was not only inefficient, but it also could not find baleful Yin energy that was more than 1,000 years old. As time passed, the baleful Yin energy absorbed increased, and the baleful Yin energy would continuously sink. Even when the baleful Yin energy was deep underground, the baleful Yin energy that could be sensed was mostly 100 years old or several hundred years old. After looking in a direction, Xiaochen walked over based on his memory. Xiaochen remembered that there was a dangerous geomancy land in the northwest. The land was away from the sun, and the surroundings were steep. Scattered starlight fell from the sky, surrounding many withered trees. Senior brother, follow big brother Xiao. Trust him. After Fei Er reminded Xiaochen, she followed after Xiaochen. You want me to follow him? Dream on. Luonan said furiously, feeling incredibly frustrated. After about 7 minutes, Luonan, who was at the back of the group, silently followed behind Xiao Qin and Fei Er with a sullen expression. Fei Er smiled and said, "Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Luo Nan blushed slightly. "I was just worried about junior sister's safety." Fei Er covered her mouth and giggled endlessly, making Luo Nan feel even more embarrassed. After a long time, Xiao Qin stopped in front of a flat ground. Xiao Qin raised his head to look at the sky, then at the surrounding terrain. Then he made some calculations in his heart. Xiao Qin was confident in using feng shui to find spirit veins and tombs. However, he did not dare to be careless when searching for baleful energy. He could only say that there was a high possibility. Success or failure depended on luck. However, one thing was certain. Either he couldn't find it, or once Xiao Qin found it, the yin energy was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Therefore, even if there were occasional mistakes, it could be tolerated. "There is baleful yin energy in this place? Junior sister, you don't really believe it, right?" Luo Nan closed his eyes and sensed. Not to mention the aura of baleful yin energy, he did not even feel yin-attributed energy. Fei Er rolled her eyes at Luo Nan. Then she looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "Big brother Xiao Qin, is there really baleful yin energy in this place?" Xiao Qin answered honestly, "I don't dare to be sure either. I can only say that there is a chance." "In that case, let's give it a try. Big brother Xiao Qin, what should we do?" Fei Er encouraged Xiao Qin. She rather trusted him. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "You should just call me Yi Bai here. It would not be good to give myself away." Fei Er stuck out her tongue and said, "All right, I understand, senior brother Yi Bai. Junior sister, let's go quickly. We cannot waste any more time. It would be too unfortunate if we do not find a single baleful yin energy in 1 month." Fei Er smiled and said, "Let's give it a try. Senior brother, go and help out. Senior brother Yi Bai, it's time to make a move." Luo Nan was not willing. However, since Fei Er gave the order, he could not disobey. Luo Nan drew out a divine weapon, infused his veritable essence energy into it and stabbed it down. The ground immediately cracked, giving off loud sounds. Luo Nan, who was responsible for keeping watch, quickly sent out a hand seal. Space trembled slightly, scattering the loud sounds in the air. It was not enough to startle everyone. Xiao Qin glanced at Luo Nan and smiled to himself. This person really listened to his junior sister. Even though Luo Nan clearly did not like Xiao Qin, he still did his best to keep watch. As the crack in the ground deepened, there was still no baleful yin energy. Fei Er slowly revealed a disappointed expression. "Ah, how is it? I told you that there is no baleful yin energy, right?" Luo Nan said with a smile at some point in time, revealing a cocky expression. Fei Er gave Luo Nan a strange look. "Senior brother, why are you so happy that there is no baleful yin energy? Could it be that you are not here to search for baleful yin energy?" "Of course not," Luo Nan quickly denied. "Then why are you smiling?" Seeing Fei Er's innocent eyes, Luo Nan could no longer smile. If he continued, he would become a fool again. "You two stand guard above for a while. I'll go down and take a look." Xiao Qin, who had been staring down, did not hear what the two said. Right after he spoke, he jumped down. This startled Luo Nan and Fei. The environment of Profound Yin Island's interior was complicated, even more dangerous than the surface. How could he jump down on a whim? "Junior sister, stand guard. I'll go down and take a look. This fellow is too rash." Fei Er nodded and said, "In that case, senior brother, be careful." Luo Nan smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. This senior brother is not as rash as that white-clad brat. I will definitely be fine." The crack was very deep. The further down he went, the heavier the cold qi and yin-attributed energy. When Luo Nan landed, he fell heavily. It turned out that Luo Nan had not noticed the cold qi. His legs had already gone numb, and he could not feel anything before he touched anything. The moment Luo Nan touched the ground, he fell over and over. When Luo Nan managed to stand up after much difficulty, he saw a white figure flash in front, so he quickly gave chase. Bang! Luo Nan only cared about chasing after Xiao Qin, not knowing to lower his head. So, his head crashed into the wall again. As Luo Nan chased after Xiao Qin, he panted. Even after putting in all his effort, he could only see a white figure. The underground environment was very complicated, so Luo Nan suffered a lot as he stumbled around. Fortunately, he did not run into any ferocious beasts as he followed Xiao Qin. After some time, Luo Nan sensed that the white figure in front finally stopped. Luo Nan's eyes lit up and he rushed over. Ignoring his aching body, tattered clothes and sorry state, he panted, "I finally found you. Follow me, so cold, what's going on?" Suddenly Luonan felt that something was wrong. Only then did he discover the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of Xiao Qin. The entire area was filled with Yin-attributed energy. Even Luonan felt a chill in his bones. Luonan looked around and saw a black, sinister wind silently gathering at the limits of the area, giving off a cold light. Baleful Yin energy. Chapter 1566. Luonan shivered when he verified that he did not see wrong. There really was a clump of baleful Yin energy in front. Based on the light it gave off and its color, it was definitely at least 1,000 years old. Then Luonan swept his gaze across the ferocious beast corpse in front of Xiao Qin, feeling somewhat incredulous. To think that Xiao Qin dealt with the ferocious beast guarding the baleful Yin energy in such a short time. Xiao Qin turned his head and glanced at Luonan. Finding it strange, he asked, "How did you end up like this?" Luonan's clothes were tattered and he looked haggard. Scratches covered his face. The other party had been following behind Luonan, but there had been no battle. Who knew? The moment Xiao Qin said that, Luonan immediately became angry. This fellow. If not for him, how could I end up in such a sorry state? To think that he even asked why. He must be doing this on purpose to anger me. Senior brother Luonan, senior brother Xiao Qin, are you there? Just as Luonan was about to lose his temper, his junior sister's voice rang out from behind. Luonan glared at Xiao Qin and said, "The interior of Profound Yin Island is incredibly dangerous. If not on account of junior sister, I definitely would not care about you. I won't bother with you this time." After saying that, Luonan turned around to lead Fei-er over. 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy? After seeing the baleful Yin energy, Fei-er's expression filled with pleasant surprise. "Senior brother Yi Bai, you really found it? You are really incredible." Luonan coughed a few times to show that he had found it as well. Fei-er smiled and said, "Senior brother Luonan is incredible as well. It was not easy for you to be injured to this extent." Fei-er glanced at the ferocious beast corpse in front and then at Luonan's injuries. Her first impression was that Luonan killed the ferocious beast. Xiao Qin smiled and did not refute. Feeling embarrassed, Luonan quickly changed the topic. "This 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is sufficient for the three of us to advance to the Yin essence stage at the same time. With such a high-quality baleful Yin energy, the quality of the Yin essence energy we condense will definitely be extraordinary." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "We need to ensure that the baleful Yin energy is complete for it to bring out its greatest effect. After refining a complete strand of Yin energy, the primordial Yin energy will be even purer. When the time comes, the primordial core that I condense will also be of a higher grade." This was what Xiao Qin had seen in the Book of the Epics. However, most cultivators rarely had such conditions. Ordinary cultivators used Yin essence stones. Being able to absorb Yin essence energy from baleful Yin energy was already a great blessing. Who would dare to think of refining the complete baleful Yin energy? Only the elite disciples of third-rank sects, the disciples of great clans, or the peerless geniuses who possessed the bloodline of the desolate era could have such conditions. Luonan immediately said angrily, "You aren't thinking of monopolizing this baleful Yin energy, right?" Fei-er quickly advised, "Senior brother, don't be angry. Big brother Xiao Qin definitely does not mean that." Xiao Qin's expression was calm. He took 2 steps back and said, "Choose for yourselves. This baleful Yin energy is not suitable for me." The moment Xiao Qin said that, Luonan and Fei-er immediately felt stunned. "I already said that big brother Xiao Qin is not that kind of person, right? You still do not believe me," Fei-er said as she rolled her eyes at Luonan, making Luonan feel very uncomfortable. "Senior brother, your talent is higher than mine. You can refine this baleful Yin energy. Remember to apologize to big brother Xiao Qin later." "Junior sister, how can I do that? Furthermore, I cannot apologize to him." "What's wrong? You are not going to listen to me?" Behind, Xiao Qin smiled faintly as he watched the two speak. Since coming out of the Kunlun realm, he had felt a rare warmth from the two. This baleful Yin energy was indeed not suitable for him. His goal was very clear. He needed a baleful Yin energy that was at least 5,000 years old. To become a deity, one had to first become a human. In the veritable personage realm, one had to lay a good foundation. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The process of refining baleful Yin energy was an extremely dangerous process. If one was not careful, one might suffer a backlash from the baleful Yin energy. This would injure all the meridians in one's body. Hence, one needed someone to protect them. Fei-er accompanied Xiao Qin the entire time. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Qin continued to cultivate the Divine Lightning Eye's 4th layer. Aside from refining the Cycle Throne, Xiao Chen spent most of his time on the ship on cultivating the divine lightning eye. Xiao Chen could already layer 6 lightning tribulations. However, he was not very familiar with them. His success rate was not high yet, so it could not be considered a true breakthrough. More importantly, there were too many people watching, so he could not truly execute it. Xiao Chen, little yellow feather is about to wake up. It can already communicate with me. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he revealed a smile on his face. This little fellow is finally coming out. It looks like the solar true flame of the Zodiac Hall is still somewhat effective. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he would have to wait another 100 years. Being able to wake up so quickly was a pleasant surprise. It told me that when it woke up this time, it even recovered some of its memories from its previous life. Take good care of it first. Remember, don't let it mess around. This place is not that difficult. Yes. Half a day later, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a strong aura spreading out. The vast veritable essence energy contained an extremely cold energy. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost covered the surface of the cave. Crack, crack. When the cold wind blew, countless frozen rocks fell down and turned into ice shards flying everywhere. It looked like countless snowflakes drifted in the cave. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and 6 spinning purple petals flashed in his right eye. Success. Luo Nan successfully refined this 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and formally advanced to the Yin essence stage. As an elite disciple of the Tianyi sect, Luo Nan had been stuck at the veritable essence stage for more than a year, unable to advance. Now that he finally had this opportunity, refining a complete strand of baleful Yin energy, his strength naturally soared. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the frost covering his body fell off, unable to penetrate his physical body. Junior sister, I successfully refined this strand of baleful Yin energy. Luo Nan's complexion glowed, and the injuries on his face vanished. His aura seemed to have changed significantly. Fei Er smiled and said, I just knew that senior brother could do it. Quickly, go and apologize to big brother Xiao Chen. If not for him, how could you have such an opportunity? You should know that not just anyone can enjoy a complete baleful Yin energy, even a rank 3 sect disciple. At this moment, Luo Nan felt incredibly confident. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he was filled with the pride of a superior. In the past, Luo Nan found Xiao Chen pleasing to the eye. Now he felt that Xiao Chen was not a match for him at all, that they were not on the same level. Apologizing to Xiao Chen was no big deal. Luo Nan casually stepped forward and smiled. Sorry for the earlier offense. Xiao Chen sorry. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the other party, he nodded and said, Congratulations. For some reason, when Luo Nan heard these 2 simple words, he felt his pride vanish without a trace. After the 3 collected all the nearby Yin essence stones, they walked out of the crack. By the time they came out, the sky was already dark. The 3 set up a bonfire and decided to rest for the night. Xiao Chen stood up and said, I'll stand guard. There's no need. Let senior brother Luo Nan stand guard. Senior brother Yi Bai should be rather tired today, Fei Er said quickly, not wanting Xiao Chen to be so tired. Luo Nan also volunteered, saying, Xiao Chen just rest well. With my current strength, it would be more suitable for me to stand guard. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. Since this person wants to fight, let him. Stars dotted the sky and the night sky was beautiful. By the bonfire, Xiao Chen took out a flask of wine and started drinking alone. The wine was the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chen brewed. However, he did not feel happy drinking it today, feeling somewhat bitter. He wondered how his old friends in the Kunlun realm were doing. Fei Er's bright eyes looked bright in the night. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she asked, Senior brother Yi Bai, why do you always look like you have something on your mind? Something on my mind? Xiao Chen did not deny it. Then he left the familiar Kunlun realm alone, thinking about his old friends who died in the demonic calamity. He felt like it was yesterday. The great 1,000 realms were boundless and boundless. He deeply understood how insignificant he was. He felt lonely, sad, and somewhat hesitant. How could he let go of these? There was also the Black Lotus Church, the faction that caused the demonic calamity in the Kunlun realm. He did not know when he would be able to uproot it. He also did not know if elder sister Ryue was doing well. Xiao Chen changed the topic. He smiled and said, Junior sister Fei Er seems to like senior brother Luo Nan a lot. Fei Er blushed and said somewhat helplessly, even big brother Xiao Chen, an outsider, can tell. However, senior brother Luo Nan cannot. However, everything about senior brother Luo Nan is good. He is just somewhat. Somewhat what? He lacks some of his manliness. I like great heroes. Senior brother is sometimes somewhat childish. Xiao Qin smiled and said, one day he will become a great hero for you. Fei squinted slightly. Her large eyes, which had some baby fat on her face, looked exceptionally cute. I hope so. At the same time, the half-step primal core realm old man on the Tianyi sect's ship received a piece of top-secret news. When the blue-clad old man heard it, his expression turned grave. Is this news true? This news was simply too shocking. Unexpectedly, the sect sent a portrait saying that this person was wanted by the Black Lotus Church and told them to keep an eye out for him. It is absolutely true. The news came from the Lotus sect leader. He accidentally leaked it to our Great Thousand Realms. Rumor has it that the Black Lotus Church has already issued a bounty for all its subordinate factions. The blue-clad old man said gravely, to think that this fellow actually has a connection to a huge faction like the Black Lotus Church. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? There's no need. Although we are not a subordinate faction of the Black Lotus Church, we will still be rewarded for killing him. For the sake of the Black Lotus Church's rewards, we can bear this price, the blue-clad old man said coldly and emotionlessly. A murderous intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 1567. The night was beautiful. Xiao Qin, who was drinking the thousand-year flame, did not know. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man knew of Xiao Qian's conflict with the Black Lotus Church because of a leaked arrest warrant. He was prepared to completely fall out with him and stop dealing with him. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from him, there was also a bonfire. A man and a woman were chatting as they warmed themselves by the fire. The two of them came from another great world and came from the same sect, the Spirit Star Palace. The man was called Bai Feng and the woman was Lu Yi. They were the junior brother and junior sister. Due to their high strength and deep relationship, the two of them did not move together with other disciples. There was no lack of such groups in the hinterlands of Profound Yin Island. After all, it was better to distribute baleful Yin energy with as few people as possible. Senior brother, we're really lucky. 300 years of Yin energy. Lu Yi said happily with a smile on his face. It is only 300 years of baleful Yin energy. It is nothing. It is not enough for us to reach the peak of the Yin essence stage. We were quite lucky. We were randomly chasing a ferocious beast, but we didn't expect to accidentally sense the existence of Yin spirits. Bai Feng shook his head, not satisfied. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious. We should be more careful from now on. It seems like someone is watching us while we are absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Senior brother, you're worrying too much. We've already walked so far and checked several times. We've already shaken off that person. Lu Yi said nonchalantly. It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's not sleep tonight. And I'll listen to senior brother. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bonfire swayed left and right. Who is it? Bai Feng and Lu Yi showed stunned expressions as they stood up at the same time warily. So it's a friend from the Spirit Star Palace. Don't be nervous, I am the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. I was just chased by a ferocious beast, and it wasn't easy for me to get rid of it. When I saw the fire here, I came over. In the darkness, Wei He revealed an expression of pleasant surprise as he looked at the two. Seeing that it was only the other party, Bai Feng and Lu Yi heaved sighs of relief. So, it is the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. However, my junior sister and I do not accept outsiders as our team. Since you're alone, please leave. Bai Feng calmly asked the guest to leave. It was the middle of the night, and the other party clearly wanted to be his partner. Naturally, he would not allow it. Wei He smiled in surprise. I did not even say anything, and brother Bai already guessed my intentions. In that case, I will not force you. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A terrified scream rang out in the dark night, and then abruptly stopped. Junior sister. Bai Feng cried out in pain. In that instant earlier, his junior sister, who had lost her vigilance, fell to Wei He's hands. So. A strong wind blew, and in the darkness, a few more figures appeared. Bai Feng focused his mental energy in his eyes. The darkness of the night could not obstruct his vision. He looked at the approaching people with a livid expression. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Clear Feather Sect, Lotus Sect Temples Feng Yun Flying Cloud Manners to Oba Lang. I will definitely kill you all to take revenge for junior sister. Aside from Wei He, there were 4 other people. They were all Yin Essence stage experts. Wei He sneered, Revenge? Don't think too much about it. Don't worry, I'll send you and your junior sister back to the sect later. Ah. It is just in the netherworld. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun laughed loudly and charged over with the other 4. After a while, Bai Feng, who fought 1 against 5, fell into a pool of blood, dying unwillingly. As Wei He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, he said coldly, "Brother Feng Yun, it is your turn." The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun smiled faintly. Then he formed hand seals and a lotus flower appeared under his feet. A black Buddha image appeared behind him, and the baleful Yin energy in the 2 corpses was slowly forced out. The 2 had just refined the baleful Yin energy and had not completely merged the Yin essence energy with their flesh. Hence, the Lotus Sect Temple's method could force it out. The 5 did not say anything. They just sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed this pure baleful Yin energy, consolidating their cultivations. When the baleful Yin energy was completely absorbed, Wei He opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. This is really comfortable. If this continues, our Yin essence stage cultivation will continuously improve. This is several times better than absorbing the baleful Yin energy on our own. This is all thanks to Brother Wei He and Brother Feng Yun. Without the 2 of you working together, we would not have had such benefits, Tuoba Lang said with a smile at the soaring cloud mountain manor. Wei He said humbly, "It is mainly thanks to Brother Feng Yun. Without Brother Feng Yun's Lotus Sect seal, no matter how good my eyesight is, it would not have been enough." Wei He's eyesight was startlingly good at judging people. He could tell who had just absorbed the baleful Yin energy and who had completely refined the baleful Yin energy and merged it into their flesh. With one glance, Wei He could tell who was the target for the 5. 1 month is just the beginning. When the time comes, all of us will definitely reach peak Yin essence stage. Bai Feng's and Lu Ye's corpses were still warm, covered in blood. However, the 5 seated cross-legged chatted happily, not caring about them at all. Even though the night was dark, it could not beat the hearts of these 5. Early the next morning, just as Xiao Chen's group was preparing to depart, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring that little yellow feather was about to break out of its shell. "The 2 of you, I'll go and take a look first. Wait here for a while," Xiao Chen said to Fei and Luonan as he turned around. Luonan wished that Xiao Chen would go far away so that he could spend more time with Fei, so he quickly agreed. "Big brother Xiao Chen, be careful," Fei warned, thinking that Xiao Chen was going to search for the hiding place of the baleful Yin energy again. After leaving the 2, Xiao Chen saw that there was no one around, so he took out the golden crow egg. The golden crow egg was already covered in cracks. Soon the eggshell completely shattered. Then little yellow feather appeared amid the golden flames, spreading its wings. A large amount of golden light poured out. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. He flung out his sleeves and saber lights flew out. The saber lights formed a sealed saber formation, covering up all the mysterious phenomena. When the light scattered, little yellow feather, which had undergone a nirvanic rebirth, appeared before Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. Compared to the previous glistening little fellow, this time little yellow feather was covered in feathers with a withdrawn golden light. It looked rather ordinary. All its sharpness and the might of a holy beast were hidden under its feathers. Ao Jiao spread her arms wide and said joyfully, "Little yellow feather, come over quickly." Little yellow feather spread its wings and happily flew to Ao Jiao's side, chirping non-stop. The last time little yellow feather was born, it had been like a baby. Ao Jiao had brought it up single-handedly. Xiao Chen knew that little yellow feather and Ao Jiao had a good relationship. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. After a while, Ao Jiao turned her head and said, "Xiao Chen, little yellow feather said that it can help us search for baleful Yin energy. This kind of cold Yin energy conflicts with its attribute, making it very easy to find." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. The golden crow was an extremely young attributed creature. It was naturally sensitive to such baleful Yin energy and found it uncomfortable. Although the golden crow did not like it, if it was willing, it would be much easier to find the source. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Chen still rejected it. "Thank you for its kind intentions. However, it just came out, so don't let it take the risk. I have my own ways to search for baleful Yin energy." "No, it said that there is a Yin attributed energy that it particularly hates here. Even if it hides in the immortal spirit ring, it will still be able to feel it. It needs to be eliminated." Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. So the golden crow was doing this for its own good. He had thought that the golden crow had changed its character. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. It must be the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. For the golden crow to feel uncomfortable in the immortal spirit ring, it had to be the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Other baleful Yin energy would not be this horrifying. Xiao Chen said gravely, "Ao Jiao, tell it to find the source of this baleful Yin energy." However, it mustn't move alone. After it finds it, just inform me at the fastest speed. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, she quickly reminded Little Yellow Feather several times before letting it leave worriedly. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "This little fellow won't mess around, right?" "I already reminded it many times. It should not mess around," Ao Jiao said uncertainly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Never mind. Let's go back first. If anything unexpected happens, we can just leave this profound star." Over the next few days, Xiao Chen used the dragon-seeking art to search for dangerous lands. Perhaps Xiao Chen used up all his luck on the first day. After searching several times, Xiao Chen and the others did not find any baleful energy. Instead, they ran into danger. Finally, just as Luonan could no longer endure it, the three found another 1,000-year-old baleful energy 10 days later. Xiao Chen did not say anything. No matter how Fei-er rejected, he gave up this baleful energy to her. When Fei-er successfully refined this baleful energy, the three came out of the crack. "Brother Wei He, there are 3 people coming out of the ground. They seem to be disciples of the Chinese sect. Take a look and see if they found anything." The scene of the 3 coming out happened to catch the attention of Wei He's group, who were searching for targets in the distance. "The Chinese sect? I have a deep impression of them. Let me take a look." Wei He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze over. Chapter 1568. After Wei He saw clearly, he nodded and said, "It is indeed the Chinese sect's people. That girl should have just refined the baleful energy not long ago. Furthermore, that baleful energy is of high quality. The baleful energy we absorbed earlier cannot compare to it. However, the Chinese sect's people are not easy to deal with, especially that Yi Bai. Even the 3 primal core realm cultivators have a whole new level of respect for him." "That's right. Out of so many people, only Yi Bai was asked a few more questions by that old man. Should we make a move?" The 5 hesitated somewhat. After all, although they were ruthless, they were not stupid. They didn't want to suffer a double loss after trying to get the bride. Just as the 5 hesitated and were about to give up, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. He said seriously, "There is no need to be so conflicted. No matter how powerful that Yi Bai is, he is just a veritable essence stage cultivator. How strong can he be? At that time we just need 2 people to delay him. As for the other 3, we can deal with Luonan and that girl after dealing with the other 2. It will be easy for the 5 of us to deal with Yi Bai. Furthermore, Brother Wei He already said that the baleful energy that girl absorbed is of extremely high quality. Why can't we take the risk?" Feng Yun's long speech swayed the other 4 somewhat. Wei He entered deep thought and said, "That Yi Bai is indeed not simple. However, if we suddenly make a move, we will still have some confidence, just like how we dealt with Bai Feng and Lu Yi." Soon the 5 of them came to a consensus and began to discuss countermeasures. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun revealed a smile. "Since we have already decided, let's discuss the details. We cannot make any mistakes," the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi said calmly. Wei He nodded and said, "Brother Tuoba is right. Otherwise, if we leave any loose ends, it will be problematic for us. I feel that we should do this." When Xiao Chen's group of 3 walked out of the crack, they did not know that they were being watched. "Senior Brother Yi Bai, many thanks. Unexpectedly, Fei-er would have such a day." Fei-er, who refined a complete strand of baleful energy, felt exceptionally happy. "You are too polite." Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. After all, he had no use for it. It was just nice to give it to someone who needed it. After Profound Island he would probably leave soon. At that time they would not have much interaction. Xiao Chen still had to go to the Profound Light Great Realm and ask around. At the very least, he had to figure out where Ancestor Dragon City was. Actually, Luonan's opinion of Xiao Chen had already changed significantly. However, when he saw how much his junior sister valued Xiao Chen, he became unhappy out of jealousy. Let's go, let's go. There's no need to speak so much." Luonan forcefully interrupted the 2. Xiao Chen stopped and raised his head to look ahead. "What's wrong?" Fei-er quickly asked. "Ah. Brother Yi Bai, Brother Luonan and Miss Fei-er, we meet again." Just at this moment, Wei He brought the other 4 people and appeared before the 3 of them. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, it's a small world. We meet again. Wei He quickly walked over and pretended to be happy as he said this with a smile. Luonan had always disliked this Wei He. Seeing Wei He smile so happily made him feel disgusted. "I am not familiar with you, yet you are smiling like a flower. Who are you showing this to?" Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. It looks like Brother Wei He has already found companions. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. Xiao Qin still knew how to put on a good show. Right. Let me introduce you. Wei He said enthusiastically, this is an outstanding disciple of the Lotus Sect Temple. This is the Flying Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuoba Yi. This is the Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yen. I have long heard of young Master Ye's great name. Brother Yi Bai, how about we travel together? We just discovered a place with baleful energy. The ferocious beasts guarding it are somewhat difficult to deal with. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun looked sincerely at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing that, Fei immediately felt tempted. Big brother Xiao Chen happened to need baleful energy. Just as Luonan was about to speak, Xiao Chen's voice projection rang out in Luonan's and Fei's ears. Prepare to attack. Don't ask too much. This group of people is preparing to kill us. Don't show any mercy. Don't show any changes in your expression. In the first place, Xiao Chen did not like Wei He. He already suspected it to be a coincidence that Wei He appeared out of nowhere. Now that he invited them, it was clear that they were going to kill them. The 5 of them had already absorbed a lot of baleful energy. Now they needed 3 more people. How could it be so good? I understand. I find this group of people very displeasing, Luonan replied in secret. He also felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a thing since he entered the world of cultivation. What? With Xiao Chen's reminder, Fei quickly startled awake. Then she demanded angrily, how can this group of people be so vicious? After interacting with Xiao Chen for so many days, Fei already trusted Xiao Chen unconditionally. She was not stupid. After calming down and thinking for a while, she understood that something was wrong with these people. Listen to me later. I'll kill Wei He first. If the 2 of you work together, that Tuoba Yi should not be able to block you. As for Feng Yun, he was someone the 3 needed to kill as well. However, he was still useful to Xiao Chen and could not be the first target to be killed. The 3 quickly discussed and quickly decided on a countermeasure. Wei He and the others had ulterior motives and did not suspect anything. Feng Yun continued, what's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not going to give us face? We are very sincere. Xiao Chen nodded and casually stepped forward. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to Wei He and said, sorry Brother Wei He. I'm afraid I'll have to let down your kind intentions. Wei He smiled and said, not at all. Brother Yi is really too polite. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's work together. While Wei He smiled, he cursed in his heart. This little bastard is really shameless. He's so vigilant, why don't you just attack him directly? Do it. Wei He sent a voice projection calling for the others to attack. However, the first to make a move was not them but Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who had already reached the most optimal position, did not give Wei He any time to react. He immediately used the sharp spirit finger to tap Wei He's forehead. The sharp spirit finger was Xiao Chen's unique secret technique. He used all the energy in his body to execute it with one finger. Xiao Chen used all the energy in his body and pointed with 2 cauldron force, the thunder domain, the ice domain, and the vast ocean-like veritable essence energy. All of them gathered at one point. Its might was so great that even a half-step primal core cultivator would find it hard to endure. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken advantage of the situation and occupied the most optimal position. Before the smile on Wei He's face faded away, his life force immediately vanished and he fell over. There were no signs of him dying. Fei and Luonan had grown up in the sect. When they worked together, they did not have perfect coordination. The instant Xiao Chen made his move, they charged at Tuoba Yi together. What's going on? Feng Yun, young Master Yen, and the others revealed extremely horrified expressions. They had not made a move yet, but Yi Bai and the others charged over. Oh no. They saw through us. Don't hold back. Kill them. Their reactions could be said to be extremely fast. After their expressions changed drastically, they immediately displayed their strongest techniques. Flying snow filling the sky. The Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yen waved his hand. Whoosh! Boundless visible icy chi directly encased Xiao Chen, and the temperature plummeted. The young Master Yen before them cultivated the will of ice pretty well. He had already condensed an innate ice crystal. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat weaker than Xiao Chen and had not comprehended a domain. Although Xiao Chen had not comprehended a domain, this flying snow filling the sky had many unique aspects. The snow filling the sky formed a great momentum, a momentum of winter arriving and sealing the world in ice. This was especially so when Xiao Chen's cultivation reached the Yin essence stage. The gentle baleful Yin energy in the flying snow made the flying snow even colder. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looked like the martial techniques of the outside world did indeed have many aspects worth praising. However, that was all. The other party had not mastered it and could not bring out the essence of this move. Lotus Flower Sword Art, Buddha's Rage. Feng Yun held his palms together and executed a sword art. A black sword light shot out of his palm. A strong wind immediately spread out, and lotus flowers danced around. A Buddhist voice roared in the sky, causing the might of this sword light to multiply. Ice domain open. With a thought, the ice domain encased Xiaochen for 1 kilometer around him. Young Master Yan's flying snow filling the sky immediately melted without a sound. As for that strand of sword light, Xiaochen gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Without drawing the saber, Xiaochen only gently rotated it, and the scabbard firmly blocked the other party's sword light. Xiaochen, who had comprehended the saber great Tao, would feel like a child dancing with the sword when facing an opponent who had not comprehended the sword Tao, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. There were too many openings and the sword move was unstable. If the Tao might leaked out, Xiaochen could easily resolve it. This battle could not be said to be very intense. The enemy had lost 2 of their men in a single exchange. Then Xiaochen easily delayed 2 people, waiting for Luonan and Luonan to finish off their opponents. This resulted in a situation of 3 against 2. Wei He's group thought very well. In the end, Xiaochen tricked them. Without much effort, under Xiaochen's intentional control, only Feng Yun remained, holding on bitterly. Xiaochen wanted to capture this person alive. Chapter 1569. Wei He's group of 5 surrounded Xiaochen. At this moment, only Feng Yun was still fighting with Xiaochen, holding on bitterly. The Lotus Sect Temple was a subsidiary sect of the Black Lotus Church in the Purple Sun region. Although they did not have much contact with the Black Lotus Church, they should have some information about the Black Lotus Church. Feng Yun, who was fighting Xiaochen, felt miserable. The more he fought, the more fearful he felt. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. No matter what kind of strong martial technique he used, he could not pose a threat to Xiaochen. Xiaochen easily dealt with them. Feng Yun's cultivation approached the peak of the yin-yang realm. However, before Xiaochen, a veritable essence stage cultivator, he felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was especially so when Xiaochen drew his saber. Saber intent spread out in all directions, sealing off all of Feng Yun's escape routes. Lotus Flower Evasion. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng Yun suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then his figure turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, scattering in all directions. Xiaochen looked around and found that the lotus flowers were hard to distinguish. He could not find any traces of the other party at all. He got away. Xiaochen felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Originally, he had been determined to obtain this Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. However, Luonan said excitedly, 5 people surrounded 3 of us. We killed 4 of them and only 1 managed to escape. It looks like these people are only SOSO. Feier said calmly, don't speak nonsense. If not for senior brother Yi by reminding us and taking the initiative, this battle would not have been so easy. This battle would not have been that easy. Xiaochen nodded and said, these 5 people are not too weak. If I got surrounded, I would not have been able to escape. This is Profound Yin Island's inner region. It is best to be more cautious. Senior brother Yi Bai, what should we do now? Feier asked as she looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The 2 of you have each absorbed a complete strand of baleful Yin energy. You have surpassed the goal of this trip. I feel that we can return first. We'll be safer there. Feier hurriedly said, no, senior apprentice brother Yi Bai, you haven't refined the baleful Yin energy yet. How can we leave? Besides, even if you find a way to refine the baleful Yin energy, we still have to protect you, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you are injured by the demonic beast? Luonan did not say anything. Luonan was indeed embarrassed to ask Luonan to leave. Suddenly, Xiaochen's expression changed. He looked into the distance. The weak connection between him and Little Yellow Feather allowed him to sense that Little Yellow Feather was currently in the middle of a huge battle. Moreover, his condition didn't seem to be very good. Without thinking too much, Xiaochen quickly rushed over to the place where the incident happened. Feier and Luonan did not know what was going on, so they quickly followed behind. In the depths of the Profound Yin Island, there was a mountain range called the Profound Yin Mountain. Strange beasts roamed the mountain range, powerful and vicious. It was a forbidden land. Very few sect disciples would go to search for baleful Yin energy. There were too many ferocious beasts in that place. Most of the people who went did not return. At this moment, a giant bird with a golden luster was flying through the mountains. From time to time, it would let out an incomparably noisy cackle. Roar. The one that roared was a black ferocious beast that looked like a ferocious tiger, possessing the strength of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Little Yellow Feather had stolen and eaten 1,000-leaf fruit that it had guarded for 500 years. When it roared, all the beasts in the mountains were startled and ran in panic. The sound waves snapped several large trees. On the ground, there was also a 1-kilometer-long snake spitting out its forked tongue as it looked coldly at the giant yellow bird in the sky. Everywhere it passed, cold chi penetrated 100 meters into the ground, directly turning the ground into frozen soil. The snake was very angry. This giant yellow bird had roasted and eaten the eggs in its nest. There was also a gargantuan golden-tailed eagle in the sky, closely following it. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that half of this golden-tailed eagle's feathers were charred. Aside from this, there were many ferocious beasts rushing over from the mountains. All of them were peak Yang essence stage ferocious beasts. A careful count showed that Little Yellow Feather had provoked at least 10 ferocious beasts. At this level, ferocious beasts were extremely intelligent. They raged, wishing that they could swallow this Little Yellow Feather alive. My goodness, I've gone a little too far this time. Although Little Yellow Feather could not speak yet, it had already gained intelligence. Its eyes looked around and it was somewhat frightened. Little Yellow Feather had provoked too many ferocious beasts, so they surrounded it. Even so, Little Yellow Feather's nimble speed allowed it to dodge many attacks while surrounded. Sometimes, Little Yellow Feather even spat out flames, burning those ferocious beasts and making them cry out in pain. Every time this happened, even though the little fellow knew that it was dangerous, it could not help laughing cockily. When Xiaoqin arrived before Profound Yin Mountain, Fei and Luonan were stunned. Senior brother Yi Bai, this Profound Yin Mountain is very dangerous. Before we come out, Master instructed us to absolutely not go in. Fei revealed a worried expression in her eyes. Luonan listened carefully. The ferocious roars of many terrifying ferocious beasts came from the mountain range. What's going on? The ferocious beasts in this mountain are very angry. Luonan felt somewhat startled and could not help taking a few steps back. Xiaoqin thought for a while. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and slowly soared into the air, flying towards Profound Yin Mountain. Fei shook her head but followed after. Junior sister. Luonan gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three saw the scene of 10-odd ferocious beasts surrounding and killing Little Yellow Feather. Luonan exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Where did this huge yellow-feathered bird come from? How arrogant!" Xiaoqin replied calmly, "My spirit pet." When Luonan heard that, he exclaimed in shock, "Your spirit pet?" Fei asked directly, "Big brother Xiaoqin, are you going to save it?" Xiaoqin nodded. However, his expression was rather unsightly. This little fellow wanted it to go look for 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After not seeing it for a few days, it created such a huge mess. Luonan said sullenly, "That is 10-odd ferocious beasts. There is even a half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger. Isn't that too risky? I can't care about that anymore. You all should back off first." Right after Luonan spoke, Xiaoqin quickly descended. "Little human, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, several messages appeared in his mind. Xiaoqin was not surprised. Ferocious beasts that had cultivated to this level would more or less have some intelligence. "It's my spiritual pet. I'm taking it away. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry." Fei and Luonan were greatly startled. Xiaoqin, who had jumped down rashly, actually did not get eaten by this group of ferocious beasts. Berserk beasts had been honed in the cruel wild environment for a long time, and their instincts were the most accurate. When Xiaoqin landed, the young essence stage ferocious beast felt its heart palpitate and immediately hesitated. Even though he was infuriated, he did not make a move on the spot. "Bastard, it roasted my snake egg. How can I let it go? My old nest in the mountains has been burned down by it. I can't bear it. Scram, you must swallow it alive." A series of furious voice projections rang out in Xiaoqian's mind, giving him a headache. Xiaoqin turned his head and looked at Little Yellow Feather, who had already turned into an obedient bird. Then he smiled and said, "I didn't realize that you have such talent in the past. Incredible." Little Yellow Feather puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, thinking that Xiaoqin was praising it. "Little fellow, we ferocious beasts have an agreement with your sect. Profound Yin Mountain is a forbidden land. If we don't go down the mountain to eat sect disciples, the sect will not interfere in our business. That half-step primal core realm ink flame tiger stepped forward and gave off a tyrannical air. Then it continued sending a voice projection. I'll give you two choices. The first is to obediently retreat, and we will pretend that we did not discover you. The second is to stay. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood to raise our cultivation. Chapter 1570. Roar. Xiao Chen's mockery immediately stirred up the violent ink flame tiger's temper. It roared ferociously and launched itself at Xiao Chen. The ink flame tiger moved very fast, tearing through space like a beam of black light, disappearing in a flash. Right after the ink flame tiger spoke, its gargantuan body appeared before Xiao Chen. This development startled Xiao Chen slightly. Unexpectedly, this ink flame tiger was so fast. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. In the blink of an eye, he left behind several afterimages on the ground. Cassie. The afterimages shattered. When Xiao Chen retreated far away and found his footing, two crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. Blood seeped through his white robe and dyed a large area red. Luo Nan exclaimed softly, "How did this fellow cultivate his physical body? To think that he only suffered superficial wounds from the ink flame tiger's attack." "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Fei paced around anxiously. She had a kind heart. When she saw Xiao Chen, who had helped her and her senior brother, in danger, she immediately started worrying. When Luo Nan heard this, he quickly pulled Fei behind him and took a few steps back. Then he said, "At this moment, not interfering is the best help. His aura can suppress those Yang essence stage ferocious beasts. This already explains a lot. If we go down and help, those Yang essence stage ferocious beasts will immediately tear us to shreds. If we try to save us, we will end up distracting Xiao Chen. Believe in Xiao Chen. Since he dares to go down, he must be confident." Although Luo Nan was upset that his junior sister was so worried about Xiao Chen, he still did his best to calm Fei down for her sake. Below, Xiao Chen looked at the wound on his chest. Unexpectedly, the other party's claws were so sharp. They were much stronger than the golden-rimmed demon-tone bat. Xiao Chen no longer dared to be careless. He needed to use his full power to deal with such a half-step primal core ferocious beast. When the other ferocious beasts saw the ink flame tiger rage, they did not dare to interfere. This was good. Since coming to the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao Chen had never truly fought at full power before. He would use this battle to test his own strength. Xiao Chen waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Then he looked up at the ink flame tiger and unleashed his Dao might. The ink flame tiger felt a wave of pressure, and it roared somewhat impatiently. The ferocious aura emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a thick black smoke that soared into the sky. This scene was immediately sensed by the guards of the Profound Een Island stronghold. The ferocious beasts of Mystic Een Mountain are on a rampage again. Should we go and take a look? What is there to see? Every year there are people who are not afraid of death wanting to go to the Profound Een Mountain. If the old monster of Mystic Een Mountain is provoked, then it will be a big problem. You're right. In Profound Een Mountain, Xiao Chen faced the ink flame tiger that had forced out all of its baleful aura. Feeling a trace of pressure, the might of the great Tao slowly condensed into a point. The roaring ink flame tiger roared at Xiao Chen and a berserk aura surged towards Xiao Chen. "Tao." Xiao Chen said softly, and the great Tao energy that he condensed into a point soared up by 1 meter. Then his aura clashed without fear. Boom. Amid loud sounds, the two berserk auras clashed, neither giving way to the other. Many ferocious beasts within 50,000 kilometers fled in panic. Countless birds soared into the air. Kill? Xiao Chen drew his saber and immediately charged out to deal with such ferocious beasts. There was no other way but to be even more ruthless than it, even more ferocious. After 20 years of experience in the Kunlun realm, the Emperor's Road, the demonic calamity, and the baptism of countless great battles, Xiao Chen's killing chi was heavy and stable, far from what this ink flame tiger could compare to. In this clash, this ink flame tiger's baleful aura was actually slightly weaker than Xiao Chen's. Rumble. Loud sounds rang out endlessly. One man and one beast fought in this mountain forest. Xiao Chen used the flawless saber technique together with the yin-yang saber domain to support his great Tao energy. He did not need to use Dermic World or the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, just his saber techniques and strong physical body. He was evenly matched with the ink flame tiger, not at all inferior. His white robes were dyed red, and there were many wounds all over his body. However, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. The saber light flickered and reflected in his eyes. His eyes revealed a calm and ferocious look, startling the surrounding ferocious beasts. The ink flame tiger didn't have it easy either. Although it was a ferocious beast, it had the advantage of having thick skin and thick flesh. However, Xiao Qian's saber energy was infused with great Tao energy, allowing it to permeate his body every time. This made it extremely uncomfortable, and many cracks appeared in its internal organs. Whoosh! The trembling man and beast moved away from each other. The ink flame tiger crawled on all fours, roaring continuously. Its ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. As it panted, black flames surged and danced all over its body. In the ink flame tiger's memory, there had never been such a ferocious sect disciple. Just at the veritable essence stage, he could force it into such a miserable state. If the ink flame tiger could not kill this white-clad bladesman today, it would not have a foothold in Profound Yin Mountain in the future. Xiao Qian stood upright while holding his saber. The ink flame tiger before him was harder to deal with than he imagined. Even in the Kunlun realm, few people would be able to break the defense of that fur. Furthermore, its speed was even faster than lightning. The other party's slender, streamlined body gave it a natural advantage in terms of speed. For a long time, Xiao Qian had been very confident in his movement technique. However, his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, all from the other party using speed to forcibly break through his saber light. However, everything was still within Xiao Qian's control. He had not used any of his 4 trump cards yet. As long as he used any one of them, he could immediately turn the situation around. Chapter 1571. The 10,000-year-old Yin energy had been found? Xiao Qian was delighted, but in the blink of an eye, he calmed down. Blondie had always been unreliable. Look at what it had done in the mysterious Yin Mountain. Roasting snake eggs, stealing spirit herbs guarded by others, burning bird nests. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't be too convinced. Xiao Qian asked suspiciously, "Is that place safe?" "Safe, very safe. There is only a small snake there," Ao Jiao said. Regardless of whether it was safe or not, he had to rest for a while and recover his yuan qi. After calling out to Fei Er and Luo Nan, Xiao Qian found a quiet place and sat down to recover his exhausted essence. The battle just now could be said to be incomparably delightful. This also allowed Xiao Qian to recognize his own strength. If he did not use his trump cards, he would be on par with a half-step primal core cultivator. It was hard to tell who would win. After all, half-step primal core realm cultivators were not like ferocious beasts. Their combat experience and intelligence were higher than ferocious beasts. No matter how ferocious a beast was, it could not be more dangerous than a human's heart. At the same time, Xiao Qian also realized the shortcomings of his movement technique. He seemed to be invincible among his peers. However, when he ran into this ink flame tiger, he suffered greatly. The other party's straightforward attacks were truly fast to the point that he could not predict them. There were still many areas that needed to be improved upon. Movement techniques generally consisted of 2 points. One was speed and the other was evasion. The fish dragon art mainly focused on changing one's surroundings, dodging within a small area. It was derived from the spirit fish of the immortal world and strengthened. The area that needed to be improved should be short-range ambushes, in other words, pure speed. Thoughts flashed through Xiao Qian's mind. The ink flame tiger leaped like thunder, launching surprise attacks faster than lightning. There were many things that could be used for reference. While Xiao Qian was recuperating and recovering his essence, Feng Yun, who had executed a life-saving evasion technique and turned into thousands of lotus leaves, was also on the other side. It was also at this moment that he revealed himself. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his body was clearly much weaker than before. That life-saving escape technique obviously couldn't be used rashly, as the price would be unbearable. How unlucky, I actually used this life-saving escape technique in front of a true energy realm. Feng Yun leaned against the wall, touched his wound and said weakly. At the same time his mind was spinning. He had long recognized Xiao Qian as the person on the wanted list issued by the sect. Now he seemed to understand why the sect had ordered him to keep a low profile when he saw this person. All Xiao Qian needed to do was report the exact location and wait for the Black Lotus Church's church master to personally send someone over. After all, the Black Lotus Church was not in this astral region. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, the black-faced sect leader still regarded Xiao Qian with such importance. It was clear that Xiao Qian was not an ordinary person. Initially he was thinking of capturing Xiao Qian alive and bringing him back to the sect to claim the credit. But from the looks of it now, that was no longer possible. As long as he could return alive and report the news of Xiaoqin, everything would be fine. What is this place? It's so cold. Feng Yun looked around, tightened his clothes and asked doubtfully. Back then, in order to escape for his life, he randomly chose a direction and flew for half a day. As a result, Feng Yun had no idea where he was now. There was a small river not far away. Strange. It is just ordinary river water. Why is the surroundings so frighteningly cold? Feng Yun startled awake. Only then did he discover that he was in an extremely remote place that he had never heard of before. After checking the river water, Feng Yun did not discover anything special. Just as Feng Yun was feeling bewildered, he stumbled and fell into the river. The rapid flow of the river swept him to the bottom of the river in an instant. A bone-chilling cold immediately froze Feng Yun's body. Oh no! I was already severely injured by Xiaoqin in the first place, so I risked my life to use an evasion technique. Injuries upon injuries, could it be that I, Feng Yun, am going to drown to death? In his daze, Feng Yun maintained a trace of consciousness, doing his best not to faint. PFFF. After some time, Feng Yun coughed a few times and spat out a large mouthful of cold water. It turned out that he had been washed to a shallow part of an underground river. In his fluster, Feng Yun quickly got up in a sorry state. After calming down and recovering some essence, Feng Yun's complexion improved significantly. He cautiously looked around and walked along the underground river. After a while, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Baleful energy. Feng Yun felt an extremely dense baleful energy. He had never come in contact with such strong baleful energy before. Even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. When Feng Yun thought of a certain legend on Profoundine Island, his body trembled in excitement. Could it be 10,000-year-old baleful energy? Even if it isn't, it should be several thousand years old. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune. Is this my fortuitous encounter? Just as Feng Yun was about to walk forward, he calmly stopped. No. Even if I were at my peak, it would be difficult for me to hunt for 1,000-year-old baleful energy. Furthermore, in my current state, it might be 10,000-year-old baleful energy. No matter how great a fortuitous encounter was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Just me alone won't do. I have to work with others. They have to be the strongest of the sect disciples. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. At this moment, many candidates appeared in Feng Yun's mind. For example, the Clear Feather sect's first senior brother, who was much stronger than Wei He. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners to Oba Yun. These were the disciples of the various major sects, the leaders of this trip to Profoundine Island. At this moment, they should be leading their junior brothers on an adventure. Aside from ensuring their own harvest, they also had the responsibility of taking care of their junior brothers. Settled then. After making up his mind, Feng Yun left behind a set of coordinates and quickly left. If 100 people absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy, it would be a great opportunity. He did not have to worry about sharing it with others. On the other side, Xiaoqin's group of 3 who had rested, quickly moved about under Little Yellow Feather's lead. Luonan exclaimed excitedly, "Is it really 10,000-year-old baleful energy? This is a great opportunity." Feina rolled her eyes at Luonan and said, "Why are you so excited? Just protect Big Brother Xiaoqin later. Don't get any ideas about the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Big Brother Xiaoqin already found 1,000-year-old baleful energy for us. This is already a rare opportunity." When Xiaoqin heard that, he smiled. He rather liked Feiyer's character. She was pure, naive and knew how to be grateful. As for Luonan, although Xiaoqin was disrespectful to Luonan, that was only because he was jealous. Luonan's character was not that bad. With the two of them protecting him, Xiaoqin felt much more at ease. "Xiaoqin, why do you not seem anxious at all?" Luonan asked, finding it strange when he saw Xiaoqin's calm expression. Even an outsider like Luonan felt extremely excited about the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. To think that Xiaoqin remained calm, his mental state like a 1,000-year-old ancient lake. "If one day you experience as much as I did, you will be like me," Xiaoqin said calmly with a faint smile. Luonan's lips twitched as he said, "You make it sound like you experienced a lot of things." "Oh right, where did your yellow-feathered bird get its spirit pet?" "I don't know what kind of bird it is. It is very skinny and unprepossessing, but it is very arrogant. To think that you actually managed to find 10,000-year-old baleful energy for it." Boom. Right after Luonan spoke, a flame flew over. Caught off guard, half of Luonan's hair burned off. This startled Luonan. He jumped up and down, putting in a lot of effort before he managed to extinguish the flame. Junior sister, don't stop me. Today I have to teach this yellow-feathered bird a lesson. In the blink of an eye, half of Luo Nan's hair was burned off. A charred smell spread from his head and white smoke rose. Luo Nan was so frustrated that he felt like exploding. Fader, who was currently tidying Luo Nan's hair, smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm not stopping you. However, that bird dares to provoke 10-odd ferocious beasts. Are you sure you want to seek trouble with it?" "Hey big brother," Xiaoqin stopped. "We should have reached the place. Let's quickly go and take a look." Under Little Yellow Feather's guidance, the three entered the river and sank along with it. Gurgle. Water splashed everywhere and 3 bodies emerged from the river. They were so cold that they shivered. Xiaoqin closed his eyes and sensed for a while. When he opened them again, he looked at the dark, unknown land in front. Then he said, "It is indeed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Its hiding place is really well hidden." Chapter 1572. There was a pitch-black cave entrance at the end of the underground river. The dense baleful Yin energy came from there. When the two walked to the cave entrance, a berserk baleful Yin energy had already formed. The fierce wind was like a knife, and even the wind contained a cold and bleak Yin chi. Standing at the entrance of the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, Luo Nan and Fei Er felt the pressure. If not for the fact that they had already advanced to the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would have been very difficult for them to enter. "Big brother Xiaoqin, the baleful Yin energy here is very strong. Be careful in front." Fei Er found it somewhat difficult to speak. Walking was even more strenuous. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Luo Nan looked worriedly at Fei Er as he shielded her. Suddenly the pressure on the two lessened. They felt that the baleful Yin energy in the wind had weakened significantly, becoming nearly negligible. It turned out that Xiaoqin had blocked the Dao Might that he sent out alone. This startled Luo Nan. As he looked at Xiaoqin in front, he vaguely saw a disk of light shining behind him. Even in the dark night, it did not look very conspicuous. However, that weak light deterred Luo Nan from looking at it directly. It felt like a saber light pierced their eyes. "It's that light again. What kind of martial technique is that? Or is it some kind of realm? It feels like there are traces of saber intent in it, but it is not complete. What exactly are the origins of this Xiaoqin?" When fighting the Ink Flame Tiger, Xiaoqin had released his Dao Might once, instantly suppressing the berserk aura of the Ink Flame Tiger. Now Xiaoqin released his Dao Might again, reducing the pressure on the two. This startled Luo Nan. "Hehe. Big brother Xiaoqin is really incredible. Senior brother, let's leave some restrictions here to prevent others from barging in." Luo Nan withdrew his gaze and nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Then he and Fei Er left a formation at the entrance. The Tianyi sect had some accumulations and formations. These two were pretty skilled in them. Xiaoqin looked back from a distance. He felt that the restrictions the two left were much stronger than what he learned from Emperor Wu. The Great Thousand Realms martial Dao inheritances were much stronger than the Kunlun realms. And this was only a first-grade sect. How strong would a second-grade sect or a third-grade sect be? What kind of existence was Ancestor Dragon City, where Lu Ryue was? Xiaoqin turned his head around and looked ahead cautiously. He did not see the small snake that Little Yellow Feather mentioned. He wanted it to come out and give it some instructions, but no matter what, Little Yellow Feather refused to come out. It did not like this kind of cold environment. Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, appeared somewhat distracted as he looked at Fei Er's face. He and his junior sister had entered the Tianyi sect at the same time. He had fallen in love with this junior sister the moment he first learned to love her. However, junior martial sister Fei Er was kind-hearted and beautiful. She had countless suitors in the sect. Among them there were many senior brothers who were more outstanding than him. Fortunately, his junior sister never agreed and even kept a certain distance from those people. This made his inferiority complex feel a little better, and he even felt a little happy. At the very least, his junior martial sister liked being with him. However, after Xiaoqin came out, everything changed. Luo Nan repeatedly spoke rudely to Xiaoqin, even mocking him. However, due to the sense of danger in his heart, Luo Nan felt that he was inferior to the other party in every aspect. His junior martial sister seemed to be overly concerned about Xiaoqin. The most important thing was that Luo Nan discovered that he was indeed inferior to Xiaoqin. Furthermore, he was far from it. Be it mental state, strength, or bearing. "Junior sister, I have something to say to you," Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, suddenly said to Fei Er. Fei Er was somewhat busy and did not raise her head. "Senior brother, what do you want to say?" Do you feel that I am very useless compared to Xiaoqin? Luo Nan asked softly after he drummed up his courage, blushing somewhat. Fei Er stopped what she was doing and looked up with a serious expression. Senior brother, why would you have such a thought? Luo Nan did not know how to answer. He could not say a single word of the words he had already organized in his mind. Fei Er smiled strangely and asked, Senior brother, what are you trying to say? Luo Nan endured the conflict in his heart and remained silent for a while. Then he said softly, I feel that junior sister and Xiaoqin are quite compatible. The moment Luo Nan said that, he no longer dared to look at Fei Er's expression. The smile on Fei Er's face immediately vanished and she turned cold. Is this what senior brother wants to say to me? When Luo Nan heard this, he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and said, No, what's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to speak. Fei Er remained silent, not saying anything more. After that, the two remained silent. Fei Er did not say anything either. This made Luo Nan feel strangely empty. However, he did not know what to say. He did not know how he had angered his junior sister. After traveling for 1.5 kilometers, the baleful winds grew increasingly stronger. Xiaoqin turned his head and said, Luo Nan and Fei Er, the two of you stay here. Don't advance any further. We will see the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy soon. Fei Er nodded, surprisingly not saying anything in response. Instead, Luo Nan said, Go on then. The two of us will stand guard here. We guarantee that nothing will disturb you from absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Xiaoqin felt that the two were behaving strangely. However, this should be a private matter, so it was not convenient for him to say too much. Xiaoqin nodded gently and expressed his thanks. After some thought, Xiaoqin got little yellow feather to come out and stand guard here. It was better to be safe than sorry. Nothing could go wrong while absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Otherwise, Xiaoqin would not be able to endure the backlash. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy drew closer. Although his vision was obstructed, Xiaoqin could sense that it was not far away. After a while, Xiaoqin raised his Dao might to the peak. Then he endured the vast baleful winds. Xiaoqin saw a 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hidden on a stone platform at the end of the somewhat dark space. That baleful Yin energy was very dense and frighteningly black. It looked somewhat like some of the black whirlpools that Xiaoqin had seen in the starry heavens. As the whirlpools spun, strands of black light spread out in the surroundings like lightning. This formed an isolation zone, protecting the baleful Yin energy. The black baleful Yin energy spun like a hurricane in the quiet space. Suddenly, 2 clumps of green flames lit up in the hurricane. The glossy green light was like a pair of sinister eyes, making Xiaoqin's heart tremble. According to rumor, this baleful Yin energy already gained some intelligence. Could it be true? Whoosh! A black light flashed and the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy burrowed into the ground. The answer went without saying. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy used its reaction to tell Xiaoqin the truth of the rumor. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Xiaoqin had worked so hard to get here. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. A divine weapon shot out, and an intense explosion rang out where the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy originally was. The ground exploded and dirt flew everywhere. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously. Every time the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy tried to flee, Xiaoqin forced it out. No matter how fast the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy fled, it was not as fast as Xiaoqin's saber light. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings. He grasped the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's every move. Although this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had a ferocious nature, it also gained intelligence. However, its intelligence had not matured yet. Compared to Xiaoqin, it was just like a child. You can't escape. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, and his Taiji saber domain spread out, encasing everything within 10 kilometers. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy turned into an incredibly pitch-black clump of light moving about chaotically. However, the saber domain encased the surroundings, making it like an impenetrable fortress, preventing it from burrowing into the ground. Dao. Xiaoqin called out softly. Then he gathered the great Dao's might in one direction and pressed it towards the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. The great Dao's might was like a formless mountain range, suppressing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy in a certain direction, greatly reducing its mobility. As Xiaoqin approached, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's range of movement shrank. Gather. Finding an opportunity, Xiaoqin focused the great Dao's might on one point. Then he took a step forward and completely suppressed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy with his aura. The black baleful Yin energy spun wildly, sending out many blade-like strong winds. It was obvious that he was furious. The strong winds also carried traces of sinister electric light. When one touched it gently, one would feel pain in one's finger. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hid in a corner, looking like a porcupine covered in thorns as it glared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is really not easy to deal with. The other baleful Yin energy were not as crafty and nimble. However, there was some risk in absorbing and refining it. If not for Xiao Chen having some means, he might not have been able to subdue it. The energy of the thunder domain gathered in Xiao Chen's palm and merged with the ice domain. Then, a drop of dragon blood came out of his palm. When the three energies merged, Xiao Chen ferociously smashed his palm down, producing a loud sound. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all the lightning and wind blades that shot out shattered. This strike thoroughly injured the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Furthermore, with the suppression of the Tao's might, it weakened significantly. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to open his hand and ferociously suck, swallowing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy into his body. The berserk energy immediately surged about in his body, becoming like a wild horse galloping about, berserk and hard to tame. The rest would depend on Xiao Chen's ability to refine, absorb, and advance to the Yin essence stage. At the same time, Feng Yun led a group of unwelcome guests underground. Chapter 1573. As expected of the Clear Feather Sect's senior brother Feng. Your mental strength is much stronger than ours. Feng Yun heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flattered the other party. Some people would die from eating too much, while others could perfectly digest and replenish themselves after eating too much. The few of them were in high spirits and did not pay too much attention to it. His strength and talent were much higher than Wei He's. It's a restriction. Feng Yun frowned slightly and said faintly, the method of setting up this formation is not simple. It seems that someone else came in ahead of us. The flying snow palace's Lu Mu's face sank. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said furiously, Feng Yun, are you messing with us? Just this alone was enough to keep him busy. He could not afford to be distracted at all. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun nodded and said, that's right. There's no need to have any objections. The energy contained in the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is something that the four of us cannot completely absorb even after using all our strength. There's no need for any disputes or schemes. It's fine as long as we are of one mind. Lu Mu's eyes were sharp. He asked in a deep voice, Brother Feng Yun, what's wrong? It was Feng Yun again. This fellow from the Lotus Sect Temple was really like a ghost that refused to go away. That seems to be the case. The other two also noticed it after carefully sensing it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was much stronger than Fei Er's and Luonan's mental energy. He could grasp every movement around him. Among them, the black demonic ape was the strongest, an early-stage primal core cultivator. As for the other two ferocious beasts, they were comparable to the ink flame tiger that Xiao Chen had fought earlier. Little Yellow Feather stuck its head out from Luonan's side and looked around, showing that something was wrong as well. The two-headed hound and the blue lion transmitted their voices to each other. He had reached a crucial moment in refining this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If he was not careful, he might explode and die. Feng Yun hid his smile and said, it's nothing. It's just that Yi Bai is not easy to deal with. I feel that we should be more cautious. That's right. He won't be able to swallow the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind killing him as well. At this moment, the Yin Spectre sensed the fluctuation of Xiao Chen's heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it actually broke free from Xiao Chen's restraints and forcefully entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. However, Feng Yun's strength is indeed the strongest among the three, so Feng Yun's first target is him. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, how could he be so trusted? Not to mention if he was disturbed by an attack, the refinement would definitely fail, and he might even lose his life here. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance flashed between his brows. It was obvious that while he acknowledged Yi Bai, he was also extremely confident in his own strength. In front of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, this bit of risk was completely worth taking, and could even be said to be nothing. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card right away, not giving the other party a chance to escape. Perhaps such a thing would not have happened. Ha, Brother Wang, don't make things difficult for Brother Feng Yun. We have to thank Brother Feng Yun for sharing the information about this place with us. Just as the four of them entered the formation, water splashed out from the underground river behind them, and 3 ferocious beasts leaped out. The 10,000-year-old baleful energy contained an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, it had gained sentience, making it even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun had a flushed complexion and a smile on his face. He was in a very good mood as he led the 3 peak essence stage cultivators along the underground river. To think that this ferocious baleful energy would fight to the death, turning from guest to host, wanting to directly swallow up Xiao Chen's soul and possess Xiao Chen. Tuoba Yun smiled and said, "It is just one Yi Bai. How can he scare the 3 of us? At worst, we'll just kill Luo Nan and his junior sister, and the few of us can split the 10,000-year-old baleful energy." Could it be that the person who came cannot even kill Lord Jiao Snake? The one who spoke was the Clear Feather Sect's Fang Yun, Wei He's senior brother, the leader of the Clear Feather Sect disciples this time. Feng Yun's mental state experienced some disturbance, causing some fluctuations. Lu Mu smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Brother Feng Yun already made a vow. How can I doubt you?" Suddenly, Feng Yun's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to stop Lu Mu. "Wait a moment." The moment Feng Yun's group of 4 stepped into the formation, Xiao Chen, who was anxiously refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy, sensed it. This was the advantage of having deep accumulations. The group of 4 advanced along the underground river. Soon, they felt the cold, sinister wind, and they immediately revealed smiles on their faces. It has been more than 100 years. Lord Jiao Snake has not allowed any ferocious beast to approach this place. Why did it send us here to kill people today? Something is wrong. Feng Yun stopped walking and said doubtfully, "This sinister wind is much weaker than when I arrived. The difference is like heaven and earth. It is completely different from when I first arrived." Yi Bai was strong enough, but the 3 of them were not weak either. Their cultivations were even higher than Yi Bai's. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun said quickly, "Don't get agitated. No matter what, Brother Feng Yun would not have the guts to trick the 3 of us at the same time. Should not be fake. Most importantly, I did sense lingering baleful energy. It is very dense and strong." The black demonic ape said indifferently, "Don't overthink. Lord Jiao Snake is an existence that can speak directly with those sect elders. It definitely would not let us make a move against someone it cannot deal with. It must have some reservations." What was impossible about that? Little Yellow Feather was the one who found this place first. He just happened to find it inside the formation at the cave entrance. Of course, people like Xiao Qin, who possessed the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races and possessed incredibly deep accumulations, would definitely be different. What a hidden place. This place is already very desolate and desolate in the first place. Most people would not come here. To think that there is a hidden place under the river, a completely different world. The Clear Feather Sect's Fang Yun nodded and said in agreement, "A major primal core realm cultivator's judgment cannot be wrong. That Yi Bai is definitely not easy to deal with. However, since we are already here, there is no reason for us to retreat." Fang Yun was bold and skilled. He immediately led the way into the formation. Everyone was entrusted with heavy responsibilities by their sect, having the responsibility of protecting their juniors. Luo Nan sensed for a while and his expression changed slightly. It's Fang Yun, Tuoba Yun, Lu Mu, and the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. Aside from Feng Yun, none of them were people that the 3 of them could deal with. What? The 3 were startled, finding this somewhat strange. He was the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yun. His physical body, movement technique and leg techniques were exceptionally strong. His thoughts were boundlessly chaotic, and it was hard for his mental state to fluctuate. What's wrong? The 3 looked at Feng Yun. The last person, a stout man, smiled boldly and said in a magnanimous manner. After walking a few more kilometers, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then their expressions turned grave. There was a standing black demonic ape, a 2-headed ferocious dog and a gigantic blue lion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the mention of Yi Bai's name, an uncontrollable fear flashed on Feng Yun's face, and his body shrank back slightly. However, just these alone were not enough to cause Xiao Chen's mental state to fluctuate. Feng Yun's expression changed dramatically. That's impossible. Feng Yun's heart immediately sank. He could not afford to offend any one of these 3 people. With the strength of these 3, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were among the top 3 of the 100-odd elite disciples. Fager said somewhat anxiously, "This is not good. They are all difficult people to deal with. It is indeed a completely different world. Who could have imagined that there would be a hidden path at the bottom of the river? Brother Feng Yun, how did you find this place back then? Was it really a coincidence? The main thing was that the other three were very strong. Even with the help of the formation, Fei and Luo Nan would find it hard to deal with them. Squeak, squeak. Since the two had promised Xiao Qin, they definitely could not retreat. If that happened, the situation would be extremely dangerous. If the two left, Xiao Qin could still feel at ease. However, if they died protecting him here, he would not be able to feel at ease. They were like thousands of wild horses that needed to be tamed one by one. Feeling vexed, Luo Nan pushed Feng Yun to the side and said, "You little bird, stop causing trouble. Go and play with fire." Feng Yun quickly explained, "I really had a fortuitous encounter with this place. I only discovered it by chance after a series of accidents." The other person at the side, the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, looked at Feng Yun with some suspicion. "Right. Let's not delay any further. If we complete Lord Jiao Snake's task, we will definitely be heavily rewarded." The three strong ferocious beasts stopped communicating and carefully walked forward. It looks like the Tianyi Sect's formation. It should be senior brother and junior sister Luo Nan and that Yi Bai. The Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yun analyzed after checking. However, they could only feel anxious now. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained incredibly vast baleful Yin energy. "Come, let's break the formation together." The hearts of Luo Nan and Fei, who were in a cold war, sank. They exchanged glances at the same time. Someone is coming. Chapter 1574. At the entrance of the cave, Feng Yun was the first to enter the formation. There were a total of 3 formations in the restriction. One was a bewildering formation and 2 were killing formations. When used together, the threat was extremely great. But since Feng Yun dared to come in, he obviously had a plan. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them immediately changed. A white mist enveloped Feng Yun's group of 4. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the fog, interfering with one's senses. Feng Yun looked around and said, "This maze isn't too powerful. Give me some time and I can break it. Everyone don't panic. Just deal with it calmly." No matter how strong the formation was, the people who laid it were just Luo Nan and Fei. It would not be overly strong. With their outstanding individual strength, Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and Tuoba Mu were more than enough to deal with them. As for Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun, he was at the very back, so he didn't need to do much. "Junior sister, let's activate 2 killing arrays at the same time and scatter their formation." "Yes." Fei nodded lightly and formed hand seals with a serious expression. "Gotcha." Amidst the white fog in front of Feng Yun's group of 4, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared. The wave was monstrous and terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Insignificant skill. The Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu did not show any fear in the face of danger. He smiled coldly and threw a palm strike just as the towering waves were about to reach him. Woohoo! This palm strike stirred up a boundless cold wind, and within the wind were pieces of flying snow. Every piece of flying snow was sparkling and translucent, flickering with flowing light. When the thousands of snowflakes entered the tsunami, the surging waves slowed down. As if in slow motion, it completely froze and was sealed in ice. Bang! Tuoba Yun charged forward ferociously and kicked out. "Kasia, Kasia." The frozen sea immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. However, he didn't give them time to celebrate. At the same time the ice shattered, strong winds blew in from all directions, howling and moving astonishingly fast. The few of them hurriedly dodged, but when they looked back, they found that their formation had already been messed up. "Don't panic. Protect yourself. I'll break the maze immediately." Just as Tuoba Yun and the other 2 panicked, Feng Yun's calm voice rang out in their ears. "Oh." A cool breeze blew, and a node of the maze was removed by Feng Yun. The dense fog instantly dispersed, and the few people who were separated immediately calmed down. "We cannot let Feng Yun break the bewildering formation." Luo Nan felt very anxious. Unexpectedly, Feng Yun was so strong. If this went on and no one interfered, it wouldn't be long before the maze was broken. Once the bewildering array was broken, the 2-layered killing array wouldn't last long against Feng Chang's trio. At that time the 2 of them would be crushed to death. Tuoba Yun and Lu Mu had already given them a hard time. With the addition of Feng Yun, there was no suspense at all. Luo Nan gave Fei a look. Fei nodded gently and slowly formed hand seals. In the maze, a murderous aura pierced through the thick fog, piercing towards Feng Yun, who was concentrating on breaking the array. Dang! Feng Yun raised his hand and slapped the killing intent away, only to discover that it was just a feint. "Feng Yun, you've been tricked." Luo Nan rejoiced in his heart. His true body appeared behind Fang Yun and stabbed out at lightning speed. Who knew something strange happened? When Luo Nan's sword pierced through Fang Yun, it was just an illusion. Just as Luo Nan retreated, Fang Yun suddenly appeared on the left and landed a palm strike on Luo Nan's shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. Trying to trick me? The two of you are still too inexperienced. As Fang Yun watched Luo Nan's figure disappear into the thick clouds, he smiled faintly and did not give chase. Outside the cave, the three ferocious beasts rushed over. When they saw the heavy restrictions in the fog, they cautiously chose to stop. At this level, these ferocious beasts were no longer brainless wild beasts. There are sounds of fighting. It looks like there is more than one group of people. I wonder which group Lord Jiao Snake wants us to kill? The black demonic ape sent a voice projection since he did not say then just kill them all. However, there is no rush. These sect disciples are rather strong. When they are almost done killing each other, we will attack. Right. After making up their minds, the ferocious beasts decided to watch from the sidelines, playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were very smart. Oh no. Fei and Luo Nan will not be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Qin, who was currently fighting the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy ferocious spirit, felt startled when he sensed the situation in the restriction. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned so bad. The bewildering formation had already been broken, and the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. The bewildering formation had already been broken. Under the attacks of the three, the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. However, Little Yellow Feather's sudden attack caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more unsightly. At this moment, Little Yellow Feather was very busy and could not afford to be distracted. The ferocious spirit rampaged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and the baleful Yin energy rampaged in his body, troubling him on both sides. If Xiao Chen ignored the baleful Yin energy, he could use his strong soul energy to kill this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy remnant soul easily. However, he still had to worry about refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. It would be hard to avoid giving the ferocious spirit a chance to wreak havoc in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Chen had two choices. He could give up on refining the baleful Yin energy and let it out of his body. He could focus on dealing with the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and help Luo Nan and Fader. Or he could gamble, using his life as the stake, taking the risk and forcefully refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. When he advanced to the Yin essence stage, he could conveniently kill the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's remnant soul. The former was stable and could preserve his life. However, he would lose the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. The latter was radical. Once he failed, the three would lose their lives here. Gambling or not gambling? Gamble. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made up his mind. He had never been an indecisive person, someone who could not make up his mind when he should. After coming to the Great Thousand Realms, he wanted to stand out and not be satisfied with being mediocre. He wanted to fight with heaven, to fight with others, to fight with himself. With this thought, Xiao Chen endured the torment of the ferocious spirit in his sea of consciousness. He focused on refining the baleful Yin energy, continuously circulating the veritable essence energy in his body. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 10th layer circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed. Boom, boom, boom. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to its limits, his skin turned purple. Sparks flickered all over his body. Crackle, crackle. The sparks crackled endlessly. Xiao Chen's delicate face kept changing, looking ferocious and scary. That was the baleful Yin energy's remnant soul surging in his sea of consciousness, trying to occupy Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness and body. In Xiao Chen's meridians, the baleful Yin energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, obediently submitting. As the baleful Yin energy was continuously refined, the pure baleful Yin energy continued to be refined. Xiao Chen felt that his bottleneck was already teetering on the verge of breaking through at any moment. The Yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy turned into was like a berserk flood accumulating. As for Xiao Chen's bottleneck, it was like a firm dam. Xiao Chen endured the increasingly ferocious flood again and again. It looked like he was about to collapse, but he did not. The situation at the cave entrance in front no longer allowed any delay. One of the two layers of killing formations had already shattered, leaving only one layer. At this moment, Xiao Chen wished that his accumulations were not so deep. Otherwise the bottleneck would not be so hard to break through. Regular people could break through the bottleneck of the veritable essence stage with just essence stones. Xiao Chen's bottleneck was somewhat exaggerated. Only one layer of killing formations remains. Luonan, the two of you just surrender and I can spare your lives. Fang Yun did not rush, slowly grinding away at the two. Now that victory was in his grasp, there was nothing to fear. As for Yi Bai, he should be absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. There was no need to rush this. Even if he had 3 days, Fang Yun did not believe that the other party could refine much of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Damn it. Junior sister, you should go. I'll take care of it. I'll repay what we owe Yi Bai alone. At this moment, Luonan's clothes were tattered, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His complexion was pale and the situation did not look good. It's too late. Now none of you can leave. When? Suddenly, a strong wind burst out from Fang Yun's body. Then he threw a palm strike and detonated this boundless strong wind. Amid the intense explosion, the final layer of killing formations crumbled. Fater and Luonan both vomited blood and went flying back. However, the instant the killing formations broke, the smiles on the four's faces froze at the same time like they had seen a ghost. Without the concealment of the killing formations, the scene of Xiao Chen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy was completely exposed to the four. Berserk purple lightning, strong winds, a ferocious face, and a horrifying aura all came from Xiao Chen's body. The four squinted, not daring to look directly at Xiao Chen. That aura forced them to retreat continuously. He is refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy alone. Fang Yun and the other three all exclaimed. The Yi Bai before them was actually refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy alone, trying to use it to make a breakthrough. Quickly kill him. Otherwise we will all die. Fang Yun revealed a horrified expression as he roared and led the other three to charge at Xiao Chen. Enduring the huge pressure, the four soared into the air and slowly approached Xiao Chen. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An explosive shock wave surged out from Xiao Chen's body. The four, who were just one step away from reaching Xiao Chen, were all knocked back. Aside from Fang Yun, the other three fell to the ground in sorry states, revealing pained expressions. Chapter 1575. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the strong yin essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Xiao Chen's original Thunder True Essence power. Ice and Thunder True Essence fused together. A visible purple cold chi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Xiao Chen's Dantian essence had already merged with the yin essence energy. The primordial yin energy refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold yin energy filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Since he had just entered the yin essence stage, the two had yet to completely fuse. Xiao Chen would have to spend a lot of time to consume the yin primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old yin chi. 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. As expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the yin essence stage. 10,000-year baleful yin energy, you actually refined it all. Fang Yun had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to be this strong. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over Fang Yun, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Fang Yun, his fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Xiao Chen's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold, and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Fang Yun sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful yin energy allowed Xiao Chen to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiao Chen had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the berserk yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Yun's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful energy. What fortuitous encounter. Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiaoqun couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus Sect, Feng Yun. Xiaoqun pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the ink flame tiger while executing his movement technique. When Xiaoqun's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast, and the friction between his protective Jinyuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment he finally understood why the ink flame tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, but Xiaoqun's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yun's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pu Si. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yun's neck and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now Xiaoqun focused all his attention on Feng Yun, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiaoqun looked at Feng Yun coldly, his gaze icy like that of a grim reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation accompanied by fear completely shattered Feng Yun's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiaoqun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yun begged. Xiaoqun retorted indifferently, you are shameless. When you instigated Wei He's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiaoqun could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy mixed with Yin essence energy and poured into Feng Yun's meridians. Instantly, it shattered all of Feng Yun's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiaoqun let go, Feng Yun silently fell to the ground, dead. Big brother Xiaoqun. Luonan and Fei Er walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiaoqun, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiaoqun's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There is no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiaoqun had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiaoqun felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Just as the three were about to leave, startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Feng Yun and the other two. What's going on? Luonan and Fei Er felt confused. In the next moment, Feng Yun and the other two who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sect's Feng Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiaoqun. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luonan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Feng Yun and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were three such horrifying ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao Snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Feng Yun, staring straight at Xiaoqun. Upon seeing the three ferocious beasts, Xiaoqun's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiaoqun stood in front of Luonan and Fei Er, he looked at the three ferocious beasts without fear. Then he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing three ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiaoqun was confident of facing these three ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast. Compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man, the black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiaoqin was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiaoqin stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiaoqin's sharpness, the two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash. All of you are trash. What is the point of keeping you around? A strange, deep, hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The three ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiaoqin, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies and they flew forward uncontrollably. Cassie! Cassie! The three ferocious beasts and Fang Yun flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiaoqin's group of three stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake head suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the three. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the three from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiaoqin was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little yellow feather mentioned. How small? 2 half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the three directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiaoqin's group of three stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiaoqin from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiaoqin was still fine. However, Luonan and Fei are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiaoqin even felt like eating little yellow feather. If Xiaoqin had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake before Xiaoqin could give off such strong pressure was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiaoqin estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Xiaoqin was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was. Not to mention Xiaoqin, even the middle-stage minor primal core blue-clad old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Xiaoqin's group. The Jiao snake glanced at little yellow feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird. The golden crow holy beast. The Jiao snake in Profound Yin Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens, a character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epoch. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When little yellow feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the golden crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the golden crow race, which was the strongest of the great desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded golden crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Yin attribute, and 10,000-year-old Yin baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Xiao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Xiao Chen must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which great desolate Ian bloodline it was. This was because the blue dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Xiao Chen wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the great desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing Little Yellow Feathers and Xiao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Xiao Chen entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of Profound Een Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Xiao Chen had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Xiao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister killing chi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people and that golden crow holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram. In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the 2 landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luo Nan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake. It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Fei whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word." That Jiao snake frightened the 2 too much. Now that they had a new lease on life, their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiao Chen looked around. There were many top-quality Een essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. Een essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Een essence stones. "You guys go first. I'll catch up soon." "Big brother Xiao Chen, you should leave with us," Fei said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the 3 of them. It seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiao Chen's worried heart calmed down. The 2 could not go around Xiao Chen. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiao Chen to regroup. Without any delay, Xiao Chen stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Een essence stones. Soon, Xiao Chen finished mining more than 10,000 Een essence stones. The cold chi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Een essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Een essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Een essence stones. Xiao Chen had such a large number of top-notch Een essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiao Chen stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. "Young man, you are really greedy." The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiao Chen. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiaochen did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiaochen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and obtain such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great desolate Yin bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiaochen's words were polite, it did not give Xiaochen much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber? The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realms Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms? Chapter 1577. Xiaochen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core Central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiaochen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiaochen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiaochen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiaochen did not say anything, only taking out the Saber Sovereign medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it." Looks like I was right. Xiaochen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy without a word of complaint. After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiaochen asked, "Is Senior Pan Huang still around?" "I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go." "Why?" "After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go." At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiaochen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiaochen looked at the Jiao snake and asked, "Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now?" The Jiao snake smiled and said, "What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound Yin mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm." "Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through?" "Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity." Xiaochen entered deep thought. After some consideration he said, "Senior Jiao snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness." The Jiao snake's eyes narrowed. "Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline?" "That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines: the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them." "I am of the blue dragon bloodline," Xiaochen answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "The blue dragon bloodline? So that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Yin bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline." Xiaochen nodded. Then he looked at the other party and asked, Senior, what do you think? It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang, I will definitely help you with this. The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiaochen what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiaochen feel very touched. Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste. If others discover the signs, they might not let you leave. Xiaochen indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world, even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiaochen told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Mountain first and take a look around before leaving. Many thanks. After leaving the underground river, Xiaochen saw Luonan and Xiao Fei, who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiaochen, she revealed a smile. Big brother Xiaochen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you. It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Right, that suits me. Since Luonan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire essence stage. The vast essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful energy brought far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Right now, baleful energy leaked out of Xiaochen's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and essence energy in Xiaochen's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiaochen found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiaochen guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the yang essence stage in the future. Essence energy and yang essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful energy had yet to merge with Xiaochen's veritable essence energy, just a simple mixture. What Xiaochen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the essence stage. Luonan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy. Luonan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luonan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. Let's go. It's time to leave. 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of Profound Island all rushed back. Near the transportation formation, when the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of Profound Island. To think that the Clear Feather Sect's Fang Yun and the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luonan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiaochen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of Profound Island. Then they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Chani sect's ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiaochen and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. Ah. Brother Xiaochen, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely, the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. Ah. Brother Fei-er and Luonan handed over their Yin Essence stones. Fei-er and Luonan handed over their Yin Essence stones. This is a superior grade Yin Essence stone. Fei-er Luonan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Fei-er nodded and smiled. Right. Big brother Xiao Chen helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful Yin energy. What? This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiao Chen's head, perhaps they could have let Xiao Chen off. For these two strands of 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, the Tianyi sect would have to thank Xiao Chen properly. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "These are my Yin Essence stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first." The blue-clad old man carefully put away the Yin Essence stones that Xiao Chen handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiao Chen, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly." Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core realm old man already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Fei-er and Luonan refine a strand of baleful Yin energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Chapter 1578. Xiao Chen repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiao Chen had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, "Senior, are you planning to force me to stay?" Fei-er still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice." Luonan felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. "Brother Xiao Chen, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tianyi sect's 9 sectors formation." Compared to Fei-er's naivety and kindness, Luonan would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luonan was usually more observant. Although Luonan did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiao Chen after discovering that something was wrong. "Many thanks." Xiao Chen immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons. "Master Martial Uncle, since brother Xiao Chen is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off," Luonan said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chen. Luonan said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chen. "Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak." The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luonan to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luonan to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Fei-er felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luonan up. Fei-er turned her head and frowned. "Martial Uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" Fei-er turned her head and frowned. "Martial Uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, "Luonan, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody." The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold, as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, what is Master trying to do?" Fei-er asked, puzzled. "It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiao Chen." "Why?" Luonan smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could Master be so kind as to tell Xiao Chen the location of Profound Yin Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand." Luonan felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Xiao Chen, you have to stay today even if you don't want to. It's not up to you." Xiao Chen sneered, "I, Xiao Chen, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life. On account of Luonan and Fei-er, I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go and nothing will happen. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. "Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this, what right do you have to make me bear the consequences?" As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth. The aura of a minor primal core venerate pressed down on Xiaoqin. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. "Xiaoqin, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living." The half-step primal core venerate old man beside the blue-clad old man spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiaoqin. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiaoqin's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "So that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the two of you become so bold all of a sudden?" "Xiaoqin, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master." Just at this moment, Fei-er suddenly shouted at Xiaoqin with a stern expression. Before Xiaoqin could react, he saw Fei-er soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiaoqin. This sword strike was strangely fast and it was very sudden. Xiaoqin's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing chi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiaoqin moved back slightly. Then he flicked his finger and knocked Fei-er's sword out of her hand. "Big brother Xiaoqin, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. You will not make a move on me." In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqin could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei-er's neck with one hand. "Junior sister." Luonan cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. "Fei-er, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well." "I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiaoqin, I knew that Big Brother Xiaoqin would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this?" After seeing Xiaoqin's various performances on Profoundine Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yun, Lu Mu and the others, Fei-er knew that Xiaoqin would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei-er felt somewhat afraid. Fei-er worried about Xiaoqin as well as her master and Martial Uncle. Right now this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiaoqin, her master and Martial Uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiaoqin felt somewhat speechless at Fei-er's kindness. After a while he said, "I promise you." Holding Fei-er hostage, Xiaoqin retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. "Master, save me." The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei-er was being held hostage by Xiaoqin on purpose? "You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you?" Upon seeing Fei-er's actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing chi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom. When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiaoqin and Fei-er. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiaoqin's expectations. What exceeded Xiaoqin's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei-er. This stunned Xiaoqin for a moment. However, Luonan, whose heart had been on Fei-er from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luonan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luonan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei-er in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luonan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Wuxia. The instant the palm strike landed, Luonan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luonan's life force vanished at a visible rate. "Senior brother." Fei Er was so frightened that she started crying. Then she struggled free of Xiao Chen's hand and hugged Luo Nan. "Senior brother, why were you so silly?" Fei Er hugged Luo Nan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. "Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore. Don't say anything." Fei Er hugged Luo Nan tightly as if she could save him by doing so. "No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make junior sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of junior sister." Blood leaked out of Luo Nan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth, and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Chen's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned blue-clad old man and said coldly, "Sometimes people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs. You bastard. You are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you." The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. "It's all because of you." Whoosh. However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Channy sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. You are a beast tamer. A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. "Sorry I came too late. Profound Een Mountain is too big, so I was delayed for half a day." "It's fine. You are not too late," Xiao Qin said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man could not block at all. Wuxia. The blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike, he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and the half-step primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. "Brother Xiao Qin, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me." When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiao Qin for mercy. Xiao Qin revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, "Fei Er did not let me hold you hostage to help me but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now?" "What?" When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fei Er in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fei Er would not even look at him, only hugging Luonan tightly? "Young hero Xiao Qin, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving Fei Er some face. Fei Er, help master and say a few words." The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. "Do it then," Xiao Qin said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. Whoosh. The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. 1 man and 1 snake entered the starry heavens. Xiao Qin did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. "Big brother Xiao Qin, please save my senior brother. Please save him." Fei Er was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiao Qin walk over, she quickly said, "You definitely have a way, right? You definitely have a way." Xiao Qin remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, "Let me take a look." "Yes. Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiao Qin will definitely save you." After a simple inspection of Luonan's injuries, Xiao Qin frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luonan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiao Qin knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiao Qin had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiao Qin would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luo Nan's current appearance, Xiao Qin still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiao Qin showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fei Er back then. Big brother Xiao Qin, how is it? Fei Er looked at Xiao Qin in anticipation. Xiao Qin shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luo Nan's Dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luo Nan reconstruct his Dantian. Senior brother? When Fei Er heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei Er. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei Er quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his Dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiao Qin did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious Blood Cloud Pill. This is the Blood Cloud Pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei Er, Xiao Qin left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiao Qin. I already killed him. Xiao Qin, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei Er and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiao Qin gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the Profoundine fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old Balefulline energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Xiao Qin thanked the Jiao Snake softly. Then he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms that can reconstruct the Dantian? I already used the Blood Cloud Pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood Cloud Pill? That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and said, What's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his Dantian is destroyed. Even the Blood Cloud Pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the Dantian. The Jiao Snake thought for a while. After a while it said, There are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the Dantian in the Great Thousand Realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the Blood Cloud Pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City, Xiao Qin thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. Whoosh. The Jiao Snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold qi. This is the Profoundine fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this Profoundine fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Xiao Qin received it, he immediately felt that this Profoundine fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old Balefulline energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao Snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Xiao Chen turned his head back and glanced at Luo Nan and Fei Er, who were still leaning on each other. Then he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Xiao Chen continued chatting with the Jiao snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. 4 days later, the ship flew past the Profound Light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 Great Realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Xiao Chen, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, was startled awake by Fei Er, who knocked on the door. "Big brother Xiao Chen, there is a ship following us from a distance." An astral pirate ship? When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship following them from a distance was very likely a pirate ship. "I'll go and take a look." Xiao Chen followed Fei Er out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianyi Sect's banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly Eye. A divine eye quickly flew out from Xiao Chen's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black Scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Xiao Chen clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big brother Xiao Chen, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Fei Er said somewhat worriedly, "I saw that big brother Xiao Chen had been meditating, so I did not disturb you." Xiao Chen smiled and consoled, "It's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of brother Luo Nan. I'll deal with this." Fei Er nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei Er withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Xiao Chen's shoulder and said softly, "There's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator." After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the Profound Light Great Realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I know. This Tianyi Sect's fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time." I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Xiao Chen heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, "Pirate Alliance?" "Yes. This Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major factions stationed there. Only Purple Sun City is slightly more bustling. When you go there you can see their branch." "Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance." "Ah. This Great Thousand Realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming." As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They are rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front, hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Xiao Chen heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Xiao Chen would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades? It's not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? "Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades," the pirate at the side said with a smile. "What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer." The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Xiao Chen dressed in white at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. "Motherf asterisk her. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you barge into it yourself." Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white, leave him for me. His memory of Xiao Chen was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughingstock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. There's no need. I'll come over myself, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. Don't stop him. Let him come over. The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike. The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh. The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiao Chen landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction. Given Xiao Chen's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale, incredibly tyrannical. This was the black-robed man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiao Chen landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiao Chen's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiao Chen's speed suddenly tripled. The black-robed man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiao Chen turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the black-robed man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiao Chen. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the black-robed man's neck. This startled the black-robed man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then he looked at the black-robed man and said, "There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother." Xiao Chen's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The black-robed man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiao Chen's head. The black-robed man only had one thought in his mind: to kill Xiao Chen to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the black-robed man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon-tone bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The black-robed man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiao Chen struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the black-robed man. The black-robed man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. Damn you! How dare you toy with me? After being toyed with by Xiao Chen, the black-robed man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chen. The black-robed man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiao Chen increased significantly. He knew that the black-robed man was truly enraged and wanted to fight it out with him. Xiao Chen could not help entering deep thought. This black-robed man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiao Chen shook his head and said softly to the Jiao snake. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not move this time, the black-robed man roared, "Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours." Bang! 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 The black-robed man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. All the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. "It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine." Boom! The unremarkable little black snake on Xiao Chen's shoulder suddenly swelled up. The Jiao snake stood upright beside Xiao Chen. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the black-robed man from above. Wuxia. The black-robed man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao snake's cold gaze, the black-robed man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. The black-robed man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the black-robed man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no; to young hero, no; to big brother, I apologize. The black-robed man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiao Chen. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, was like a god before the black-robed man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao snake could kill the black-robed man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Get up. I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling." "I can accept it, I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen." The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. "What is your name?" "This lowly one is Wang Sua." "Good. Wang Sua, I'll tell you. The ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm." "Damn it." Wang Sua could not help cursing. Previously, Xiao Chen tore apart his ship. This time he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiao Chen looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big Brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer this ship. The black-robed man Wang Sua felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice, each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts? Xiao Chen felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiao Chen held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly. "All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the Starry Sea." This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. "Wang Sua, what's up with this last line?" The black-clad man smiled and said, "Big Brother, call me Xiao Sua. I already said that I will take your surname." This last line. Only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate. Xiao Chen gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly, "He is right. However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. "I will be protected by the Pirate Alliance?" "You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the Pirate Alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly?" However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the Pirate Alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this Pirate Alliance. Right now he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. "Big Brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the Pirate Alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big Brother, just leave your name." The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiao Chen dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiao Chen signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds, the primordial world, the most mysterious son of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. At that moment, everything in the great world where the black mountain range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the purple sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the black mountain range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats. Within the dark and cold mountain range, a Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the sky suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus Secret Seal, Thousand Eyes Divine Eye. Master was injured by the Thunder Sound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats wearing black kasayas stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddhist staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger, having already broken through the primal core realm to the cloud sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the Great Thousand Realms, they could be considered experts. In the Grave Sea Cluster, where the Purple Sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Ming Xian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the 4 protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the 4 protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddha statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, someone that Xiaoqian had to kill. Greetings, master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus mystic seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge 3rd-grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me. The Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the immortal epoch. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the Grave Sea Cluster. The four protectors, the group of Arhats, and the Holy Sun Mingxian were all stupefied. The Grave Sea Cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire Grave Sea Cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the Purple Sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the Purple Sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Xiao Qin, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Xiao Qin definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the four protectors, the 72 Arhats, and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these Arhats and protectors understood. This way they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Sun Mingxian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian and said seriously, "You must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right?" Mingxian nodded and said, "Disciple does not understand. However, master's decision definitely has its reasons." The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Mingxian, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. Do you understand now?" The Holy Sun Mingxian's expression changed drastically. Clearly these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Xiao Chen's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Yin grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Now his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Yin grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiao Chen's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy by more than 3 times. Now he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiao Chen had no choice but to start thinking about the Yang baleful Qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiao Chen had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful Yang. Xiao Chen nodded. I feel that it is impossible too. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao Snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao Snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao Snake sighed and said in a deep voice, If it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly yang pill. Sky yang pill? Xiaoqin was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao snake explained, this heavenly yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful yin yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful yin yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful yin yang? Xiaoqin thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiaoqin had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao snake shook its head and said, "You are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful yin energy." Xiaoqin felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiaoqian's expression change slightly, the Jiao snake continued. After that, this alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now it should be completely lost. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that. All right. Think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy out of your body. At that time you will have a better choice. After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiaoqin walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm. The moment Xiaoqin left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited black-clad man on the deck. I'll go and take a look. When Xiaoqin arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current Great Realms were formed from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the Great Desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain. There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiaoqin could already feel it. As Xiaoqin's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiaoqin passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiaoqin passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiaoqin looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up, the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiaoqin. Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place. When the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiao Chen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiao Chen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. Big brother, look. I am a minor primal core realm expert after all. Isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiao Chen, not willing to do this. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. Alright, that's a good idea. Xiao Sua laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao Snake is still around. Senior Jiao Snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao Snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiao Chen ignored the Jiao Snake's actions and entered the cycle war chariot. Phaetor was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. Seeing Xiao Chen enter, Phaetor immediately said, Big brother Xiao Chen, you are here. Xiao Chen nodded casually. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, how is he? The worry on Phaetor's face did not fade away. She said softly, Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid. Luo Nan revealed a smile as he held Phaetor's hand. Then he consoled, Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life. Then Luo Nan turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I'm already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiao Chen, please don't waste any more resources and time on me. Xiao Chen smiled and said, don't overthink. Just because Phaetor calls me big brother, I should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well. Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history and extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago. But later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes, a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiao Chen and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiao Chen's group. There are so many experts. Xiao Chen had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Suo, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiao Chen were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. Becoming a perfected master was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, one would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. Just as the cycle war chariot was about to enter the city gates, two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Suo pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly he was up to no good. Big brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Chen found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, yet they dare to target you? How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man Xiao Suo expressed his confusion. Xiao Chen sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Suo was covered in dust along the way and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence he was treated as a pushover. In reality that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How many people are in the chariot? Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades? Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Chen with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. "Not handing it over," Xiao Chen replied decisively. "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day there would be veritable personages like Xiao Chen passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or to sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle, the azure-clad man surging with killing chi at the side said coldly. "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather. Kneel." During this period, Xiao Suo had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiao Suo grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Suo smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Suo leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. "It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go." After killing the two, Xiao Suo was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly, "What a mysterious chariot. There is no sect symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment." That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed two people with one whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Chen. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, 2 men and 1 woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The three of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the Rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Chen's identity, the three paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City. Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were Rank 1 sects like the Tianyi sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud Sea cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud Sea cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud Sea cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 Rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 Rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a Rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiao Chen could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 Rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 Rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luo Feng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only one step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luo Feng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luo Feng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiao Chen as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other 2 Rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had 2 new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these 2 were not as unique as Luo Feng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's code name like Luo Feng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this code name was an acknowledgement of Luo Feng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor paved with top-notch nanmu. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold. What a sharp sword intent. Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man dressed in white walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him, he was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiao Chen. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the 2nd floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward. To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiao Sua, do you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiao Chen. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves and rest. Xiao Sua put down his wine cup and said, he should be the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother. Xiao Sua Feng habitually praised Xiao Chen at the end of his sentence. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This Ice Snow Sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword's soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just SOSO. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyun who comprehended the sword Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Sua Feng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyun's current cultivation, he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chen believed that Chu Chaoyun would continuously grow. In this Great Thousand Realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Ice Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao Sua. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Sua, she smiled coldly and said, do you think that you can compare to the Ice Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant. Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chen held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao Sua was really unlucky. When Xiao Sua entered the city, he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the Ice Snow Sword in the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao Sua had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao Sua could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chen did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chen at all. Normally, Xiao Sua would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao Sua raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Sua stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the Ice Snow Sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light. It truly lived up to being the Ice Snow Sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the Ice Snow Sword made his move. This is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the Ice Snow Sword stood up and looked at Xiao Sua. Then he said, however, I, the Ice Snow Sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified. How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this Ice Snow Sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the Ice Snow Sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened, the Ice Snow Sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Suo. The four people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the ice snow sword, her eyes sparkled. The ice snow mountain manor, the ice snow sword. Xiao Qin muttered this name in his heart. Then he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant, and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Where did this arrogance come from, to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Qin was not as old as Xiao Suo, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Qin's eyes, this ice snow sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then he said indifferently, "Drink then?" Xiao Suo revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Qin said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Qin knew that right now, his main goal was to save Luo Nan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Qin's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Qin's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Qin would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Qin and carefully put them away. Then he quickly delivered the sword to Fake. In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent divine weapon. In this world it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. Alright, let me take a look. The sword in Fei Er's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core venerate might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luo Nan did not want Xiao Qin to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei Er was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial grade profound tool. I'll help you then. The ice snow sword Lu Mu smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Qin's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luo Feng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lu Mu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiao Qin received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiao Qin had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked. To think that the ice snow sword Luo Feng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luo Feng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound level weapons there were treasured weapons. At this moment Xiao Qin was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Suo with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then he casually read, Fishyang grass, white flame flower, firecloud fruit, dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong yang attributed herbs. This fellow. Seeing Xiao Qin so calm made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiao Qin spoke calmly, Xiao Sua had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei Er showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin easily took out 200 medial-grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiao Qin. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei Er explained, she asked, "Big brother Xiao Qin, did you get it wrong?" Fei Er quickly said, "Senior brother, I will take care of you for life." Luo Nan forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future." Cut the crap. Eat and drink. After haggling for a while, Fei Er bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the third floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover, you can use it." "Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him, I will have a 50-50 chance of winning." When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial-grade spirit jade. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and casually dealt with this sharpness. Then, he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiao Qin saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiao Qin took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this?" After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Qin paid the bill. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is your body?" The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiao Qin handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial-grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiao Qin's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the 4 people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Sua drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Qin already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the 3rd floor. As for superior-grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged for with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Qin waved his hand and said, "There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it." When Xiao Qin raised his head and looked at the ice snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. "Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it?" This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Sua said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiao Qin could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. "Did I get it wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items." The ice snow sword said coldly in his heart. "Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades." Fei Er counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Qin gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yang qi? 50-50? With 2 million spirit jades, wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case he would really be a poor man." However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The 3rd floor of Idle Cloud Restaurant was very noisy with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the 3rd floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills or refine treasures. The matter of the ice snow sword did not affect Xiao Qin's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiao Qin's question he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial-grade spirit jades?" Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the Ice Snow Sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack? No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiaoqin took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the Heavenly Yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiaoqin composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true." The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, "An expert? Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Sky Yang pill?" Xiaoqin nodded. "That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does senior have?" "All right, as long as you lend me the pill recipe, I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful Yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades." The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said. It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted. Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yang pill's alchemic formula. Xiaoqin did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, "I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to senior, and I'll also promise senior one condition." "What is it? Tell me." Xiaoqin pointed to Luonan and said, "Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine." Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then he frowned. What a vicious method. This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days your friend will... When Feier heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, "Senior, please save my senior brother." On the other hand, Luonan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw Feier sad. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and stopped Feier. "Let senior finish." The white-haired old man continued, "If there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the Dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life." After letting go of Luonan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiaoqin and said, "I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the Dantian. 3 days later we'll meet here and I'll give you what you need." The moment Xiaoqin said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. "Alright, it's a deal then. 3 days later, I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiaoqin. Then he said sincerely, "It has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends." This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu, a dabbler in alchemy. "May I know your name? There's a chance in the future we can chat more." By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiaoqin. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiaoqin said, "I am Xiaoqin. My family name is Xiao and my family name is Qin. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu." "Ah, there will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you." The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion. Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luonan's matter, Xiaoqin was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Sua, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right?" "Of course I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way then. You did pretty well today. At that time you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you." Without Xiao Sua's reminder, Xiao Chen would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. Ah, big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it then. Don't ever go back on your word. Xiao Suan nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiao Chen understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiao Chen had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiao Chen now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng was here. Soon Xiao Sua led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yan Xan. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold, and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3 rank 2 sects, Yan Xan. Xiao Chen looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yan Xan, he was slightly stunned. This person and the Ice Snow Sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common. They were both extremely proud, arrogant, and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yan Xian walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yan Xian. Yan Xian frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chen to make a move, Xiao Sua spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate. Yan Xian entered deep thought. Then he said coldly, just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path? After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble either. Xiao Chen patted Xiao Sua's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph. Snorting coldly, Yan Xian led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yan Xian all showed cocky expressions. In this Purple Sun City, they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. Little girl, you look pretty good. As a disciple was about to walk past Fei, he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Fei, causing her expression to change drastically. Luo Nan also felt incredibly frustrated. However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Chen directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then Xiao Chen casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. How dare you injure my junior brother? Yan Xian turned around and raged. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I have seen too many deaths in the past few years, so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms. That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, Are the people of the Burning Moon sect all so shameless? To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yen Xin, so you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong? Suddenly, Xiao Chen interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chen's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. You. Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire body. Countless bloody holes appeared in the other party's body and blood flowed out. Then he collapsed. The other party fell to the ground, dying with a remaining grievance. Had he known this would happen, he would not have said that Xiao Chen was not as strong as him. The gazes of everyone in the crowd froze as they looked at Xiao Chen. How bold of him to kill a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yen Xin. How strong. To think that he killed a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yen Xin. To think that Yen Xin did not even have a chance to save the other party. If I want to hurt someone, I will never do it in secret. If I want to kill someone, I will never do it. Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not like to waste words. Most of the time he liked to use action to express his opinion. Chapter 1587. Xiao Chen, who did not like to speak nonsense, used his actions to prove that the other party was just trash and trash. Judging whether a person was trash or trash had nothing to do with their strength, nor did it have anything to do with their background. Instead, it was a person's character and actions as well as their sense of shame. Not only did the person who molested Fate show no intention of apologizing, but he even tried to frame Xiao Chen. Everyone had a reverse scale. However, after touching it, one had to pay a different price. The price for touching Xiao Chen's reverse scale was death. No matter what rank 2 sect disciple you were, it would not matter if you were Yen Xin's disciple or not. Senior brother, kill him. Before the crowd, the Burning Moon sect disciples felt like they were slapped in the face. So they egged on Yen Xin to help them regain face. Xiao Sua snorted coldly and stood beside Xiao Chen. Then he looked at Yen Xin without fear. Yen Xin's raging heart slowly calmed down. He did not fear the minor primal core cultivator Xiao Sua. What he could not figure out was that white-clad bladesman, who had easily killed his junior brother without even drawing his saber. If Xiao Sua delayed Yen Xin and he could not deal with Xiao Chen, their faces might be slapped even more miserably. The most important thing was that they were not in the right in this matter. They would not be able to find the Burning Moon sect to judge. They might even end up being treated as a joke, spreading it even more. Might I ask for your honored name? Yen Xin asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat uncertain. Xiao Chen. The crowd burst into an uproar. Who was Xiao Chen? They had never heard of this name before. In the Purple Sun region, most of the famous outstanding talents were well known. News spread very quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. Yen Xin said coldly, "Good, very good. Today you slapped my face. In the future I will definitely ruthlessly slap you back." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Face is something you fight for yourself, not someone else's. Be a good person and naturally a beauty will slap your face." Stop lecturing me. Don't get cocky. As long as you don't leave Purple Sun City, take it easy. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. This Yen Xin hated Xiao Chen in his heart. However, when he analyzed the strength before him, he could not completely suppress Xiao Chen. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, feeling extremely sullen in his heart. "Let's go." He turned around and led his many confused junior brothers away, causing a wave of exclamations in the crowd. No one had expected this. The proud and willful new talents of the 3 great sects actually cowered. This was Yen Xin, one of the 3 great new talents of the Purple Sun region, on par with the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Chen. I've never heard of this name before. However, since I've offended Yen Xin, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. After all, the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction is about to begin. It would not be good for Yen Xin to make a move. However, Xiao Chen did not overthink. He led Xiao Sua and the other 2 into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Inside a VIP room, Xiao Chen sat on a soft chair. The other 3 sat behind him, clearly showing who was more important. Through the glowing water screen in front, the 4 in the VIP room could see everything outside, including the situation of the auction. Just at this moment, a voluptuous purple-haired girl suddenly walked out from the front of the auction hall. She wore a long red dress that dragged on the ground. The long dress was very sexy, revealing her fair breasts and stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He stared at the purple-clad girl and entered deep thought. Fei Er blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the pirate leader Xiao Suo laughed loudly and said, "Big brother, although Miss Lan Luo is a famous beauty in Purple Sun City, you should be more reserved." This startled Xiao Chen awake. However, his expression did not change, so he withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He vaguely sensed that this girl called Lan Luo was an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. However, why would an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline appear in such a small place like the Purple Sun region? This was somewhat incomprehensible. At the same time, many of the honored guests in the various VIP rooms looked at Lan Luo with incomparable greed. The flames of lust blazed in their eyes. "Senior brother, this Lan Luo is truly a beauty. She is worthy of your status," Yan Xian's junior brothers in another VIP room said fawningly. "Given senior brother's talent and status, as long as senior brother is willing, that Lan Luo will definitely deliver herself to you obediently." Of course. Who does not know that senior brother has excellent talent and can fight above his cultivation realm? Lan Luo snorted coldly. "So what if this girl who shows herself in public is a beauty? How can she be worthy of me? However, she's pretty good to play with." Lan Luo's lips curled up in a sinister smile. In the VIP room where the ice snow sword Luo Feng was, he stared at Lan Luo's twin peaks, unwilling to shift his gaze away. For Lan Luo to be able to attract the attention of so many experts and outstanding talents at the same time, she was clearly not as simple as Yan Xian made her out to be. Otherwise, Lan Luo would have been subdued long ago. How could she be so attractive? Welcome, honored guests, to tonight's Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction. Lan Luo smiled charmingly and bowed slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. This immediately ignited the desires of all the male cultivators present. As for the women, they were probably already cursing in their hearts. "This woman is really an enchantress," the pirate leader Xiao Suo said with a somewhat dazed look as he swallowed his saliva. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. He said softly, "She did not use any charm techniques. As the saying goes, it is hard to give up on a natural beauty. This is the principle behind it." Big brother, you are really talented in literature. I feel that with Big brother's charm, you might be able to subdue this girl. At that time, she really won't be able to leave this Purple Sun City." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, interrupting Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was stunned for a while before saying, "That seems to be the case. All the men here will probably go crazy." Fager said softly, "You men are all like this. Who does not like beautiful things? This applies to both men and women. However, this is just an instinctive desire, not love." Suddenly Xiao Chen felt somewhat dispirited. He closed his eyes and lay back on the soft chair. Lu Ryue's figure appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, the parting in the Sky Dome realm nearly turned into an eternal parting. Now he did not know where she was. Ancestor Dragon City was just the old dragon horse's guess. If she was not there, then he would be at a loss. Feier and Xiao Suo did not notice Xiao Chen's strange behavior. They only thought that he was tired and lay down to rest. This was because the auction officially started at this moment. Xiao Suo paid full attention to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had agreed to help him bid for an item. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Every item in this annual large-scale auction would be a fine product, worth cities. Perhaps there might even be a strange treasure. That would be a great profit. When the auction started, it proceeded as planned. Indeed, every item was a fine product. Xiao Suo felt a significant pressure in his heart. Every item was a treasure, something that he urgently needed. However, Xiao Suo held back and did not say anything. The further it went, the more valuable the items would be. Next is the 8th auction item, the Dazzling Sunlight True Flame, a Yang attributed flame. This is an Earth-grade Yang attributed flame. Of all the Earth-grade Yang attributed flames, the Dazzling Sunlight True Flame is ranked very high. It is a treasure that Yang attributed cultivators, alchemists, and refiners cannot miss out on. Lan Luo smiled and introduced the various uses of the Dazzling Sunlight True Flame in detail, as well as its value. Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Dazzling Sunlight True Flame? The Book of the Epics recorded that the special flames of the Great Thousand Realms were divided into 6 grades. Primal Chaos Grade, Lunar Grade, Solar Grade, Heaven Grade, Earth Grade, Profound Grade, and Yellow Grade. This Dazzling Sunlight True Flame definitely could not compare to Xiao Chen's Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame. However, if Xiao Chen refined the Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame, his heavenly flame would definitely not be comparable to the rank 3 heavenly snow divine flame. He would not be able to bring out the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. To raise the grade of the heavenly flame, one needed to plan early. Just thinking about the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed by the heavenly snow divine flame and the heavenly flame already excited Xiaoqin somewhat. Once he succeeded, it would definitely become another killing move for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was prepared to obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. Chapter 1588. However, Xiaoqin was not the only one interested in this dazzling sunlight true flame. At least 10 people in the vast auction hall were determined to obtain it. Among them, the most determined was naturally the Burning Moon sect's Yan Xan. Yan Xan was a fire-attributed cultivator and cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. He also comprehended the will of fire. Senior brother, after you refine this dazzling sunlight true flame, you will be able to break through the bottleneck of the primal core realm. A Burning Moon sect disciple exclaimed joyfully. Yan Xan said coldly, I have deep accumulations and need to condense an upper 3-star primal core at the very least. How can I break through the bottleneck so easily? However, I must obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. After I refine it, my accumulations will only become even more horrifying. Aside from Yan Xan, several alchemists and refiners were also tempted. Alchemists and refiners did not lack spirit jades. They were wealthy, so their bids would definitely be extremely vicious. This round of bidding had yet to begin, but everyone present could already smell the thick smell of fire. A huge battle had begun and smoke was already rising. The starting bid for the dazzling sunlight true flame is 100,000 spirit jades. Fellow alchemists, don't miss out on this. Lan Luo's sweet, alluring voice was drawn out as she spoke in a provocative manner. I bid 200,000. I bid 300,000. I bid 400,000. I bid 500,000. I bid 600,000. I bid 1 million. Whoosh! The entire place was shocked. Lan Luo's voice seemed to have a magical power. The few alchemists and some armament masters in the VIP room didn't even wait for her words to end completely before they raised the price to 1 million like a machine gun. The entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the price. Damn it! Lan Luo, you little bitch. How dare you spoil my plans? Yan Xian's anger was immediately ignited. He slammed the table fiercely, scaring everyone in the room. Seeing that the price was still rising uncontrollably, Yan Xian immediately said, Everyone, I Yan Xian want this dazzling sunlight true flame. Please give me some face. In the future, if any alchemists need any help, you can come to the Burning Moon sect to look for me. Just as the price soared to 2 million spiritual jades, Yan Xian could no longer hold back. He brought out his sect and forcefully suppressed the price. The skyrocketing price suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Those rich alchemists and blacksmiths were startled upon hearing this and stopped bidding. On the platform, Lan Luo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She smiled and said, Young Master Yan, this is not good, right? Did I do anything against the rules? Could it be that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is so tyrannical, not allowing us Burning Moon sect disciples to speak? In the VIP room, Yan Xian kept a straight face, not giving any face at all. Xiaoqin thought to himself, this person is really tyrannical. When it hurts my own interests, he immediately brings up the Burning Moon sect. Apart from their standpoint, Xiaoqin quite approved of his behavior. If one didn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth would destroy them. If one didn't use their trump card when they could, wouldn't it be too inflexible and appear hypocritical? However, Xiaoqin didn't think much of this person's judgment. He was too arrogant and had too much of a bandit's temperament. That Lan Luo was not as simple as she appeared. Treating her as a pushover would be the stupidest. Naturally, our Purple Cloud Pavilion will not forbid the Burning Moon sect disciples from speaking. Others will not either. However, using the Burning Moon sect to suppress others is breaking our rules. Lan Luo calmed herself, but the smile on her face did not vanish. Clearly, she was still somewhat shrewd and magnanimous. Shut up, you slut. How dare you slander me again? Don't blame me for falling out with you on the spot. What evidence do you have to prove that I used the sect to suppress others? Who was threatened by me? As long as someone dares to step forward, I, Yan Xin, will atone for my crime with my death. Who knew? Right after Lan Luo spoke, Yan Xian immediately turned the tables on her, grasping her sore spot and making a big deal out of it. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. Lan Luo immediately panicked somewhat, her entire body trembling slightly. If the Purple Cloud Pavilion is filled with people like you, slandering others, I feel that there is no need for it to continue operating. I have yet to say that you slut colluded with a group of old men to purposely raise the price. Now you are slandering me. Yin Xian's words struck home. This was especially so for the last sentence, which caused the entire place to boo. You. Lan Luo was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her ample bosom trembled. When the crowd connected Yin Xian's words, many unbearable scenes immediately appeared in their minds. The iceberg sword Luo Feng support Brother Yin. The purple cloud pavilion needs to give an explanation. Otherwise there is really no need for it to continue operating. Just at this crucial moment the iceberg sword Luo Feng suddenly spoke up. Clearly the iceberg sword wanted to use this opportunity to make his presence known, to make the following auction more favorable to him. The iceberg sword represented the Ice Snow Mountain Manor supporting Yin Xian. For a moment the situation was in Yin Xian's favor. However, it was strange. The wind-chasing sect's new talent, Wang Ling, was in the future. Otherwise he would have voiced his support as well. We support young Master Yin. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to apologize. Right? Apologize. Apologize. Excited voices rang out in the vast Purple Cloud Pavilion, sounding like the roar of a tsunami, ear-splitting. Xiaoqin observed very carefully. At this moment, Lan Luo's great desolate Yin bloodline became increasingly obvious, showing that she was on the verge of going berserk. Fader said somewhat angrily, "How can this group of people be like this? They can clearly tell who is right and who is wrong with one glance. Could it be that they are all blind?" Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "This is called having too many fools and not enough intelligence. All these people seek is a temporary vent. They do not care about right or wrong, yet they still numb themselves thinking that they are righteous. How can it be like this?" Fei expressed her confusion. "Nothing is impossible. You will not find it strange after seeing it many times. You will understand in the future. However, I am going to make an offer." Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and a sharp light flashed in his calm gaze. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out amid the sea of apologies. "Dazzling sunlight, true flame, 3 million spirit jades." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of everyone present. The tide-like whistling sound seemed to have suddenly encountered a heavy blow, and came to an abrupt stop. The place fell into a strange silence. Who is it? Who is so blind as to dare to go against the trend and call out a bid of 3 million spirit jades amid the wave-like cries? "Miss Lan Luo, what's wrong? Does my offer not count?" Lan Luo, who was on the verge of going berserk, suddenly sobered up at this moment. "Damn it! What am I doing? I can't even handle such a small matter. How am I going to inherit the clan in the future?" Lan Luo withdrew all her aura, and a profound look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the VIP room where Xiaoqin was. Then she said, "VIP number 3, Dazzling Sunlight True Flame, bids 3 million spirit jades. Is there anyone willing to make a higher offer?" The cocky smile on Yin Xian's face froze at this moment, turning sinister and scary. "It's you?" Yin Xian could tell that the one who spoke in VIP room 3 was Xiaoqin. "Xiaoqin, how dare you spoil my plans again? Are you tired of living?" Yin Xian's enraged voice rang out from the VIP room, making everyone present feel his rage. 4 million. However, what answered Yin Xian was Xiaoqin's indifferent bid. "It looks like you are really tired of living." 5 million. "I will kill your entire family." 6 million. "I, Yin Xian, swear that I will kill you." 7 million. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, the table in Yin Xian's VIP room seemed to shatter from Yin Xian's palm strike. The sound of the explosion was exceptionally clear in this silent place. Every time Yin Xian said something, Xiaoqin would indifferently add 1 million spirit jades. This made everyone feel that Yin Xian's threat was laughable. "Why aren't you saying anything? Let's continue. Every time you say something I will add 1 million. Don't you want the dazzling sunlight true flame? Let's see how much wealth you have. Continue cursing and let's continue playing." The cold voice from VIP room 3 wafted out. That chill made everyone shiver. When the Ice Mountain Sword Luo Feng heard this, he immediately chose not to speak. Luo Feng did not want to offend such a rich and overbearing person. If Luo Feng fancied something and got into a fight with the other party, raising the price, it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yin Xian's current appearance, Luo Feng rationally chose not to get involved. In the hearts of everyone present, one word came to mind: domineering. What was true tyrannical? One did not need a glib tongue. One was rich and overbearing, suppressing others until they did not dare to say anything. This was true tyrannical. Let me ask you, do you dare to play? Chapter 1589. Senior brother, I'll go look for our sect's elders and get them to pay with some spirit jades. There's no need to fear this Xiao Chen, one of the junior brothers said in unison. Collecting his thoughts, the auction began. Xiao Chen thought for a while and decided to help Luo Nan obtain this sword. When Luo Nan heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. A cold wind sword forged by Great Master Chen Tai would definitely be one of the best among superior grade profound weapons. Xiao Sua nodded and said, that is natural. He is one of the 10 great refiners of the Grave Sea cluster. This was especially so for his attainments in swordsmithing. He had reached the pinnacle of swordsmithing, and there were few who could compare to him. This sword should be Grandmaster's early work, but its value is definitely not low. 6 million. Even if we have money, that's not how we spend it. Xiao Chen nodded. I bought this sword for you. As a swordsman, who wouldn't love to have a sword that they admired? Lan Luo smiled faintly. Then she looked at Booth 3 with interest in her gaze. All the rank 3 sects of the entire Grave Sea cluster were gathered there. That was where the true elites gathered. However, the resources, spiritual energy and natural treasures in the Grave Sea were all at the peak of the outside world. Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. No need. If he likes it, let him have it. As long as he's alive to take it. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar of discussion. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Just who was this Xiao Chen? Ordinary people could not continue to dive. A slightly larger wave could kill a perfected one. Big brother, buy it for me. I want it. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then he looked at Xiao Sua and asked, is this Master Chen Tai very famous? No matter where it was, martial artists who practiced the sword would always be the mainstream. This was the mentality of humans. Since it was someone else who was paying, they would definitely buy the expensive one. If they bought the cheap one, they would feel that they had suffered a loss. Xiao Chen smiled and allowed Luo Nan to continue watching. Right now he wanted to give Luo Nan a sword. But that Ice Peak sword. However, Luo Nan started to worry in the blink of an eye. Big brother is indeed big brother, domineering indeed. The bid of 7 million spirit jades shocked everyone present. No one made a move, and Xiao Chen obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame as he wished. That was not how logic worked. Not only could he order around a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast, but he was also wealthy and overbearing. His strength was unfathomable. The flagpole was covered in rust. The blood-colored flag was in tatters, and the pattern drawn on it was blurry. Venerable, you live in the Grave Sea all year round. There are often people who risk crossing the sea for the sake of a sword strike. As long as one was alive, it was impossible that one did not even have the right to buy something. In that case, he might really have followed the right big brother. However, this price did not last for long. Xiao Chen, who was in VIP room 3, made his own bid. The price soared very quickly, but it was not as exaggerated as the dazzling sunlight true fire. After all, not everyone was as rich as alchemists. It's over. Next up, the auction item is a little special. It's also the last treasure of the day. This is a flag, an ancient pirate flag. As for the discussions of the many cultivators in the hall below, Xiao Chen chose to ignore them. Congratulations to VIP room 3 for 1,600,000 spirit jades for the great Master Chen Tai's cold wind sword. Lan Luo's pretty eyes filled with doubt. She felt even more curious about the identity of the master of VIP room 3. Right. Anything is possible. Since the Purple Cloud Pavilion said that it is the work of the great Master Chen Tai, there should be some guarantee. Immediately, a tattered blood-colored flag appeared in front of everyone. If one really went to compete for this dazzling sunlight true fire, one might have to raise the price to 10 million spirit jades before one could obtain it. Even now, it was still a forbidden land. The seawater was formed from the melting of many ancient stars. It was not water in the ordinary sense. Ferocious beasts lived at the bottom of the starry sea. In the center of every astral zone was a boundless sea, a true starry sea. This prevented Yen Xin from competing with them, as well as the others from bidding against them. However, I can't say that. Perhaps it is a bladesman. Perhaps the other party urgently needs spirit jades to break through. However, the ancient aura from the pirate banners made everyone feel a sense of shock from the oncoming aura. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression. He was rather happy that he managed to obtain the item he wanted at an extremely low price. Naturally, he was happy. To think that it is the work of the great Master Chen Tai. Just the name of the great Master Chen Tai is worth 1 million spirit jades. No matter what Xiao Chen did, he would offend the other party. In that case, he might as well go all out. Even if Xiao Qin used the most disadvantageous method to exchange for 2 million spirit jades, he would still be able to obtain 200 million ordinary spirit jades. This Xiao Qin really does not know how many debts there are. He offended Yan Xian and offended the Ice Snow Sword. Firstly, it would be hard to compete with the other party in terms of wealth. Secondly, Xiao Qin feared the other party's revenge. After the pirate flag appeared, Xiao Sua became completely excited. At this moment he was even more excited, so he asked Xiao Qin to bid 1,500,000 spirit jades. However, when Xiao Sua called out her bid, the crowd booed. "Big brother Xiao Qin, this sword?" Luonan asked as he looked at Xiao Qin. Being able to roam the forbidden starry sea once already gave one the right to brag to others for life. After Lan Luo's subordinates brought out the auction item, she stood before the stage and pulled back the red cloth. Lan Luo did her best to explain the history of the pirate flag, attracting the attention of everyone present. The most important thing was that Xiao Qin had never feared those two from the very start. Could they be elite disciples of rank 3 sects who came out for experiential training? Thinking about it, that was indeed possible. Cassia. Pooh. The reason it was called the Grave Sea was that there were many strange graves in that sea region, dotting the boundless starry sea. Xiao Qin really wanted to know who the honored guest in VIP room 3 was. Fei was somewhat flabbergasted. Big brother Xiao Qin was truly a generous guest, taking out so many spirit jades in one go. For pirates, roaming the starry sea was their goal. 7 million spirit jades, going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. This was discovered by a cultivator in the Grave Sea. This proves that the owner of the pirate flag had a high status in the past. Big brother Xiao Qin, do you really have 7 million spirit jades? Even though Xiao Qin had agreed to the other party's request, he still remembered it. After Lan Luo finished her introduction, she announced the start of the bidding. Xiao Sua rejoiced in his heart. Originally, he had been somewhat worried about Xiao Qin's wealth. Now he was no longer worried. However, this pirate flag was only worth 1 million spirit jades. Beyond that, anyone who bought it would be a fool. The auction continued. Xiao Sua's eyes were wide open, hoping to win the most expensive and valuable treasure. At the crucial moment, Xiao Sua risked defending Yan Xian to help him. The starting bid for the pirate flag is 5 million spirit jades. Those who are interested can make a bid now. However, there were more important things to do right now. The center of the Grave Sea cluster was the Grave Sea. When the price reached 1 million spirit jades, the number of competitors decreased. This pirate flag was indeed pretty good. Just based on its historical value, it was worth 1 million spirit jades. If it was just a coincidence, the previous owner of this pirate flag was not simple. If that was the case, it would not be worth it. One might as well suppress the other party with one's aura, defeating the other party psychologically. At 5 million spirit jades, anyone who bought it would be a fool, even more foolish than a fool. Congratulations. This esteemed guest in VIP room 3 obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame. Of course, 7 million spirit jades was nothing. This is a very old pirate flag. We are appraisers. Although our appraisers did not identify its origins, it has at least 10,000 years of history. Inside the private room, the wine cup in Bing Fengjian's hand instantly shattered. Luo Feng's expression turned frighteningly cold. Xiao Qin nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He put down the wine cup and looked at Xiao Sua. Are you sure? There were many independent starry seas in the universe, famous forbidden lands of the Great Thousand Realms. To pirates, such an existence was an honor. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "It's fine. There are many things in this world that can be tolerated. However, if I am afraid to even buy a sword, why would I come to this purple cloud pavilion? I wonder who sent it up. To think that they are not using the work of Great Master Chen Tai." When Xiao Qin called out his bid, the crowd was shocked. Luo Feng actually did not raise the bid. The first day of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction welcomed the final item. Suddenly, the Bing Fengjian Luo Feng spoke. The remaining swordsmen competing could not help but shake their heads and stop bidding. In that case, after buying it and researching it, 1 million spirit jades would be a great profit. However, it was clear that Luo Feng was overthinking. Xiao Qin only wanted to buy the dazzling sunlight true flame. The next item is a treasure sword, the Cold Wind Sword, a superior grade profound tool. More importantly, it was forged by a Grave Sea Great Master Chen Tai. Its quality is guaranteed. The starting bid for the Cold Wind Sword is 100,000 spirit jades. Swordsmen interested in bidding, you can start bidding now. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Qin understood. Luo Feng and Yan Xian were preparing to snatch it after the auction. In reality, they did not know that regardless of whether it was cheap or valuable, they would be earning it for free.
Chapter 22-28. Second brother, third brother. The grey-robed elder howled in pain and knelt on the ground. What could be more sorrowful than seeing one's brother die in front of one's eyes? Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he turned to look at Wu Meng. Two sabers were stuck in Wu Meng's chest. Although he was still standing, he had already lost his breath and was unable to speak. Xiao Chen reached out and took off Wu Meng's mask. Blood flowed out of Wu Meng's 7 apertures, a ghastly sight. His eyes were wide open and blood flowed out. The corners of his mouth, nostrils, and ears had yet to dry, and his face looked sinister and terrifying. Xiao Chen placed his hand on Wu Meng's arm and checked his injuries. After a while, he entered deep thought. The 2 sabers on Wu Meng's chest were not fatal. The truly fatal thing was that Wu Meng had exhausted all his qi and blood in battle, and his soul energy had dried up. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging by a thread. Xiao Chen was a step too late. There was no need for the grey-robed old man to do anything. Wu Meng would die without a doubt. He would not be killed by others but killed in battle. Looking at the wounds on his body, Xiao Chen knew at a glance that he could have avoided it. As long as he activated the alloy battle armor, with his strength, he should be able to rush out. However, he didn't want to expose his identity, so he chose to fight to the death. Su su su. A few more figures landed in the courtyard. They were Nangong Feng and the others, who had rushed over. Seeing that Wu Meng had not returned by daybreak, Xiao Chen decisively chose to look for Wu Meng. The others were a few steps behind him, only arriving now. Brother Wu. Seeing Wu Meng's appearance, Nangong Feng and the others immediately revealed pained expressions. Only Mo Chen calmly checked on Wu Meng's injuries. I've already sealed his divine seal to ensure that his soul doesn't scatter. He won't die, so don't be too sad. Mo Chen, take care of him. I'll be right back. Xiao Chen said softly and turned to look at the grey-robed old man. A trace of viciousness flashed in the old man's eyes, but he was not blinded by hatred. He looked coldly at Xiao Chen and quickly retreated. What a pity. This kind of person was a scourge if left alive. Now that he had voluntarily retreated, there was no reason to continue killing him. Xiao Chen looked around and saw a hole in the wall of the main building. The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders and Su Yi looked at him with different expressions. Whoosh! Xiao Chen spread his arms and soared into the sky, the dragon shadow following him. He was clearly just one person, but he gave off the impression that there were 10,000 dragons patrolling, majestic and unstoppable. Thud thud thud. Hurried and disorderly footsteps rang out. The leaders of the 10 great merchant guilds all took several steps back. The various sovereign emperor guards silently stepped forward and blocked the way, cautiously looking at Xiao Chen. As the saying went, there was strength in numbers. There were several 3-vein sovereign emperor experts in this main pavilion. However, when they stood together and faced Xiao Chen, for some reason, they felt immense pressure, not daring to underestimate him. There was no need to explain the reason. The royal blue dragon bloodline, the soul energy from the demonic sovereign's divine flame, the 10,000 dragons art that had been passed down for countless epochs, and Xiao Chen's untainted and pure heart. How could this group of people face him? Even a 4-vein sovereign emperor would feel mountain-like pressure when facing Xiao Chen, who did not deliberately withdraw his aura, forcing them to be careful at all times. Barging into this old man's private residence and killing my guards, who exactly are you? The bountiful treasure pavilion's Liu Zhong, who hid behind the guards, shouted as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen with a sullen expression. Greetings, Envoy Inspector. Right after Liu Zhong spoke, Su Yi bowed slightly and greeted softly. The Misty Rain Pavilion's duo Sa Sho bowed at the same time and greeted respectfully. What? The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately felt an uproar in their hearts. All sorts of expressions appeared on their faces, looking extremely interesting. Xiao Chen had arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion only last night. More accurately, he had only arrived about 14 hours ago. Although these people knew that the new envoy inspector was very young, they did not have a portrait of him. They had always felt that the new envoy inspector was just a brat. How could he pose a threat? They did not associate him with Xiao Chen at all. When they heard Su Yi's words, they were immediately shocked. They were shocked that the person who killed the Thunderbolt twin sabers was the envoy inspector. Even more shocking was that the envoy inspector was completely different from the rumored brat. He was completely different. Greetings, envoy inspector. No matter what, now that Xiao Chen had the Heavenly Alliance's letter of appointment, he was their immediate superior. Even though they felt very unconvinced, they did not dare to show any disrespect. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Xiao Chen said indifferently as he walked forward. The Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately made way for him. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen sat down on the host's seat. Take a seat. There's no need to stand, Xiao Chen said calmly. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso chuckled and said, hearing about you is better than meeting you in person. Lord Envoy Inspector is truly a dragon among men. You are extraordinarily handsome, and your skills are incredible. Xiao Chen's grace and heroic bearing convinced Fatso with just one look. However, Fatso suddenly recalled that there was an urgent matter at home. My 87th concubine is about to give birth. I will definitely go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize before sunset. Sorry about that, but I really have to go. As Fatso was about to leave, the other Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately cursed him for being shameless in their hearts. However, they followed suit, saying that they had urgent matters to attend to. Those who could not think of an excuse thickened their skin and said that their concubines were about to give birth, like Fatso, and that they would go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize at night. Right now, the atmosphere was clearly not right. The envoy inspector's friend's fate was unknown, and his anger had yet to subside. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong lost a lot of face and felt angry. If they stayed, both sides would suffer. Furthermore, if Xiao Chen used this opportunity to make things difficult for them, they would not be prepared at all. When they returned, they would discuss it with the faction behind them before making a decision. At that time, whether they went to the Misty Rain Pavilion or not, it would be much easier. They would not be like now, caught off guard and unprepared, facing a strong envoy inspector. Xiao Chen glanced at Fatso. Bai Yunfei was the one who investigated the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's information. Wei Fatso was not lying when he said that he indeed had 87 concubines. However, your 87th concubine has only been in the family for 4 months, and she is going to give birth so early. Clearly, she is not your child. There is no need to rush back. I'll find someone to help you kill her tomorrow, ending all your troubles. There is no need to thank me. Su Yi, who was at the side, could not help giggling. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he ignored Fatso's explanation. He said seriously, everyone, there is no need to beat around the bush. As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than at the right time. Since everyone is here, let's talk about tonight's matter now. Since they ran into each other, Xiao Chen naturally would not let these people leave no matter what. It is good that everyone is not leaving. Just stay. Let's not talk about anything else first. Although you are the envoy inspector, you killed my sovereign emperor guards without permission. Even if you report this matter to Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang, you will not be able to justify yourself. This old man respects you as the Lord Envoy Inspector. However, you need to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this old man will not let this matter rest. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong showed a cold expression as he took the initiative to make things difficult. He picked up his teacup and looked at Xiao Chen. No matter what, he is a sovereign emperor. How can he kill him rashly? Even if he is in the wrong, he is still someone from the Heavenly Alliance. There is no need to be so ruthless. Lord Envoy Inspector, you should give us an explanation. Otherwise, old Liu's anger will not be appeased. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's contributions to the Heavenly Alliance are the greatest in the Yanwu dynasty. No matter what, you should give us some face. After all, the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong had operated in the imperial capital for many years. His reputation and connections among the 10 great merchant associations gave him a lot of weight. The moment Liu Zhong spoke, a few association chiefs voiced their support. However, their tones were rather gentle. If Xiao Chen had not shown such an overbearing attitude earlier, these words might have sounded strange and exceptionally unpleasant. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao showed a meaningful cold smile as he casually toyed with the 3 glass pearls in his hand. Jin Bao really wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Liu Zhong. Jin Bao wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Liu Zhong. Just based on his aura, one could not tell if Liu Zhong was a true dragon or a false dragon. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso seemed to be thinking about how to defend himself against the problem of whether he had planted the bountiful treasure pavilion or not, ignoring everything else. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations observed Xiao Chen's expression and cheered in their hearts. As long as the bountiful treasure pavilion's Liu Zhong continued to be unyielding, the bigger the commotion, the better. It would be for the best if this envoy inspector could cause a commotion and not talk about collecting authority and auditing the accounts. If Xiao Chen did not deal with this properly, these neutral association chiefs would quickly join the ranks of those supporting Liu Zhong. The seemingly calm room was actually full of schemes, each harboring ulterior motives. There were undercurrents surging, boundlessly dangerous. However, Xiao Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Su Yi and asked, "Pavilion Master Su, what do you think?" Su Yi felt stunned when she heard that. Clearly, she had not expected Xiao Chen to throw the ball at her. This move also surpassed many people's expectations. Everyone immediately focused their gazes on Su Yi. Xiao Chen was forcing her to take a stand. There was no way out. Under everyone's gazes, the situation forced her into a corner. She could not avoid it. Su Yi's thoughts raced. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. However, she soon figured out that she was very clear on Liu Zhong's background. However, she could not figure out Xiao Chen's background. No matter what, she could not offend Xiao Chen too much for now. Furthermore, when the two of them tested each other in the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen did not show any hostility to her. Unexpectedly, his seemingly joking words, "Pull me up after falling into the river," came true so quickly. There seems to be some misunderstanding in this matter. It is still too early to conclude that the envoy inspector is wrong. After we investigate this matter, it will not be too late to seek justice for association chiefs, Su Yi said softly, unhurriedly. Although Su Yi's voice was not loud, everyone in the room heard her clearly. The association chiefs who wanted to support Liu Zhong immediately dispelled such thoughts. While Su Yi's words seemed fair, in reality, she was biased towards Xiao Chen. Saying that it was too early to say that there was a misunderstanding completely dispelled Liu Zhong's intention to make trouble for Xiao Chen. More importantly, Su Yi's words indicated that she had already taken a side. This was something worth pondering. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and looked at the bountiful treasure pavilion's Liu Zhong. He did not say anything, but his meaning was clear. Pavilion Master Su already said that it was a misunderstanding. If you continue to cause trouble, you will not be popular. Misunderstanding? Liu Zhong smiled coldly. Then, he said indifferently, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. It looks like there is no need for this old man to remain here." Liu Zhong stood up to leave. However, he was somewhat disappointed. No one stood up with him. Liu Zhong cursed in his heart. Then, he turned around and left quickly with a sullen expression. However, just as Liu Zhong reached the door, a cold voice rang out, causing his entire body to freeze. "Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao dares to treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance." Chapter 22-29. Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao will treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen's cold voice echoed in the pavilion, immediately freezing the bountiful treasure pavilion's Liu Zhong. With just one simple sentence, everyone could clearly sense the cold, emotionless, and indifferent killing intent from Xiao Chen's body. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little quiet. Aside from the sound of heartbeats, there was no sound of wind or words. Was Xiao Chen just bluffing, or was he really going to kill? The association chiefs of the subordinate merchant associations could not understand what was going on. They stole glances at Xiao Chen. Aside from coldness, Xiao Chen did not show any emotion, appearing unfathomable and unfathomable. Damn it! Liu Zhong cursed in his heart. His expression turned extremely sullen as he stood with his back facing Xiao Chen. No matter whether Liu Zhong advanced or retreated, it was an indisputable fact that he was at a disadvantage before Xiao Chen in their first clash. At this moment, Liu Zhong was stuck in a dilemma. He did not dare to act rashly. He was somewhat afraid that Xiao Chen would really disregard everything and kill him here. Xiao Chen was clearly just a one-veined sovereign emperor. However, the strength that he showed deterred the three-veined sovereign emperor guards from making a rash move. Liu Zhong also did not know where the grey-clad old man from earlier had gone. If that grey-clad old man were still around, Liu Zhong was confident that he could protect himself even if Xiao Chen made things difficult for him. Now, Liu Zhong really did not dare to gamble. The best outcome would be for someone to step forward and share some of the pressure for him. However, there was no one. No one in the pavilion stood up for him, making him feel even more flustered. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, I will lose all my dignity. If word gets out that I was frightened by a brat, I will not retreat. In the future, how am I going to establish myself in the cruel imperial capital? Humph. If you want to play, this old man will play with you. At worst, this old man will die together with you. This thought just appeared in Liu Zhong's mind when he suddenly felt the killing intent behind him multiply, rising rapidly. It was Xiao Chen casually moving his right hand, silently forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen's killing intent seemed to make time stop as it penetrated Liu Zhong's body. Like frost, it spread through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. As long as he dared to act rashly, Xiao Chen would definitely kill him without the slightest mercy. Guild leader Liu, come back first. It won't be too late to leave after hearing what the envoy inspector has to say. Su Yi frowned slightly and said softly. She did not wish to see an overly domineering Xiao Chen. The moment this was said, Liu Zhong immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "All right, then this old man will listen to exactly what you have to say." The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao smiled coldly in his heart. You are so scared that you nearly peed your pants, yet you are still stubbornly holding on. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His killing intent dissipated as he said softly, "Chairman Liu, please take a seat." Liu Zhong's face was dark as he slowly sat down. However, he was no longer as overbearing as before. The other chamber leaders felt somewhat rueful. Even Liu Zhong had submitted to Xiao Chen. How were they to face this new envoy inspector? Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the faces of the 10 merchant associations leaders. Then, he took out stacks of account books and stacked them up. Account books? Lord Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Do you not trust us? You want to check our accounts the moment you arrive? The one who spoke was the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief. Account books were always sensitive things, especially for the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. When the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief saw the account books, all of them showed unsightly expressions. Even the calm Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao and the simple-minded 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso showed somewhat grave expressions. They all looked at Xiao Chen, waiting to see how he would respond. Lord Xiao, I have checked these account books, Su Yi said softly, raising her eyebrows. Su Yi raised her eyebrows and said softly. The smile on her face was somewhat cold. Everyone had their own bottom line. Clearly, this account book was the bottom line of everyone present. As long as Xiao Chen dared to make a move, he would offend everyone here, forcing them into dire straits. Jin Bao twirled the 3 pearls in his hand as he said seriously, Lord Envoy Inspector, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a person who wanted to check the accounts on a whim. The story came to an end. Xiao Chen understood. He purposely asked, and then? Jin Bao replied calmly, there is no then. That is the end of the story. Those who dared to touch this bottom line are all dead. Jin Bao was referring to the previous 3 envoy inspectors, a disguised threat to Xiao Chen. No, this is just the end of your story. My story has just begun. Do you want to listen to me? Xiao Chen asked expressionlessly as he looked at Jin Bao. Jin Bao felt stifled. He could not understand Xiao Chen's question. So, he said seriously, please speak. Whoosh. Xiao Chen stood up and gently clapped his hand. Immediately, the stack of account books turned to ashes. Such a scene stunned everyone, not understanding what was going on. There are no problems with the account books. Pavilion Master Su has already seen them. How can I find any problems? These words should have made the various association chiefs happy. However, Liu Zhong and the others felt that things were not that simple. Xiao Chen paused for a while before continuing. According to the Heavenly Alliance's rules, the subordinate merchant associations have to hand over 60% of their profits to the headquarters every year. Everyone has been following this rule for the past few years. This time, I am not here to check the accounts or to make things difficult for everyone. I am doing this for everyone's benefit. From today on, the various merchant associations only have to hand over 40% of their profits to the headquarters. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of the 10 association chiefs immediately changed. Ha ha ha. The envoy inspector is really generous, reducing our burden by 20% in one go. However, the heavens can bear witness to my loyalty to the Heavenly Alliance, with the sun and the moon as my witness. How can I, this Wei, be a short-sighted person who covets small profits? Only when the Heavenly Alliance is strong can we gain a foothold in the imperial capital. I am still willing to hand over the profits as per the old rules. Wei Fatso stood up and patted his chest as he spoke righteously. Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to speak, Wei Dexin said, "My lord, there is no need to say anything else. I have already made up my mind. There is no need to try and persuade me otherwise." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. In the past, they said they would hand over 60%. However, in reality, they were just making up the accounts. The profits that were truly handed over to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters were less than 20%. The merchant associations and the noble clans of the dynasty split the profits in secret. In some years, the profits were not even 10%. Since Xiao Chen was here, he naturally would not allow such a thing to continue. Most importantly, this concerned his own interests. When the others saw Wei Fatso, they seemed to want to follow suit. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop them. Then, he looked at Wei Dexin and said, "I am not trying to persuade you. I am helping you. Here is a new contract. Take a look. If there is nothing wrong with it, change it to 60% and sign it." The contract was written on golden paper with bright red ink. At the end of the seal was Xiao Chen's inspector seal and his own handprint. As long as Wei Fatso signed his name and stamped the seal of his Chamber of Commerce, he would be able to obtain the seal. This contract would take effect immediately within the Heavenly Alliance and could not be changed. With the contract in his hand, Wei Fatso took a look at it and his face turned pale. While Wei Fatso was looking at the contract, Xiao Chen took out the other contracts and handed them to the others one by one. "You can sign the contract at 40%. No need to change it. Reset the past and redo the accounts. This will be supervised by Pavilion Master Su and Master Ku Yun's disciple, Mo Chen. We are willing to hand over 40% of our annual profits to the headquarters of the Heaven Alliance, effective immediately." Upon seeing these words, the faces of the Chamber of Commerce leaders changed dramatically. In the past, the accounts were all fake. They claimed to be 60%, but in reality, only less than 20% of the profits were handed over. Once this contract was signed, they would have to hand over at least 20% of their profits every year. 20% was not to be underestimated. Given the prosperity of the imperial capital, Yang City, this additional 20% was an astronomical figure. Every one of the 10 great merchant associations had to hand over an additional 20%. That number was simply unimaginable. The Heaven Alliance's profits in the Jianghu dynasty in 1 year equaled 10 years, even a century. Back then, Xiao Chen, Mo Chen, and Bauer had calculated that if they did not fake the accounts, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages. To these merchant associations, Handing over only 40% of their profits would actually be more beneficial than detrimental. However, it was not that simple to put into practice. Every merchant association had connections with the noble clans of the dynasty or even the royal court behind them. A large portion of the profits that they embezzled went to these noble clans and the royal court. If these merchant associations signed the new contract, it would be equivalent to severing ties with these noble clans. This required great courage. The true purpose of the new contract was not to suppress these merchant associations but to remove the noble clans that sucked blood from the Heavenly Alliance. Cutting off the tumor. However, the tumor had already penetrated deep into the marrow, even merging with the body. Cutting it off would result in self-injury. However, without such determination, the Heavenly Alliance's benefits in the Jianghu dynasty would become empty shells sooner or later. Xiao Chen's envoy inspector status would become a joke, not worth mentioning. When the disease was beyond cure, one had to have the courage to face death, use the strongest medicine, and press forward. Chapter 2230. No one dared to look directly at Xiao Chen's tyrannical aura. This was not the aura that a one-vein sovereign emperor should have. Xiao Chen had not even attacked Liu Zhong, yet he attacked Jin Bao. Furthermore, Jin Bao had been caught off guard. However Jin Bao injured Wu Meng, Xiao Chen returned it to him in the same way, doubling it. The past was reset, and the accounts were redone. Lord Xiao, this is my declaration. Even the original owner, Liu Zhong, had left. Only Xiao Chen and Su Yi remained in the empty main pavilion. Without any warning, Xiao Chen's royal blue dragon bloodline erupted, and his eyes turned golden. Many thanks. Goodbye. When Su Yi heard that, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "So, you are actually kind in the depths of your heart. However, you were forced to do this. You still want to compromise. If you really want to, I can help you." Jin Bao took the New Testament and prepared to leave. Either you make a declaration and leave, or you sign the New Testament. Everyone is in the same boat. As long as I still breathe, I will not let you suffer any grievances. Take your time to think about it. I believe you can choose the pros and cons, Wei Dexin said with a smile as he held the New Testament. The entire courtyard shook intensely. The royal blue dragons might lingered. No one had ever put him in such a predicament before. Su Yi hesitated for a while before finally receiving the New Testament. She said somewhat helplessly, "I'm not free. However, it is my duty to bring you around the imperial capital." "All right, 60% it is. I'll sign it. My life is really bitter." Sob. 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 As Xiao Chen coldly watched the guards carry Jin Bao away, the golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. His expression remained calm, not showing much emotion. Xiao Chen remained calm, showing no fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, "Who else wants to leave? Just make a declaration like Liu Zhong and leave. There will come a day when you will beg this old man to return the declaration. Let's go." With the activation of the royal blue dragon bloodline, even a four-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block the supreme dragon fist's strongest move. After offending Jin Bao and Liu Zhong at the same time, Xiao Chen would probably lose his job as the envoy inspector. Hold on. This old man will not sign this new contract. I would rather leave the Heavenly Alliance than sign it. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. You guys do the same. It's hard to make a choice, but you have to make a choice. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'm not afraid. I'll be frank with you. I hate traitors the most in my life. While taking the Heavenly Alliance's resources, you collude with outsiders to split the profits. Don't even think about doing such a thing in the future. I haven't had the chance to stroll around the imperial capital. Pavilion Master Su, if you have the time, can you show me your hospitality? However, he was not stupid. He did not dare to offend both him and Liu Zhong at the same time. Liu Zhong's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Men, bring me a brush and ink. Lord Xiao, this is my new agreement. This old man has already decided. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. You may leave." She did not reveal herself, but she was like a venomous snake, terrifying others and not daring to offend her. Xiao Chen could hear the resentment in Su Yi's words. She had helped Xiao Chen today. The two guards landed on the ground and helped Jin Bao up. When they saw his injuries, they immediately became enraged. However, Su Yi had not expected this person to attack Jin Bao. However, there were also people who thought, since Xiao Chen dares to offend both Jin Bao and Liu Zhong at the same time, does he have a powerful backer? How ruthless! Shock flashed in Su Yi's eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen secretly asked her how Wu Meng got injured. Lord Xiao, we successfully forced the 7 merchant associations to leave the Heavenly Alliance. Are you satisfied now? Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. Jin Bao smiled faintly as praise flashed in his heart. This fellow looks like he does not leave any leeway and is overbearing. I'll send you off. Leave the Heavenly Alliance. Lord Xiao, Fatso has decided to follow you. However, can you change this new agreement to 60%? Here. Jin Bao toyed with the 3 pearls in his hand as he met Xiao Chen's gaze with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Then, he asked indifferently, Lord Xiao, are you asking this Jin to make a decision as well? Xiao Chen said softly as he handed the 3 copies of the new agreement, including Fatso's, to the other party. However, rage and murderous intent did not overwhelm Jin Bao's final bit of rationality. He knew that if the guards beside him dared to attack Xiao Chen, they would definitely die. Even if he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, he had to thank Xiao Chen for this punch. Seeing Xiao Chen injure Wu Meng, aside from being shocked, many of the association chiefs also made up their minds. Caught off guard, Jin Bao could not react at all. Xiao Chen's punch sent him flying. Bang! The first 4 words represented Xiao Chen's sincerity. He would not pursue the past of these association chiefs for falsifying accounts. The last 4 words represented Xiao Chen's ambition. He hoped to reshuffle the cards and establish his own order. The other association chiefs would have to think twice before making such a declaration. They did not have such confidence. Aside from the bountiful treasure pavilion's Liu Zhong, who had deep accumulations and strong connections, he did not fear such a declaration. Xiao Chen asked as he turned his head, not caring about it. Liu Zhong looked at Xiao Chen, and disdain flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned and left. I will take the new agreement back and study it carefully. I will definitely give Lord Xiao a satisfactory answer in the near future. Xiao Chen said calmly. This Fatso's background was somewhat unfathomable. Su Yi said in a somewhat piercing tone with a smile on her face. If Xiao Chen could not even protect himself, how could he protect the people in the same boat as him? In an instant, Fatty Wei was the only one left among the 10 chambers of commerce who was still in a dilemma. Lord Xiao, this is this old man's declaration. Lord Xiao, please keep it safe for now. No matter how forceful Xiao Chen was, he should not offend both of them at the same time. Have you heard of this saying? Seeking compromise through conflict. Many people appear overbearing, showing an attitude of wanting to destroy both good and bad together. In reality, the more this is so, the more insecure they feel. However, they want to use this to seek compromise and gain a foothold for themselves. Pu Kai. Confusion flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. He turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "Wrong. I am a bad person. I will not show mercy when I gain the upper hand. If these people take a step back, they can forget about making a comeback before me." Xiao Chen, hold it properly. Association chiefs. Xiao Chen would only believe Xiao Chen if Xiao Chen was willing to sign the new agreement at 60%. Otherwise, he would consider it even if Xiao Chen delivered himself to him. Xiao Chen extended his hand and gestured for Xiao Chen to leave. Then, he said, "Leave a declaration that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, and you may leave. Take care. I won't send you off." After writing the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, Liu Zhong no longer stood on ceremony with Xiao Chen, directly addressing him by his name. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, immediately angering Su Yi. She did not want to bother with him anymore. The remaining Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association signed the new agreement in duplicate. Xiao Chen kept one for himself and handed the other to Xiao Chen. Lord Xiao, can you allow this old man to return and discuss this for a while before making a decision? After all, this matter is very important and involves many people. This old man finds it hard to make a decision. As long as Xiao Chen was willing, he could add another punch to Jin Bao's death. I'm leaving. My 87th concubine is still waiting for me. I hope he is not my child. Compared to Liu Zhong, this Jin Bao was even more secretive among the 10 association chiefs. All right, I will take good care of it. Association Chiefs Li, take care. Boom. Jin Bao crashed heavily into the restrictions on the ground. Cracks appeared in the restrictions reinforced by the layers of formations. Xiao Chen stood up and walked over, calmly giving chase. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen told the other party about Jin Bao's sneak attack. After a while, Xiao Chen stamped the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's seal on a piece of paper. Then, he left behind a drop of essence blood containing soul energy and delivered it to Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief made his decision and handed the statement to Xiao Chen. The many association chiefs in the pavilion sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Are you satisfied? Wei Fatso put on an act, scowling miserably as he signed the new agreement, giving 60% of the profits. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed suit. Soon, only the 3 association chiefs remained. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's new agreement was very tempting. However, most of the time, one could not clear the profits just because one said so. I like loyal people the most. Heaven and earth can bear witness to Chairman Wei's loyalty, with the sun and the moon as a witness. You are willing to give up 20% of the profits. How can I betray your loyalty? Let's not talk about this anymore. The blue dragon image condensed and materialized into countless dragon images, forming the ancient 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. Jin Bao vomited a mouthful of blood. This punch had taken away most of his life, putting him on the verge of death. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao. Haha. I am just an insignificant pavilion master. Who cares whether I am satisfied or not? Su Yi laughed softly. Her laughter was as pleasant as a wind chime. This person was born with a beautiful voice. It would be a pity if she did not become a singer. A murderous intent flashed in Jin Bao's eyes as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Then, he used the last of his strength to grab the 2 guards. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Stop. Don't be rude to Lord Xiao. Jin Bao thanks Lord Xiao for sending me off. Let's go." However, Xiao Chen had chased away the 7 merchant associations, even offending Liu Zhong and Jin Bao at the same time. Furthermore, he had reshuffled the cards without her consent. This upset Su Yi. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong coldly swept his gaze over the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's association chief and understood the true meaning of the new agreement. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief said in a trembling voice as he held the new agreement. Jin Bao felt like he was dying. He was at a loss. Chapter 2231. The imperial capital, Yang City, was flourishing and prosperous. Fragrant chariots and horses, jade chariots crisscrossing, golden whip arrowheads, dragon jaws, phoenix soil tassels. There were even golden threads winding around the trees, celestial birds singing about the flowers, jade trees, and silver platforms, and window lattice acacia. It was a flourishing scene of rich and powerful nobles competing in luxury and pursuing pleasure. As Xiao Chen strolled through the imperial capital Yang City in the early morning, he fully appreciated the prosperity of the imperial capital Yang City. Many thanks to you for Wu Meng's matter. After leaving the main building, Su Yi checked on Wu Meng's injuries again. Then, she got the Misty Rain twin fiends to contact a famous doctor in the imperial capital to treat Wu Meng. It's just a small matter. Even if there isn't a famous doctor, Master Ku Yun's disciple is capable. Your friend's injuries also healed very quickly. However, if I'm not mistaken, he must have been following me in secret. That's why he ended up like this. Su Yi casually glanced at the scene on the street as she spoke in a carefree manner. I'll ask him when he wakes up. Of course, Xiao Chen would not take the initiative to admit this. He said with a serious face. Act. Su Yi thought disdainfully. Just as she was about to speak, a figure hurried over to them. The person who came was not very old and looked very young. He wore a simple green robe with a green luan embroidered on his collar. This is a messenger from the Azure Phoenix Pavilion. Su Yi, who knew the various major powers of the imperial capital like the back of her hand, explained. Miss, you have good eyes. This must be young Master Xiao. Here is a letter for you. Please keep it well. After handing the letter to Xiao Chen, the messenger left quietly, his figure quickly drowning in the tide of people. Opening the envelope, Xiao Chen read the contents. There were not many words in the letter, just a simple sentence. I heard that Benefactor Xiao has come to Yang City, and I am very happy. Let's meet at the Misty Rain Pavilion in 3 days. The Hidden Spirit Temple's little monk, Yuan Zhen. Xiao Chen put away the letter and thought to himself, how fast. This fellow has just arrived in Yang City, and he already received the news. He must have come for the key to the Divine Palace. It looks like I'll have to trouble you to prepare a private room for me in the Misty Rain Pavilion 3 days later. It's simple. I'll send someone to arrange it after I return. This small interlude did not interrupt Xiao Chen's mood. The capital's beautiful scenery was worth visiting. However, when he invited Su Yi out, he did not really want her to accompany him shopping. Instead, he wanted to test her attitude. However, there was no rush. He believed that Su Yi was more anxious than he was. As expected, after a while, Su Yi took the initiative to ask, what do you plan to do next? After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, the Heavenly Alliance's profits in the Yanwu dynasty decreased by at least 80%. Not only do you have to face pressure from the Heavenly Alliance, but you also have to face the threat of the noble clans in the capital. Xiao Chen said calmly, we will take the initiative to attack. First, we will cut off the Heavenly Alliance's resources from these 7 great merchant associations. Yun, one of sect, one with. A bright light flashed in Su Yi's eyes. In the end, she had underestimated this Xiao Chen. It looked like he came prepared. He was very clear about what he had done and did not regret it at all. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, it will be difficult for me. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. The Misty Rain Pavilion managed the resources provided by the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Then, they distributed them to the 10 merchant associations. Based on the current situation, the Misty Rain Pavilion's authority was in Su Yi's hands. If she was not willing, it would be impossible for her to cut off the 10 merchant associations' resources. It's fine. I'll bear all the responsibility. If you find it difficult, you can leave it to me. Xiao Chen's meaning was clear. If Su Yi is not willing, then let's go. I'll do it myself. Su Yi's expression changed. Clearly, she made up her mind. After a while, she said, all right, I agree. However, I always keep 10% of the Heavenly Alliance's resources for myself. This rule cannot be changed in the future. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I can tell that this pretty Su Yi is so black-hearted. She keeps 10% of the resources for herself. Who knows how much profit she has made over the years? Now that I think about it, she cannot take it all by herself. I do not know if the Sword God noble clans are behind her. However, it is good that things are clear. Now that I know the other party's bottom line, many things will be easier to negotiate. All right, it is settled, then. Which one do you think is better, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, the Linlang Pavilion, or the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association? There was no need to fall out with Su Yi for now. 10% of the resources was still within Xiao Chen's acceptable range. The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association are at the bottom of the 10 merchant associations. They do not have deep ties to the noble clans, and their presence is negligible. That's why they dare to sign a new contract. If you want to support them, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion is the only choice. However, Fatso is not easy to deal with. He looks like he is acting crazy, but in reality, he is very ambitious and capable. Su Yi had a very high evaluation of Wei Dexin. She said seriously, if you are not worried about him biting back at you, there should not be a problem. It looks like this is the only choice. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion had a rather deep relationship with Xiao Chen. Su Yi looked at Xiao Chen and suddenly smiled. I discovered that I really cannot see through you. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion is supported by the First Prince. The Golden Essence Merchant Association is supported by the 13th Prince. These two princes are very strong and have the ability to seize the throne. To think that you are not flustered at all. Can you tell me why you are so confident? Are you really not afraid of death? When Su Yi saw that Xiao Chen was still thinking about how to support the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, she could no longer hold back. Su Yi could no longer hold back. Including Monarch Yu, Xiao Chen had already offended 3 princes. Su Yi simply could not understand how Xiao Chen dared to offend the royal clan in Yang City. I can tell you. However, you have to tell me, what is your relationship with the Sword God's noble clan? Xiao Chen asked softly with a smile, raising his eyebrows. Forget it. At the mention of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Yi's expression immediately changed, even turning somewhat cold. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party's relationship with the Sword God's noble clan was not as simple as he thought. The Sword God's noble clan was a noble, orthodox clan. To think that they allowed a woman to manage a brothel in public. Actually, this was very strange, even more serious than when fiendish Saber Shimu practiced the saber technique. Su Yi's expression was the same as the previous night. When Xiao Chen mentioned the Sword God's noble clan, the other party's expression immediately changed. It looked like this was the other party's taboo. There had to be something strange about this. That is, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered an ancient pavilion that was even more majestic and grand than the Misty Rain Pavilion. So, he quickly changed the topic. Right, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is the best brothel in the imperial capital Yang City. It has the best musicians and the most beautiful singers. Furthermore, it has a powerful sword dance that has been passed down for a long time and is known as the best in the world. When the fairy basket appears, even a sovereign emperor will make a move. The profits there are horrifying. At the mention of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Su Yi revealed a complicated and somewhat respectful expression, successfully forgetting her earlier unhappiness. Xiao Chen recalled the Pleasure Quarter alliance that Mo Chen mentioned. Aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital Yang City belonged to the Pleasure Quarter alliance. From a certain point of view, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented the Pleasure Quarter alliance. How does the Misty Rain Pavilion compare to it? Su Yi frowned slightly and sighed softly. The 10 headliners of the imperial capital are all in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion has only one. The greatest difference is accumulations. The other party can continuously nurture headliners, but the Misty Rain Pavilion cannot. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of someone. He asked, have you heard of the headliner Ling Long? Naturally. She has been one of the 10 headliners for a long time already. Her supreme peeper skills are unparalleled in the world, unrivaled. She can be called an immortal musician. However, she already. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to continue, someone suddenly got tossed out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed heavily on the street. This immediately caused a commotion. There were always people who did not follow the rules in the pleasure quarters. Most of them were people who could not resist making a move on the courtesans. Such a situation happened practically every day. Then, many people went to watch the commotion. Another lecture, Su Yi said disdainfully. Xiao Chen looked around. A large group of people appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It seemed like they did not want to let go of the person who got tossed out. Ha ha ha. Foolish brat, you got tossed out again, right? Big brother already told you not to go in. When the time comes, just snatch him away. However, you refused to listen. Ha ha ha. However, a beggar caught the person who got tossed out. The beggar smiled, giving a good impression. Xiao Chen found the person who got caught somewhat familiar. He wanted to follow and take a few more glances. However, that beggar laughed loudly as he grabbed that person. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. This angered the smiling daughter pavilion guards into cursing. They looked around for the person but could not find him. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could only give up. Let's go. Let's go back. When Xiao Chen and Su Yi turned to leave, a window opened on the top floor of the smiling daughter pavilion. The flower-like girl looked in the direction of the beggar's departure. Her eyes were filled with worry, and the worry between her eyebrows did not dissipate. She was disappointed and frustrated. Chapter 2232. As Xiao Chen leisurely strolled around the imperial capital, he and Su Yi came to a preliminary consensus. This matter that would startle Yang City and affect the entire Yanwu dynasty settled down peacefully just like that. The 10 subordinate merchant associations of the Heavenly Alliance occupied more than 70% of the entire dynasty's market. However, due to the deep involvement, the Heavenly Alliance could not get the biggest slice of the pie, even though it wanted to. These merchant associations and the local noble clans worked together to split the true benefits. What was left to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was just a layer of soup. Even if they wanted to, they had to maintain the status quo due to the successive deaths of the previous envoy inspectors. After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, how long could Xiao Chen live? Would he end up like the previous envoy inspector? No one could be confident that he would die a violent death. Xiao Chen had just arrived in the imperial capital, yet he made such a big move. It would be hard not to stir up a storm. The road ahead was dangerous, and the storm would be hard to stop. Undercurrents gathered, waiting for the day to erupt. In the courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen's mental state did not change, remaining calm. After killing the Thunderbolt twin sabers, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 3-life flower, he tested out a small part of his skills. The results satisfied Xiao Chen. The 3-life flower was only at initial perfection, still far from great perfection. The more it was so, the more anticipation he felt. When it truly reached great perfection, how startling would the 3-life flowers might be. Aside from this, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of the 10,000 Dragons art. The 10,000 Dragons picture materialized with the blue dragon as the leader was simply incomparable to the previous 10,000 Dragons picture. With the support of the new 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chen could clash head-on with a 3-vein Sovereign Emperor with his 1-vein Sovereign Emperor Divine Energy Cultivation, gaining the upper hand. Perhaps it has something to do with me activating the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said seriously. No matter what kind of storm he stirred up, the most important thing now was to raise his strength. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen focused on refining his soul with the soul accumulating pill. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the 3-life flower and the 10,000 Dragons ART's first layer. He could clearly feel his strength increasing at every moment. The strength of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline was slowly manifesting itself, giving Xiao Chen endless transformations. 3 lives flower. When the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. What it pursues is the instant of eruption, the ultimate power. If you want to increase this explosive power, you have to give the flower nutrients and light before it blooms, and then accumulate the power to bloom. No, that's not right. If I can't untie this knot, I'm afraid I can only reach initial mastery of the 3 lives flower. Where did I go wrong? Difficult, difficult, difficult. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Maybe I'm confused now. I should pursue my initial feeling and walk straight to the end. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the 10,000 Dragons art and nourishing his soul energy went smoothly. With the help of the Sovereign Blue Dragon bloodline and the soul accumulating pill, he improved rapidly. Only the cultivation of the 3-life flower reached a bottleneck, stopping at small success. The 3-life flower and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 5th move were much more difficult than expected. The instant the flower blooms, the 3 illuminations, Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he paced around the courtyard. Then, he looked up and saw jade-green decorations in the mirror lake behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he saw lotus leaves forming a green sea growing in the lake. When he looked into the distance, he could see blue flowers growing among the lotus leaves. Blue lotus flowers. This startled Xiao Chen slightly as he recognized the origins of these flowers. The blue lotus flower was also known as the water lily. It symbolized holiness, dignity, and solemnity. This flower had many connections to the Buddhist sect. Due to the hidden spirit temple, blue lotus flowers were rather common in the imperial capital. The lotus flowers had already bloomed beautifully. At some point in time, they looked very beautiful on the mirror lake. Perhaps I really was wrong at the start. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. It is not the instant the flower blooms but the illumination of 3 lives. What it pursues is not the instant of eruption but the saber strike after the flower blooms. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately revealed joy on his face. He quickly closed his eyes and started comprehending again. Boundless veritable essence energy and soul energy poured into his chest from his limbs and bones. Instantly, specks of light shot out from his chest. In the next moment, when Xiao Chen opened his eyes, blue petals silently bloomed from his body. The immortal flowers bloomed, and a blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent instantly bloomed with Xiao Chen as the center. Xiao Chen was not done yet. He drew the tyrant saber, and a saber light shot out. Instantly, the sky filled with blue lotus flowers. The light of the blue lotus flowers illuminated the entire world. He could not see the misty rain pavilion, the mirror lake, or even the imperial capital, Yang City. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, the various scenes that Xiao Chen experienced flickered in the surroundings, twisting into shadows. As Xiao Chen stood on the blue lotus flowers, his eyes looked crystal clear. His mortal heart was transparent and bright. So, that is the case. My heart is the foundation of this move. When the mundane heart is covered in dust, the instant the flower blooms, it is cleansed and illuminated for 3 lifetimes. Xiao Chen only drew the tyrant saber. If he drew the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer, who knew what kind of dreamlike scene this 3-life flower would show? With a thought, the light and shadows scattered, and the blue lotus flowers under Xiao Chen retracted. Finally, they gathered into a flower core and merged with Xiao Chen's heart, turning into an immortal heart that was cleansed and bright. This immortal heart did not refer to an immortal. Instead, when the 3-life flower reached great perfection, the mundane heart transformed into a brand new immortal heart. I finally reached great perfection. I just need to continue practicing this immortal heart, and I can make the blue lotus flowers bloom at any time. Xiao Chen tightly clenched his right fist, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The elegance in his eyes became even more calm and reserved, appearing unfathomable. The 3-life flower was already so strong, bringing about a qualitative transformation. He looked forward to what kind of pleasant surprise merciless killing would bring him. The 3 days are up. That Yuanzhen should be here tomorrow, right? At the same time, the association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 subordinate merchant associations gathered again in Yang City. This time, they met at the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao's place. When the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong saw Jin Bao's pale complexion, he mocked, "Old brother Jin, you are severely injured, yet you are here to manage the situation. This Liu really admires your spirit." Jin Bao smiled coldly and retorted, "Why are you laughing at me? Back then, I nearly peed my pants in fright. If not for Pavilion Master Su helping you, you would have ended up in an even more unsightly state than I did. The 2 of you, don't argue. This time, we are discussing countermeasures. This is not the time to fight because of personal feelings." When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief saw that the 2 were about to start arguing again, he quickly tried to pacify them. Liu Zhong smiled and said, "Countermeasures? Is there a need to think about it? Ha ha ha. This fellow is already at death's door. Is there a need for us to care?" When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief heard that, his eyes immediately lit up. "Is the first prince making a move?" Liu Zhong smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. He just looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Even Jin Bao felt curious. He gave Liu Zhong a few more glances and said coldly, Stop being so flustered. Just say what you have to say. Indeed. What great idea does Senior Liu have? Share it with us. That's right. Stop hiding it. Let's think about it together. Who knows, we might be able to make that brat die even faster. Liu Zhong put on a show and took a sip of tea. Then, he said slowly, to think that this fellow offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before. Fortunately, he came to the imperial capital. How long do you think he can continue to cause trouble? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been in the imperial capital Yang City for tens of thousands of years. Even before the Yanwu dynasty was established, it had experienced the rise and fall of several dynasties. The Pleasure Quarter alliance that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented had deep accumulations, even older than the Yanwu dynasty itself. To think that Xiao Chen offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This was truly a major matter. The many association chiefs were startled when they heard this. Then, they started laughing and quickly asked, how does the Smiling Daughter Pavilion intend to deal with him? Liu Zhong put down his teacup and replied seriously, he stole the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's holy relic, the fairy basket. Originally, as long as he handed over the holy relic, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not make things difficult for him. However, after the first prince learned of this, he decided to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, to show him who calls the shots in Yang City. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Jin Bao, who had remained silent at the side. He said sinisterly, perhaps we can make use of this opportunity. It is not easy for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to stand up for him. How can we only teach him a lesson? With the succession race at hand, the other factions in Yang City more or less feared the Heavenly Alliance. They did not dare to rashly touch Xiao Chen. However, if the Smiling Daughter Pavilion stood up for him, it would be a different story. The Pleasure Quarter Alliance did not fear the Heavenly Alliance in Yang City. There was no need for them to fear anything. Xiao Chen offended many factions, affecting the interests of many noble clans. They could no longer hold back and wanted to make a move on him. Now that an opportunity presented itself, no one would give it up so easily. The 13th prince only told me one thing, either I don't touch him, or once I do, I will ruthlessly trample on him, not giving him a chance to turn things around. Jin Bao felt that this was not enough. He threatened in a sullen voice, Xiao Chen is a vengeful person. Don't think that he will submit just because you teach him a lesson. There are only two outcomes for opposing him. Either he kneels, or we kneel. If you do not want to kneel, then listen to me this time. Chapter 22:33. While the storm did not seem to stir Yang City, undercurrents surged on the surface. News of the new envoy inspector chasing away the 7 merchant associations had already spread. Each of the 7 merchant associations had an ancient noble clan behind them. 2 of them even had connections to the princes of the dynasty. When Xiao Chen decided not to leave behind any parasites, a storm was bound to happen. Benefits were like flesh and blood. Xiao Chen used a knife to cut off other people's flesh, cutting off other people's blood. No one would be able to endure such a thing. However, with the succession race at hand, none of the princes dared to be careless. No one dared to make the first move. If they could not take down Xiao Chen in one strike, they might end up facing Xiao Chen's revenge and end up being implicated in their race to be the crown prince. The gains do not make up for the losses. However, the storm had already started. The longer they suppressed it, the more intense it would erupt. No matter how dangerous this invisible undercurrent was, no one cared about it. Xiao Chen's group was not overly anxious. They cultivated bitterly. When the group left the Heavenly Alliance, they had exchanged for a large number of resources. Origin liquid, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques were all in hand. It would be a waste not to cultivate them. If these resources could be converted into accumulations, everyone's strength would soar. On this particular day, the appointed time with Yuanzhen arrived. Xiao Chen woke up very early and went directly to the Misty Rain Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion was not open for business in the morning. When Xiao Chen arrived, Su Yi was leading a group of singers and dancers in rehearsal. The lineup of the rehearsal somewhat startled Xiao Chen. There were a total of 100 women on the stage. All of them held different musical instruments. Qin, flute, ruler, zither, bell, drum, there were many more. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The thing that shocked Xiao Chen the most was that every instrument was actually a soul tool. That was right. That was to say, there were close to 100 soul tools on the stage. Xiao Chen felt stunned. Even the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not have such a grand entourage. Soul tools were not cabbages. Xiao Chen dared to say that even a rank 7 sect would not have so many soul tools. Woo woo. The sound of a flute rang out. It was ethereal and spiritual, and in an instant, everyone was immersed in its artistic conception. It was as if he had turned into a red-crowned crane and was passing through the clouds. Ding ding dang dang. It was the sound of a flute. The sound of the flute was like spring water hitting rocks in the mountains, crisp and clear. It was as if two chess players were playing chess. One chess piece after another fell to the ground along with the sound of spring water. Soon after, the sound of the pipa rang out. The sound of the pipa was incomparably beautiful, and one could feel the superb skill of the person playing it, as well as the emotions that were stirred up at will. However, even though Xiao Chen was an amateur, he could tell that there were many musical instruments in this group of soul treasure-level instruments. The sound of the pipa was slightly inferior. Normally, it would not be a big deal. However, it appeared somewhat strange among a group of soul tools. However, Xiao Chen had no time to think too much, because more instruments were playing at the same time. The tune changed wildly, becoming incomparably impassioned. It was as if a poem was being written, a legend being passed down. It was grand and imposing, making one's mind tremble and blood boil. Clang! Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared on the stage, appearing at the perfect moment. Just as everyone's blood boiled and they wanted to draw their swords, it appeared. Whoosh! Another flash of saber light appeared. Immediately, sabers and swords clashed. Together with the hundreds of musical instruments, they played a grand tune. It was refreshing and instantly entrancing. When the sabers and swords clashed, it was both a saber dance and a sword dance. The ones holding the sabers and swords were pretty women. This was the only point that Xiao Chen felt was insufficient. While it was pretty, it was pretty. It was beautiful, but it lacked the charm of the saber dao and the sword dao. The main reason was that these two women were dancers and did not have high cultivations. If it were two cultivators who comprehended the sword dao and saber dao domains working together with that epic, legendary ensemble, they would be even stronger. It would probably be a level higher, and the effect would be even better. Among the hundreds of headliners, Su Yi sat alone in the center, wearing a red qipao. She showed a focused expression as she strummed the zither strings. Su Yi's elegance and beauty, as well as her superb skills, did not pale in comparison to this group of headliners. Due to her unique air, she even attracted attention. She was like a bright moon among the stars, aloof from the world. Clang! Suddenly, Su Yi pressed down on the zither strings, and the zither hummed endlessly. The others all stopped playing their instruments. Fatigue and dissatisfaction flashed on Su Yi's face. Then, she waved her hand and said, "Disperse. We will practice again another day." Clearly, Su Yi was not very satisfied with the performance, even somewhat disappointed. After everyone else left, Su Yi walked over to Xiao Chen's side and said, "Lord Xiao, you are really early today. My lord must have seen a joke." "It's not really a joke. However, it is an eye-opener for me. Such a grand ensemble is arduous and thankless. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Although it looked impressive, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. I'm very curious, what is Pavilion Master Su trying to do?" Needless to say, it was indeed an eye-opener and refreshing experience. However, as Xiao Chen said, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. If that happened, there would be no value in performing. It would be arduous and thankless, and there would be no benefits at all. Su Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Indeed, arduous and thankless. However, in one's life, one must have some goals. My greatest wish is to be able to combine the 10 great ancient music scores into one and perform them together while I'm still alive. So, You spent all the profits from the Misty Rain Pavilion on buying soul treasure musical instruments. When Xiao Chen heard that, a thought occurred to him. The Heavenly Alliance's 10% profit every year was a huge profit. Su Yi alone could not finish them all. If she used all the profits to collect these musical instruments, that would explain it. Lord Xiao, you are overthinking. Musical instruments are cheaper than weapons. The Heavenly Alliance's profits are not enough to collect so many soul treasure musical instruments. My mother collected several of them, but it is still far from enough, Su Yi said seriously. When mentioning these soul tools, Su Yi did not try to hide anything. Speaking of which, I still have not properly thanked Pavilion Master Su for helping me out previously. Coincidentally, I happen to have a peeper with me. If you are willing, I can lend it to you. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the medial grade soul tool peeper from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and handed it to Su Yi. Profound heaven. Su Yi held the peeper in her hand and adjusted it for a while before starting to play it. Immediately, a peeper song flowed smoothly from her fingertips, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ear, penetrating one's heart. This made Xiao Chen feel embarrassed. Compared to the peeper that he played randomly in the past, he simply did not know what this was. Good peeper. The peeper was also known as the Huqin. Su Yi praised softly, unable to put it down. Unconcealable joy flickered in her eyes. This was pure joy, just like when Xiao Chen found the Heavenly Slayer spirit weapon. This was a bladesman's pure love for the saber. Lord Xiao, state a price. No matter how much this peeper is worth, I want it, Su Yi said softly as a bright light appeared in her eyes. Xiao Chen sighed, how unfortunate. I was going to give this peeper to my martial nephew, so that he can use it as a token of love. You can use it first. I cannot make the decision. Otherwise, I would have given it to you directly. That is indeed unfortunate. Su Yi felt somewhat disappointed. However, she still said joyfully, thank you, big brother Xiao. This is good. Ziyun will not have to complain anymore. The person you are waiting for is already in the private room. He arrived last night. In that case, I'll go first. When Xiao Chen reached the private room, he saw a cloaked person who had been sitting there for a long time. When this person saw Xiao Chen arrive, he removed his cloak and revealed his shiny bald head. This was the smiling Yuan Zhen of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Xiao Chen said indifferently, stop being so polite. You want the ethereal immortal palace key, right? It is yours in the first place. I do not intend to keep it. Yuan Zhen felt disdain for Xiao Chen in his heart. If it were in the past, he might have believed him. However, after being tricked by Xiao Chen several times, it would be strange if he still believed him. However, you have to tell me where the ethereal immortal palace's language is. Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement. After some thought, he said, honestly speaking, no one knows where the ethereal immortal palace is exactly. We only know the general area. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. However, this prophecy has never been accurate before. It is hard to say how trustworthy it is. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun had said the same thing. The ethereal immortal palace lived up to its name. It was indeed ethereal. Every prophecy said that it would appear. However, it never did. Perhaps the true location had not been determined yet. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. I heard that the universe origin sects Daoist, the profound heaven's holy sun, the abyssal underworld's people, the Shuewu dynasty's people, and the factions behind the ethereal immortal palace keys are all making preparations. Yuan Zhen told Xiao Chen some of the secrets he knew to show his sincerity. Kaca. Just at this moment, the door to the private room opened, and Su Yi walked in. At the crucial moment, Yuan Zhen quickly pulled up his hood, covering his shiny bald head. Su Yi gave Yuan Zhen a somewhat strange look. Then, she handed an invitation to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, your invitation. Xiao Chen received the invitation with some suspicion. Then, he felt excited. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Who sent the invitation? Su Yi asked out of curiosity. She had not opened it yet, so she did not know. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, just an ordinary friend. Oh, in that case, I won't spare you. Su Yi found it strange as she turned and left. Xiao Chen glanced at Yuan Zhen and said, accompany me somewhere, and I will return the ethereal immortal palace key to you. Yuan Zhen's expression did not change when he heard that, not showing any joy at all. He said indifferently, swear it first. Thinking about it, Xiao Chen had tricked her too badly, so she no longer trusted him. All right. I, Xiao Chen, swear that as long as you accompany me to this invitation, I will definitely return the ethereal immortal palace key to you. Xiao Chen said seriously with a sincere expression. Only then did Yuan Zhen reveal some joy. He smiled and said, all right, I promise you. As long as it is not a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere. Chapter 2234. As long as you do not go to a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat apologetic. Sorry, the place I want you to go is really a pleasure quarter. However, Xiao Chen could not be blamed for this. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion coming to seek him out would not be for anything good. According to the information that Xiao Chen obtained, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was very close to the first Prince Wang Fei. Furthermore, the first prince happened to be the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's backer. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion invited Xiao Chen for a gathering for no reason. It might have something to do with this. If Xiao Chen had Yuan Zhen's company, it might be of some unexpected use when necessary. Benefactor Xiao, when are we leaving? Yuan Zhen asked somewhat impatiently. He had been waiting for the ethereal immortal palace key for a long time already. It was rare for Xiao Chen to make a vow. With this guarantee, it would naturally be faster. There's no rush. The appointed time is tonight. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he asked softly, speaking of which, how much do you know about the Yanwu dynasty's princes? When Yuan Zhen heard that, he looked at Xiao Chen warily. Then, he asked, why are you asking this? Could it be that you want to participate in the succession race? After sizing up Xiao Chen for a while, Yuan Zhen seemed to understand something. That's right. With your strength and status, you are barely qualified to participate in the succession race. However, you have to think this through. A large part of the reason why no one has made a move on you is that you have not chosen a side. Once you choose a side, you will cross the bottom line of the other princes. You have to think carefully about the consequences you will face at that time. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Unexpectedly, you seem to understand my current situation rather well. Haha. You just arrived, and you already killed Duke Yun's son. Before coming to the Misty Rain Pavilion, I heard that you forced away the 7 merchant associations, cutting off their Heavenly Alliance supply. Your actions are getting bigger and bigger. It would be hard for me not to know about it. Yuan Zhen smiled faintly, not hiding his understanding of Xiao Chen. It looks like the Hidden Spirit Temple is not as detached as I imagined. The Hidden Spirit Temple probably knows all the matters of the entire dynasty, no matter big or small. Tell me, which princes have the highest chance of becoming the crown prince? Yuan Zhen thought for a while before replying calmly, born in the mundane world, who can transcend the world with a body of flesh and blood? Right now, the ones with the most hope to become the crown prince are naturally the first Prince Wang Fei, the 8th Prince Wang Feng, and the 13th Prince Wang Yi. The first prince is the oldest and is steady and polite. The imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs like to respect the older generation. This is his greatest reliance. The 8th Prince, Wang Feng, had the most outstanding talent. Behind him was the Divine Sword Pavilion, and many rank 7 sects supported him. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's mother was the current Empress Yang. He was doted on at a young age and was the favorite of Yang Huang. If Yang Huang could make its own decisions, it would definitely pass the throne to the 13th Prince. A pity that it can't. As for the other princes, there is no lack of ambitious people. Unfortunately, their background and henchmen are a bit lacking. They can't compare to these 3 popular princes. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, based on what you said, barring any unexpected surprises, the next Yang Emperor will be one of these 3 princes? Yes, That is what the Hidden Spirit Temple thinks. The two chatted for a long time. After Yuan Zhen's introduction, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of the Yanwu dynasty's royal court. The succession race has already reached the final stage of preparation. At that time, all the princes will be required to participate in it. They will enter the Yang Emperor's secret realm and accept the test passed down by the ancestors. The final victor will be the Yang Emperor's crown prince. Yuan Zhen thought for a long time before saying, "It is best that you do not participate rashly. Every succession race involves the factions of the entire Great Thousand Realms. The Bushan Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Universe Origin sect will pay attention and even participate personally. The Hidden Spirit Temple has a rather special relationship with the royal court. It is not like the Universe Origin sect and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, which directly govern the dynasty. Hence, the Yanwu dynasty's succession race will attract the various factions to place their bets, attracting the attention of the entire martial epoch." Yuan Zhen's words implied that Xiao Chen was alone. It was not realistic for him to participate in the succession race. However, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not argue. He did not want to participate. However, the situation forced him to. He needed to understand. When Xiao Chen looked at the sky, it was already dark. The misty rain pavilion slowly turned lively. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "Let's go. It is time for us to keep our appointment." As Yuan Zhen left, he hid his entire head in his hood, lest someone recognize him. The Hidden Spirit Temple held a transcendent position in the Yanwu dynasty. It was even deified by the ordinary people. If Yuan Zhen were recognized, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Yanwu dynasty. A monk visiting a pleasure quarter, furthermore, an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple, after leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion, Yuan Zhen felt much more relaxed. Being outside is still the best. Staying in here is really uncomfortable. Yuan Zhen sighed from the bottom of his heart as he let out a long breath. Xiao Chen could not bear to tell Yuan Zhen that they were going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was even more famous than the Misty Rain Pavilion. Yuan Zhen led the way without saying a word. Compared to Xiao Chen's silence, Yuan Zhen appeared more relaxed, showing an indistinct smile on his face. Xiao Chen would soon obtain the ethereal Immortal Palace key. It would be hard for him not to be happy. No matter how long the road was, it would come to an end eventually. The magnificent Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was brightly lit in the night, looked like a resplendent pearl. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion occupied the most bustling place in the imperial capital Yang City, bustling with people and carriages. "Benefactor Xiao, why did you stop?" When Yuan Zhen saw a pleasure quarter, he turned somewhat nervous. His expression turned somewhat unsightly as he said, "Don't tell me that you are going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Honestly speaking, that is the place." "Xiao Chen, you bastard. Are you trying to trick me again?" Yuan Zhen cursed with a somewhat distorted expression, feeling frustrated. No matter what schemes Xiao Chen had, given Yuan Zhen's self-restraint and cultivation, he rarely showed his emotions on his face. This was especially so when he was angry. But this time around, he couldn't help but curse out loud. "All right, it's my fault for not being clear. Wait here for a while. After I come out, I will hand the ethereal Immortal Palace key to you." Seeing Yuan Zhen's expression, Xiao Chen thought for a while. This was indeed making things difficult for Yuan Zhen. Forcing a monk to enter a pleasure quarter with him was somewhat inexcusable. May Buddha, I have sinned. I have sinned. To think that I violated the precepts of anger. My Buddha nature, Yuan Zhen chanted a few times. When he saw that Xiao Chen was about to leave, he struggled for a moment before calling out to stop Xiao Chen. "Wait. I'll accompany you in. However, I have to make this clear first. I will not help you with anything. I will just accompany you in. You cannot ask me to do anything." When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled and said, "That's easy. You are in charge. Let's go, then." Even though Yuan Zhen said that, he still showed an unsightly expression. He retracted his neck further into his hood. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen glanced around and saw the dirty beggar from back then. This beggar sat at the edge of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, eating roasted chicken and drinking wine. He grinned as he watched the guests enter and leave. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He walked over and took out a bottle of wine to hand to the beggar. This was the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn. The dirty beggar did not care. He opened the bottle and tried to drink it. Xiao Chen quickly stopped him and said, "This wine is too strong. If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor in the future, drink it. The benefits will be boundless." Haha. It turns out that I can't drink this lousy wine before advancing to Sovereign Emperor? The beggar mocked. Then, he said carelessly, "In that case, I'll return it to you." This beggar doesn't want it anymore. When Yuanzhen heard that, he thought to himself, "This beggar does not look like an ordinary person when he smiles. Unfortunately, he is not sensible. Since it is a strong wine, if I guessed right, it should be the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn." Back then, Xiao Chen used this wine to make a name for himself at the Peach Blossom Gathering. Many sovereign emperors sought it, yet Xiao Chen gave it to a beggar. Furthermore, the beggar boasted shamelessly. Xiao Chen did not take it. He said seriously, "Even if you can't drink it, it will be useful to you. I want to ask you about someone. 3 days ago, you captured a person and left. I want to know where that person is now." The person that the beggar captured that day looked familiar to Xiao Chen. However, he did not see him clearly. "Are you talking about that foolish brother of mine? Ha ha ha. There's no need to look. Just stand here and don't move. You will see him soon." Plop. Right after the beggar spoke, someone tossed a figure down from the building like a sandbag. Wounds covered the person's body, making him appear in a sorry state. The nearby cultivators felt that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not in the right. They laughed coldly and strode into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "It's that fool again. He gets chased out every 2 or 3 days. How pitiful. Speaking of which, it is strange. If it were someone else causing trouble like this, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would have silenced them long ago. It is a miracle that this person is still alive. Who cares? Quickly go and reserve a spot. The headliner Ling Long is performing today." The beggar guffawed and pointed to the person in the middle of the road. "What did I say? Hee hee. I was just talking about my foolish second brother." Bang. He fell down. Xiao Chen walked over step by step, his expression growing increasingly doubtful. When he got close, he felt greatly startled. When that person in a sorry state turned his head and saw Xiao Chen, he also felt shocked. Martial uncle. This person with a swollen face, covered in wounds, and in a sorry state was Xiao Chen's martial nephew, Ling Yu, from the Grave Sea Cluster's Purple Flame sect. As the saying went, it was a small world. Xiao Chen had not expected to see Ling Yu in such a situation. "Martial uncle, martial nephew embarrassed you. Perhaps Ling Yu was too excited, or perhaps he had been wronged for too long, but his eyes immediately turned moist. Ling Yu sounded like he was about to cry, looking very pitiful. "How did you end up like this? Quickly, get up." Xiao Chen asked sullenly as he pulled Ling Yu up. "I want to see elder sister Ling Long, but they won't let me in." Martial nephew feels bitter in his heart. Ling Yu did not have many relatives. To him, Xiao Chen was even closer to him than a senior in the sect. Now that Ling Yu saw Xiao Chen, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and said, "I'll bring you in. Let's see who dares to stop you." "Really? Martial uncle, when did I boast? There are many places in the world that I cannot bring you to. However, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion is definitely not one of them." Xiao Chen felt some anger in his heart. No matter how deep the accumulations of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion are, in the end, it is still a pleasure quarter. Since when can a pleasure quarter bully others like this? Martial uncle, bring me in. Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter." Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt like a pair of tongs clamped down on his feet. He lowered his head and looked. That beggar had secretly poured down an entire bottle of heartburn. His face flushed red, and his body felt like burning charcoal. The beggar appeared drunk, smiling like a flower as he grabbed Xiao Chen's leg, unwilling to let go. "Big brother, you are drunk. This is my martial uncle, Ling Yu quickly corrected when he saw the situation. I'm not drunk. I'm your big brother, so your martial uncle is my martial uncle. The seniority is not messed up. Martial uncle, bring me in. Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. He looked at Ling Yu and asked, how did you get to know this beggar? Martial uncle, he saved my life once. Then, he insisted that I acknowledge him as my big brother. Since then, he has been following me, Ling Yu explained as simply as he could. Never mind. Since he saved Ling Yu's life before, there is no need to dwell on the other party's rudeness. Yuan Zhen, help him up. Let's go in together. Yuan Zhen looked regretfully at the empty bottle in the beggar's hand. A bottle of heartburn was gone, just like that. Brat, you have been sneakily eyeing my wine. Are you trying to steal my wine? Never mind. This beggar will treat you to a drink. After Yuan Zhen helped the beggar up, he suddenly poured the bottle of wine into Yuan Zhen's mouth. Yuan Zhen immediately panicked, feeling somewhat at a loss. I drank. Why did I not react? I really drank. I broke the precepts again. Hey, why is it so smooth? The beggar said, finding it strange when he saw the mysterious phenomenon under the hood. Taking advantage of Yuan Zhen's dazed state, he extended his hand. Then, he chuckled, hee. It really is a bald head. Ha 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 ha. This beggar understands now. You are a flirtatious monk. Ha 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 ha. A flirtatious monk. A flirtatious monk wants to visit a pleasure quarter. Everyone, quickly come and take a look. Fortunately, the beggar was already drunk, so his words were unclear. However, this startled Yuan Zhen half to death, startling him back to his senses. Then, he quickly covered the beggar's mouth. As Yuan Zhen watched Xiao Chen and Ling Yu walk over, he felt like crying, but no tears would come out. In one day, Yuan Zhen had broken 2 precepts. First, he abstained from anger. Then, he abstained from alcohol. Had he known earlier, he would have given up on the ethereal immortal palace key. You are not allowed to speak. If you speak again, I will leave you here. Do you hear me? Yuan Zhen saw the beggar nod a few times before putting down his hand. Then, he helped the beggar to catch up to Xiao Chen. The beggar was very drunk, smiling continuously. Although he did not say that he was a flirtatious monk, he occasionally reached out to touch Yuan Zhen's bald head. A monk who wanted to cry but had no tears, a drunken beggar, a wronged infatuated woman, and Xiao Chen. This was a combination that the Misty Rain Pavilion's master could not imagine. Just like that, they headed for the brightly lit Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the jewel of Yang City, without looking back. Chapter 2235. A beggar, a monk, an infatuated man, and Xiao Chen. No matter how one looked at it, this group of people looked strange. However, they just walked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The guards at the door seemed to have heard the commotion. They took a look but did not do anything. This made the people watching feel amazed. Since when could beggars strut into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? Ling Yu felt somewhat weak. He had been beaten up quite miserably recently. He did not dare to believe that he could really go in. Martial uncle, can we really go in? Before Xiao Chen answered, more than 100 pretty girls walked out of the door. They stood in a straight line and said in unison, "Welcome, young Master Xiao, to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as a guest." An absolute beauty walked out from behind the row of girls. She wore a green dress and a jade hairpin in her hair. Her facial features were exquisite, and she exuded an extraordinary air. Headliner Qiu Yu. Headliner Qiu Yu, what is she doing? Is she going out to personally receive the guests? What a grand lineup. Even if a prince came, he would not be able to do so, right? Xiao Chen looked at the green-dressed beauty. The other party walked over gracefully and bowed slightly. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu spoke softly and smiled gently. The surrounding people easily fell head over heels for her, unable to extricate themselves. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu looked around and frowned slightly. A dirty beggar, a wretched hooded man, and a bruised fool. After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, "Since you are young Master Xiao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion." After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, "Since you are young Master Xiao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. However, this person cannot enter." Headliner Qiu Yu said righteously as she pointed at Ling Yu. "Why?" Ling Yu immediately felt unconvinced. He shouted, "Why can't I enter?" Qiu Yu wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed like there was something she was hiding. She sighed softly and said, "I am doing this for your own good. This is not my intention either. It is Sister Linglong's intention." Ling Yu said somewhat dispiritedly, "I don't believe it. I don't believe that this is elder sister Linglong's intention. Let me meet Linglong. I want her to tell me personally. Let him in." At this moment, a voice came from inside the building. Qiu Yu nodded slowly. "Please come in, young Master Xiao." After stepping over the threshold, Xiao Chen entered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Like the Misty Rain Pavilion, it was a completely different world inside. From the outside, it looked like a magnificent building, but in reality, it was a small world with mountains, rivers, and vast white clouds. Above the white clouds, palaces and pavilions could be vaguely seen. It was like a fairyland. Pavilions stood in great numbers in all four directions, and guests filled the place. There should have been many esteemed guests gathered in the mountains and rivers, but today, there was only one table. The other guests could only gather in the pavilion and watch the performance. With headliner Qiu Yu leading the way, Xiao Chen's group of 4 walked through the forest and arrived at the banquet in the mountains and rivers. Along the way, Xiao Chen discovered many experts hidden in the forest. The banquet was already filled with people. When Xiao Chen looked around, he discovered many familiar faces. The association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 subordinate merchant associations were all present. However, this was different from the previous time. This time, they had outsiders accompanying them. If Xiao Chen guessed right, they should be the upper echelon of the dynasty's ancient noble clans. Lord Xiao, Wei Fatso and the other 2, who had already signed a new contract with Xiao Chen, stood up and saluted Xiao Chen with somewhat embarrassed expressions. As for the other merchant associations, they only glanced at Xiao Chen and ignored him, showing some hostility in their eyes. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and gestured for the 3 to take a seat. There was indeed a reason for this banquet. After Xiao Chen's group of 4 sat down, a group of people immediately walked over from behind. The one in the lead was a woman with a veil covering her face. Beside her were 3 men with dignified appearances, an oppressive noble aura, and a vast imperial aura. These people were of different ages, but their noble auras and imperial might were exactly the same. These 3 people were princes. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "This banquet seems to be much grander than I imagined. 3 princes are here at the same time. All the noble clans of the imperial capital are here. What are they doing?" While Xiao Chen felt uncertain, he felt a gaze that did not hide its murderous intent. Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the gaze. The owner of the gaze stood beside a prince. This person's expression was very similar to Monarch Yu's. Monarch Yun, what a fellow. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion gathered all the enemies that I offended. Greetings, First Prince, 8th Prince, 13th Prince, and Pavilion Master Yang. The association chiefs and noble clan elders at the banquet all stood up and bowed respectfully. "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite today. This is Pavilion Master Yang's home turf. We are not princes or guests. The true honored guest is the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiao Chen, Lord Xiao." The prince close to the veiled woman said with a smile as he pointed at Xiao Chen. "Haha. First Prince is right. If not for knowing that young Master Xiao would be coming, this old man would not have come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion tonight." The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong stood up and echoed the First Prince's words, smiling sinisterly. "That's right. Young Master Xiao is the honored guest today. Even if all of us add up, we cannot compare to Lord Xiao. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao said half-jokingly and half-seriously as he held up his wine cup. "Martial uncle, something seems wrong." Ling Yu sent a voice projection as he looked at the group of ferocious people smiling like hungry wolves at the banquet. Ling Yu noticed that everyone at the table gave off an extremely strong aura. Sovereign Emperor experts followed them. When Ling Yu looked around, he noticed that there seemed to be even more experts hidden in the shadows. Without anyone noticing, they had already blocked off all paths. The seemingly spacious forest garden had actually been sealed into a cage. The more problematic thing was that aside from Fatso and the other two, everyone else at the table looked at Xiao Chen with superficial smiles. They all put on fake smiles as they stared at Xiao Chen, looking like they had him in the bag. This made him feel flustered. "Calm down." Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. Then, he looked at the veiled woman and said, "Pavilion Master Yang is really skillful." This Xiao really did not know that this banquet could bring out so many major characters. "I am truly overwhelmed by the favor." Originally, Xiao Chen thought that only the first prince would appear. He had not expected such a scene to appear. 3 princes, the 10 association chiefs, and the representatives of the noble clans behind them were all here. What a feast at Hongmen. These people have made up their minds to eat me up for sure. Pavilion Master Yang, who had a veil covering her beautiful face, waved her hand and said, "Young Master Xiao, there's no need to be angry. Please take a seat first. Let's talk about business first. I really do not dare to casually sit here." Xiao Chen said indifferently. The veiled woman smiled softly and said, "There's no rush. Take a seat first. Today is my smiling daughter Pavilion's headliner Ling Long's final performance. If there is anything, wait for headliner Ling Long to finish her performance before we discuss it." Martial aunt. When Ling Yu heard the word Ling Long, he could not hold himself back. On account of Ling Yu, Xiao Chen sat down with a cold expression. Then, he looked around and smiled coldly in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. "If you think that you can defeat me, Xiao Chen, with your numbers, then it is too early to be happy. Let's see what kind of tricks you guys are playing." The veiled woman gently clapped her hands. As she clapped, a woman flew down from the palace in the clouds. She held a peeper as she slowly appeared in the clouds. She was like a fairy that could be seen but not reached. The headliner Ling Long is coming out. The guests in the private rooms in the surrounding pavilions burst into an uproar. All sorts of cries rang out. A simple sound test immediately piped up the guests' interest, causing their anticipation to soar. As the peeper music rang out, the vast white clouds turned into a vast river with the music. A clear moon fell into the lake. The orioles in the lake spoke in detail. The flowing water of a quiet spring accompanied the moon as it rose. The bright moon that sank into the river broke out of the water together with the peeper music. A white-clad fairy danced in the moon while holding a sword. With the beautiful peeper music, everyone could not tell whether they were in a fairyland or reality. When the quiet spring turned cold, the peeper music gave rise to boundless melancholy. The bright moon in the sky was like a lonely cage, locking down that beautiful fairy. No matter how the beautiful fairy danced, she could not break out of the moon with her sword in hand. A stifling mood filled everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely unbearable. When the stifling mood reached its limits and was about to crumble, the peeper music suddenly sped up. It was like a vast army cutting off all means of retreat, launching a final charge. Bang! The bright moon in the sky shattered, and the beautiful woman trapped in the cage emerged with her sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was not just one person. More than 100 white-clad women appeared in the moon, dancing with their swords as they flew down the cloud platform. When they arrived in the surrounding pavilions, they flew up and down, dancing gracefully. The fairy was instantly within reach. It was like a dream turned into reality. Everyone's depressed mood was swept away, and thunderous cheers erupted. After the song ended, Ling Long smiled faintly and bowed slightly, silently taking her leave. Headliner Ling Long, don't go. One more song. One more song. The fairy basket appeared at the right time. Immediately, the honored guests in the private rooms made a move. Countless Primeval heavenly pills turned into jade ribbons that entered the fairy basket in the clouds. Immortal light spread out from the basket, and thousands of flowers flew out. The atmosphere in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's small world reached its peak. Everyone, please be quiet. Today is headliner Ling Long's last performance. In the future, she will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. She will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the future, the headliner Chiu Yu said softly as she slowly appeared in the sea of flowers in the clouds. After a pause, while everyone was stunned into silence, Chiu Yu said loudly, "The first prince has already returned the secular world to the first prince. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally win over headliner Ling Long. I hope that at that time, everyone will come and give their best blessings." What? At the banquet, the wine cup in Ling Yu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Ling Yu appeared confused as if he suffered a bolt from the blue. He appeared stunned on the spot. Chapter 2236. One song was enchanting, one word was heartbreaking. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally marry headliner Ling Long. Everyone is welcome to attend headliner Ling Long and the first prince's wedding. Before Ling Long's ethereal peeper music faded away, Chiu Yu's words shattered Ling Yu's heart. He was in a daze, completely dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. This is really surprising. To think that the first prince wants to marry headliner Ling Long. Although the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliners sell their skills and not their bodies, they are still women of the pleasure quarters. Is it really appropriate for him to make such a big fuss about marrying a headliner? If she were just a concubine, there should be no problem. However, since there is a wedding, she is clearly a match. However, this is good. The brothel's headliner marrying a prince is the best ending. Right, we should still give headliner Ling Long our blessings. However, it will be hard on us, the bosom friends. It will be difficult for us to come and listen to headliner Ling Long's peeper in the future. The guests in the pavilions discussed among themselves. Their voices were filled with astonishment. However, most of them gave their blessings. After all, marrying a prince was indeed a fortunate thing for the brothel's headliner. What was even rarer was that the first prince would personally come and give headliner Ling Long a wedding. In the future, if the first prince Wang Fei could win the succession race, he would become an imperial consort. At the banquet, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, and the noble clan elders were similarly startled. Although everyone knew that the first Prince Wang Fei was very close to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, no one expected him to lower his status and win over the brothel's headliner. The two formed an unbreakable alliance. However, why did the Smiling Daughter Pavilion place all its bets on first brother? Confusion flashed in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes as he revealed a contemplative expression. He had not received any news of this sudden turn of events. This was simply incomprehensible. It was truly puzzling that they had not received any prior information about this sudden turn of events. Congratulations, First Prince. Come, let's offer a toast to the First Prince. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong took the lead, raising his wine cup to toast the First Prince with joy on his face. The others stood up as well. Although they all showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show no matter what. The others stood up as well. Although they showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show. Only Xiao Chen and the other three didn't get up, which made them stand out. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to pretend. Ling Yu was still in a daze. Yuan Zhen was afraid that others would see his bald head. The filthy beggar uncle was drunk, sleeping soundly on the table. You're too polite. When the time comes, I hope everyone will do me the honor of attending my wedding. The eldest prince and the veiled woman raised their wine glasses and returned the toast. When the group of people finished their drinks, their gazes all fell on Xiao Chen. Although the sudden announcement of the wedding was shocking, it was ultimately just an interlude. The elders of the Yanwu dynasty's 4 ancient noble clans, the 3 princes, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master gathered together. With so many big shots here, it was clear that it was not just a simple meal and a drink. Young Master Xiao Chen, you seem to be somewhat dissatisfied with this prince's wedding, the first Prince Wang Fei said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen mocked, How could I dare? It is just that my legs are inconvenient and I can't get up. I will not bicker with you about this. Pavilion Master Yang already told me about the matter between your friend and headliner Ling Long. However, I don't mind such a small matter. This prince doesn't care about a piece of trash who doesn't have eyes. From the start to the end, the first Prince Wang Fei did not look at Ling Yu. He only stared at Xiao Chen. Ling Yu startled awake and immediately raged, wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Xiao Chen placed a hand on Ling Yu's shoulder and pressed him down. Then, he sent a voice projection, "If you trust Martial Uncle, don't act rashly." Ling Yu endured the rage in his heart and showed a sullen expression, not saying a word. However, he managed to calm down in the end. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Young Master Xiao, this prince has always respected you. I have no other intentions in coming here. Return the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's withdrawal statement and remove the ban on supplies. This prince will definitely not be your enemy. I will also send you a big gift another day." The eighth Prince Wang Feng felt somewhat frustrated by his first brother's alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He threw the wine glass on the table and said slowly. At the side, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Lord Xiao, this old man was muddle-headed back then. That's why I announced my withdrawal. Please do not take offense." The younger 13th Prince, Wang Yi, raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said, "I do not have time to waste here. I will only say one thing. Quickly restore the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's supply. In the end, the imperial capital Yang City belongs to the Wang clan, not the Xiao clan." Wang Yi's words were casual, but compared to the eighth prince, it was a blatant threat to Xiao Chen. The first Prince Wang Fei said indifferently, "My two worthy brothers have already said most of what I wanted to say. Let me add one more thing. Aside from handing over the withdrawal statement and resuming the supply, you should also return the fairy basket to Tower Lord Yang." This was different from the previous time in the main pavilion. Now, the 9 Cauldron Pavilions Association chiefs had either princes backing them or ancient noble clan elders. They felt very confident as they coldly eyed Xiao Chen. The 9 Cauldron Pavilions Wei Fatso felt bitter in his heart. Look at this lineup, the new envoy inspector seems somewhat overwhelmed. Did he bet on the wrong treasure this time? The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association, which signed the new contract with Xiao Chen, were already frightened out of their wits. They sat at the banquet table, trembling in fear. Just the gathering of the 4 ancient noble clans' elders already put a mountain of pressure on them. What more the 3 princes? Unexpectedly, this matter would blow up to such an extent, forcing the 3 strongest princes of the dynasty to work together. Many pairs of cold and emotionless eyes stared at Xiao Chen from all over the table. Many figures of sovereign emperors appeared in the dark. As their figures flickered, they heavily locked down the surrounding space. "Tower Lord Yang, this Xiao has experienced today's matter," Xiao Chen said coldly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the veiled woman. To think that she set a trap for him. Xiao Chen had never expected such murderous intent at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's banquet. The veiled woman said calmly, "Don't blame me for being too ruthless. Blame yourself for being too ruthless. Today, everyone is not here to negotiate with you. If you are tactful, perhaps we will leave you some face and let you walk out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion with dignity." The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhong smiled maliciously. "I rather look forward to young Master Xiao doing something extraordinary. Dukyun, you are thinking the same thing, right? Ha ha ha." As Liu Zhong spoke, he looked at Dukyun, who was behind the 8th prince, and mocked him. Everyone here knew that Dukyun's son died miserably at Xiao Chen's hands. If Xiao Chen did not know what was good for him, the happiest person today would be Dukyun. Dukyun glanced at Liu Zhong indifferently and ignored him. The two were on different sides, so there was no need to say anything. Furthermore, the 8th prince had already expressed his stance. Most of the people here had the same attitude toward Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen took a step back and handed over the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, they would not do anything to him. Dukyun knew very well that he would not do anything to him. His own thoughts were not important. If Xiao Chen really did not know what was good for him, although there was not much hope, it was a rare opportunity. As Xiao Chen looked at this group of people, it seemed like they had him in the bag. Even Liu Zhong, who nearly peed his pants in fright, started to tease Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly thought to himself. The three princes each had a four-vein sovereign emperor guard. The elders of the four ancient noble clans were also four-vein sovereign emperors. Just this banquet table alone had 7 four-vein sovereign emperors. There were also 10-odd small perfection sovereign emperors from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, appearing indistinctly and sealing off all paths of retreat. With such a lineup, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion left no way out. No wonder the veiled woman said that she didn't want to discuss anything with Xiao Chen, but that he didn't have a choice. Xiao Chen also neglected one point. Right now, the guests from all directions still did not know what had happened at the main table between the mountains and rivers. Given the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's rallying power, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to find out about it. It would not be difficult for these guests to join in, surround and attack Xiao Chen. The first Prince Wang Fei looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Young Master Xiao's boldness is truly admirable. To be able to remain calm in such a situation, you are indeed extraordinary. But even if you want to delay, it won't change anything. The three of us rarely work together, but once we do, there's nothing we can't do in the imperial capital. Today, you have no choice." The 8th prince and the 13th prince did not refute the first prince's words. With a hint of coldness, they looked at Xiao Chen coldly. They were already running out of patience. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Indeed, I have no choice." The moment Xiao Chen said that, the others rejoiced. In the end, this Xiao Chen was still tactful. He did not dare to fall out with the 3 princes and the 4 ancient noble clans. This was for the best. Everyone would be happy, and there would be no need to blow the matter up. "So, kill me." Without stopping, Xiao Chen said slowly, "If the 3 princes work together to kill this Xiao will definitely die. There is no doubt about that. However, have you thought it through? Have you thought about the price of killing me, Xiao Chen?" Pa. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he smashed the table with his palm. Instantly, the entire table shattered and fell to the ground. Just at this moment, a lightning-attributed killing intent surged out of Xiao Chen's body together with a dragon roar. Xiao Chen's aura soared, instantly surpassing that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor and firmly suppressing the 4-vein sovereign emperors present. The alloy dragon armor was activated by the royal blue dragon bloodline. Chapter 2237. The alloy dragon armor. An ancient thunder dragon reverse scale, an ancient thunder dragon spine, 5 tons of thunder dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate eon dragon blood. The alloy dragon armor was already a 4-star battle armor. Furthermore, Master Ku Yun personally modified it, making it the most suitable battle armor for Xiao Chen in the world. The instant Xiao Chen activated the alloy dragon armor, the blue dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar. It turned into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. Accompanied by a dragon roar, an aura burst forth from his body. This aura shook the surroundings. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's vast mountain and river small world could feel the strength of this dragon might. The entire pavilion trembled slightly. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as they wrapped around Xiao Chen's arms and spread throughout his body. When the dragon images merged, the alloy dragon armor's entire appearance appeared before the experts at the banquet, including the 3 princes. Deep purple dragon motifs adorned the silver alloy dragon armor. In the blink of an eye, it looked like 2 dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking incredibly tyrannical. A purple pendant on Xiao Chen's forehead added the finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. "Have you thought about what price you will have to pay for killing me, Xiao Chen?" Xiao Chen's words rang in everyone's ears. At first, the 3 princes, the veiled woman, and the noble clan elders all mocked him in their hearts. Ordinary people would care about Xiao Chen's identity as an envoy inspector. However, everyone here shed all pretense of cordiality. Who would truly fear Xiao Chen? It was not like the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector had never died in Yang City before. However, when Xiao Chen smashed the banquet table and revealed the alloy dragon armor, the pressure that he felt startled everyone. The pressure that even 4 vain sovereign emperors found unbearable startled everyone. Everyone felt a soul-deep chill from Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen, do you really want to die that badly? The veiled woman's expression turned extremely cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so decisive. To think that he would not compromise despite facing certain death. The 3 princes' expressions turned even more unsightly. They were princes. Although there was a gap between them and the competition between them was fierce. However, since they were both from the royal family and were connected by blood, this was the first time he felt his dignity being insulted. This Xiao Chen really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't know what was good for him. The 3 princes appeared at the same time and gave him a way out, but he refused. He actually fell out with them in front of everyone and even threatened them. If it was just an ordinary person, it would have been fine. He could have killed them easily. However, when Xiao Chen activated the alloy dragon armor, the elders of the 4 ancient clans and the 3 princes felt their hearts tighten. He knew that things couldn't end well. This Xiao Chen wasn't as easy to kill as he had imagined. If they were to forcefully make a move, the price they would have to pay would be severe. There might even be people who would die. Xiao Chen, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others. Do you have to be so ruthless? Why force yourself into a dead end? As long as you lower your head and admit your mistake, we will all be friends. I can even tolerate you killing Monarch Yu. The 8th prince said sullenly as he enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, don't be so shameless. Everyone called you over because they gave you face. Otherwise, there would be no need to waste words with you. We have many ways to kill someone in the imperial capital without anyone noticing. The 1st Prince Wang Fei said coldly with a sullen expression. Humph. This is the first time this old man saw someone who dared to smash the table in front of the 3 princes. Are you trying to rebel? A dark look flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. This was his first time seeing such a disgraceful person, which made him exceptionally angry. Ha 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 ha. When Xiao Chen heard that, he guffawed. This was simply the funniest joke he had ever heard. Interesting. Interesting. This group of people gathered together and laid this trap, wanting to trample on him. Then, they even wanted to say that he threatened to kill himself. However, Xiao Chen had seen this many times and already disdained explaining. He could not be bothered to say anything more. He laughed loudly and said, "This Xiao never speaks nonsense. Don't you want to leave the alliance? Don't you want the fairy basket? Don't you want me, Xiao Chen, to lower my head and admit my mistake? Kill me, Xiao Chen, and take my head. Then, you can obtain everything you want. Come, come, come. Do your best. As long as you think of the price, this Xiao will stand here and wait for you." As Xiao Chen laughed maniacally, he looked coldly at this group of people. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the blazing dragon might burned even more intensely. The blazing dragon might was unblockable. The sealed Smiling Daughter pavilion shook continuously, on the verge of collapse. The guests in the surrounding pavilions, far away from the small world of mountains and rivers, all panicked. What's going on? What a strong dragon might! Is someone causing trouble in the Smiling Daughter pavilion? What happened in the small world of mountains and rivers? Quickly leave. We cannot remain in the private room. The entire Smiling Daughter pavilion descended into chaos. Everyone rushed out in panic. When they looked into the distance and saw the scene in the mountain and river, they were all stunned. It was the 3 princes and Pavilion Master Yang. Any one of them could shake the entire imperial capital. To think that they were all gathered here. That was not all. There seemed to be 4 ancient noble clan elders behind them, all 4 vain sovereign emperors. 10-odd sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings. However, no one dared to make a move. This was because that person, that youth in dragon armor, was simply too dazzling. He gave off an aura of someone who was unafraid of death, someone who looked down on the world with disdain, someone who ruled over the world. Damn it! Why is this person so unreasonable? The three princes felt enraged in their hearts. Xiao Chen knew that he would die for sure, but he still dared to challenge them. Test him. The first prince could not endure it any longer. He gave a secret order, and a three-veined sovereign emperor hidden in the dark immediately appeared. This sovereign emperor moved as fast as a ghost, appearing at lightning speed and charging at Xiao Chen. I have an immortal heart, but the world is unfair. Thieves rule the Tao, always tainted by dust. It is my immortal heart that is tainted. When the dust is washed away, the moment the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Whoosh! Heavenly Slayer, an inherited secret treasure of the Blue Dragonland, a powerful soul weapon, was unsheathed. I will use the light of this saber to shatter the filth of the world, restoring my immortal heart. In the next moment, the immortal flower bloomed. A blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent bloomed with Xiao Chen as the center. As the saber light shot out, blue lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Immediately, mountains, rivers, and pavilions disappeared from this world. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, Xiao Chen stood on a blue lotus flower. His eyes looked crystal clear, and his immortal heart shone with light. When the mysterious phenomenon vanished, a resplendent saber light instantly killed the three-veined sovereign emperor who sneak-attacked Xiao Chen. The saber light chopped the corpse in half. The saber light did not stop, shattering the restrictions. KACA. A crack appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This saber strike seemed to split the sky. The boundless starlight in the night sky of Yang City flowed through the crack and bathed Xiao Chen, who wore the alloy dragon armor. Whoosh! This scene set the entire place abuzz. The three princes' expressions turned even more unsightly, looking as pale as snow. This saber strike truly tore through the sky. It would definitely startle the entire imperial capital. They could no longer hide the matter of them working together to kill the Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector. Even if they could not kill Xiao Chen, they had to. However, Xiao Chen killed a three-veined sovereign emperor with one saber strike. Who would dare to step forward and test the saber? Only now did they truly understand what Xiao Chen meant when he said, "Have you thought it through?" That saber. The sovereign emperors stared at the Heavenly Slayer saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Deep fear flashed in their eyes. Blood dripped from the saber tip. As Xiao Chen looked at this group of people, he could not help feeling bored. This Xiao knows that I will die for sure. However, it seems like no one is willing to accept my head. Is there really no one among the three princes who dares to test the saber in my hand? Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he stepped forward, and the three princes moved back at the same time. The four-veined sovereign emperor experts protected them. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders all took a step back as if they could not control their legs. Only the veiled woman showed a cold expression. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she said coldly, "Xiao Chen, I'm warning you one last time. Don't force me. No one has ever walked out alive after causing trouble in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Let me tell you, no one has ever." Her voice was as cold as snow, making everyone tremble. Clearly, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master really wanted to kill. Someone broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's restrictions and tore through the roof. This was already a great humiliation, crossing the bottom line long ago. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help mocking, "What a great don't force you. I, Xiao Chen, do not consider myself a good person. I have killed countless people in my life. However, the number of women that died at my hands could be counted on one hand. Tell me, how did I, Xiao Chen, force you today? Who was the one who purposely set this up and lured me here? Who was the one who mercilessly told me that there was no room for negotiation today? Who was the one who said that I, Xiao Chen, would lose face if I did not lower my head and admit my mistakes?" Whoosh! After Xiao Chen spoke, he pointed the Heavenly Slayer saber in his hand at the veiled woman. A strong wind blew, and the cold light flowing on the saber dispersed with the wind, immediately illuminating many people's eyes. However, I, Xiao Chen, do not care about all that. I admit that I made a mistake in falling into your hands today. I have no intention of leaving at all. If you think of the price, Just come and take my head. This smiling daughter pavilion definitely has a peak sovereign emperor guarding it. It also has a superior grade soul tool, the fairy basket. How could I, Xiao Chen, not know that? Just use it. There is no need to put on such a show. When the veiled woman saw the mocking smile on Xiao Chen's face, the mockery of him seeing through everything, she found it extremely unbearable, too ashamed to show her face. Not willing to look at him for another second, she shrieked, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Kill him." "There is no way to resolve today's matter peacefully," the first prince said sullenly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No one expected Xiao Chen to be so terrifying. He was just a one-vein sovereign emperor. With the help of the alloy dragon armor and the soul tool, Heavenly Slayer, he could even kill a three-vein sovereign emperor with one saber strike. If not for the smiling daughter pavilion, the first prince would not have been able to do anything to the other party. The other sovereign emperor experts released their bated breath. Since a peak sovereign emperor could make a move, that would be for the best. Peak sovereign emperors were peak experts that surpassed six-vein sovereign emperors. Compared to Xiao Chen, peak sovereign emperors could no longer be bridged with soul tools or secret treasures. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He already held the Heavenly Alliance medallion, which could activate 4 strands of sword qi to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs in the divine universe steely appeared eager. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to be prepared to pay a price to kill Xiao Chen. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura quietly spread out. The moment this aura appeared, it was the instant this aura appeared, it felt unrivaled, like a mountain pressing down. Even breathing became extremely difficult. This was the might and pressure of a peak sovereign emperor. Under the suppression of cultivation, even the blood in the depths of one's bones seemed to freeze. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth as he held his saber, not saying a word. A stubborn look appeared in the depths of his eyes, preventing him from lowering his head. Plop! Just as the smiling daughter pavilion's peak sovereign emperor was about to make a move, a discordant, miserable cry rang out. It turned out to be Yuan Zhen, who saw that the situation was bad and quickly moved, trying to sneak away. The instant Yuan Zhen soared into the air, the drunken beggar flipped over in a daze and grabbed Yuan Zhen's black coat. Yuan Zhen fell to the ground with a plop. Even the hood of the black coat fell off. Yuan Zhen's shiny and eye-catching bald head immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hee. A flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away. Ha 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 ha. A flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away. The beggar was a drunken mess. When he woke up, he looked at the black coat in his hand in a drunken stupor and guffawed loudly. There are ring scars on his head. He really is a monk. 12 ring scars. This is an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Only a Hidden Spirit Temple disciple can light 12 ring scars on his head. What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound Heaven's Holy Sun and the universe origin Daoist Sun. Heavens! It really is Venerable Yuan Zhen. Chapter 2238. Is it really only the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciple who can light the 12 ring scars? What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound Heaven's Holy Sun and the universe origin Dao Sun. It really is Great Master Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen, who had been tripped by the beggar, felt disheartened. He lay face down on the ground, unwilling to get up. Great Master Yuan Zhen? The first Prince Wang Fei asked in a probing manner. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders found this incredible. Why did the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for no reason? Furthermore, he came with Xiao Chen. Could there be some other reason behind this? Princes, I trust you have been well since we last met. Now that Yuan Zhen had been recognized, he could not run even if he wanted to. He stood up with a bitter smile. When Yuan Zhen stood up and the three princes saw Yuan Zhen's face, they immediately felt stifled. Their final hope vanished. It really was Yuan Zhen. The three princes could not help feeling worried. The three princes looked at the crack in the pavilion's ceiling, then at Xiao Chen, who held Heavenly Slayer, and at the side, who did not know Yuan Zhen's attitude. The three princes immediately felt that killing this Xiao Chen was much more difficult than they had imagined. The instant Yuan Zhen was recognized, the peak Sovereign Emperor aura hovering above Xiao Chen's head vanished. That peak Sovereign Emperor, who was hiding somewhere, still felt mysterious and unfathomable, unblockable. What was a peak Sovereign Emperor? Sovereign Emperors had 9 divine veins. 1 to 3 divine veins could only be considered small perfection. 3 divine veins were great perfection. Only 6 divine veins were peak Sovereign Emperors. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors had 1 heaven per vein. It was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation. Breaking through bottlenecks was even more difficult. Great perfection Sovereign Emperors were already extremely rare. It was no exaggeration to call a peak Sovereign Emperor peak. As long as this peak Sovereign Emperor remained, the veiled woman would firmly grasp the Smiling Daughter Pavilion situation, regardless of whether he had 7 divine veins or 8 divine veins. However, a peak Sovereign Emperor would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, you already stand at the peak. The consequences of casually killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be unbearable. In the past, there were 3 inspectors who had died, but they were all unsolved cases. No one knew who had killed them. Now, Xiao Chen's saber light that broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's roof had already startled the entire imperial capital. It was almost impossible to hide it. Furthermore, the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen suddenly appeared. The peak Sovereign Emperors already had to be wary of them, so they had to be much more careful. That was what most people thought. They were not surprised that the peak Sovereign Emperors did not make a move to kill Xiao Chen. A strange look flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. She looked at Yuan Zhen and said through clenched teeth, "Interesting. My Smiling Daughter Pavilion has seen all sorts of people come here before, but not a monk. Grandmaster Yuan Zhen, you came at the right time. Do you want me to call a few heads over to accompany you?" Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together before Pavilion Master Yang's clear mockery. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "My Zen heart is already stuck in the mud, no longer chasing the wild spring winds. This humble monk thanks Pavilion Master Yang for your kind intentions. This time, I was only invited by Benefactor Xiao to attend the Pavilion Master's banquet with him. I have no other intentions." When the veiled woman heard that, she felt enraged. This damn bald monk spoiled her plans. Yuan Zhen's casual words easily resolved the awkwardness. "My Buddhist heart is calm, like a willow in the mud. Grandmaster Yuan Zhen truly lives up to his name. Just a casual chant from his mouth shows his Zen heart. However, Grandmaster Yuan Zhen is with Xiao Chen. Could it be that Xiao Chen has a deep connection to the hidden spirit temple? Interesting. It looks like he might not die in this certain death situation. I have long heard of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen's fame. When he first arrived, he killed that arrogant and despotic monarch Yu. Today, 3 princes gathered before him, but they could not gain an advantage over him. I feel that it is better for such a person to live. Indeed. It would be a pity if he died. You did not see it earlier. He killed the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's 3-vein Sovereign Emperor with 1 saber strike. He mainly relied on that saber in his hand, right? Haha. Even if I gave you that saber, would you be able to do it?" The originally certain death situation suddenly turned around after the beggar pulled off Yuan Zhen's hood. Yuan Zhen was very strong, but he could not turn the situation around. However, he had the hidden spirit temple behind him. Everyone had to reconsider. A light flickered in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes. He was an intelligent person, an outstanding talent of the royal clan. Xiao Chen's earlier performance already made him feel threatened. He would either use such a person or kill him early. Even if he did not kill Xiao Chen, he could not make him an enemy. However, he had already thoroughly offended this person today. Even if Yuan Zhen was here, he would still kill him if he could. "Venerable Yuan Zhen, It has been a long time since we last met. Allow me to ask, what is your relationship with benefactor Xiao? The 8th Prince Wang Feng felt that the relationship between Yuan Zhan and Xiao Chen might not be as solid as iron. This was somewhat strange. Earlier, Yuan Zhan wanted to run. In the end, that drunken beggar tripped him, forcing him to stay. Yuan Zhan smiled faintly and said, I have no relationship with benefactor Xiao. However, benefactor Xiao has a deep connection to my Buddhist sect. He has the highest gift of the Buddhist sect, a page of the golden letter personally drawn by the Kasyapa Buddha. As long as he shows this page, the Buddhist sect monks will have to help him. What a joke! How can I have a relationship with this fellow? Yuan Zhan, who suffered terribly at Xiao Chen's hands, hoped that Xiao Chen would die here today. Since Yuan Zhan met Xiao Chen, he had always been tricked. Fortunately, Yuan Zhan was smart today. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined here. However, if Xiao Chen was willing to show the golden letter, Yuan Zhan would not mind helping Xiao Chen resolve this calamity. After all, taking back the golden letter gift would be very beneficial to Yuan Zhan. Golden letter gift. Will young master Xiao please show it? If you really have the Buddhist sect's golden letter, this prince will turn and leave immediately, not staying. When the 8th prince heard that, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. He might not be able to take care of Xiao Chen today. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If I can really show the golden letter and resolve this calamity, it might be possible. Boom. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen would show the golden letter, something strange happened. Suddenly, a sword light appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This sword light was as resplendent as the sun. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Before the sword chi arrived, cracks already appeared in his Dao domain. The person who arrived was an expert. This expert was at least a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen had been keeping his guard up against that mysterious peak sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, there was such an expert hidden. By the time Xiao Chen discovered this, it was already too late. This sword strike could not be dodged. Such a change happened in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to be shocked. Those with discerning eyes could tell that this sword strike had stored up power for a long time. Its might was so great that even a 4-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block it. Xiao Chen was in danger. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters ask the monarch's heart. A saber light appeared, and a figure seemed to leap out of a painting of the lush mountains and clear waters. Kaca. The saber light broke the sword light and knocked back the mysterious, black-clad person. Puci. The black-clad person who attacked grunted as he got knocked back. Xiao Chen looked carefully and saw that the person was fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple, Lu Benwei. He could not help exclaiming joyfully, "Big brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Benwei landed and smiled. When Master found out that you came to the Yanwu dynasty, he was very worried. So, I took the initiative to ask for permission to come. The moment you set foot in the Yanwu dynasty, I followed. Who is fiendish Saber Shimu to you? The mysterious, black-clad person shouted as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei smiled faintly and replied, "This untalented one is my master. You should be the Divine Sword Pavilion's supreme elder, right? What a great grandmaster-level martial sage of a righteous sect. To think that you are so shameless." The 8th prince's expression changed, anger flashing in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Dukyun. Dukyun lowered his head, not saying anything. However, his eyes filled with pity. Senior Dao Yang actually failed. It is none of your business who I am. Xiao Chen, I'll take your head another day. After the black-clad person's identity was exposed, he did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Lu Benwei wanted to give chase, but Xiao Chen stopped him. Let him go. 8th Prince, do you still want me to show the golden letter? The 8th Prince's supporters were the sects and factions in the Yanwu dynasty, with the Divine Sword Pavilion at the forefront. Xiao Chen's question countered the other party. The 8th Prince's face trembled slightly, feeling extremely embarrassed. It was one thing for the 8th Prince to sneak attack, but he had not succeeded. To think that he still hadn't succeeded. If he continued to stay here, he would really have no place to hide his face. However, the 8th prince could not swallow this frustration if he just left like that. Cut the crap. Quickly take out the golden letter. We still do not know whether it is real or fake, Wang Feng said sullenly, a dark look flashing in his eyes. The 8th prince was shedding all pretense of cordiality. Is that so? In that case, there is no need for me to take out the golden letter. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the black and white eggs leaped out of the divine universe steely. Boom! The black and white eggs' figures flashed, and they stood on either side of Xiao Chen. Their auras soared, rising from 4-vein sovereign emperor to 5-vein sovereign emperor. Anyone who wants to kill Egg will have to ask us, the black and white eggs, for permission first. The two used Xiao Chen's strength as a benchmark, then adjusted their own strength. Now, Xiao Chen activated the alloy dragon armor and could rival a 4-vein sovereign emperor. According to the rules that their master left, the alloy dragon armor could advance to 5-vein sovereign emperor without any difficulty. It was not over yet. Suddenly, a ghastly howl rang out from outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then, a huge hole opened up with a loud boom. The Misty Rain Pavilion's Su Yi arrived, leading dozens of women. Zithers, pipa, flutes, ancient bells, and dozens of other ancient musical instruments played at the same time. Under the majestic and elegant music, a group of unparalleled beauties descended under Su Yi's lead. Su Yi hugged her zither as she stood beside Xiao Chen. Then, she looked at the veiled woman and smiled. Little bitch, you laid a good trap. However, it is not that simple to kill my Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector. Su Yi was indeed not simple. At the very least, no one dared to be careless when they saw the group of women behind Su Yi. The veiled woman seemed to have an old grudge with Su Yi. When she saw Su Yi, she was even angrier than when she saw Xiao Chen. She shouted, Su Yi, to think that you came to my Smiling Daughter Pavilion to mock us. You are seeking death. Where are the azure lotus fairies? Coming like thunder, withdrawing in rage. Leaving like the clear light of the river and sea. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One cold sword light 14 provinces. A bright moon slowly rose above the Misty Rain Pavilion. The bright moon hung high in the sky. A group of white-clad women arrived together with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's inherited soul tool, the Fairy Girl Basket. 10,000 flowers bloomed, 1,000 shades of purple and red. The white-clad women held swords, looking like fairies descending from the moon. Damn! Why is there such a huge commotion? The Misty Rain Pavilion's legendary 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Azure Lotus Sword Dance actually appeared at the same time. What are they doing? Heavens! My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I must be dreaming. Such a large lineup stupefied the guests in the surrounding pavilions. They found this scene unreal. The Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 Soul Tool-grade musical instruments. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Fairy Girl Basket had been passed down for a long time. It could fight against 100 alone. The Azure Lotus Fairy's white-clad swords danced, looking unparalleled in the world. No matter who won, both sides would have to pay a huge price. Chapter 2239. According to the legend, the Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 beautiful headliners holding Soul Treasure-grade musical instruments. They were known as the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. However, no one had seen them or performed them publicly. There were only rumors. Everyone knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was founded by the Azure Lotus Fairy. She was also known as the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Since the establishment of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, there had been an unparalleled sword dance passed down. However, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's consummate skill, the Azure Lotus Sword Dance, rarely appeared. This was because this Azure Lotus Sword Dance required 100 talented women to perform it at the same time. Only then could it achieve the scene of an azure lotus blooming and breaking out of the moon. Today, these two legendary existences suddenly appeared and stood at loggerheads. This caught everyone off guard. To think that such a scene, which they had never imagined, would appear before them by chance. Although these two factions could tear down half of Yang City if they fought, Many people felt that the commotion was not big enough. However, who knew how many people felt that it was not lively enough, hoping for a fight to break out. The atmosphere turned tense. It was like a fight would break out at a moment's notice. The black and white eggs protected Xiao Chen at his sides. Lu Benwei stood in front of him, a fiendish light flickering on the tip of his saber. The 100 fairies of the pear garden each held a soul treasure-grade musical instrument as they stood there. All of them were beautiful women with unparalleled grace. Yuan Zhen stood in the middle, and Ling Yu supported his drunkard beggar. They stood far away, frowning heavily. The lineup on the other side looked even more horrifying. The 3 princes gathered together, the elders of the 4 ancient noble clans, the many smiling daughter pavilions' sovereign emperor guards, and a group of white-clad women descended with flowers. The 1st Prince Wang Fei, the 13th Prince Wang Yi, and the 8th Prince Wang Feng all showed extremely unsightly expressions. The 3 were already in a predicament. Originally, they thought that nothing would go wrong, that they could easily deal with Xiao Chen. To think that they caused such a huge commotion. Not to mention killing Xiao Chen, the 3 might not even be able to retreat safely. Xiao Chen's saber strike startled the entire imperial capital, Yang City. It would definitely startle the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. If the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs could not kill Xiao Chen before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs arrived, this operation would suffer a great loss. At this moment, the veiled woman completely ignored Xiao Chen. She stared at Su Yi and said coldly, "A bunch of bitches. Get out of the Smile Pavilion now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Su Yi sneered and said, "Bear the consequences? Go ahead and try. Let's see whose consequences will be more severe." After Su Yi's appearance, the situation, which was supposed to force Xiao Chen into a corner, turned into a confrontation between the 2 women. Yuan Zhen, who was the focus of everyone's attention earlier, was immediately ignored. The speed at which the situation changed was simply flabbergasting. The 3 princes exchanged glances with one another. They could feel the anxiety and impatience in each other's eyes. Su Yi's gaze met the veiled woman's. She could clearly feel the enmity between the 2 of them, as well as their unyielding auras. "Fine. Since you don't want to leave, then don't even think about leaving." The veiled woman's eyes were filled with killing intent as she coldly spoke. The 100 white-clothed women behind her pointed their swords forward at the same time. Dang! The 100 fairies of the pear garden scattered, holding flutes, jade flutes, peepers, all sorts of sounds rang out at the same time. A battle that was destined not to end peacefully started. The hundreds of soul tool instruments played at the same time. The fairy basket bloomed, and the white-clothed women danced with the swords. Boom! In just an instant, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which had stood for many years, shook. The shock waves spread out, shaking half of the imperial capital. The many powerful experts hidden in closed-door cultivation in the imperial capital all opened their eyes at the same time. Doubt flashed in their eyes as they looked at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Whoosh! However, when the 2 sides clashed, they were suppressed for only an instant. A sword fell through the cracked roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, looking like a flaming star. When the sword landed and stabbed into the ground, the 100 fairies of the pear garden and the white-clothed women all moved back at the same time. Yang Imperial Sword. When the 3 princes saw this sword, their complexions instantly paled. Without much thought, they knelt on the ground with a plop. Only one person in the imperial capital Yang City could swing this sword, the current Yang Huang. This sword flew in from the imperial palace. Yang Huang did not show himself, but it felt like he was there in person. The flaming Yang Imperial Sword trembled slightly, and a hazy sword intent spread out. Everyone in the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion felt a huge pressure. They could not help wanting to prostrate and kneel. The might and pressure contained in the sword intent was not just the sword itself but the dynasty's accumulations. Plop, plop. More people knelt, not daring to raise their heads. Wanting to face this superior grade soul tool containing the dynasty's luck in Yang City was simply too difficult. Even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to endure the dynasty's might and pressure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Just as this sword intent was about to reach its peak and make everyone submit, it suddenly hummed and fell silent. Doubt flashed in the three princes' eyes at the same time. However, there was no time to think. A group of stern-looking old men appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The leader had white hair and a white beard. His expression was solemn, and he exuded a vast imperial might that deterred others from looking at him directly. "Greetings, imperial ancestor," the princes said respectfully at the same time. This group of old men were the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs, who had arrived late. The leader was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor, a royal court patriarch who was even more senior than Yang Huang. Humph! The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Lock them up. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will whip them. None of you can escape." How embarrassing. Right after the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor spoke, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Then, he walked over. "Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" As the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor spoke, the group of patriarchs tied up the three princes with special chains. As soon as the chains wrapped around their bodies, electricity crackled, and the three princes let out blood-curdling screams. No matter what, Xiao Chen was the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector. He represented the Heavenly Alliance in the Jianghu dynasty. No matter how weak the Heavenly Alliance was in the imperial capital, Yang City, it was a bona fide superfaction. Its overall strength surpassed that of the Jianghu dynasty in the Great Thousand Realms. If they could kill Xiao Chen silently, it would not be a big deal. However, publicly killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be equivalent to slapping the Jianghu dynasty's face, placing the Jianghu dynasty in an extremely disadvantageous position. Hence, the moment the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared, they immediately detained the three princes, not giving them any face at all. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs arrived before Xiao Chen, they were very polite. Although the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs were polite, they were very shrewd. The moment they spoke, they directly handed this matter to Xiao Chen to deal with. As long as Xiao Chen was willing to deal with it, this matter would not startle the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, and it would not be a big deal. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. He knew that the situation was now reversed. At the very least, that was how it looked on the surface. "It's fine. The three princes and I were just drinking and chatting. Our words were somewhat intense, that's all. However, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion slandered me, saying that I stole their imitation holy tool and tarnished my reputation. They even attacked me. This truly chills this Xiao." Xiao Chen knew very well that while this Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared strict and merciless to the three princes, in reality, it would not hurt them at all. In reality, it wouldn't hurt him at all. It was just for show. The one that could truly be suppressed was still the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "All right, I understand. I'll help you make the decision." The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor turned his head and looked at the veiled woman. "Pavilion Master Yang, since you are responsible for this matter, you need to make up for it. If you feel dissatisfied, you can tell me now." The white-haired old man clearly wanted to keep the peace. Since Xiao Chen had already placed the blame on her, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor turned his head back and looked at the veiled woman. Under such circumstances, there was no way for her to explain herself, no matter how unwilling she was. Could she really say that this was planned by the three princes? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared strict to the princes, but in reality, they were the most protective of their own. Even Xiao Chen said that the three princes were not wrong. Even if she did not want to take the blame, she had to. Under the veil, Pavilion Master Yang gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her face nearly turned black. After calming herself for a long time, she said, "This Pavilion Master is not dissatisfied. Lord Xiao is right. This little girl did slander Lord Xiao. I apologize to Lord Xiao here. As for the shock that Lord Xiao suffered today, I am willing to compensate Lord Xiao with 30% of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's monthly income." Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Su Yi smiled softly and said, "In that case, I will reluctantly forgive you on behalf of Lord Xiao. Pavilion Master Yang, you have to pay attention to your mouth in the future. Ha 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 ha. As Su Yi's bell-like laughter rang out, this storm finally came to an end. However, based on the veiled woman's gritted teeth, it was clear that this grudge would not end here. Chapter 2240. The blazing Yang imperial sword shocked everyone present. Kneeling on the ground were the three princes bound by lightning chains, and Tower Master Yang, who was forced to apologize. There was also the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's ceiling crack, which no one knew when it would be repaired. No one expected a mere one-vain sovereign emperor to cause the three princes to suffer, forcing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to apologize and make amends. The Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiao Chen, would definitely shake the imperial capital tonight. It was hard to imagine that if not for the Yang imperial sword that flew over, this storm would not have happened. If not for the flying Yang imperial sword, what would have happened in the end? The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Lord Xiao, what do you think?" After all, it was only Su Yi who expressed her opinion. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor needed Xiao Chen's opinion first. Pavilion Master Su's opinion is my opinion as well. Xiao Chen managed to survive a certain death situation and even made the veiled woman suffer and apologize. Xiao Chen did not feel any dissatisfaction. This already exceeded his expectations. In reality, even if Xiao Chen wanted to ask for more, he could not ask for too much. After all, it was the Yang imperial sword that was stabbed into the ground. The ones in control of the situation were the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor. The imperial capital Yang City belonged to the royal court, after all. Although Xiao Chen was righteous, this was a world where the strong ruled. It was already not easy to gain such benefits. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and the three princes went for wool and came home shorn. They would definitely become a laughingstock and would not dare to make a move on him for the time being. The 7 merchant associations would also have to reconsider. However, Xiao Chen looked at the dejected Ling Yu. He had wronged his martial nephew. He could not interfere with headliner Ling Long's matters. If Xiao Chen used this opportunity to force the veiled woman to give up on the wedding, it would be too rude. Xiao Chen remained rather calm. The accumulations of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance were not as simple as he imagined. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's apology was to give the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor face, not Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen pushed too hard, it might have the opposite effect. Even now, Xiao Chen did not know how many trump cards the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had revealed. Goodbye. Many thanks to Senior for upholding justice. This Xiao will remember this. Xiao Chen cupped his fists at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Take care. The Yanwu dynasty has always had a good relationship with the Heavenly Alliance. This little favor is nothing." Xiao Chen's group left the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in a grandiose manner. Of course, they didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, they went through the hole that the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden created with their musical instruments. Yuan Zhen thought for a moment before following them. Then, the 3 presidents who had signed a new contract with Xiao Chen left at the same time. "Tower Master Yang, I have wronged you this time," the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch asked softly as he glanced at the veiled woman. This time, everyone could tell that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion took the blame for the royal court, pushing away all responsibility. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could only apologize and swallow their anger. The veiled woman said indifferently, "Ancestor is too serious. This time, I was rash and didn't handle things properly. Let's drop this matter for now. I still wish for Sect Ancestor to preside over the wedding of the first prince and headliner Ling Long." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I agree to this. This could be considered a form of compensation." The Imperial Ancestral Temple was on the same side as the first prince in the first place. However, it was inconvenient for them to preside over the wedding. If not for today's matter, the white-haired old man would not have appeared in public for this matter. "Take the 3 princes away. After whipping them, ground them for half a month." Yes. The royal court's people left. Before they left, the white-haired old man drew the Yang imperial sword. Just as he was about to put it in the sword box, His expression changed. Unexpectedly, a tiny crack appeared on the Yang Imperial sword. The crack looked unremarkable, but it was clearly new. It was normal for a soul tool to crack. As long as one fought, it would be hard to avoid damage. Even the Yang Imperial sword was no exception. Historically, the Yang Imperial sword had even shattered. However, as long as the dynasty's luck did not decline, it could always be repaired. However, the problem was, when had anyone clashed with the Yang Imperial sword in this place? The veiled woman looked suspiciously at the white-haired old man. However, the other party hid his expression well and left in a rush, not saying a word. After the royal court's people left, the extraordinarily bustling Smiling Daughter pavilion slowly quietened down. The veiled woman instructed. Then, she quickly headed for the depths of the Smiling Daughter pavilion with a rushed expression. Unlike what many people imagined, the outside world was filled with lush mountains, clear waters, and drifting white clouds. The depths of the core seemed to be filled with a sinister aura that made one shudder. A moment later, at the core of the small world, the veiled woman saw 9 old men guarding the core of the formation. There was a total of 9 people. The leader was a peak sovereign emperor, and the other 8 were peak 6-vein sovereign emperors. With these 9 people guarding this place, as long as the core formation was not completely destroyed, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not fall. This was just the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. The accumulations of the entire Pleasure Quarter Alliance were even more terrifying. The veiled woman looked at the black-clad old man leading the group and said, "Senior Feng, I already told you to kill him at all costs, even if he really has the Buddhist sect's golden letter. Why did you not do so?" When Yuan Jin appeared earlier, although the veiled woman was startled for a moment, she still made up her mind to kill Xiao Chen. She had already reached the point where she had to kill him. If she did not kill him now, she would not have another chance to do so. It was as the veiled woman expected. First, the fiendish saber disciple Lu Benwei appeared. Then, Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden to charge over. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch appeared, she lost her chance. If Senior Feng had listened to the veiled woman, there might not have been so much trouble. At that time, Xiao Chen would have died, and everything would have been set in stone. Even if the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch arrived, no matter how angry he was, he could only bear the burden in the end. As for how much rage the Heavenly Alliance would feel for a one-vein sovereign emperor, it might not be as terrifying as one imagined. At most, the Heavenly Alliance would come to a compromise and give some benefits to the Heavenly Alliance in the Yenwu dynasty. Puci. The black-clad old man, who was about to speak, vomited a mouthful of blood, instantly turning incredibly pale. The veiled woman immediately felt shocked. She quickly asked, "Senior Feng, when were you injured?" Senior Feng was a 7-vein sovereign emperor, a bona fide peak sovereign emperor. How could he have gotten so severely injured without anyone noticing? The veiled woman immediately felt somewhat afraid. Although she felt angry from the start to the end, she had never felt afraid. This was because she knew that the situation had been under her control all along. However, Xiao Chen's resistance was much more intense than she had imagined. However, no matter what, even if Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden over and fought, the veiled woman would not be able to defeat Xiao Chen. She was confident that she would be the winner. But now, Elder Feng had been severely injured without anyone noticing, which made her feel that it was too inconceivable. The black-clad old man shook his head and sighed, "I was severely injured the moment Yuan Jin appeared. I did not scatter my aura because Yuan Jin appeared. My soul was injured, and I could barely protect myself. If I had not retreated, my divine seal would have been destroyed." "Who attacked?" "I don't know. I really don't know," shock flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. To think that a bona fide 7-vein sovereign emperor did not even know who injured him. Could it be that an expert stronger than a 7-vein sovereign emperor had been in the small world of mountains and rivers from the start to the end? "I will report this matter to the Saintess and let her handle it. Elder Feng, you should focus on recuperating. There is no need to think too much." For the first time, the veiled woman felt that things were out of her control. Tonight's events were more unusual than she had imagined. However, it did not matter. The wedding between Ling Long and the first prince had already been announced. All that was left was for the holy daughter to complete her task. Most importantly, the first prince's betrothal gift was in his hands. A key appeared in the veiled woman's hand. It was the key to the immortal palace. We can forget about today's matter. But no matter what, we cannot allow anything to happen to this wedding. Outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Chen took out the ethereal immortal palace key and handed it to Yuan Jun. He said softly, "As you wish. I'll return this key to you." Yuan Jun smiled faintly as he received it and carefully put it away. Benefactor Xiao is indeed straightforward. I did not accompany you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. This little monk will take his leave first. After glancing at Xiao Chen, Yuan Jun pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name before turning to leave. This monk is a little odd. Su Yi commented softly as she watched Yuan Jun leave from the side. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "He is indeed very strange. He is different from all the monks I have seen. Sometimes, he does not seem like a monk. Sometimes, he seems more like a monk than anyone else. I cannot understand him. However, I have to thank you this time. The 100 fairies of the pear garden really put in a lot of effort for me. Ha ha ha. If it were someone else trying to kill you, I might not have helped you so much. However, if it were that little bitch from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I would help you even at the cost of my life." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Speaking of strange people, you are actually rather strange as well. Speaking of strange people, there is actually a very strange person beside me. Uncle, stop pretending to be drunk." Xiao Chen looked at the beggar that Ling Yu was supporting and shook him. In the end, the beggar fell to the ground like mud. Xiao Chen bent over and checked the other party's breathing. Then, he frowned slightly. "You are really drunk." Chapter 2241. He was indeed drunk. Xiao Chen's entire body reeked of alcohol. The after-effects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. He was indeed drunk. Xiao Chen's entire body reeked of alcohol. The after-effects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. After Xiao Chen checked and verified that he was fine, he felt it was somewhat unfortunate. Xiao Chen drank so much from heartburn without circulating his cultivation technique. It would be a waste. Big brother. Big brother. Ling Yu shook the beggar, who remained drunk. He could not help looking at Xiao Chen helplessly. "Martial uncle, big brother is drunk again. That's normal. The number of people who can remain sober after drinking heartburn can be counted on one hand." Xiao Chen found this slightly strange. This beggar was truly strange. Even now, Xiao Chen felt curious about how the beggar tripped Yuan Jun. Yuan Jun was a sovereign sovereign emperor. Even Xiao Chen could not figure out the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. If they really fought, although Xiao Chen was confident, it would be hard to say who would win. After all, Xiao Chen did not know Yuan Jun's strength or how many trump cards he had. However, Yuan Jun easily tripped such a top true inheritor. It would be too much of a coincidence to say it was accidental. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to ask the other party about it after he came out. Unexpectedly, he ended up getting drunk. Something's wrong. Is someone paying attention to me? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He activated his divine seal and infused his soul energy into his body. Many people came and went on the streets, watching him from behind. However, very few people could make Xiao Chen feel threatened and activate his divine seal to protect himself. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "Pavilion Master Su, please help me send Ling Yu and this uncle back to the Misty Rain Pavilion first. You helped me a lot this time. Thank you again." Su Yi did not deny it. She smiled softly and said, "You are too polite." Xiao Chen thought of something. Then, he bent over and whispered something into Su Yi's ear. Su Yi's gaze immediately fell on Ling Yu. Her eyes wandered as she revealed a shocked expression. "Don't worry. Leave this to me. Then I'll leave it to you." After watching the 100 fairies of the pear garden, Ling Yu, and the beggar leave, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He was not very good at persuading Ling Yu, so he could only ask Suyi for help. Perhaps she would have some ideas. When the group of people completely disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight, Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he turned around to look. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, he saw the owner of that gaze. On top of a tall building, there was a man dressed like a scholar. He looked gentle and refined, and he was waving a folding fan in his hand. With a faint smile, his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Xiao Chen in the distance. The heavenly book scholar? I forgot that he is also in the Jianghu dynasty. What does this guy want from me? If he doesn't want to expose himself, there are many ways to do so. Since he had chosen to let him sense his gaze, it was clear that he wanted to see him. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chen passed through several streets and arrived at a riverside inn. He went straight to the 7th floor. Whoosh! At the railing, the heavenly book scholar closed his folding fan and turned to look at Xiao Chen. Then, he extended his hand and said, "Sit." When Xiao Chen sat down, the heavenly book scholar handed him a cup of tea. Then, he smiled and asked, "Would you like to read strategy?" Xiao Chen took a sip and said indifferently, "Never mind. I don't want to see you vomit another 3 liters of blood." Xiao Chen recalled that the heavenly book scholar could not read his fate at all. Instead, he ended up significantly injured. "It's fine. This is just a casual reading. I will not observe the heavenly Tao or read fate. I will only read the words." The heavenly book scholar took out his brush, ink, and paper. Then, he showed an expression of reluctance. Xiao Chen picked up his brush and hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to write. Previously, Xiao Chen wrote the word moon. What about this time? Up to you. Write whatever you want. Xiao Chen thought of Ling Yu's matter. Then, he stopped hesitating and wrote the word love. Love. The heavenly book scholar took a look and smiled. This is a good word. A heart accompanied by a green. As the saying goes, if one's infatuation does not die, the sky will not grow old. At first, you hesitated. However, after you wrote, you did not hesitate at all. This means that you wrote this word on behalf of a friend. Hence, you did not feel any burden and appeared calm. However, you took a long time to finish. This means that you are the same, trapped by love. In the end, you still ended up asking for it yourself. Xiao Chen asked softly, "What was the result?" "I did not observe the heavenly Tao or read fate. Naturally, I could not get a result." The heavenly book scholar shrugged with a smile, appearing helpless. Xiao Chen immediately lost interest. Not wanting to waste words, he asked directly, "Why are you looking for me?" "Originally, I was preparing to look for you today. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge commotion in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It can be considered a coincidence, right? I would like to ask if you still have an ethereal immortal palace key. Are you willing to give it to me? We can discuss any price." A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he said in understanding, "You are a diviner. You should know where the ethereal immortal palace will appear, right?" The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, "The diviners of the various dynasties can predict that the ethereal immortal palace will appear in the Jianghu dynasty. Naturally, I am no exception. What is the exact location?" The heavenly book scholar smiled but did not answer. "If you know, someone will take the initiative to tell you. If you cannot, no one will tell you." The heavenly book scholar spoke in riddles, similar to what Yuan Zhen said. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "To put it bluntly, I do not have the conditions. However, one of the conditions is definitely the ethereal immortal palace key. As for the other conditions, I do not know." The heavenly book scholar asked, "How about it? Have you considered giving the key away? This ethereal immortal palace key is not that important to you. The blood-soaked dragon emperor had used the wings of time sealed in the ethereal immortal palace. How could it not be important? However, there were rumors of the ethereal immortal palace appearing from time to time. However, the prophecies had never been accurate. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not value the ethereal immortal palace, so he tried to get some information out of the other party. "That's right. This ethereal immortal palace key is not that valuable to me. However, it should not be that important to you. I can give it to you. However, you have to tell me who you are buying it for." The Heavenly Book scholar frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, "I can't say that." Right after the Heavenly Book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Right after the Heavenly Book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Now that the Heavenly Book scholar said that, this was equivalent to telling the other party that he, the Heavenly Book scholar, was buying the ethereal immortal palace key for someone else. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "In that case, let me guess. Who instructed you to do this? It looks like there is no need for further discussion. Brother Xiao has no intention of giving it to me. Consider it as my intrusion. Please go back. I will visit another day." The Heavenly Book scholar interrupted Xiao Chen. Then, he smiled faintly and stood up to send off the guest. "You are too polite. The Misty Rain Pavilion welcomes you at any time." Xiao Chen revealed a smile and turned to leave, heading downstairs. When Xiao Chen reached the blind spot, his expression suddenly changed. The instant he put on the Death God mask, he executed the life bestowal spell. Immediately, the dust in the air formed a figure as Xiao Chen's hand seals changed. This figure looked exactly like Xiao Chen, a fake. Up in the pavilion, the Heavenly Book scholar watched as Xiao Chen left. He frowned heavily in disappointment. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen showed no intention of selling it, not even stating a price. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps rang out, and a person in battle armor walked over from behind. This person looked valiant and had a resolute face. This person exuded an intense killing chi. This strong killing chi even suppressed the Heavenly Book scholar's sovereign might. "Can this person be trusted?" The person asked as he stood beside the Heavenly Book scholar, looking at Xiao Chen's back as well. His voice was hoarse and grave. The Heavenly Book scholar turned to the side and fanned himself with his folding fan. "Fortunately, I met him once 10 years ago. He is a person of character. However, he has a cautious nature and hides his pride. He has a pure heart. I expected him to reach where he is now. However, I sensed the aura of a demonic Tao cultivator from him," the person said, enunciating every word. The Heavenly Book scholar felt slightly startled. "Ninth Prince, why do you say that?" The person who arrived was the Ninth Prince, who often led troops to guard the borders. No wonder his killing chi was so intense. The Heavenly Book scholar felt slightly startled. "Ninth Prince, why do you say that? I frequently fight with the people of the Abyssal Underworld and the Xuewu dynasty's demonic Tao experts. Sometimes, I do not need much evidence, just my intuition," the Ninth Prince explained. "Is that so? In that case, it looks like it is correct. However, there are many righteous Tao cultivators who cultivate demonic Tao techniques. He is still a choice," the Heavenly Book scholar said slowly as he tapped his left palm with the folding fan in his hand. "Big brother, for the sake of obtaining the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's support, he actually used the ethereal immortal palace keys as a betrothal gift. This is simply unexpected. This is like inviting a wolf into the house," the Ninth Prince sighed, worry flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, "Hence, I feel that time is tight. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys already have owners. In the end, Xiao Chen is still a choice." The Ninth Prince frowned and said, "In the end, I still do not trust people who cultivate demonic Tao techniques. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not choose him. I will have to trouble you to continue searching for me." The Heavenly Book scholar sighed softly, "I will do my best." As the two spoke, they were extremely careful, using their soul energy to check the surroundings. However, the two had not expected Xiao Chen, who had not left, to hear all this. Chapter 2242. In the shadows of the pavilion, Xiao Chen, who had heard the conversation between the Heavenly Book scholar and the Ninth Prince, did not linger, leaving quietly. Now that it was daytime, the Death God mask's effect was much weaker. However, Xiao Chen used a trick to make the Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book scholar think that he had already left. That was why he hadn't been discovered. If he continued to stay here, It would be hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. To think that the ninth prince is behind the heavenly book scholar. However, I know nothing about the ninth prince. On the way back to the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen thought to himself, feeling that he had grasped some clues. The Crown Prince's betrothal gift was a key to the ethereal immortal palace, and now the ninth prince was also searching for a key to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was under the control of the ethereal immortal palace? It was very likely that there were two conditions. One was to possess the key to the ethereal immortal palace, and the other was to obtain the help of a prince. Only by fulfilling these two conditions could one know where the immortal palace would appear and obtain the opportunity to enter. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to be involved in the battle for the position of Crown Prince. In this era of great competition, we have to fight even if we don't want to. Xiao Chen thought to himself, thinking that it was time to make a choice. The ninth prince did not think highly of him. However, the ninth prince was not the only one in the imperial capital, Yang City. There were many people that he could work with. He returned to the Misty Rain Tower. When Xiao Chen saw Su Yi, she was trying to console Ling Yu. However, based on Ling Yu's expression, the effect was not good. The beggar was sleeping on the bed. Mo Chen, Bao and the others were at the side. Big brother Xiao, you're finally back. Mo Chen stood up to welcome Xiao Chen. Clearly, they already knew what happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. I met an old friend and was delayed for some time. However, I unexpectedly learned some things. Ling Yu, do you want to hear them? Xiao Chen said softly as he looked at Ling Yu. Martial uncle, does it have anything to do with me? Xiao Chen nodded. It does have something to do with you. I just learned that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion married headliner Ling Long to the first Prince Wang Fei because of an ethereal immortal palace key. Immortal palace key? A bright light flashed in Su Yi's eyes. She said in realization, no wonder, no wonder. Although the first prince had a close relationship with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Pleasure Quarter Alliance was far from fully supporting him in the fight for the position of Crown Prince. His relationship with the other princes was also not bad. It looks like this wedding has to go through. Headliner Ling Long will have to marry the first prince even if she doesn't want to. She is a chess piece representing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Ling Yu smiled bitterly, remaining silent. This news was undoubtedly adding hail to snow. However, Mo Chen's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Ling Yu, did you not understand what Big Brother Xiao meant? Somewhat confused, Ling Yu asked, what do you mean? Mo Chen smiled softly and said, that is to say, headliner Ling Long did not covet the first prince's position and authority. She was forced to do so because of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's agreement with the first prince. Since the first prince handed over the ethereal immortal palace's key, he definitely wants the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to make a statement, to let everyone know that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance is on the first prince's side. Hence, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion withdrew headliner Ling Long. This wedding is a ceremony for both sides to form an alliance. Hearing that, Ling Yu revealed a look of joy on his face. However, it quickly dimmed. Even so, what can I do? Let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you something. What is your relationship with headliner Ling Long? Xiao Chen asked the question that everyone was curious about. Many gazes immediately landed on Ling Yu. This was especially so for Su Yi. She seemed to be very interested in this matter. She propped up her chin with both hands as she watched without blinking. Back then, Martial Uncle brought me to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When I saw headliner Ling Long, I had a good impression of her. Later, I stayed there and learned the peeper from elder sister Ling Long for 3 months. It was just 3 short months, but it felt like 3 lifetimes. I was very happy during that period. However, I still had to return to the sect. The night before I left, she entrusted her life to me. I agreed to come to the imperial capital Yang City to look for her 5 years later. At this point, Ling Yu blushed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, his face showed joy from the memories. Thinking about it, that period of time was indeed a beautiful time for him, one that was hard to forget. What happened after that? What happened after that? Su Yi asked in anticipation, her eyes bright like pearls as she smiled. 5 years later, I became the youngest star venerate in the Grave Sea cluster. Martial uncle sect master tried to get me to stay. As long as I stayed, the Purple Flame sect would make me the sect master. However, I fell in love with elder sister Ling Long, so I rejected martial uncle. At that time, I was very spirited and very cocky. Many of the older generation experts in the Grave Sea cluster could not last 10 moves against me. I wanted to give her a surprise, so I did not tell her and came to the imperial capital Yang City alone. At this point, the smile on Ling Yu's face slowly disappeared. His grave expression contained a trace of regret and intense bitterness. Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. They more or less understood some things. In hindsight, Ling Yu was indeed a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Grave Sea cluster. Ling Yu also had a rather thin great desolate Eon bloodline. At such a young age, he already advanced to Star Venerate. At that time, he would have been brimming with confidence. He wanted to come to the imperial capital Yang City and show off his abilities, making a name for himself and obtaining beauties at the same time. However, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the imperial capital Yang City was the most bustling city of the Tian Yuan Empire. With Ling Yu's talent and strength in the Grave Sea cluster, he instantly paled in comparison when he came to the imperial capital Yang City. Even sovereign personages did not dare to speak loudly in the imperial capital Yang City, what more an insignificant star venerate? One could easily imagine how disappointed Ling Yu was. I sneaked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and saw Ling Long. She stood in the clouds. After she finished her song, the applause rang out endlessly. Countless Primeval heavenly pills flew over like ribbons. There was no lack of nobles, holy venerates, sovereign personages, and even sovereign emperors. At that time, I felt somewhat timid. I could only afford a seat in the corner, where I could only look up at her in the clouds. I left her a letter and left. I wanted to come back and look for her 5 years later. I felt that a mere star venerate was not good enough for her. Ling Yu's voice sounded somewhat choked. At that time, he must have been incredibly depressed. Back in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he had not sensed the position of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's manager. Only after coming to the imperial capital Yang City did he realize what kind of height Ling Long, whom he had an appointment with, stood. However, I did not expect elder sister Ling Long to find me outside the city. I was so stupid. Back then, I was really stupid. She said that she was willing to leave with me, but I felt that I was not good enough for her, so I made her wait for 5 years. However, when I returned 5 years later, she was not even willing to meet me. At this point, Ling Yu's face filled with pain. His eyes had long since turned moist. You are really stupid. Ha. I don't even know what to say about you. You deserve to regret it now. After Su Yi heard that, she frowned and cursed Ling Yu. Xiao Chen remained silent. However, he could understand Ling Yu. When he came to the imperial capital Yang City from the Grave Sea cluster, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a city. It was like a country bumpkin entering the city. Su Yi, who had never experienced it, found it hard to understand the huge impact and incomparable disappointment. The pain was indescribable. Mo Chen said calmly, in my opinion, headliner Ling Long should still be concerned about Ling Yu. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already. Su Yi nodded softly and said, that's right. You repeatedly went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and caused so much trouble. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died several times already. Headliner Ling Long must have instructed them not to harm you. Brat, you are really fortunate. Headliner Ling Long disregarded everything and was willing to leave with you. How much courage does this require? To think that you did not agree. Now that she is not seeing you, she must still be angry. Ling Yu said sullenly, no, I have to meet her. I will only give up if she tells me personally. Ling Yu's sudden outburst startled Su Yi, Mo Chen, and the others. If you want to meet her, tonight is the best time. Right now, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is in chaos. Everyone is very busy. It is best to sneak in, Su Yi analyzed calmly. Xiao Chen stood up and said, I'll bring you there. Martial uncle. Ling Yu immediately felt so touched that he wanted to cry, not knowing what to say. Xiao Chen said softly, "Since you address me as martial uncle, I will definitely be the matchmaker. Back then, I prepared to give you a peeper as a token of love. I still hope that you can personally give it to her. I want to go as well." Su Yi rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Visiting a brothel? I want to go as well. Ha ha ha. You people are all very bad. While this uncle is drunk, you want to visit a brothel again. Hee hee. This uncle is awake. Ha ha ha. The beggar, who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, suddenly said as he stood up. Xiao Chen did not find this strange, so he looked at Mo Chen. Mo Chen said softly, "Bow and I will not be going. Elder sister Su Yi already handed most of the matters of the Merchant Association to me. Later, I still have to discuss it with the association chiefs of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion and Linlang Pavilion." Xiao Chen looked at Su Yi with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Su Yi relinquished her authority so early. "Don't look at me. Why would I be unhappy if I can be more free?" Su Yi smiled faintly, confusing everyone, not knowing what she was thinking. Let's go, then. Chapter 2243. The imperial capital, Yang City, Smiling Daughter Pavilion. In the past, the lights would never go out, and the traffic would always be heavy. But tonight, the bustling scene no longer existed. Xiao Chen broke the roof of the pavilion with one saber strike, opening a crack in it. The various auras also damaged the interior of the pavilion. Repairing it would take some time. Now that the place was empty, the place was very busy. Everyone cleaned up the rubble and tidied up the debris. As for the roof, it would take at least 3 days to repair. Such a chaotic situation had not happened in many years. Now that they were cleaning up the mess, several guards even joined in. Xiao Chen, Su Yi, the beggar, and Ling Yu arrived outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion again. There was a large hole at the side of the pavilion. This was the hole that Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the pear garden to break open. When looking at it from the inside, it did not seem like much. However, from the outside, it looked very exaggerated. Su Yi looked at her masterpiece, feeling very satisfied. This hole will take at least 10 days to repair. The Misty Rain Pavilion's business should be several times better in the next few days. I have to consider increasing the price. Xiao Chen soared into the air and quickly circled the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the dark night. He came and went like the wind. By the time he landed, he had already found a breach. "Come with me." Whoosh. The figures of the group flashed as they followed closely behind Xiao Chen, dodging the waves of guards and restrictions. Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. It would be impossible to enter so easily. Yet, the group managed to break in so easily. "Which floor is headliner Ling Long on?" Xiao Chen asked. "The east side of the top floor. I know which room it is." The beggar smiled and said, "Brat, you are quite thoughtful. You did not get beaten up for nothing. You finally figured out the room. This time, you can go in boldly. If anyone dares to beat you up, Big Brother will help you chase them away." Ling Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Big Brother, it is better for you to stay here. I fear that something might happen to you." The beggar smiled happily and said, "Don't worry. Just do what you need to do. Big Brother will not peek. I still have that much character. Let's go." Seizing the gap between the two waves of guards, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he passed through. The few of them hurried to catch up with him. Following Xiao Chen's footsteps, they ascended to the top floor. It could be seen that even though it was a mess at the moment, it was extremely chaotic. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's guards did not relax much against these headliners. When he was about to reach the top floor, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. There was an array formation. If he didn't have any identification, then he would have to pay a visit. As long as one stepped onto the top floor, they would immediately be discovered. This was a type of formation used for scouting, so it was difficult to evade. Xiao Chen had the Death God mask, so he could go up. However, Ling Yu and the other two would have a hard time. "Hehe, this is enough." The beggar uncle took out a few tokens, and upon closer inspection, He realized that they were the waste tokens that the guards carried with them. It was unknown when he had stolen them. Xiao Chen was slightly startled. When did he make a move? Even he did not sense it. That's amazing. What happened? Su Yi's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, she directly took out a token. It's just SOSO. It's just some small stuff, unorthodox. You won't be interested in it. The beggar uncle smiled happily as he shoved the other 2 tokens to Xiao Chen and Ling Yu. With the tokens, the group safely made their way to the top floor, not startling anyone. After making many turns in the complicated corridors, they arrived at a room with Ling Long's room token. This is it. Now that they reached this step, Ling Yu felt somewhat hesitant. He could vaguely see a delicate figure through the door and window. Let's go in. The beggar uncle pushed hard, and Ling Yu barged in. Who is it? Just as he closed the door and turned around, a long sword was pressed against his neck. The owner of the sword wore a long white dress. Her pretty face appeared pale and haggard. Headliner Ling Long's complexion was much worse than when she performed in the clouds during the day. With one glance, one would feel heartache. Upon seeing Ling Yu's face, Ling Long was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, she startled awake and said, "Why are you here? Quickly leave. Today, the Tower Master is already angry. If you don't leave now, she will really kill you. Sister Ling Long, come with me. I was wrong, I was really wrong." Ling Yu's heart ached, and he could not help but ask. Ling Long sheathed her sword. She could not bear to look at Ling Yu. She was afraid that if she took a few more glances, she would not be able to control herself. "You can leave." With her back facing Ling Yu, Ling Long sighed softly. "The matters between you and me are already in the past. 5 years ago, I gave you a chance. 5 years later, it's too late. I don't care. No matter what, I will take you away today." Ling Yu did not know where he got the courage to step forward and grab headliner Ling Long's hand tightly. Ling Long still did not turn around. She said softly, "You should leave quickly. The pavilion master will be here soon. I'm taking you with me. What right do you have to bring me along? You are just a mere sovereign personage. How can you compare to the first prince?" Ling Yu was stunned when he heard that. Then, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. "How stupid. Can't you just carry me away?" The beggar uncle and Su Yi, who were watching from outside, immediately felt incredibly anxious. If Ling Yu only said these 2 sentences, "Come with me. You have to come with me," they would definitely come here for nothing. Clearly, not saying anything and just carrying her away was the way to go. "However, you do not like him," Ling Yu said with a somewhat trembling voice. "Who said that I do not like him? He is the current first prince and has the support of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Now, he has the help of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Soon, he will be the crown prince, and I will be the Yanwu dynasty's empress," Ling Long said in a self-mocking manner. When she thought of Ling Yu's laughable reason from 5 years ago, her heart ached again. Back then, Ling Yu's words were very hurtful. Although Ling Long was a girl from a pleasure quarter, she was not someone who coveted glory and the strong. Ling Yu gave up on her efforts just because he could not compare to others. Ling Long really could not think about it. Every time she thought about it, she felt like needles piercing her heart, feeling extreme pain. "That's impossible. You are lying to me." Ling Yu was too straightforward and could not make out the resentment in Ling Long's words. His voice even trembled somewhat. "Why is it impossible? In your opinion, have I not always been such a person?" The people outside felt very anxious, thinking to themselves that they were in trouble tonight. "It's over. This fool is too stupid," Su Yi said softly with a heavy frown. The beggar uncle said, "This won't do. We have to kidnap him. Given my foolish second brother's intelligence, he really cannot continue watching." Just as the 3 were considering whether to charge in and kidnap Ling Long, soft footsteps rang out from below. The 3's expressions changed slightly, and their figures immediately flashed, vanishing quickly. A person came up from the top floor. It was the veiled pavilion master Yang. Her expression did not change, like she was not overly angry over tonight's storm. Soon, the veiled woman arrived at headliner Ling Long's door. Just as she was about to knock, she frowned slightly. Ling Long quickly looked up and immediately paled in shock. She saw 3 people stuck to the ceiling of the corridor. 3 smiling faces looked at her helplessly at the same time. Su Yi smiled provocatively, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and helplessly, and the beggar uncle teased her like he always did. Plop! Before Ling Long could react or scream, the beggar uncle fell and pressed her to the ground. The 2 faces were less than half an inch apart, and the tips of their noses were even touching. Hee hee! How fragrant! The beggar uncle said as he revealed an intoxicated smile after sniffing. The veiled woman was utterly frightened. She reacted only after a while and roared, "Die!" Bang! The strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor instantly erupted as she landed a palm strike on the beggar uncle's chest. Puci. The beggar uncle vomited a mouthful of blood as the impact knocked him back. However, before he flew away, he grabbed the veiled woman's leg with one hand. Then, he gently pulled in the air and carried the veiled woman horizontally. The enormous and vigorous force sent the beggar flying far away. As the beggar flew backward, blood still dripped from a corner of his lips. He smiled and said, "So, you like me hugging you? You should have said so earlier. I'll just hug you. Why did you use so much force? You nearly broke my bones." Dong! 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 Such a commotion immediately alerted a large group of guards nearby, and a group of guards instantly rushed over. When the guards saw the beggar uncle hugging the pavilion master, who was leaning against the wall, they were greatly startled. "Let go of the pavilion master! Quickly let go of the pavilion master!" The guards showed nervous expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not dare to act rashly. The veiled woman in the beggar uncle's embrace felt indescribably strange. When she saw the beggar's smiling face at such a close distance, she was surprised to discover that he was not as unkempt as she imagined. "Hee hee. You want to hug me as well? It's very comfortable. I'll let you try as well." However, just as the veiled woman wanted to take a closer look at the beggar uncle's smiling face through his messy hair, the beggar uncle laughed loudly. The beggar uncle laughed heartily and threw him towards the group of guards. All the guards reflexively rushed forward to catch her. However, they suddenly recalled the pavilion master's esteemed status. If they touched her, the consequences would be dire, so they retreated in fright. Bang! The veiled woman fell heavily to the ground and grunted in pain. "Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Little bitch, to think that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha." When Su Yi, who was at the side, saw this scene, she bent over and held her stomach. She laughed without restraint, nearly tearing up. The beggar uncle showed an innocent expression as if this had nothing to do with him. Only Xiao Chen cautiously looked around. The surrounding guards were already rushing over. Chapter 2244. The top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. The strange commotion immediately attracted the experts of various places. Soon, they surrounded the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Even with a veil covering her face, Pavilion Master Yang's complexion still showed how dark it was. Normally, she was aloof and aloof. To think that a beggar toyed with her like this. She was as embarrassed as she could be. "Capture them. Don't leave a single one alive." The veiled woman did not have any patience at all. After falling to the ground and getting up, her first words were filled with rage. At the same time, she activated all sorts of formations and placed heavy restrictions on her body. Xiao Chen immediately felt heavy pressure on his shoulders. A ferocious beast image appeared in the air. The ferocious beast gave off an ancient and great desolate Aeon aura. Its entire body was scarlet, and its eyes were especially horrifying, looking like huge red lanterns. It had 8 heads and 8 tails. Its body was covered in green moss, withered trees, and desolate wood. Its belly was rotten and rotten. The instant the ferocious beast appeared, chains immediately wrapped around the blue dragon divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool. There were a total of 8 chains. At a glance, they were the 8 snake-like bodies of that strange snake. The 8 heads opened their mouths, looking like they would bite the azure dragon seal to death at any moment. However, the dragon seal gave off a vast dragon might, preventing it from biting down. It could only let out loud roars. Xiao Chen's soul immediately got locked down. No matter how the 3 divine veins under the blue dragon divine seal struggled, they could not break the chains. Oh no! Xiao Chen thought to himself. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, he had been too careless and underestimated the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Unless he completely refined the 3 soul energies under the divine seal, he would find it hard to break free of the other party's soul sealing formation. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 6 figures quickly appeared from the darkness. They were all great perfection sovereign emperors. The weakest was a 4-vein sovereign emperor, and the strongest was a 6-vein sovereign emperor. However, that mysterious and unfathomable peak sovereign emperor still did not show up. However, even if the peak sovereign emperor did not show up, it would still be difficult to break free. Xiao Chen could activate his great desolate Eon bloodline and break out while wearing the alloy dragon armor and holding the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer. However, it would be hard to say for the beggar, Su Yi, and Ling Yu. 8-branch soul locking array. Su Yi's expression was unsightly as she looked at the veiled woman. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The veiled woman said faintly, "That's right, it's the 8-branched soul locking array. I've perfected the soul locking array that your cheap mother failed to set up. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to kneel properly after entering this primal desolate soul locking formation. You bitch. Don't mention my mother." Su Yi's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Her pretty face appeared somewhat crazed. He wanted to charge forward, but after taking just 2 steps, he found himself unable to move an inch forward. An expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. It was as if an invisible snake tail was strangling her neck, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Seeing this scene, the veiled woman revealed a disdainful smile. "Why can't I mention it? You keep saying that I'm a bitch, but your mother is the real bitch." As the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master, she was shameless and shameless. She chased after love and married into the Sword God's noble clan. Ha. In the end, the Sword God did not even give her the status of a concubine. In the end, he even chased her out. "Tell me, isn't your mother a bitch?" As the veiled woman spoke, she walked over to the futile Su Yi. Then, she teased softly, "This is especially so for you. Back then, when you were suffering from a terminal illness, your mother knelt before the Su residence for an entire month to save you. In the end, the Su residence's gates remained closed, and your mother died from anger. Tell me, isn't that bitch? The only reason you're still alive is because of..." "Enough." Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up, expressionlessly at the side. The veiled woman shifted her gaze and smiled. "What qualifications do you have to interrupt now? With just a word from me, I can kill you right now. I said that's enough. Do you hear me? Pa." The veiled woman instantly activated her great desolate Eon bloodline, and an azure-colored dragon roar appeared in her soul pool. Kaca. Kaca. The 8 chains instantly broke. Xiao Chen stepped forward and directly slapped the veiled woman, sending her flying. Blood flowed on the veiled woman's face, and a scarlet handprint appeared. The veiled woman screamed, "Kill him!" Whoosh! 6 figures immediately charged at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. These were the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors who had already arrived. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It's over this time. Even if there was only one great perfection sovereign emperor, it would be more than enough to deal with. There were 6 of them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was in dire straits. This could be considered the price of being rash. However, even if the price was his life, Xiao Chen would not regret slapping the veiled woman. Bitches should be ruthlessly slapped. However, just at this moment, a figure walked over from behind with large strides. This figure placed 2 hands on Xiao Chen's and Su Yi's shoulders. Then, he gently patted Su Yi's shoulder, and the chains in her soul pool immediately shattered as if they had never been there. The 2 of them were gently pulled back by the beggar. Bang! The peak strikes of the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors layered over each other and landed on the beggar. Puci. The beggar vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying again. "Uncle." This greatly startled Xiao Chen. He quickly helped the beggar up. If the beggar received the peak strikes of 6 great perfection sovereign emperors, He would be severely injured even if he did not die. Hehe, you can just leave the beating to uncle. The bodies of you youngsters are very precious. Unexpectedly, the beggar grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his face was covered in blood. He looked like he was heavily injured and could die at any moment, but his mental state was surprisingly good, as if nothing had happened. Not dead. The 6 great perfection sovereign emperors frowned heavily as they guarded the veiled woman. Exchanging glances with one another, they both felt a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Catcher. Headliner Ling Long opened the door and took a look. She asked softly, Pavilion Master Yang, can you let them go? When the veiled woman heard that, she turned around and looked. Then, her gaze landed on Ling Yu, who was beside Ling Long. My wedding will be on the 15th of next month. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I hope Tower Lord Yang can respect Ling Long's wishes. Ling Long bowed and said softly. The veiled woman understood Ling Long's meaning. After a moment of silence, she said, since Ling Long said so, I will not pursue this matter. Big brother, are you all right? On the other side, Ling Yu was startled to see the beggar's dying appearance. Then, she quickly walked over. The beggar smiled and said, ha ha ha. I won't die yet. Whoosh. The veiled woman tossed a jade bottle to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught it, finding it somewhat heavy. This is the compensation that the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor promised you. There is a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. Young Master Xiao, I hope that you will take care of yourself, the veiled woman said through clenched teeth. The scarlet handprint on her face had yet to fade, yet she still wanted to give the origin liquid to Xiao Chen. Needless to say, it was quite humiliating. However, she had to endure it now. Everything focused on the first prince's wedding. This wedding was very important and involved too many things. She absolutely could not allow anything to go wrong. No matter how much humiliation and dissatisfaction she felt, she had to endure it for now. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yi's condition. Then, he looked at the beggar, whose fate was unknown. There was no longer any need for him to remain in this smiling daughter pavilion. He had already met Ling Long. Now that he achieved his purpose, there was no reason for him to remain. He no longer lingered, turned around, and led the group away. The veiled woman turned around and said with a smile, Ling Long, go in first. There is no need for you to worry about the wedding. I guarantee that you will have a grand wedding. At that time, all the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will dance for you. Your wedding will not only shake Yang City but also make the entire world envious. Ling Long did not show any joy on her face. She forced a smile and returned to the room. After Ling Long left, the veiled woman's expression changed drastically. She turned around and cursed, bunch of bastards. What are you all doing? You sneaked into the top floor without anyone noticing. Do you think that you have not embarrassed yourselves enough? What is the point of me raising you? This subordinate knows his mistake. Pavilion Master, please punish me. Useless things. The veiled woman was so angry that she remained silent. She looked at the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors and said, I will leave the remaining 1.5 months to you. Please stay here and guard the door. I do not want any more accidents to happen. Pavilion Master, rest assured. With us around, nothing will go wrong. Su Yi nodded slightly, and a cold look flashed in her eyes. She said softly, if they come again, Xiao Chen and Su Yi can teach them a lesson but not kill them. However, Ling Long's lover must be killed for me, yes. Chapter 2245. Outside the smiling daughter pavilion, Ling Yu carried the beggar on his back, appearing dispirited, like he had lost his spirit, like a walking corpse. The beggar fell asleep again, snoring away on Ling Yu's back, sounding startlingly loud. As Xiao Chen walked together with Su Yi, he glanced at her expression. It was not much better than Ling Yu's. Her expression was complicated, and her eyes were still bloodshot, inspiring pity. Thank you for earlier, Su Yi said softly. Su Yi asked in a low voice. She was referring to Xiao Chen helping her slap the veiled woman. Xiao Chen replied calmly, it's nothing. It's just a small matter. Su Yi smiled bitterly and said, just a small matter. In my opinion, it is not a small matter. I have long wanted to slap this bitch but could not do it. Sometimes, I really envy you. You dared to challenge the entire 10 merchant associations for Wu Meng. Even when you are in dire straits, you still do not lower your head, turning the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion upside down. As long as you do not go against your heart, you do not seem to fear anything. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He knew that at this moment, all he needed to do was be a listener. There was no need to interrupt or say anything more. You have always wanted to know what my relationship with the Su clan is. She is right. I am the abandoned daughter of the Sword God's noble clan's current clan head. Back then, my mother made a mistake, marrying this ingrate, this beast that is worse than a beast. After he became the clan head, he divorced my mother. That day, I nearly cried until I went blind. My mother hugged me and kept saying, "Little Ye, don't cry. Mother will bring you home." However, when I arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, this little bitch, the adopted daughter my mother adopted back then, not only did she not accept my mother, but she even humiliated her. I really saw how sinister the human heart was. Back then, my mother treated her so well, even leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to her management. However, she repaid kindness with enmity, working with that beast of the Su clan to bully my mother. I really can't accept this. I really, really miss my mother. I still remember that when I was young, she often brought me to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to watch fireworks and watch performances. Whenever I had any requests, she would excessively fulfill them. However, I did not know that she had already suffered a lot in the Su clan's residence. She would fulfill all my requests. However, I did not know that she had already suffered a lot in the Su clan's residence. He even said that when I grew up, he would teach me how to play the zither and how to practice the sword. Su Yi's voice gradually became choked with sobs. Her eyes were red from crying, but no tears fell. Her tears kept swirling in her eyes and never flowed down her cheeks. Ling Yu, who was in front, turned around. When he saw this scene, he did not know what to do. "What are you looking at? You're also a coward. Why don't you bring her out? Can't you see that she's in pain?" Su Yi glared at Ling Yu, scolding him for not living up to expectations. Ling Yu's face twitched. Suddenly, he cried out in pain, "I want to as well. However, how do you expect me to do so? How am I supposed to do that? I do not have a high cultivation like Martial Uncle. I do not have a great faction like you. I am just a minor character. Without Martial Uncle's care, I would not even be able to enter the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. How could I not understand what you are saying? However, what can I do? I am in more pain than she is, but I am just a nobody. What can I use to fight with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? What can I use to fight with the first prince?" After saying that, Ling Yu broke down and started crying bitterly. Who wouldn't understand this logic? Was Ling Yu really stupid? Ling Yu was not stupid. However, what was the use of that? It was as Ling Yu said. Ling Yu was just a minor character. He did not even need the first prince to make an appearance. Anyone in Yang City could trample him to death. What was the use of passion and hot-bloodedness before reality? An impulse welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. It was an impulse that he could not control. After this thought appeared, it became like a great fire, unextinguishable with the wind. "Ling Yu, Martial Uncle wants to ask you something. Do you want to marry her? I only want an answer. You don't need to say anything. Just look at me." Not much of an expression could be seen on Xiao Chen's calm face. Only his eyes revealed his expression. Only his eyes, reflecting the cold moonlight, were as hot as fire as he stared at Ling Yu. The instant Ling Yu raised his head, he met this gaze, which stunned him. Ling Yu wanted to say many things. His martial uncle already treated him very well and helped him a lot. He really did not want to make things difficult for his martial uncle. However, before Ling Yu could say anything, Xiao Chen said, "All right, I know your answer. Don't say anything else. Go back and rest well tonight. Don't run around during this period. Just stay in the Misty Rain Pavilion and help Pavilion Master Su." Before Xiao Chen could retort, Xiao Chen took the lead and left. After exploring the Smiling Daughter Pavilion that night, the group felt somewhat dispirited. After a night of silence, Xiao Chen split half of the 50 tons of origin liquid with Wu Meng and the others, keeping 25 tons for himself. After 3 days of closed-door cultivation, he used the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art and the 10,000 dragons art to absorb 25 tons of origin liquid. If it were anyone else, trying to absorb and refine 25 tons of origin liquid in 3 days would be impossible. One would not even dare to think about it. This number was too vast. However, for Xiao Chen, who dual-cultivated righteous and demonic, as well as 2 inherited cultivation techniques, this was not difficult. Be it the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art or the 10,000 dragons art, they both required a large amount of origin liquid. After the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art's transformation, Xiao Chen's body was different from that of ordinary people. The amount of origin liquid he needed was several times, even dozens of times that of others. After absorbing 25 tons of origin liquid, Xiao Chen's cultivation did not improve much. His divine energy cultivation remained at 1 divine vein. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He continued to focus on refining the 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy. As long as he refined the true God's soul energy left behind by the ancient demonic sovereign, his divine energy cultivation would increase naturally. With the increase of divine essence cultivation, everything would follow naturally. The more he accumulated now, the more terrifying the eruption would be when the time came. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art reached a bottleneck. Now, with a casual strike, he could materialize the 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. The blue dragon in the middle was even more eye-catching. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the blue dragon image had become much more realistic, like it could walk out of the picture. The blue dragon image also changed slightly from the initial blue dragon. The most obvious change was that it went from 3 claws to 4. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that as he cultivated the 10,000 dragons art, the potential of his bloodline was continuously dug out. As for the bottleneck, Xiao Chen knew that it was due to the lack of a follow-up cultivation technique. Xiao Chen needed to make time to return to the Blue Dragon Ancient Palace and barge into the Inheritance Hall to obtain the follow-up cultivation technique for the 10,000 Dragons art. The 10,000 Dragons art would continuously advance, eventually turning into the unprecedented Ancestor Dragon art. However, according to the Dragon Spirit, no one had truly cultivated the Ancestor Dragon art in the martial epoch. Xiao Chen did not know how strong he was now. Since coming to Yang City, Xiao Chen had not truly fought all out with others. He had not been able to fight to his heart's content. Xiao Chen estimated that if he brought out all his trump cards, an ordinary 4-vein sovereign emperor would not be a match for him. However, it would be somewhat difficult for Xiao Chen to kill a 4-vein sovereign emperor. One would need to be at least a 5-vein sovereign emperor to suppress Xiao Chen. Furthermore, one had to be a sovereign emperor who cultivated a divine vein cultivation technique and possessed a medial grade soul tool. Otherwise, Xiao Chen could easily leave at any time. As for a 6-vein sovereign emperor, Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. His chances of victory were slim. A 6-vein sovereign emperor was the highest cultivation of a great perfection sovereign emperor. One more step, and he would be a peak sovereign emperor. Before condensing a 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy, it was best not to fight with a 6-vein sovereign emperor. Otherwise, an uncontrollable accident might happen. As for a peak sovereign emperor, Xiao Chen did not dare to think about it. Right now, he was not a match for any peak sovereign emperor. If he ran into one, he would definitely die. His chances of victory were 0. Even if he brought out all his trump cards, he would only be able to severely injure the other party at best. He would not be able to truly deal a heavy blow. I need a killing move that can truly protect my life. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Be it Dharmic World, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, the Fiendish Saber Inheritance, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Firmament's Rage, or the Supreme Dragon Fist. Although they possessed great offensive power and horrifying might, making them unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, they could not allow him to fight against a peak sovereign emperor. Outsiders would definitely be shocked to see such a thought. To them, Xiao Chen's powerful techniques and secret techniques were all killing moves. With these killing moves, Even great perfection sovereign emperors would not dare to be too arrogant before Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen was too picky. He was only a small perfection sovereign emperor, yet he wanted to deal with a peak sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen needed to find another killing move to take the initiative. Chapter 2246. Xiao Chen needed to make preparations for his trump card. However, thinking too much was useless. The inheritance hall was not a treasure trove for nothing. It was hard to say whether it existed or not. Xiao Chen set aside his thoughts for now. Then, he returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion and saw Su Yi, who was rehearsing. The 100 fairies of the pear garden competed with each other in beauty. There was a dazzling lineup of various musical instruments. There was a vermilion zither, a jade flute, a chime bell, a flower drum, and many others. There were all sorts of musical instruments that one could imagine, both obscure and popular, present. Aside from these, there were also some instruments that Xiao Chen had never seen before, such as the swana, cymbals, and erhu. These were rather rare instruments. More bluntly, they were not of high enough quality. They would not appear in the Misty Rain Pavilion or the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Lord Xiao. Su Yi had good eyes. She noticed Xiao Chen the moment he entered, so she walked over with a faint smile. Swana, cymbals, erhu. I don't remember these instruments being here the last time I saw them. Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Su Yi smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, there are none. I did not add them on purpose. It's just that very few of these instruments are soul treasure grade. I have been searching for them for many years. Finally, I found them all. You are very persistent. When my mother was alive, her greatest wish was to merge the 10 great ancient music pieces together to create a new piece. My mother actually left most of these instruments to me. I want to fulfill her wish. However, it is very difficult to achieve perfection. Su Yi sighed. If the 100 fairies of the pear garden performed any of the ancient music pieces individually, they would be very good. However, when merging the 10 great ancient music pieces, they found it hard to achieve harmony. There were too many flaws. Many times, they thought of giving up, but they persisted. Xiao Chen took a look and said, if the 100 fairies of the pear garden could perform it once a month, the Misty Rain Pavilion would be able to rival the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. However, you hid it, practicing it day and night, perhaps never completing it. Is it worth it? Su Yi frowned heavily. Then, she replied softly, of course it is worth it. This is the only thing I can do for my mother. Unfortunately, I just can't do this well. I don't know when I can perfect the laughing saber and sword. Laughing saber and sword. Xiao Chen recalled that the last time he watched it, the finishing touches were the two women who each held a sword and a saber. The clash of sabers and swords brought out the vast aura of many musical instruments playing at the same time. Su Yi looked at the 100 fairies of the pear garden, who were currently tuning their zithers. Then, she whispered, that's right. I have already named the song that combines the 10 great ancient music scores, unsheathed saber and sword's laughter. Unfortunately, my bladesman and swordsman are still lacking. Unfortunately, the true crux of this laughing saber and sword is the bladesman and swordsman who appear at the end. Otherwise, it would not be perfect. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, Pavilion Master Su, if you trust me, I can help you solve this problem. How? For example, I'll personally go on stage and play the role of the last machete man. As for the swordsman, I'll be looking for someone who's on par with me to complete the final theme, the clash of swords and sabers. Su Yi's eyes lit up. She asked incredulously, are you sure? It was indeed too inconceivable. In the end, the path of music was not mainstream in the eyes of cultivators. Those nobles and sovereign emperor experts might like to listen to music, but it was just like how they liked beautiful pets. But this was just like how they liked beautiful pets. If you asked them to perform on stage, it was almost impossible for them to appear. They might even think that one was insulting the other party. Hence, Su Yi had been having a headache over this. She could only think of ways to nurture them herself. The clash of swords and sabers was the finishing touch. In order to improve the song, one needed to display the highest saber dao and sword dao. The other problems were easy to solve. It was just a matter of time. However, this final problem had always been a sore point for Su Yi. I'm very sure. However, Pavilion Master Su, you have to agree to a request of mine. Xiao Chen showed a serious expression as he looked at Su Yi. Please speak. Xiao Chen stepped forward and whispered a few words into Su Yi's ear. Then, he looked at her quietly. However, Su Yi did not hesitate. She nodded and said, "Don't worry. This is not a problem. Even if you do not help me, you just need to say the word, and the 100 fairies of the pear garden will listen to you at any time." Alright, it's a deal, then. Now that the agreement was made, Xiao Chen would help Su Yi complete the laughing saber and sword, and she would help Xiao Chen with something else. Take a look first. This time, with the Swordsmanship, symbols, and Erhu, it is closer to the laughing saber and sword that I have in mind. Su Yi smiled mysteriously. Then, she returned to the 100 fairies of the pear garden and sat down with her zither. Just as Xiao Chen felt puzzled, the row of women standing behind him started to play their Swordsmanship. A majestic tone that Xiao Chen had never experienced before appeared suddenly. There was no prelude. That intoxicating rhythm that filled one with anticipation arrived, catching them off guard. Dang, dang, dang. When the Swordsmanship reached a low and deep tone, the sound of cymbals rang out. Lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness instantly ignited. Soon after, pipa music rang out. The fingers of the 8 beautiful women moved rapidly. The pipa music surged endlessly like a surging river, one wave louder than the one before, faster than the one before. The lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness ignited by the Swordsmanship and cymbals were pushed to a new peak. The tempo of the entire piece reached its peak at the very beginning. Mountains howled and seas roared. Huge waves surged, soaring to the clouds, and hot-bloodedness blazed endlessly. The sound of the Erhu rang out at an appropriate time, turning this hot-bloodedness solemn and stirring. However, it did not appear desolate. This was because the zither music, the flute, and the jade flute followed closely behind. As an outsider, Xiao Chen was pressured by this majestic music until he could not catch his breath. He felt his blood vessels swell, and his heart pounded endlessly like it would leap out of his chest at any moment. At the very last moment, when the hot-bloodedness was completely ignited and the flames burned his entire body, a saber light appeared. A flash of saber light appeared, followed by a flash of sword light. Saber and sword clashing, the 2 women each held their sabers and swords. Everyone's anticipation lingered in the majestic and surging music as they presented the final theme. When the piece ended, the many beauties of the 100 fairies of the pear garden were already somewhat fatigued. Clearly, the performance of such a great piece drained not only their minds but also their energy and veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen clapped his hands in praise. The laughing saber and sword, with the addition of the Swordsmanship and symbols, was completely different from when he first saw it. Although it still had flaws, it had already improved significantly. Over the next few days, Xiao Chen worked with Su Yi to complete the laughing saber and sword. At the same time, Su Yi sent 3 letters, one to the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter, one to the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Chaoyun, and the last to the Golden Crow Empire's Ao Jiao. At this moment, news of a major matter spread throughout the imperial capital Yang City, inciting heated discussions. Everyone, from the royal family to the ordinary martial artists, were discussing it. What was it? Naturally, it was the wedding between the first Prince Wang Fei and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliner Ling Long. Since ancient times, there had never been a prince marrying a brothel headliner. Who was the first prince? He was a prince with overwhelming authority and power in the Yanwu dynasty. In the end, he might become one of the princes participating in the wedding ceremony. The headliner Ling Long's skills with the pipa were unparalleled in the world. She ranked first among the 10 headliners and was famous in the imperial capital. Countless people loved her. No matter who she was, everyone in this imperial capital Yang City knew about her. However, no one had expected such 2 people to become husband and wife one day. It would be hard for such a wedding not to attract attention. The many princes were definitely thinking about how to deal with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's alliance with the first prince and how it would affect them. As for the ordinary cultivators, most of them were just here to watch the excitement. They were happy to see it happen, treating it as a story that would spread far and wide. Everyone was looking forward to the day of the wedding. Xiao Chen did not know about all this. He only focused on working with the 100 fairies of the pear garden to complete the laughing saber and sword. This was how Xiao Chen was. No matter what it was, as long as he promised it, he would do his best to do it. 7 days later, Xiao Chen finally reached a tacit understanding with the 100 fairies of the pear garden. He only lacked one person to exchange swords with the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Then, he would be close to completing the laughing saber and sword. Xiao Chen took his leave for now. Then, he prepared to head to the Blue Dragon's old lands to search for his trump card. The 100 fairies of the pear garden could not gain a firm foothold in the imperial capital Yang City. He truly had to rely on himself. Chapter 2247. The blood moon hung high in the Blue Dragon's old land. The scattered moonlight illuminated this desolate world. It felt like even the air felt somewhat sorrowful. A figure suddenly appeared in the moon. It was Xiao Chen, who had passed through the divine universe steely. Xiao Chen arrived at this land of the blood moon. However, this was a coincidence. Not long after he appeared, a strong pressure came from behind him. A huge pressure came from behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a wall as tall as a small mountain. When he looked up again, he discovered that this was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper held chains in its hands, and several corpses hung from its metal hooks. Without exception, they were all sovereign emperors. This was not Xiao Chen's first time seeing this scene. However, he still felt somewhat startled and curious. Where did Soul Reaper kill these sovereign emperors? There seemed to be many dragon race ancient tombs in the desolate sea. Aside from staying in the Blue Dragon's ancient city, Soul Reaper probably guarded the ancient tombs as well. However, Xiao Chen did not know where this dragon race ancient tomb was. Xiao Chen recalled that the first time he saw Soul Reaper was when he met the Geomaster Qin Zhuolin. Qin Zhuolin had just come out of a dragon race ancient tomb. Qin Zhuolin had obtained the dragon race's excellent brew, Heartburn, from the dragon race, which ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. As Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, the desolate slave Soul Reaper left Xiao Chen's body. It landed on the ancient city's wall before Xiao Chen. Then, it turned its head back and stared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not understand what it meant. Just as Xiao Chen felt bewildered, the desolate slave Soul Reaper suddenly extended its hand. Soul Reaper held up the sky with one hand and caught Xiao Chen. Then, it turned around and gently landed Xiao Chen on the Blue Dragon's Dao platform. "Thank you." Regardless of whether this Soul Reaper could understand him or not, Xiao Chen still thanked it. Rumble. A loud sound rang out from the Spirit Mountain in front of the Dao platform. The Blue Dragon statue appeared before Xiao Chen like a huge snake coiling around the mountain. The statue opened its huge mouth and pushed open the door. Xiao Chen entered. After making many turns inside the statue, Xiao Chen saw the mysterious dragon spirit guarding the inheritance. "It has only been 3 months, yet you've returned. Could it be that you intend to challenge the Great Inheritance Hall?" The dragon spirit looked at Xiao Chen and said slowly, "With your current strength, you will not be able to clear the 2nd floor. You need to be at least a 3-vein sovereign emperor." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Although Xiao Chen was still a 1-vein sovereign emperor, he had already completely refined the faux god flame that he inherited from an ancient demonic sovereign. The soul energy of a 3-vein sovereign emperor now belonged to Xiao Chen. At the same time, it contained the power of a true god. In terms of true combat prowess, Xiao Chen was only stronger than a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Cultivation is just a facade. Senior Dragon Spirit, don't be deceived by it. The Dragon Spirit smiled and said, "Is that so? You seem to be very confident. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Looks like you have a trump card that I don't know about. Go, I'll wait and see." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. I would like to ask if the Blue Dragon's inheritance has a secret technique that can allow me to severely injure a small perfection sovereign emperor to a peak sovereign emperor." When the dragon spirit heard that, It revealed a cautious expression. After some thought, it said, "Your way of thinking is not good. In the end, cultivating the martial Dao requires gradual progress. You are very talented and have excellent comprehension ability. You should understand this principle, right? A peak sovereign emperor is 2 major grades away from a small perfection sovereign emperor. Having a goal is a good thing. However, if you bite off more than you can chew, you will easily end up going to the extremes." Naturally, Xiao Chen understood what the dragon spirit said. Sovereign Emperor, 1 heaven per vein. Xiao Chen could reach his current strength because he could fight across realms. He had many trump cards, including the Supreme Dragon Fist, Firmament's Rage, the Royal True Dragon Blood, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Heavenly Slayer, and the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's Blue Dragon Body Tempering Art. With so many trump cards, Xiao Chen had the capital to fight a great perfection sovereign emperor. A 1-vein sovereign emperor fighting a great perfection sovereign emperor was already sufficiently exaggerated and shocking. Furthermore, Xiao Chen wanted to fight a peak sovereign emperor. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If he was not careful, he would suffer a backlash. I understand. However, my enemy already has a peak sovereign emperor. Before that peak sovereign emperor, even my soul feels heavy pressure. I can't even breathe properly. This feeling of helplessness is very despairing. Xiao Chen said seriously as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit entered deep thought. Then, it sighed softly, "I'm just thinking about what you are thinking. Forbidden arts. Forbidden arts. It is impossible for you to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor with a secret technique or martial technique, no matter how strong the martial technique is. Due to the limitations of your cultivation, you cannot injure a peak sovereign emperor. In reality, the Firmament's Rage and the Supreme Dragon Fist that you cultivate can severely injure a peak sovereign emperor. It is just that your cultivation is too low." The dragon spirit paused for a moment before continuing. "Aside from forbidden arts, there is no other way to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor with your current cultivation. Any forbidden art would definitely be extremely horrifying. However, its side effects and consequences would be very scary as well." Indeed, Xiao Chen had taken it for granted earlier. This made sense. How could there be any shortcuts to severely injuring a peak sovereign emperor as a small perfection sovereign emperor? Aside from forbidden arts, there was no other way. You understand the price of forbidden arts without me saying it. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, but also oneself 800 times. A forbidden art that can severely injure a peak sovereign emperor might injure the enemy 1,000 times, but oneself 2,000 times. The dragon spirit said seriously with a grave expression. Xiao Chen remained silent. He had already experienced the pain of forbidden arts in the Kunlun realm. Forbidden arts could not be used carelessly. There had to be a price. Sometimes, one could not even bear the price. Don't think about this for now. I think that you have already reached the peak of the 10,000 Dragons ART's first layer. Go and clear the trials first. Obtaining the second layer is the most important thing. The dragon spirit turned around and led Xiao Chen to the inheritance hall. Not long after, the 5-floored inheritance hall appeared before him. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to enter the first floor with large strides. It was empty, there was nothing there at all. Then, Xiao Chen glanced at the entrance to the second floor. He did not know what the so-called test would be. Feeling some anticipation, Xiao Chen moved quickly and entered the door of light. As the light flickered, space and time changed. The scene turned blurry, and overlapping images appeared. When the overlapping images merged, Xiao Chen found himself in a winding corridor. Drip, drip. The ceiling above Xiao Chen's head was injured, and blood dripped down. He smelled horror. Kai. This was the essence blood of the dragon race's natural enemy, the Hu. Xiao Chen could not help showing a grave expression. The blood stopped dripping and wriggled on the ground. After a while, it gathered into a row of armored 3-vein sovereign emperors. These 3-vein sovereign emperors looked exactly like Xiao Chen. It looked like they were 10 of Xiao Chen's clones charging at him. Candle dragon eyes. 2 strands of candle flames appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes, flickering. A candle dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chen, opening its eyes at the same time. Immediately, Xiao Chen focused his Ice Dao's Great Dao energy on the candle dragon. In the next moment, the 10 Hu-blood clones burned with a cold flame. Their movements stiffened. To think that they did not freeze. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He rarely saw ferocious beasts that did not freeze under the candle dragon eyes. However, this was fine. Xiao Chen summoned out the alloy dragon armor and left behind a purple electric mark as he instantly charged over. Then, he circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his divine energy sea. A dragon image immediately leaped out. Following that, thousands of dragon images gathered at the blue dragon image. In the next moment, a 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon in the center appeared behind Xiao Chen. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen instantly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. Fighting 1 against 10, he easily dealt with the 10 stiff Hu-blood clones. Although these Hu-blood clones gave off the aura of a 3-veined sovereign emperor, Xiao Chen dealt with them rather easily. He did not need to draw the tyrant saber on his back. Xiao Chen could handle the situation with ease with just the Supreme Dragon Fist, suppressing the 10 Hu-blood clones by himself. Bang! Xiao Chen punched again. However, he was shocked to discover that he did not manage to knock this Hu-blood clone away. Just as Xiao Chen felt confused, the other 9 Hu-blood clones attacked at the same time. Leaderless dragons. In a rush, Xiao Chen used leaderless dragons to face the enemies. Fist lights flickered in the heaven dragon image. Xiao Chen had already moved fast enough, but he still got struck several times. Fortunately, the alloy dragon armor protected him. Xiao Chen only got knocked back and did not suffer any severe injuries. Xiao Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. A bright light flickered in his eyes. Has the candle dragon eyes effect weakened? That's not right, the effect is still there. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as getting struck 4 times. What was that? Xiao Chen squinted and looked carefully. Then, he discovered that the 10 Hu-blood clones were actually peak 3-veined sovereign emperors. Blood-colored light radiated from his body and connected together, actually suppressing his dragon might. When did he become so strong? I didn't even realize it. Images flashed through Xiao Chen's mind as he tried to recall the details of his fight with the hateful blood clones. So that was how it was. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. These sacrificial blood clones could absorb his soul power and divine essence. The longer the battle dragged on, the more terrifying the opponent's strength would be. A never-ending increase. For a moment, the sacrificial blood clone, which he thought he could deal with easily, became somewhat terrifying in Xiao Chen's eyes. I didn't have a chance to test whether my idea was correct. Xiao Chen could only take advantage of this moment to kill the other party in one move. Otherwise, when the 10 Hu-blood clones reached the level of a 4-veined sovereign emperor, they would not be able to survive. Their chances of winning were a little bleak. Chapter 2248. Killing 10 enemies in one move. Thousands of thoughts flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind in the time it took for a spark to fly. The candle dragon flames on the 10 Hu-blood clones slowly extinguished. Once the flames extinguished and the 10 Hu-blood clones regained their freedom, they would grow even stronger. This was just the beginning, and the test was already so difficult. No wonder the dragon spirit said that only 3-veined sovereign emperors could pass. The inheritance hall's test was truly not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Xiao Chen came to his senses in time and did not cause a huge disaster. One move, then. Xiao Chen stretched his right hand above his shoulder and tightly grasped the tyrant saber's hilt. Then, he closed his eyes. Xiao Chen's heart became as still as water, entering a state of martial and soul as one. His entire being became ethereal. Martial and soul as one perfectly merged soul energy and divine energy, bringing out 100%, even 150% of one's combat prowess. Exceeding one's limits. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the 10 Hu-blood clones entered his vision. The berserk auras pressed down from such close proximity, making Xiao Chen somewhat unsteady. Xiao Chen wondered what this corridor was made of. Despite the pressure of 10 3-veined sovereign emperors, it did not even crack. It was completely intact, looking ancient. Draw the saber. When the tyrant saber was drawn, the world immediately plunged into darkness. Only the resplendent saber light remained eternal. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber, in the mortal realm. In that instant, a supreme killing Buddha transcended the limits of time, arriving from ancient times, and descended on this ancient corridor. As the resplendent saber light descended, the entire corridor trembled. When the ancient Buddha attacked, the 10 Hu-blood clones all got knocked back at the same time. However, as these Hu-blood clones retreated, their strength soared despite being severely injured. The strength of these Hu-blood clones soared, looking like they would break through 3-vein Sovereign Emperor and advance to 4-vein Sovereign Emperor. At that time, their injuries would recover in an instant. Now, it was like a lotus flower that could not melt, like the sun and moon that could not be in the sky. The Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, illuminate my immortal heart, dazzling 3 lives. Kill. Xiao Chen used the 7-kill seal to condense a 7-fold killing intent to execute the 3-life flower. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, a lotus flower bloomed. Light and shadow twisted, turning the scenery blurry. Slash, slash, slash. Xiao Chen's figure flickered in the blue lotus as if he was teleporting, and he slashed out 10 times in a row. Clang. The moment Xiao Chen landed, he casually sheathed his tyrant saber. A drop of blood splattered on the ground. The 10 Hu-blood clones had all dissipated. Xiao Chen closed his eyes once more. When he opened them again, Xiao Chen exited the state of martial and spirit as one. He did not turn his head back to look. Without saying a word, he continued walking forward. Along the corridor, Xiao Chen, who had experienced it before, encountered many houseblood clones. He did not panic and continued to deal with the other party. He did not attack, but when he attacked, he would definitely kill. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to endure his strength and soar. Xiao Chen was unimpeded by this somewhat dull slaughter. His face was expressionless as he arrived at an empty hall. It should be a small world. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he sensed the fluctuations of an array formation around the hall. When Xiao Chen stepped into the hall, he found himself in a vast and boundless sea of sand as expected. The bright sun hung high in the azure sky, making it look like a play. Xiao Chen looked around. Aside from the yellow sand, there was no one else. Come through my stage, and you can enter the 2nd floor. 5,000 kilometers away, the yellow sand shattered, and a person emerged from the ground as dust flew about like snow. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and saw a black-clad person with a saber on his back, facing him across the sea of sand. This person is a peak 3-vein Sovereign Emperor, the same as me, a peak 4th-layer Saber Dao domain. If that were all, it would not be difficult to deal with him. Only 1 vein separated a 3-vein Sovereign Emperor and a 4-vein Sovereign Emperor. However, that was the difference between small perfection and great perfection. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. However, he could not make out the other party's strength for now. Whoosh! The black-clad bladesman crossed the distance of 5,000 kilometers in an instant. Then, he appeared before Xiao Chen and threw a punch at Xiao Chen's face. A 10,000 dragons picture coalesced behind the black-clad bladesman. A brown dragon image appeared particularly eye-catching. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He materialized the 10,000 dragons picture and executed the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The fist lights clashed. It was like 2 worlds colliding. Xiao Chen grunted. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's lips as he got knocked back. His eyes revealed heavy doubt. What's going on? His cultivation is clearly not much higher than mine. I have the supreme dragon fist to support me. How did I lose in 1 strike? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, the black-clad bladesman did not give Xiao Chen a chance to think. He pressed forward and punched repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen executed the Divine Firmament 9 transformation technique to its limits. His figure flickered, instantly creating thousands of after-images. However, that black-clad bladesman's fist lights were relentless. The after-images shattered like glass. This forced Xiao Chen to the point of breathlessness. In the end, He could not dodge in time and got punched in the alloy dragon armor. Roar. Electric light flickered. At the critical moment, 2 electric images in the alloy dragon armor formed a lightning shield. Although Xiao Chen managed to block most of the force, he still found it extremely unbearable as he went flying back. When Xiao Chen landed on the ground, boundless yellow sand kicked up, forming a terrifying sandstorm. Whoosh! That black-clad bladesman spread his arms and fell like a meteor. He stored up power on his right fist, releasing a resplendent star-like light. His figure seemed to merge with the sun, looking incredibly dazzling. Divine Lightning Eye. As Xiao Chen lay on the ground, he ignored the blood on his lips. Dozens of purple flower petals spun in his right eye and overlapped. Dozens of tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. However, just as the thunderclouds were about to gather, they met with resistance and could not merge. Bang! The resplendent fist light landed. Xiao Chen did his best to dodge, but the shockwave still struck him. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled in the air. When he landed, he bounced up and down a few times before falling far away. How can it be like this? To think that the tribulation lightning could not gather, Xiao Chen felt shocked and confused. It looks like you are not prepared yet. Did Lord Dragon's spirit not explain clearly to you? The black-clad bladesman asked as he hovered in the air and looked at Xiao Chen. I'd like to hear the details. Xiao Chen said after some thought as he struggled to his feet. Earth Dao Domain, Peak 10th Layer. The black-clad bladesman said calmly. When Xiao Chen heard that, he was stunned for a while. Then, he smiled bitterly. So, that is the case. When one's Dao Domain reached Peak 10th Layer, it could advance to a small world. This was the other party's small world. Unless one's cultivation suppressed the other parties or had a Peak 10th Layer Dao Domain, one would not stand a chance of victory in this small world. Initially, Xiao Chen thought that this was a small world formed by a formation. Now, it looked like this small world was materialized by the other party's Peak Dao Domain. That explained why the tribulation clouds could not gather. Naturally, one would face resistance when one attracted the tribulation lightning outside in the other party's small world. I've learned something. I lost. Xiao Chen sighed. Even though he still had Heavenly Slayer, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Such a suppressive advantage could not be made up for with a soul tool. Haha, don't tell me that you think that you have to kill me to pass. When the black-clad bladesman saw the situation, he laughed hoarsely. Then, he said softly, you already passed. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, you will pass. This stunned Xiao Chen. Happiness came too suddenly. Wasn't it too easy? The black-clad bladesman replied calmly, that's not it. Along the way, I spent most of my energy dealing with the Hueblood clone. It would already be pretty good if you could last 3 moves from me. It is not too easy. Rather, you are too strong. The Hueblood beast does not seem to pose much of a threat to you. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I'm already used to it. Now that I have activated my royal true dragon bloodline, and our cultivation is not that far apart, I no longer feel much fear. No wonder. I'll send you to the 2nd floor, then. The black-clad bladesman stretched out his hand, and a door of light appeared in the yellow sand, leading to the inheritance hall's 2nd floor. After performing a cupped fist salute, Xiao Chen walked over with large strides. Xiao Chen had cleared this stage somewhat bafflingly. However, no matter what, he had finally passed the test. The instant Xiao Chen entered the inheritance hall's 2nd floor, beams of light directly encased him. Congratulations, Blue Dragon Disciple. The inheritance you obtained on this floor is divine energy infusion. Feeling somewhat confused, Xiao Chen saw many dragon race powerhouses walking out from the ancient era. His divine essence cultivation rose rapidly, but he had yet to react. Before he could react, he revealed a helpless smile. KACA. Xiao Chen successfully broke through to 2-vein Sovereign Emperor. After a while, Xiao Chen startled awake, revealing a helpless smile. The inheritances in the inheritance hall appeared randomly. If he could choose, he would not have chosen the divine energy infusion. Secret techniques, cultivation techniques, or natural treasures that could raise his Dao domain were what he urgently needed. After exchanging moves with the black-clad bladesman, Xiao Chen already understood that the so-called cultivation realm was just a reference. The divine energy infusion that others sought was not suitable for cultivating in the sovereign emperor realm. However, Xiao Chen viewed it as useless. He had to admit that he had been somewhat greedy. Aside from the deep abyss infusion, the second floor was empty. There were no other treasures left. Xiao Chen could not hide his disappointment. After Xiao Chen took the 10,000 Dragons ART's second layer, he left in a hurry to meet the dragon spirit again. I've already considered it. I need the forbidden art that Senior mentioned. Xiao Chen revealed a serious expression as he spoke calmly without hesitation. The dragon spirit remained silent, not in a rush to answer. Chapter 2249. You need a forbidden technique that can severely injure peak sovereign emperors. Naturally, the inheritance hall has it. However, have you really thought it through? The senior dragon spirit asked as it looked at Xiao Chen. I already thought about it before coming. Senior dragon spirit, please grant me my wish. All right. The dragon spirit handed a jade strip to Xiao Chen. After some thought, it said, the situation is special, so I'll make an exception this time. Take this jade strip properly. Xiao Chen received the jade strip and placed it on his forehead. Ancient divine characters immediately appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen did not recognize the divine characters. However, when they appeared in his mind, he naturally understood their meaning. 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique. Xiao Chen looked at the senior dragon spirit in confusion. Then, he said, this does not seem to be a forbidden technique unique to the dragon race. This is a forbidden technique that has existed since the Great Desolate Eon. Now, in the martial epoch, only the dragon race grasps it, probably the only one. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the might of this forbidden technique. If you execute it with your blue dragon bloodline, you can trace it back to its origin, allowing an ancient blue dragon to undergo a blood rebirth. If you are strong enough, it might even be possible to transform into a Great Desolate Eon ancestor dragon. This revelation startled Xiao Chen. He asked, what's the price? Once executed, one's divine energy and soul energy will burn, unstoppable until they burn out. If one is not careful, one will exhaust their chi and blood and die. One needs extremely strong willpower to control it. The dragon spirit sighed softly, hence, I hesitated for a long time before giving it to you. No one has cultivated this forbidden technique for many years already. The price to pay is a small matter. However, many people do not have strong willpower and cannot endure it. After returning to their ancestral roots, they are unable to reverse it and tire themselves to death. Many of the seniors who executed this 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique were prepared to perish together. I'll take note. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he realized how terrifying this 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique was. This is for you. A Primal Essence Heavenly Replenishing Pill, a Rank 8 Heavenly Pill. After using a forbidden technique, if one didn't have a good supplement, it would leave behind a hidden injury, and one would regret it for the rest of their life. You must remember, if you do not have a Tier 8 Heavenly Pill or above, you must not use this forbidden technique. Otherwise, even if you injure your opponent, you'll still be crippled. The dragon spirit said to Xiao Chen with a grave expression, now, not counting the juniors of the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate, you are the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. I do not wish for you to die like this. Xiao Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I won't die. After leaving the land of the Blood Moon, Xiao Chen returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion and continued his seclusion. The 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing technique was much more profound than he had imagined. When he studied it carefully, he found it to be boundlessly profound. It wasn't just a forbidden art. It was that simple. According to the records, this martial skill wasn't a forbidden technique during the primordial era. As long as he could find the complete remains of a divine dragon or an ancestral dragon, he would be able to execute this technique without any damage. He could even refine the ancestral dragon true body or the inferior divine dragon true body into his avatar. He could freely switch between his true body and an ancestral dragon clone. However, The remains of ancestral dragons and divine dragons were everywhere during the Great Desolate Eon, so they were easy to find. Now, many epochs had passed. However, ancestral dragon remains, divine dragon remains, and even true dragon remains were hard to find. At best, one could find some broken limbs. If one wanted to find complete remains, one would have to target mixed-blood dragons. Let's not care about this for now. I'll study it thoroughly first. When necessary, I can protect myself and the people around me. After making a trip to the Blue Dragon's ancient land, Xiao Chen received a divine source infusion and advanced to Two-Vein Sovereign Emperor. Obtaining the second layer of the 10,000 Dragons art was a significant harvest. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to discover that the 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique and the 10,000 Dragons art seemed to achieve the same result through different means. The 10,000 Dragons art had 5 layers. After advancing each layer, it would eventually evolve into the Ancestor Dragon art. The 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique used blood to revert to ancestry. In the end, it also sought to become a Great Desolate Eon Ancestor Dragon. However, the two were very different. One was a cultivation technique, and the other was a martial technique. One focused on gradual progress, while the other focused on rapid progress. The two also had different directions. The 10,000 Dragons art was mainly used to cultivate and temper the body. However, the 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique was mainly used to injure the enemy. More importantly, the 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique was not created by the dragon race. Anyone with a Great Desolate Eon bloodline could also cultivate it. Perhaps there was some connection between the two. However, this was not the time for Xiao Chen to consider. Right now, he only wanted to focus on studying this forbidden art in case he needed it. The most important thing now was to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons ART's second layer. He had already delayed the first layer for a long time. Now that he obtained the cultivation technique, he naturally had to do his best to make up for it. Time passed. The outside world was in chaos. The imperial capital Yang City continued its glory and prosperity day and night. However, time seemed to stop in the courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xiao Chen practiced his saber during the day, trying to master the final move, merciless killing. At night, he worked on the 10,000 Dragons ART's second layer. With the aid of the 2 divine veins, his 10,000 Dragons art improved rapidly. The 10,000 Dragons picture with the blue dragon in the center of Xiao Chen's divine energy sea already completely materialized. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 days passed. There were less than 10 days left to the first Prince Wang Fei's wedding. The entire imperial capital Yang City started to brim with a festive atmosphere. The first Prince Wang Fei used all his strength to maximize the influence of this wedding. In the past few days, feudal lords from various places headed to the imperial capital Yang City. Naturally, the feudal lords belonging to the first prince's camp arrived early. Some of the neutral feudal lords and noble clans saw that the first prince and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion formed an alliance behind this wedding. These feudal lords started to waver in their stance, wondering if they should stand on the first prince's side. Soon after, they rushed to the imperial capital Yang City to congratulate the first prince. Wang Fei was the eldest son in the first place. Furthermore, he had the support of the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs. Now, he also had the support of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Now, he had another trump card in the succession race. This wedding caused Wang Fei's influence to soar, surpassing that of the 8th prince, who had the support of a sect, and the Yang Emperor's favorite 13th prince. This did not seem to have any tangible effect. However, luck was something that was hard to predict. When one side's luck increased, the other side's would definitely decrease. Before the wedding took place, the first prince already gained the initiative in the succession race. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He remained in closed-door cultivation by the Mirror Lake, not bothering about right or wrong. He left everything to Su Yi and Mo Chen. However, today, the peaceful days were broken by the arrival of one person. The Heavenly Book Scholar came to seek an audience. Right now, the imperial capital Yang City is extraordinarily bustling. Various factions gather here. Feudal lords come every day. It is not peaceful for even a moment. This place of yours is unexpectedly quiet. It really surprises me. This is truly surprising, the Heavenly Book Scholar said with a soft smile as he fanned himself with his folding fan when he saw Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression remained the same, his bones delicate, and his spirit carefree. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "What else? What did you think I would be like?" A brilliant light flashed in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. He smiled and said, "I thought that you would at least join in the excitement. On the surface, it looks like a wedding. However, behind it is the succession race. As long as one is ambitious, they will be recruiting soldiers and buying horses, making their final preparations. This is because everyone knows that this wedding has already changed the situation of the succession race. After the wedding, the succession race will start immediately." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I've disappointed you. Let's not talk about this for now. One does not come to the temple for no reason. Why are you looking for me? Just tell me directly." The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, "I am not the one looking for you. The one who wants to meet you this time is someone else." "Who?" "He has been waiting for a long time in the Mirror Lake. If you are willing, you can come with me." Xiao Chen knew who was waiting for him. He said softly, "Lead the way." Chapter 2250. Behind the Misty Rain Pavilion, on the surface of the vast Mirror Lake, two figures, one in front and one behind, walked on the surface of the water as if they were walking on flat ground. One of them held a white paper fan in his hand. His demeanor was elegant and dignified, as if he was alive. He appeared somewhat weak, like a pale-faced scholar. The other person was dressed in white. His expression was calm as he strolled leisurely in the water. Needless to say, the leader was the Heavenly Book Scholar. Naturally, the other person was Xiao Chen. After passing through a group of blooming water lilies and a few more ups and downs in the misty water, the Heavenly Book Scholar fell like a meteor, landing firmly on a lone boat. Then, he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen and made an inviting gesture. The sky was clear and blue, the clouds were light and the wind was gentle. It was almost noon. The mist was hazy, and a lone boat was in the middle of the river. Xiao Chen glanced at it and didn't suspect anything else. Like a leaf falling from a pine tree, he landed steadily on the bow of the ship. Looking forward, there was already a table of simple dishes and wine in the cabin. The small space could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. The person on the other side was dressed in embroidered clothes. He had a handsome and masculine appearance, and there was a faint murderous aura between his brows. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he could not hide the murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was a prince who had killed many people. "I have long heard of Lord Xiao's name. I finally get to meet you today. Please, take a seat." The 9th prince smiled faintly and invited Xiao Chen to sit down. "Greetings, 9th prince." After cupping his hands in greeting, Xiao Chen lifted the hem of his robes and slowly sat down. The 9th prince Wang Yang frequently guarded the borders, resisting the abyssal underworld's demons and the Blood Moon dynasty, a great threat. Xiao Chen didn't know much about him. He only had some understanding of him. He didn't know anything about his background or personality. Wang Yang was not surprised that Xiao Chen recognized him. After a simple understanding and 3 cups of wine, Wang Yang said, "Lord Xiao has the strongest spirit in the world, heartburn. I wonder if the simple wine here is to your liking?" Xiao Chen put down his cup and said, "Drinking also depends on one's state of mind. No matter how good the wine was, it was impossible to taste it. For example, right now, the small boat in the middle of the lake and the boundless mist. Although there is an artistic conception, it is not the time to drink." Wang Yang exchanged looks with the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then, he smiled and said, "Lord Xiao is a straightforward person. I will not waste any more words. It was my idea that Changji asked you to buy the key to the Immortal Palace last time. This time, I personally came to ask if Lord Xiao has the intention to make a move." So, the Heavenly Book Scholar's name is Changji, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he put down his wine cup and smiled. "Not selling. As expected. Since you are not selling the ethereal palace key, I wonder if Lord Xiao is willing to sell it. Wang Yang's expression did not change as he looked at Xiao Chen. The lake rippled and the boat swayed. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He did not move at all. He said calmly, "What do you mean? The 9th prince wants you to help him fight for the throne. Haven't you always wanted to know where the immortal palace will appear in the prophecy? I can tell you, only those who help a prince fight for the throne are qualified to know. Aside from that, there is no other way," the heavenly book scholar said from the side. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen, observing his expression. However, the heavenly book scholar appeared somewhat disappointed. He could not make out anything from Xiao Chen's expression. It seemed like Xiao Chen had guessed it long ago. "I know all this. Tell me something I don't know." The heavenly book scholar frowned slightly when he heard that. Then, he looked at the 9th prince. After the 9th prince nodded, the heavenly book scholar said, "All right. During the succession race, all the princes will enter the ancient Yang Emperor tomb. This is a secret realm of the royal clan. It is also the place where the Jianghu dynasty's luck and dragon veins are stored. Aside from the tombs of the past Yang emperors, there are also all sorts of fortuitous encounters and inheritances. However, many of the places in this secret realm are forbidden lands. Even the royal clan has not explored all of them. This time, the various diviners who read fate and calculate luck all agree that the immortal palace might appear in the ancient Yang Emperor tomb. However, as you know, this prophecy has spread thousands of times in the past 100,000 years. You can determine its truth by yourself." Xiao Chen thought to himself. After a while, he asked, "Only the royal clan controls the entrance to the ancient Yang Emperor tomb, and the tomb opens only during the succession race?" The heavenly book scholar said, "That's right. Even the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs are qualified to enter only after the late emperor passes away. You need to work with a prince to be qualified to enter. Otherwise, the immortal palace key would be wasted in your hands." The 9th prince continued, "The succession race is a test for all the princes to enter the ancient Yang Emperor tomb. The final victor will be the crown prince. Honestly speaking, I do not care about the crown prince position. I am just worried. If the immortal palace really appears, the wings of time will fall into the hands of the Shuewu dynasty." Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, "The Shuewu dynasty's people can enter the ancient Yang Emperor tomb?" Previously, not. However, it is hard to say after the wedding in the imperial capital, the 9th prince said indifferently. The 9th prince said indifferently. This wedding was clearly referring to the wedding of the first prince that had spread across the world. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen, what do you think of this wedding? The heavenly book scholar asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to his question. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied, "What opinion can I have? Is that so? In that case, it looks like you still do not know about the recent events. Aside from the imperial ancestral temple's patriarch, there is another person presiding over this wedding. The current clan head of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Chiming, is also the father of the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master." The heavenly book scholar explained calmly and unhurriedly. This stunned Xiao Chen. This meant that the first prince had gained another great helper. Is the transcendent strongest noble clan of the dynasty finally taking a side in this succession race? No wonder the heavenly book scholar asked for my opinion. I thought that the other party already knew some of my plans. The 9th prince showed a somewhat helpless expression as he said, "The noble clans, the sects, and the feudal lords are the three strongest factions in the dynasty. The Su family was the head of the world's aristocratic families. Regardless of his motives for choosing his eldest brother, it would definitely affect the choices of many aristocratic families. After this wedding, eldest brother has already taken the lead in the battle for the position of crown prince, breaking the original balance between the three." Xiao Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of something. He asked, "The 9th prince mentioned earlier that the Shuewu dynasty's demons can enter the ancient Yang Emperor tomb after the wedding. Does that have anything to do with this?" The 9th prince laughed softly and said, "Big brother obtained such a strong support and seized the initiative, leaving 8th brother and 13th brother far behind. To obtain so many benefits, one naturally has to pay the price. It's just that the price paid is a little too great. If one is not careful, one will fall into their own trap. Smiling daughter pavilion. Xiao Chen pondered and pointed out the crux of the problem. That's right. In reality, the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Right now, the ancestral court is in the Xuewu dynasty. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church fought with the Buddhist sect. After they lost, they were labeled an evil sect. They could only go far away to avoid trouble. Instead, they developed in the Xuewu dynasty. However, the world does not know that the Azure Lotus Church's greatest business has always been in the Yanwu dynasty. Such a secret shocked Xiao Chen. To think that the Azure Lotus Church was behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. The Azure Lotus Church, this was not Xiao Chen's first time hearing about this. Back in the fiendish demon battlefield in the Grave Sea Cluster, he had a karmic connection with the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakaya. The Nirmanakaya was different from the clone. The Nirmanakaya had its own thoughts and character, able to think subjectively. No matter how strong the clone was or how intelligent it was, it could not think subjectively, much less give birth to a new personality. However, there were similarities between the two. Be it the Nirmanakaya or the clone, they were both under the control of the main body. Everything that happened between Xiao Chen and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakaya back then was under the observation of the main body. The other party knew everything. However, the main body was the main body, and the Nirmanakaya was the Nirmanakaya. The two were like two different people. Back then, after the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakaya spoke, her physical body exploded, turning into a strand of 9-colored spirituality that vanished. Since the royal court knows that the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, why did they not eradicate the Pleasure Quarter Alliance? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, startling awake from his memories. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled and said, Xiao Chen, given your intelligence, you just need to think about it to figure out the reason. The Hidden Spirit Temple. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he said seriously. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, that's right. The royal court did indeed think of using the Pleasure Quarter Alliance to keep the Hidden Spirit Temple in check. However, whether it would be effective or not is another matter. Another reason is that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance possesses deep accumulations. It is practically impossible to eradicate it completely. Furthermore, it has never shown any enmity to the dynasty, so we just let it exist. The 9th prince said, this time is somewhat different. For the sake of the ethereal immortal palace, the Xuewu dynasty will definitely use the Azure Lotus Church as a connection to enter the ancient Yang Emperor tomb. The 1st prince can't be that stupid, right? Wang Yang said coldly, he took benefits from others. Naturally, he has to pay the price. He is not stupid, either. He just thinks himself clever and wants to take a gamble. The prophecies have been false thousands of times. As long as this time is also false, it does not matter to him. After saying so much, I have said everything I know. Lord Xiao, you can see my sincerity. What do you think? Are you willing to help me seize the throne and enter the ancient Yang Emperor tomb together? Xiao Chen replied softly, I'll give you an answer 3 days later. Sure. This is such a major matter. If you agree to it now, I will feel suspicious. Wang Yang smiled faintly and stood up to send the 3 off. The 3 walked to the bow of the warship. Just as they were about to say their goodbyes, the lake's surface turned scarlet at some point in time, and many black corpses floated on the water. Wang Yang's expression immediately changed drastically. These are my secret guards. Chapter 2251. Blood flowed in the clear lake water. Clearly, these 9th prince's secret guards had died not long ago. The Heavenly Book scholar and the 9th prince Wang Yang showed somewhat shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, someone in the imperial capital dared to attack a prince. The 3 stood at the bow, not daring to act rashly. The 9th prince had killed so many elite secret guards right under their noses. At the very least, he was a great perfection sovereign emperor. Furthermore, his water Dao domain was very strong. As Wang Yang looked at the corpses of the secret guards soaking in the water, his expression turned increasingly unsightly. Wang Yang could no longer suppress the killing chi on his face, spreading it out wildly. Boom. When the horrifying killing chi burst out, the entire lake became like the sea. Waves roared and surged endlessly. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. The ninth prince's strength somewhat surprised him. Just his killing chi was already so terrifying. This person must have taken the lead when killing enemies outside, leading the charge. Countless demonic Dao cultivators and abyssal underworld cultivators must have died at the ninth prince's hands. Otherwise, he would not have materialized such a vast killing chi. Xiao Chen vaguely saw a shadow of himself from back then in the ninth prince. The ninth prince walked the massacre Dao. If one was not careful on this Dao, one would enter berserking chi deviation and fall into an abyss of eternal damnation. However, the ninth prince had the dynasty's luck, so he was in a much better state than Xiao Chen back then. The dynasty's luck could suppress and refine this killing chi. However, the ninth prince's killing chi could also be used to refine the dynasty's luck. It all depended on the ninth prince's choice. I want to see who dares to kill my people in Yang City, the ninth prince raged. The lake water surged, looking like it would overturn the entire lake. Xiao Chen felt slightly surprised. With such a large lineup, it should have startled the outside world long ago. The Misty Rain Pavilion was located in the bustling area of the imperial capital. Any disturbance would startle the entire imperial capital. The city guards would rush over in 10 breaths. However, there was no movement at all. It was like the three were isolated in another world. Something's wrong, Xiao Chen said to the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then, he activated the alloy dragon armor. Purple dragon motifs adorned the silver armor, and a thunder dragon reverse scale pendant hung on his forehead. His aura immediately changed drastically. The Heavenly Book Scholar looked at the sky and said, "Something is wrong. We are already in someone else's small world. Pocket world." One could materialize a small world only after reaching the 10th layer of the Dao domain. This was somewhat problematic. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody mouth appeared in the water and swallowed the entire boat with a bang. Su su su. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, dodging to the side and looking back. In the lake below, a snow-white snake with a single horn on its head appeared. Vaguely, there was a trace of divine might. This was a huge snake with the bloodline of the divine beast Bays. Snow python. This stunned the Heavenly Book Scholar. He recognized this snake. This was a ferocious beast that only the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal court possessed. A person stood on the snake's body. This person wore a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat. He held a fishing rod in his hand. This person exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura, displaying the horrifying cultivation of a six-veined sovereign emperor. Doubt flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, before he could think, that person swung the fishing rod in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fishing line seemed to have a life of its own, twisting in the air and drawing a curved path as it tried to entangle the three. Xiao Chen and the other two did not dare to be careless. Their figures flashed as they dodged the fishing line. However, this person was too strong. The fishing line was transparent and strangely fast. In mere moments, the fishing line wrapped around the leg of the Heavenly Book Scholar, who was the weakest among the three. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fishing line continuously spun around the Heavenly Book Scholar's leg, extending up and deep into his flesh. Blood instantly covered his entire leg. The fishing line was extremely thin and boundlessly sharp. It looked like it would cut off the Heavenly Book Scholar's leg. The Heavenly Book Scholar snorted coldly. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand, and a vast Confucian righteous chi spread out from his body. Kaca. Kaca. The fishing line, which was originally only wrapped around Xiao Chen's leg, instantly bounced off. Then, he quickly extricated himself and fled far away. The straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python did not show any change in expression. He continued to swing the fishing rod in his hand. Immediately, the fishing line extended infinitely in the air, turning into transparent ribbons dancing in the air. Xiao Chen and the other two felt somewhat sullen. They could not bring out their strength and could only evade. This fishing rod was simply too strange. They could not do anything about it, they could only dodge. If they got careless and got entangled in the fishing line, that would be the heavenly book scholar's fate. At this moment, the most important thing was not to let this affect their mental states. The ninth prince and the heavenly book scholar felt somewhat frustrated. With their strength restricted, they could only dodge helplessly. This continuously affected their mental states. Xiao Chen's heart remained as calm as still water as he calmly observed the straw raincoat-clad man's actions. He showed a grave expression, not daring to be careless. A six-vein sovereign emperor. Just this cultivation alone placed heavy pressure on Xiao Chen, making it difficult to defeat him. At the same time, Xiao Chen had several doubts in his heart. Were there no older generation experts by the ninth prince's side, guarding him in secret? Or were they already pinned down? Xiao Chen did not know if the expert who covered the small world in this mirror lake was the straw raincoat-clad man or another expert. Take the bait willingly, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly as Xiao Chen kept guessing. Then, he quickly pulled in the fishing line and sank it to the bottom. Mysterious ripples immediately appeared on the water's surface. The fishing line seemed to sink into another space and time, looking incredibly strange. In the next moment, a loud bang rang out, and a ferocious beast was actually reeled in. Fishing alone in the cold river snow, not returning to sleep when the moon sets, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly. Under the conical bamboo hat, a smile appeared on the straw raincoat-clad man's face. With the help of a slender fishing line, the huge ferocious beast was easily pulled up and sent flying towards the three. Even if a strong wind blows in the night, the shore is where my heart is at peace. Beyond the chilly wind and cold shadows, a lone boat accompanied by grass. As the straw raincoat-clad man chanted, not only did the ferocious beast get pulled out, but it also flew around in the air, making the three miserable. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The night is still, the water is cold, and the fish do not feed. The boat is empty, and the bright moon returns. Boom! This was even more horrifying. A bright moon actually fell out of the water. As it slowly rose, it startled the three. Be careful. I know who he is. He is the White Marsh Beast Empire's imperial teacher, Sikong Shu. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression. Before this straw raincoat-clad man brought out his full strength, he had already forced the three into a dangerous situation. Now that this bright moon fell out, it was even more flabbergasting. Just at this moment, a strand of extremely strong soul energy silently shot towards Xiao Chen like a sharp arrow. Dang! When the soul energy struck the reverse scale on Xiao Chen's forehead, it gave off a crisp sound. A ferocious dragon roared and scattered this strand of soul energy. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed drastically, as this soul energy attack targeted only him. The ninth prince and the heavenly book scholar were not affected. In the end, this assassination was actually aimed at him. Rage. When Xiao Chen understood, he immediately became enraged and snorted coldly. The divine energy in Xiao Chen's body flowed in reverse, turning into demonic qi divine energy. He activated the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, and demonic qi immediately surged out of his body. The Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon, instantly activated. A scarlet moon rose behind Xiao Chen. Then, he faced his palms to the sky and held up this vast scarlet moon. Then, he smashed it down. Bang! The two bright moons collided. The bright moon that the straw raincoat-clad man held up shattered amid a loud bang. Xiao Chen used the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the scarlet moon, to smash it into smithereens. However, the fishing line took advantage of this opportunity to wrap around Xiao Chen's ankle before extending upwards. In an instant, it firmly bound Xiao Chen. However, the sharp fishing line that could cut into the heavenly book scholar's flesh could not penetrate Xiao Chen's body at all. It He had the alloy dragon armor protecting him, so it could not injure him at all. Whoosh! The straw raincoat-clad man stared at Xiao Chen from under the conical bamboo hat on the snow python, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The straw raincoat-clad man pulled ferociously, trying to pull Xiao Chen over. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man was about to pull, electricity jolted his hand, nearly causing the fishing rod to fall from his grasp. A horrifying bolt of electricity moved along the fishing line, crackling as it flashed. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the straw raincoat-clad man's 4th-layer Thunder Dao domain reached the might of a 5th-layer Thunder Dao domain. Even a 6-vein sovereign emperor would suffer significant injuries from this lightning strike, which looked pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! The man in the woven rush raincoat sitting on the snow python gave a muffled groan. He, who had always been like an old fisherman, stood up for the first time. Boom! The instant the straw raincoat-clad man stood up, the horrifying aura of a 6-vein sovereign emperor surged out together with the might of his divine seal. The 9th prince and the heavenly book scholar were currently dealing with the attacks of various ferocious beasts and mysterious phenomena. When they saw this scene, they were greatly startled. This was because the straw raincoat-clad old man's sovereign emperor aura headed for Xiao Chen. The two of them were only slightly affected. The straw raincoat-clad old man wanted to use the horrifying might and pressure of a 6-vein sovereign emperor to shatter Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao domain. However, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. The royal blue dragon bloodline in his body surged endlessly like a surging river. He did not show any fear when facing this aura. The White Marsh Beast Empire's royal tutor already came out. Where are the experts of my divine dragon empire? Why are you still not coming out? Xiao Chen shouted coldly. Then, he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and used the 3-vein sovereign emperor soul energy that he inherited from an ancient demonic sovereign to detonate the divine lightning talisman in the depths of his soul pool. Immediately, thunderous sounds rumbled endlessly, shaking the entire small world. Up until now, Xiao Chen could only use the divine lightning eye to activate the divine lightning talisman that the immortal epoch's thunder ancestor left behind. However, the situation forced him to use his 3-vein sovereign emperor soul energy and take the risk to activate it. Rumble. The divine lightning talisman instantly erupted. The immortal epoch's thunder ancestor's talisman burst out with a frightening might of divine lightning. Xiao Chen's every word became thunderous, turning into the sound of divine lightning rampaging in this small world. Electric light flickered all over his body. As the demonic chi driven by the demonic cloud heaven swallowing Art's demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, Xiao Chen became as terrifying as an ancient thunder god punishing everything in the world. Chapter 2252. Rumble. Thunder boomed endlessly. The explosive power of a 3-vein sovereign emperor detonating the divine lightning talisman surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. The divine lightning talisman even went somewhat out of control. Just the sound waves shook the small world. Cracks. A flaw appeared in the small world. The heavenly book scholar looked up and discovered some cracks in the sky flickering with electric light. The heavenly book scholar's eyes immediately lit up with joy. As long as he broke this small world, all the danger would be resolved. At that time, no matter how strong Sikong Shu was, he would not dare to linger. Otherwise, it would be problematic if the city guards captured him. When the straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python saw Xiao Chen's might, he felt slightly shocked. What surprised the straw raincoat-clad man even more was that Xiao Chen had guessed that there were other people here. Even at death's door, you still dare to be so arrogant. Xiao Chen, you really don't know what's good for you. Whoosh. Thunder rumbled as the lake water parted. A silver-haired old man emerged like a dragon emerging from the sea. He held a white pearl in his hand as he leaped out and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could clearly sense dragon might in the aura that this old man gave off. If it were someone familiar with the dragon race, they would be able to tell that this was an expert of the silver dragon bloodline of the 6-colored divine dragons. A strange look flashed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. He whispered to the 9th prince, "This person is the Silver Dragon Palace's palace master, the clan head of the Silver Dragon bloodline. He is conferred the title of king in the Divine Dragon Empire, the Silver Dragon King." What? A surprised expression immediately flashed in Wang Yang's eyes. The Silver Dragon King. To think that the clan head of the Divine Dragon Empire disregarded his status and came to Yang City to assassinate Xiao Chen. How much trouble did this Xiao Chen cause in the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen looked at the silver-haired old man with a cold gaze. Then, he said sullenly, "Since when did the Silver Dragon Palace become the Golden Dragon bloodline's lackey?" The silver-haired old man retorted coldly, "You have a sharp tongue. If you are sensible, you will return to the Divine Dragon Empire with this king and meet the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, you will be disobeying orders. Don't blame me for being merciless. The silver-haired old man saw that Xiao Chen had been tied up by the fishing line of the man in the woven rush raincoat. They only treated him as a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't give him any face at all. Xiao Chen laughed and said, "What a good disobeying orders. Old thing, listen up. I am now a rank 6 envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance. Why do I need to listen to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's orders? It seems like you intend to resist to the end. Fine, then I won't waste my breath on you." The purpose of these two people was to assassinate Xiao Chen, so they had never thought of reasoning with him. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not comply, the Silver Dragon King's murderous intent soared. "Stop." The ninth prince showed a sullen expression as he said, "One of them is the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal teacher, and the other is the Divine Dragon Empire's Silver Dragon King. However, this is the Jianghu dynasty. To think that they do not care about this prince at all, killing my secret guards on a whim." The man in the woven rush raincoat said calmly, "The two of us were only defending ourselves. The prince's secret guards discovered us and wanted to attack us. I believe the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs will understand. If we offended the prince in any way, we will personally apologize to the Yang Emperor." The moment Wang Yang said that, his face turned green with anger. Even if he was not favored by his imperial father, Wang Yang would not dare to offend him. Even if he was not favored by his father, he was still a prince. To think that these two did not give him any face at all, only saying that they would apologize to the Yang Emperor, completely ignoring him. This humble one is following orders to capture the dragon race criminals. I believe that the prince will not shield me on purpose. Otherwise, if I accidentally injure your highness," the Silver Dragon King smiled coldly. His tone showed that he did not care about the ninth prince at all. In the Silver Dragon King's opinion, this ninth prince was just a child of the younger generation, not qualified to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the two of them came prepared. They knew this ninth prince very well. The person behind them even intended to teach this ninth prince a lesson, making things difficult for him. Hence, the two of them did not fear the ninth prince at all. "I, Wang Yang, will interfere in today's matter. If you have the guts, then kill me." Wang Yang raged. His 10 fingers moved rapidly, forming hand seals. In that instant, his 10 fingers flickered with light, and space trembled. The image of the Yang Imperial Sword appeared in front of the ninth prince. However, it was different from the Yang Imperial Sword that Xiao Chen had seen before. Aside from containing the vast holy might of the dynasty, this sword image also contained an incredibly horrifying killing chi. Wang Yang had heard that the royal clan disciples could summon the sword image of the Yang Imperial Sword. Then, they could use this sword image to forge their own life secret treasure. In the future, when they ascended to the throne and became the Yang Emperor, they could immediately grasp the Yang Imperial Sword. At that time, their life secret treasure would merge with the Yang Imperial Sword, allowing them to brand the Yang Imperial Sword with their own mark. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the ninth prince was willing to take out the life secret treasure he refined for him in a fit of rage. If this secret treasure was damaged, not only would it harm Xiao Chen, but it would also affect his luck in the dynasty. "Sikong, a crack has already appeared in this pocket dimension. We can't delay any longer." The Silver Dragon King frowned slightly as he sent a voice projection. He had not reached the 10th layer Water Dao domain. This small world was formed by the pearl in Xiao Chen's hand and his Water Dao domain. Once a flaw appeared, it would be difficult to mend it. "Understood. I'll stall the ninth prince, and you go kill them. As an outsider, it is not convenient for me to kill a sinner of your dragon clan," the man in the raincoat said indifferently. The Silver Dragon King cursed in his heart. This Sikong Shu has not been putting in much effort. They were waiting for him to show up and kill Xiao Chen. Forget it, none of this is important. What's important is that Xiao Chen must die today. Catcher. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man prepared to restrain the ninth prince, Xiao Chen suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The fishing line wrapped around Xiao Chen suddenly snapped. With a slight tremble, the fishing line binding Xiao Chen broke free. Poochie. Caught off guard, blood leaked out of a corner of Sikong Shu's lips. He exclaimed, "My fishing line." The seemingly unremarkable fishing line was actually incredibly sharp. Small perfection, sovereign emperor. Small perfection sovereign emperors could not resist this fishing line at all. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could forget about struggling free. Even soul tools could not break it. Sikong Shu had gathered all the divine materials in the world and used his own soul blood to refine it for hundreds of years. However, Xiao Chen managed to break it with one saber strike today. Most importantly, this saber could not be considered a soul tool. That's impossible. Even a medial grade soul tool cannot break my fishing line. Disbelief flashed in the straw raincoat-clad man's eyes. He could not accept this at all. In reality, it was as he said. With just the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen would find it very difficult to break this fishing line. However, after Xiao Chen used his soul energy to activate the divine lightning talisman in his soul pool, he continuously tried to use the power of the divine lightning to shake the fishing line. The ninth prince had bought Xiao Chen a lot of time. By the time the tyrant saber made its move, the divine lightning had already shaken the fishing line. The tyrant saber easily chopped down again. "I can't care so much anymore." When the Silver Dragon King saw Sikong Shu in a daze, he snorted coldly and charged over alone. The Silver Dragon King held the treasure pearl with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a palm saber as he chopped at Xiao Chen. Boom! Before the Silver Dragon King arrived, the dragon might contained in the Silver Dragon King's terrifying cultivation caused Xiao Chen's qi and blood to surge, and his internal organs to rupture. Dang! At the critical moment, Wang Yang wielded the Scarlet Yang Imperial Sword and arrived before Xiao Chen. One saber and one sword attacked at the same time. The two blocked the Silver Dragon King's startling strike. However, the two still got knocked back, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The difference in cultivation was too great. The Silver Dragon King was a six-vein sovereign emperor, only half a step shy of peak sovereign emperor. Furthermore, as the Silver Dragon King, the resources and accumulations that he could use were not what an ordinary sovereign emperor could compare to. With just one hand, the Silver Dragon King easily knocked back Xiao Chen and Wang Yang at the same time. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Silver Dragon King's expression turned slightly unsightly. To think that he could not severely injure two juniors in one move. Although the Silver Dragon King knocked back Xiao Chen and Wang Yang, it was clear that the two still had strength to spare. Too strong. Xiao Chen and Wang Yang had the same thought at the same time. This Silver Dragon King's strength was somewhat boundlessly strong. An ordinary six-vein sovereign emperor could not compare to him at all. However, the Silver Dragon King still needed to maintain his small world and could not use his full power. This gave the two many opportunities. Dang! 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 The Silver Dragon King fought one against two with one hand, showing off his might. However, he could not seriously injure Xiao Chen and Wang Yang. After 10 odd moves, he actually started to feel fatigued. However, the Silver Dragon King could not put down his pride and ask Sikong Shu for help. This made him feel exceptionally frustrated. Silver Dragon King, you are only SOSO. You are far from comparable to the White Dragon King. You are not even comparable to the 3 palace masters of my Heaven Dragon Palace. You just live up to your reputation. Xiao Chen mocked the Silver Dragon King, trying to provoke the other party into giving up on maintaining his small world. As long as the Silver Dragon King let go, it would immediately startle the entire imperial capital. At that time, he would have truly dodged a calamity. Ninth Prince, you have repeatedly tried to stop me. This king could not bear to injure you. Since you want to force me, then don't blame me for being merciless. The Silver Dragon King was thoroughly enraged. However, he ignored Xiao Chen. Just take care of yourself first. Just as the Silver Dragon King was about to attack without caring about anything, a voice suddenly came from the pearl in his hand. Who is it? The Silver Dragon King immediately revealed an extremely surprised expression. Crack. The pearl suddenly shattered. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters ask the ruler's heart. A resplendent and strange saber light answered the Silver Dragon King. Then, a figure leaped out, and the small world completely collapsed. Chapter 2253. What is a demon? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. Green mountains and clear waters ask the ruler's heart. The person who came was fiendish Saber Shimu's first disciple, Lu Benwei. He finally broke the barrier of this small world from the outside. Catcher. It looked like the saber would strike the Silver Dragon King and severely injure it. However, the Silver Dragon King was a famous expert, after all. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned into a silver dragon image. As if he had teleported, he dodged the strongest attack of the saber. By the time the saber light arrived again, its power had already weakened significantly. Bang! When the saber struck the Silver Dragon King's chest, it gave off a loud clang. However, the saber struck the armor, unable to advance any further. The Silver Dragon King vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the lake. Another deafening explosion rang out. Before he could gather his strength to counterattack, Lu Benwei had already executed his second move. What is a demon? The fallen flower man stood alone, the tiny rain swallows fly together. A strong wind blew, and the petals filled the sky. The flying leaves fell like rain, walking in the wind, standing alone. This strike stood calmly as the wind and rain stirred up the falling flowers. As the two swallows spread out, it turned into a drop of rain and fell. Lu Benwei spread his arms, and two after-images flew away like swallows. Then, he turned into a drop of pure rain and fell towards the Silver Dragon King on the lake. Xiao Chen was slightly startled when he saw this scene. This scene seemed familiar, yet it was completely different from his memories. Be it the fiendish saber inheritance's first move or the second move, Lu Benwei's comprehension was different from his. The first style he had comprehended was all things rejoicing together. He wanted to be at peace with the clouds, wild cranes, green mountains, and clear waters. Everything in the world was at his disposal, and there was no distinction between them. Lu Benwei used this to question the heart of the ruler, to ask himself, and also to ask his opponent. In the second style, what Xiao Chen comprehended was a sense of pride, a sense of persistence, and a sense of tyranny that looked down on the 9 heavens. Raindrop breaking the vault of heaven. Lu Benwei, on the other hand, comprehended a kind of indifference. Transcendence from the mundane world, the wind blows, the clouds do not sway, my heart is like me, and does not follow the heavens. The two different comprehensions were evenly matched. As long as it was suitable for him, it was fine. After using it, there were two completely different images, causing everyone's eyes to light up. However, given Lu Benwei's current cultivation as a 6-vein sovereign emperor, the might of the fiendish saber inheritance was much greater than Xiao Chen's. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, even if he executed the fiendish saber inheritance, he would find it hard to truly injure the Silver Dragon King. But Lu Benwei was different. Catcher. When this saber strike landed, the Silver Dragon King's armor shattered. The saber light instantly struck the Silver Dragon King. Bang! In the face of adversity, the Silver Dragon King roared ferociously and sent a palm strike. His 5 fingers morphed into a silver dragon claw, and the 5 dragon claws pierced Lu Benwei's chest at the same time. Lu Benwei snorted coldly. He endured the pain and was about to attack again. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. His figure flashed, and an arc of light flashed. It disappeared from where the Silver Dragon King's head had been. Then, it swept up and bound the Silver Dragon King. It was Sikong Shu who calmly made a move and rescued the Silver Dragon King. Then, the snow python entered the lake and disappeared into the distance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Lu Benwei. When he saw the 5 bloody holes in Lu Benwei's chest, he asked sullenly, "Big brother Lu, are you alright?" "I'm fine. It won't take my life. I underestimated this Silver Dragon King's strength." Lu Benwei sheathed his saber and said calmly, "I'll find a place to treat my injuries first. The small world is already broken. Those two probably won't dare to come again." "All right." As Xiao Chen watched Lu Benwei's figure disappear, he entered deep thought. This big brother Lu is very elusive. Even Xiao Chen himself does not know where he usually goes. However, this is fine. Those who want to harm me will find it hard to detect Lu Benwei's existence. If not for big brother Lu making a move, I would have been in trouble. Xiao Chen had not expected the purple gold dragon emperor to be so deranged, sending the silver dragon king to kill him. Furthermore, this was in the imperial capital, Yang City, before the 9th prince. That should be fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple, right? Unexpectedly, Lord Xiao has such an expert protecting you in secret, the 9th prince said as he watched Lu Benwei leave. The 9th prince said with a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he watched Lu Benwei leave. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, could it be that the 9th prince does not have any expert guards by his side? This question put Wang Yang in an awkward position, not knowing how to answer. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled bitterly at the side and said, Xiao Chen, even the royal clan has a limited number of great perfection sovereign emperors. How can they arrange for one for every prince? Aside from a few favored princes, the royal clan will not arrange for a great perfection sovereign emperor to protect them. Actually, they use their own influence to recruit them. However, if you want to recruit a great perfection sovereign emperor, you will have to pay a significant price. Even if the 9th prince succeeds in recruiting the great perfection sovereign emperor, the 9th prince can only protect him at important moments. They cannot possibly be by the prince's side at all times. So, that is the case. This dispelled Xiao Chen's doubts about why he did not see any experts by Wang Yang's side in the earlier battle. This made sense. Even in Yang City, how many great perfection sovereign emperors could there be? It would be even more difficult for a great perfection sovereign emperor to accompany a prince at all times. What a pity for my brothers. Their deaths were not worth it. Displeasure flashed in Wang Yang's eyes. When the shock waves from the earlier battle swept out, not even the corpses of his secret guards remained. Sorry, I implicated the 9th prince this time. Xiao Chen felt somewhat apologetic. Xikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King's target was him. Those secret guards were just collateral damage. It's not really implicating. In the end, it is because I do not have any authority in the imperial capital. If it were first brother or 8th brother, those two would not dare to mess around. Wang Yang showed a calm expression, not showing any intention of blaming Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Book scholar said from the side, it is possible that there are other princes behind this matter. Without the princes taking care of this, the Heavenly Book scholar would not have been able to deal with this. Without the prince's help, Xikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King would not be able to silently lay a small world in the Mirror Lake. First brother's wedding is approaching, and there are more people from all walks of life in the imperial capital. This is probably just the beginning, Wang Yang said with a drawn-out sigh, not feeling surprised. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, 9th prince, I think I can agree to what you said earlier. When Wang Yang heard that, he asked softly, you mean, you agree to come to the ancient Yang Emperor tomb with me? Yes. However, I have a request. What request? Speak. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the 9th prince thought for a while before saying, all right, I can promise you that. As long as you agree to come to the ancient Yang Emperor tomb with me, you will be my guest. That's good. Goodbye. After Xiao Chen turned around, he quickly left, not lingering. The Heavenly Book scholar and the 9th prince entered deep thought as they watched Xiao Chen leave. Unexpectedly, this is what he needs me to do for him. Chang Ji, is it good for him? The 9th prince Wang Yang asked, feeling confused. The Heavenly Book scholar shook his head and said, there are no benefits at all. He might even end up dead. I cannot figure out this person, nor can I divine, Wang Yang said calmly, it does not matter. Given this, there is no need to worry about him cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique. A person who can make such a request would not be in cahoots with those demonic Dao cultivators. 9th prince, which prince do you think is involved this time? Wang Yang replied coldly, aside from little 13, which other prince would be so bold, daring to make such a rash move in the imperial capital? First brother allied with the smiling daughter pavilion. It looks like he is really anxious. For the sake of gaining help, he does not care about anything else. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, I guessed it earlier as well. However, I did not want Xiao Chen to know, so I did not say it. Don't tell Xiao Chen about this first. Given his character, I'm afraid that he will seek trouble for little 13 tonight. On the other side, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King fled far away from the center of the lake. When he reappeared, he was in a secluded courtyard. There were already several people waiting for a long time in the courtyard. If Xiao Chen were here, he would easily recognize two of them. As for the last person, he would probably be able to guess. As Wang Yang had guessed, the youngest of the three was the Yang Emperor's favorite son, the 13th Prince Wang Yi. On his left was Xiao Chen's old acquaintance, Bai Yunfei, who had the royal bloodline of the Bai's empire. The person on the right was wearing a golden-yellow robe with purple patterns embedded in his collar. The purple and gold colors were rather eye-catching. This person was Bai Yunfei's good friend, the famous dragon god crown prince of the divine dragon empire, Qin Ming. Did teacher succeed? Seeing Sikong Shu appear, Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed with anticipation and he hurriedly went up to ask. The nearby Qin Ming seemed to be much calmer, and he already knew the answer in his heart after observing the expressions of the two old men. It failed. He has a great perfection sovereign emperor by his side at all times. To think that the 9th prince even helped him at the crucial moment. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King said with somewhat unsightly expressions. After all, 2 six-vein sovereign emperors had gone to kill a junior. No matter how they looked at it, it was extremely embarrassing. However, the 13th Prince Wang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. If they had really assassinated Xiao Chen and investigated the matter, it would have been problematic. The 13th Prince stepped forward and said, "Seniors, I already did my best to help with this matter. As for what you promised me." Before the 13th Prince could finish, Qin Ming interrupted, "13th Prince, don't worry. Since we are here, we will definitely help the 13th Prince ascend to the ceremony. This failure will not affect our relationship. There is no need to worry." The 13th Prince smiled and said, "Good. In that case, I can rest assured. You can stay in the imperial capital for now. If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time." After the 13th Prince left, Bai Yunfei said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "If we can't even kill him with this, we will not have another chance in Yang City." Qin Ming said indifferently, "There's no rush. I have a feeling that he will definitely go to the ancient Yang Emperor tomb. At that time, we will have plenty of opportunities to kill him openly." Chapter 2254. Ancient Yang Emperor tomb. After parting from the 9th Prince and the heavenly book scholar, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, it would be in the ancient Yang Emperor tomb. This was not good news for Xiao Chen. The battle between the immortal palace and the crown prince was bound to cause a great disturbance. However, there were too many uncertainties regarding the immortal palace. Putting aside the accuracy of this prophecy, among the 7 keys, the most important one, the inheritance key, had long been lost. Without the inheritance key, even a faux god would not be able to open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyun once said that the secret of the inheritance key might only be known by the previous heaven dragon. However, the previous generation heaven dragon had been imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison. The purple gold dragon emperor had tortured the heaven dragon for 20-odd years without finding any clues. The chances of obtaining the inheritance key were extremely slim. Let's put this matter aside for now. The people of the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire have come to Yang City. The people of the Profound Heaven Holy Land and the Universe Origin sect will probably join in the excitement. Especially the sacred son of the Profound Heaven. Back in the Netherworld, he even fought with Chu Chaoyun over the ethereal palace's key. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he thought to himself, if I include the experts of the Azure Lotus Church and the Xuewu dynasty, the number of factions that will come because of the ancient Yang Emperor tomb is somewhat frightening. Of the 8 super factions of the Great Thousand Realms, almost everyone except the Pirate Alliance was present. Currently, of the known keys, Xiao Chen had 1, Yuanjin had 1, Chu Chaoyun had 1, and the first prince had given 1 to the Azure Lotus Church. Excluding the inheritance key, there were still 2 keys that had yet to appear. His head was about to explode. All the clues were in a mess, and his thoughts were in a mess. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. He started thinking about today's battle. In the battle at the center of the lake, Xiao Chen finally experienced the strength and terror of the older generation sovereign emperors. His divine energy was stable, his cultivation was strong, and he grasped a soul tool. Due to Xiao Chen's age, his accomplishments in the Dao domain made others look up to him. His cultivation stagnated, unable to advance, so he could only increase his strength in other aspects. The Dao domain was undoubtedly a good breakthrough point. As long as he had enough time and his talent wasn't too bad, he would definitely be able to break through. Apart from forbidden techniques, I don't seem to have many other methods. However, as long as I don't get trapped in his pocket dimension, I should be able to leave if I want to. Xiao Chen muttered in a low voice. Condensing a small world was not an easy task. Even the Silver Dragon King relied on a secret treasure to do so. Furthermore, it was very unstable. He carefully took stock of his trump cards. Aside from the Forbidden God-Demon Body unsealing technique, he did not have any other trump cards. Perhaps he could use the 10,000 Dragons Art and the Divine Lightning Talisman. The former could activate the potential of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline limitlessly. Xiao Chen could only use less than 1% of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline's power. If he could successfully break through to the second layer, he would experience a huge leap and achieve a qualitative change. The 10,000 Dragons Art had a total of 5 layers. Breaking through the bottleneck of the second layer was considered great perfection. However, Xiao Chen had only just started cultivating the second layer and was far from reaching the peak. He was even further from breaking through. As for the Divine Lightning Talisman, he took the risk to use it today, giving Xiao Chen a huge pleasant surprise. However, its power was too berserk. Xiao Chen could not control it freely despite its strong might, greatly reducing its destructive power. If he could control some of the Divine Lightning Talisman's power, it might be possible for Xiao Chen to break the small world maintained by the Silver Dragon King's Pearl. The Dao domain required time or a fortuitous encounter to improve. Within a short period, Xiao Chen had only 2 choices when facing the pressure of the older generation sovereign emperors. One was to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons Art, and the other was to control the Divine Lightning Talisman. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen decided to control the Divine Lightning Talisman first. The 10,000 Dragons Art would take its time. He immediately stopped hesitating. Xiao Chen took out the Icefire Lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then, he sank his consciousness into his soul pool. In the vast and boundless soul pool, the Blue Dragon Divine Seal shone resplendently and dazzlingly. The sun and the moon shone together on the Divine Seal, illuminating the sky. Under the illumination of the light, 3 glistening ripples appeared on the soul pool's surface. These were the 3 divine veins that represented Xiao Chen's soul energy cultivation. After Xiao Chen refined the 3 divine veins, they looked like 3 slender dragon images burning with a faint divine flame as they continuously swam around the Blue Dragon Divine Seal in the soul pool. As the dragon images swam around, they continuously infused the soul energy in the soul pool into the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. It went on and on without end. Xiao Chen only needed to control the Divine Seal to erupt with soul energy, driving the sun and the moon's radiance to bring out the 3 divine vein images. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's consciousness entered the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. The Blue Dragon Divine Seal's light twisted and changed, turning into a human figure that looked like Xiao Chen. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt like he was in a vast and boundless soul pool, looking boundlessly mysterious. Whoosh! In the soul pool, the clone formed by the Divine Seal looked straight into the depths of the soul pool. It's really hidden deep. I can't see any trace of the Divine Lightning Talisman at all. I have to make a trip down. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, creating ripples as he dove into the water. When one entered the depths of a cultivator's soul pool, one would discover that the soul pool was even vaster than the ocean. However, less than 1/10,000,000th of the soul pool could be used by a cultivator. Most of the area was forbidden. If one used the Divine Seal as a clone in the soul pool, the slightest carelessness could injure one's soul or cause one to get lost. Normally speaking, No one would take the risk of entering the soul pool unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Xiao Chen had no other choice. For the sake of controlling the divine lightning talisman, he had to give it his all. Xiao Chen continuously dove into the soul pool. The bottom of the netherworld spring was incredibly cold. Soon, he felt uncomfortable all over, and the dragon seal clone slowly dimmed. The surface of the pool seemed to be sparkling, but in its depths, there was an endless darkness. It was deep and silent, swallowing everything, unfathomable like the human heart. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen could not hold on any longer, an electric light flashed in the darkness. His face immediately lit up in joy. However, before Xiao Chen's joy faded, it froze. That electric light turned into a weapon and charged at his clone. He hurriedly dodged and narrowly avoided the attack. As he dove deeper, the number of electric weapons he encountered increased. He had to be even more cautious. After about 15 minutes, the darkness before Xiao Chen vanished. Under the illumination of the electric light, the pool water turned a transparent gold. "I see you again." A talisman lay quietly at the bottom of the water far in front. Xiao Chen did not dare to approach. If he did, he would definitely turn to ashes, his soul scattering. Compared to when he first saw the divine lightning talisman in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen was much calmer now. Back then, Xiao Chen did not dare to try to control this divine lightning talisman that the immortal epoch's thunder ancestor left behind. Now, he wanted to try and control the divine lightning talisman. This was the divine lightning talisman that the thunder ancestor condensed from the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning of the immortal epoch. Back then, when immortals underwent their lightning tribulations, they all materialized this talisman. The thunder immortal ancestor controlled the tribulation lightning essence and all the lightning phenomena in the world. He was the essence of the Tao of thunder. If he died, the Tao of thunder would collapse, and no cultivator in the world would be able to use the power of thunder. Now that this was the martial epoch, the might of the divine lightning talisman naturally could not compare to the immortal epoch. However, once it was completely released, it would still be earth-shattering and intimidating. As long as Xiao Chen could control 1,000th of its power, he could severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. Although the divine lightning eye could safely use the tribulation lightning's energy, it was not as good as directly controlling it. "I need to fuse a strand of the divine seal's origin into this talisman." Shio! In the blink of an eye, a ray of light shot out from his finger. As the light shot out, Xiao Chen's incarnation became noticeably dimmer. It looked like this strand of divine seal's origin energy would enter the talisman after dodging the countless electric lights. KACA. A weapon made of divine lightning broke the divine seal's origin energy. In reality, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. Again. After staring for a while, Xiao Chen flicked his finger again, sending out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. PUCI. He failed again. In reality, on the Icefire Lotus platform, Xiao Chen's body gave off many distorted images of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. One last chance. Go all out. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen sent out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. If he failed again, his soul would suffer severe injuries. At best, he would need to recuperate for 10 years. At worst, his soul would scatter. Rumble. However, this final attempt did not disappoint Xiao Chen. That strand of divine seal's origin energy dodged the electric lights that the talisman sent out and entered it. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he felt the divine seal's origin energy slowly merging with the talisman. The instant the merger was complete, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Then, the divine lightning talisman, which lay quietly at the bottom of the water, shot up like an arrow. The divine lightning talisman was like an unsheathed sword, soaring straight up like an arrow. As the divine lightning talisman continued to rise, Xiao Chen felt his soul energy rapidly draining. Just as the divine lightning talisman was about to break out of the water, Xiao Chen sighed. After exhausting all his soul energy, the divine seal clone turned into countless motes of light and leaped out of the water. Then, it reformed into the blue dragon divine seal. Xiao Chen had failed at the last moment. However, The Divine Seal's origin energy had already merged with the Divine Lightning Talisman. The next attempt would be much easier. However, just as Xiao Chen felt disappointed, the surface of the soul pool suddenly released tens of thousands of layers of electric light, eclipsing everything else. A careful look revealed a sharp edge of the Divine Lightning Talisman, looking like a flower bud waiting to bloom. On the lotus platform, Xiao Chen rejoiced. He opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. A talisman slowly grew in Xiao Chen's right palm. This was a miniature Divine Lightning Talisman formed by the electric energy contained in the tip of the iceberg, combined with Xiao Chen's Dao domain. Good. This 1,000th of the Divine Lightning Talisman's energy is already sufficient. Xiao Chen revealed a smile. The usually calm Xiao Chen found it hard to hide his joy. Someone is here. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and spread out his soul energy. He sensed Su Yi rushing over, seeming to have something urgent. Then, he quickly put away the Divine Lightning Talisman in his palm. It turned into a flash of purple electric light as Xiao Chen leaped out of a window and appeared before Su Yi. Xiao Chen, there's a change to our agreement. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. What happened? Su Yi smiled softly and said, it should be something good. Ling Yu just told me that headliner Ling Long invited him to meet her outside the city alone. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed drastically. Damn it. That fool got fooled. There are only a few days left to the wedding. How can the smiling daughter pavilion let Ling Long go? Quickly chase after her. Chapter 2255. On the streets of the imperial capital Yang City, Ling Yu looked like he had been reborn. A smile appeared on his face as he dashed through the crowd. Occasionally, he even knocked over some people. After apologizing, he continued on his way. Wait for me. Wait for me. This time, I will not disappoint you. Ling Yu repeated these words in his heart. His expression turned grave, and his eyes slowly turned resolute. 10 years ago, he let down a person's feelings, leaving the person he loved the most covered in wounds. 10 years later, Ling Yu's wedding day approached. She would be marrying the most powerful prince of the dynasty. Ling Yu passed each day like a year, suffering painful torture every day. The cause he sowed 10 years ago resulted in today's consequences. This made him feel so much pain that he wished he were dead. He spent every day and night in pain and regret. Today, Ling Long finally gave him another chance. This time, no matter what, he had to grasp it. After Ling Yu left the city gates, he did not stop at all. He rushed straight to the rendezvous point with Ling Long. The silhouette of Yang City behind slowly turned blurry. Then, he finally saw the figure of a beauty at the endlessly gushing flaming river. Dressed in a red dress, her slender figure looked at Jianghu in silence. Ling Long. Under the setting sun, this beauty's figure looked like a feather cloak made of the setting sun. 50 kilometers away, Ling Yu, who saw Ling Long's figure, immediately felt stunned. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran at full speed and arrived before Ling Long in a moment. Elder sister Ling Long, I let you down. When Ling Long got closer, Ling Yu felt unbearably guilty and choked with sobs. 10 years ago, I should not have let you go. Come with me. This time, I absolutely will not let you down. In the end, Ling Yu said resolutely, no longer hesitating. Headliner Chiu Yu. However, when the woman before Ling Yu turned around, he felt greatly startled. This person was one of the headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Chiu Yu. Ling Yu had met her more than once, so he immediately recognized her. Why is it you? Where's elder sister Ling Long? Where is elder sister Ling Long? What did you do to elder sister Ling Long? Ling Yu immediately felt flustered, showing a nervous expression as he looked around. However, he could not see headliner Ling Long. You are really naive. Headliner Ling Long is the person who will become the dynasty's empress. Why would she come to see a minor character like you? In the imperial capital, Yang City, you are just an insignificant lesser sovereign personage. Who do you think you are? To think that you even have designs on headliner Ling Long. Chiu Yu revealed a mocking expression as she mocked. Headliner Ling Long asked me to give you this sword. The first prince already knows about the matter between you and headliner Ling Long. If you do not wish for her to suffer in the future, then take your own life. What? Falling from heaven to hell? Ling Yu was instantly stupefied. He was completely stupefied, not knowing what to do as he held the sword that Qiu Yu handed him. Is this really Ling Long's wish? The hand holding the sword was trembling. The sword was in his hand, but it seemed to have been stabbed into his heart. His heart was bleeding, but he did not feel any pain. Is it important? Qiu Yu sneered and said nonchalantly. Ling Yu paused when he heard that. That's right. Is it important? If the first prince knew that headliner Ling Long once had an affair with him, how could he let headliner Ling Long have an easy time? Rather than letting that happen, Ling Yu might as well let this relationship remain a secret forever after his death. However, this was truly unbearable. Those beautiful memories, those past events, were going to wither like a flower. This sword was most definitely not handed over by headliner Ling Long. Elder sister Ling Long could not even bear to let me shed tears. How could she let me bleed and die? Suddenly, the confusion on Ling Yu's face vanished. A sharp expression appeared in his eyes as he looked straight at headliner Qiu Yu. This gaze was pure and sharp. Hidden in this gaze was the unyielding pride and sharpness of a youth. For some reason, Qiu Yu felt some fear. She could not help taking a few steps back. Ling Yu's aura surged as he took a few steps forward. Then, he smiled self-mockingly. It looks like an insignificant person like me has some sense of existence, making someone feel threatened. Let me guess. Is it the first prince or your pavilion master Yang? Qiu Yu's expression changed slightly. Then, she said sullenly, Ling Yu, are you still dreaming? Your mistake is loving someone you should not love. Today, you must die. Letting you commit suicide is just to lessen your pain. Ha 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 ha. Wrong. 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 Ling Yu reared his head back and laughed maniacally, appearing maniacal. I have missed out on many things in my life. However, meeting headliner Ling Long was the best decision I made in my life. In this imperial capital, Yang City, I, Ling Yu, do indeed have a lowly status. However, what does liking a person have to do with status and status? Back then, my mistake was that I paid too much attention to this, resulting in the current situation. You madman! Stay away from me. Seeing Ling Yu's somewhat crazed state, Qiu Yu threw a palm strike at him in a fluster. The headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were not weak. Qiu Yu was a sovereign personage in the first place. In her desperation, she used her full power in this palm strike. Scram! Ling Yu snorted coldly. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he activated his great desolate Eon bloodline. His aura flourished, bursting out with a might that rivaled that of a sovereign emperor. Puci. Qiu Yu vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying back. Heavy shock flashed in her eyes. All along, Ling Yu had been chased away by the guards in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion several times without retaliating. The impression Ling Yu gave Qiu Yu was that he was incredibly cowardly. She had never expected Ling Yu to have such a disposition and strength. Qiu Yu immediately understood why headliner Ling Long took a liking to this youth back then. Don't worry. I will kill myself with this sword that you gave me. I, Ling Yu, have never been someone who fears death. I am not dying because of you. I just do not want martial uncle to take risks for me. I do not want everyone to make up for the mistake I made back then. As Ling Yu looked at Qiu Yu, heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. Although Ling Yu was lowly, he had never lived an ignoble existence in this world. During this period, Ling Yu had remained in the Misty Rain Pavilion, not leaving at all. However, Ling Yu was not stupid. He could sense that his martial uncle, Xiao Chen, had been silently working hard for his sake. The Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master Su was also carefully preparing. Ling Yu did not know about it, but he could feel it. He once cried in the middle of the night, speechless at the moon. It was not guilt because he felt inferior or helpless. It was just some silent gratitude that he could not bear to endure. To be able to meet Ling Long, martial uncle, Uncle Beggar, and the others in this life, it is all worth it. Crack! The sword in Ling Yu's hand stabbed into his chest. At the same time, Xiao Chen used his veritable essence energy to shatter Ling Yu's heart. Ling Yu fell over, his life force fading at a visible rate. Qiu Yu stood up somewhat blankly and wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips. As she looked at the fallen Ling Yu, she appeared somewhat dispirited. The initial arrogance and mockery in Qiu Yu's eyes were completely covered up by shock. As Ling Yu's consciousness slowly turned blurry, he seemed to see headliner Ling Long in the soaring dragon Great Realm. He saw her smiling faintly and scolding him for being stupid, unable to learn no matter how she taught him. Then, he saw his martial uncle, Xiao Chen, and he remembered the past in the Purple Flame sect. He remembered the absurdity of their first meeting, the absurdity of Xiao Chen saying, "I am your martial uncle." Ling Yu really wanted to become someone like his martial uncle. If he were his martial uncle, perhaps he would have brought elder sister Ling Long away 10 years ago. Goodbye, elder sister Ling Long. Goodbye, martial uncle. Little Ling Yu, I will repay all the favors in my next life. You did well. He committed suicide. No matter what, the first prince cannot be blamed for it. Furthermore, the smiling daughter pavilion will not be implicated. This fellow is rather courageous. Such a result is a happy ending for everyone. Many blood-sucking vines shot out from the ground, flickering with crackling electric light. Then, the blood-sucking vines gathered and formed an old man. This old man was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows who fought with Xiao Chen for the 5-element divine lightning back then. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained the blood-sucking vines and obtained another opportunity. I thought that this fellow would run. Unexpectedly, I was overthinking. Let's go. The blood-sucking vine old man grabbed headliner Qiu Yu. Then, after a few leaps in the air, he landed on a fortress ship in the middle of the river. There were already people waiting on the fortress ship. One of them was no stranger to Xiao Chen. It was the Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. The blood-sucking vine old man nodded slightly to indicate that the matter was settled. Then, the holy son Ming Xian sent a voice projection. The mysterious person sitting on the ship stood up and walked to the bow. Then, he looked coldly at the body in the distance, whose blood had yet to turn cold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Xiao Chen and Su Yi, who had rushed over, saw Ling Yu lying on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Ling Yu no longer had much life force left. His breathing was weak, and he was somewhat powerless to reverse the situation. Su Yi checked Ling Yu's pulse with her finger. After a while, she shook her head at Xiao Chen with a somewhat dispirited expression. When Xiao Chen looked up, he discovered a fortress ship heading for Yang City in the middle of the river. A person stood at the bow of the ship, looking in this direction expressionlessly. The first prince, Wang Fei. Xiao Chen could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He soared into the air, wanting to give chase. Martial uncle, don't chase. Don't chase. Don't take risks for Ling Yu. Ling Yu cannot bear it. Let me rest in peace. In my next life, I will be your martial nephew again and properly serve you. However, Ling Yu firmly grabbed the corner of Wang Fei's clothes. It was like he had the final radiance of the setting sun. Wang Fei's soft voice was barely audible, making one feel heartache. Wang Fei held on tightly, not daring to let go even for a moment. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart. He looked up at the sky but could not bear to lower his head and look at Ling Yu one last time. He feared that he would not be able to hold back his tears. Let go. Martial uncle promises not to chase. The instant Ling Yu spoke, he closed his eyes and let go of Xiao Chen's clothes. Chapter 2256. In the flaming river, the fortress ship carrying the first Prince Wang Fei and the others gradually moved further and further away. Then, it disappeared from sight. Since he had already promised his little martial nephew, Xiao Chen naturally would not chase after him. At the shore, Ling Yu no longer had any vitality left. Naturally, one short sword could not take the life of a sovereign personage. However, if a person wanted to die and committed suicide, even a deity would not be able to save him. Xiao Chen squatted down and looked at Ling Yu's corpse, which had yet to turn cold, wordlessly. He severed his own heart meridian and wholeheartedly sought death. Even if we wanted to save him, it would be difficult. Su Yi, who was at the side, had a worried look on her face. She had a complicated look in her eyes, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. There was no lack of divine physicians in the imperial capital, Yang City. They could bring the dying back to life and bring the dead back to life. Although it was difficult to save someone like Ling Yu who had just died not long ago, it was not impossible. One just had to pay a sufficient price. However, if a person wholeheartedly wanted to die and had no desire to live, even if all the divine doctors in the world gathered together, they would not be able to save him. Idiot, why are you so stupid? You were provoked to commit suicide by just a few words from others. I've suffered so much over the years, but haven't I still made it through? Su Yi looked at Ling Yu's complexion, which was slowly turning pale. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked with sobs. Don't blame him. He doesn't want me to risk my life for him. He cares about us more than he cares about himself. He doesn't live happily. Xiao Chen said softly as he held Ling Yu's hand. His voice was gentle and warm as though Ling Yu was still alive. He blamed himself. If he had not brought him to the soaring dragon great world, if he had not met Ling Long, perhaps everything would have been different. He was still young, becoming a king before the age of 40. Given time, he would definitely grow. However, there were no IFS in this world. Xiao Chen had to face the pressure of the Yanwu dynasty's first prince alone at such a young age. If it was him, would he be able to bear it? Xiao Chen was silent, unable to give an answer. Perhaps he couldn't bear it either. Sometimes, he wondered why he cared and doted on his little martial nephew so much. Most of the time, when he looked at Ling Yu, he was looking at his past self. Once he met Exquisite, he would miss his whole life. I can make a mistake for the rest of my life, but I will never regret it. Even if Ling Yu was given another chance, he would definitely not regret meeting headliner Ling Long if he had a choice. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled something and rummaged through the storage ring for a long time. After a while, he took out a pearl. What is this? Xiao Chen muttered, this is a soul fixation pearl. It can protect his soul for 7 days. If I have the chance, I really don't want to use this treasure. The soul-fixing pearl was the congratulatory gift that the ghost race's Qing Cheng gave to Xiao Chen during his king conferral ceremony in the Kunlun realm. What happens after 7 days? Xiao Chen said unhurriedly, this is the reason why I don't want to use it. Because I don't know what will happen after 7 days. Su. Someone had arrived. Xiao Chen and Su Yi raised their brows and turned their heads to look. A slightly sloppy figure, as light as a swallow, rose and landed in the air. A moment ago, Xiao Chen was extremely far away. In the next second, he arrived before Ling Yu. The beggar's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in dirt. Xiao Chen could not see the beggar's expression. I just made a trip to the hidden spirit temple. This time, Big Brother will not be able to save you. The beggar's eyes filled with surprise, sorrow, and helplessness. Before Xiao Chen and Su Yi could ask, the beggar seemed to think of something. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly left. Senior. Su Yi stepped forward and shouted a few times at the beggar's departing figure. The beggar did not even turn his head back. After a while, he vanished from the two's sight. Su Yi appeared disappointed, showing a sad expression. The two were not fools. Naturally, they could tell that this beggar possessed a special skill and was rather strong. However, they did not know how high this beggar's cultivation was. They could not help but hold on to some faint hope. Xiao Chen said softly, let's go back. If he can save you, he will definitely do so. 5 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the imperial capital Yang City. The sky was cloudless for thousands of kilometers around. Such good weather was rare even in the imperial capital Yang City. Many people said that the heavens were on their side. Even the heavens were giving their blessings to the first prince and headliner Ling Long's wedding. The entire imperial capital brimmed with a festive atmosphere. That was right. Today was the day the first prince would marry headliner Ling Long. After preparing for a month and a half, the grand wedding that had spread throughout the world and everyone knew about finally arrived as scheduled. The entire city celebrated, and the atmosphere was very lively. Before the wedding, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already worked with all the headliners of the pleasure districts in the imperial capital to parade the streets for 3 days, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Even in the most bustling city in the world, such a scene was incredibly shocking, something that no one had ever seen before. This resulted in a hubbub of voices on the day of the wedding. Everyone in the city anticipated the wedding. The streets near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were packed with people, looking like a mountain or a sea. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had to send experts in and out to guard against unknown dangers. However, no one would dare to be careless. Be it the First Prince or the Pleasure District Alliance, none of them were easy to offend. Furthermore, the two sides worked together. Everyone knew that the First Prince Wang Fei would soon ride the Huang clan's lucky beast. The First Prince would lead the vast wedding procession to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to bring headliner Ling Long to the First Prince's residence before holding the wedding. The better viewing spots in the pavilions on both sides of the street had long since been occupied. Before the wedding procession arrived, the cultivators in the pavilions were already in a heated discussion. The First Prince is truly incredible. With the succession race around the corner, he married in such a high-profile manner and formed an alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He immediately overshadowed the 8th Prince and the 13th Prince. I heard that 2/3 of the 108 feudal vassals rushed over to attend this wedding. Haha. That is natural. We are just here to watch the excitement. However, this is different. Originally, the three princes had similar trump cards. Now that the First Prince obtained the Pleasure District Alliance's help, he immediately pulled away from them. That is not all. The Sword God's noble clans, which had not chosen a side all along, finally made their decision after learning about this wedding, placing their bets on the First Prince. This is even more incredible. This can be considered a chain reaction. Without this wedding, there would not be so many feudal vassals coming to offer their congratulations. The Su clan, who was watching from the sidelines, would also not make a decision. I can only say that the First Prince's move of marrying headliner Ling Long is a good one. Indeed. Although luck is something ethereal, everyone in the world knows about this wedding. Everyone in the entire dynasty knows about it. Everyone probably already has a candidate for the crown prince in their hearts. Unknowingly, this reputation will definitely boost the First Prince's luck. Hee. Let's just casually chat about the matter of seizing the throne. Only the major characters can participate. Let's just watch the excitement. I heard that the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will all be coming to the First Prince's residence to celebrate the wedding. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. The wedding invitations have already reached sky-high prices. It is not something we can afford. Otherwise, I would really like to see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals dance. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we can see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals again? The atmosphere in the pavilions became extremely intense, not stopping for even a moment. However, the people at the tables in groups of 3 to 5 did not notice that there were 2 people at a table by the window with calm expressions and some helplessness on their faces. One of the 2 people held a folding fan. The other person wore a hood, hiding his face. These 2 were the Heavenly Book Scholar and the 9th Prince Wang Yang. They looked at the expectant crowd on the street below and listened to the endless discussions in the pavilions. Both of them seemed disinterested and out of place in this world. Brother Xiao, are you still not willing to receive guests? The 9th Prince asked softly as he held up a cup of wine under the hood. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded and said, "The Misty Rain Pavilion has been closed for 5 days already. The security is tight. I only managed to enter after a few rounds of questioning. However, I only saw Pavilion Master Su and did not see Xiao Chen. This is truly worrying. The matter of the First Prince hounding Ling Yu to death was originally a secret. However, the Heavenly Book Scholar looked at the heavens and divined that someone by Xiao Chen's side had died. Back then, when Xiao Chen agreed to help the 9th Prince seize the throne, his request had something to do with Ling Yu. After the 9th Prince learned of this, he did not dare to delay. After Wang Yang asked around, he gained a rough understanding of the situation. He felt it was unfortunate. Originally, the 9th Prince wanted to console Xiao Chen. However, he did not see Xiao Chen, which made him even more worried. Now that Ling Yu was dead, would Xiao Chen still intend to stand up for his martial nephew? Naturally, The losses outweighed the gains. Ordinary people would not take any action. However, if it was Xiao Chen, everything would be unpredictable. As the two watched this extraordinarily bustling and joyous scene, they felt somewhat sorrowful in their hearts. However, they were not willing to say anything. In the end, the imperial capital Yang City was not Ling Yu's city. At the very least, no one would care about the death of an insignificant person. In fact, no one even knew about it. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for the first prince to appear and bring them the grandest wedding in the history of the dynasty. Chapter 2257. They are here. Someone said from downstairs, and all the cultivators on the floor rushed over. All of them rushed to the railings in front of the windows, craning their necks in anticipation. In the distance, two snow-colored azure phoenixes were leading the way, and they were slowly approaching. Azure Luans were holy beasts with the bloodline of the phoenix holy beast. They had been known as auspicious beasts since ancient times. They were rare and symbolized pure and beautiful love. Now, they were auspicious beasts that the royal clan reared. Furthermore, these two snow-colored azure ones were unusual among azure ones. Their feathers were pure white, like the evening snow of the Tianshan Mountains, untainted by dust. There was a male and a female, a perfect pair. Rumor had it that when the Yang Emperor and Empress got married, they used these two snow-colored azure wands. It would be impossible for a regular dynasty disciple to borrow them. The cultivators of the imperial capital had not seen snow-colored azure wands in pairs for many years already. The azure wands spread their wings and flew low, releasing a holy light from their bodies. Everywhere they passed, 7 colored auspicious signs descended, shining with spiritual light. This bathed the procession in light, draping them in colorful clothes made of auspicious signs. The procession looked brilliant and vibrant, making them look extraordinarily valiant and boundlessly handsome. This made the entire procession stand out from the masses, radiating light. Behind the snow-colored azure wands were pairs of dainty women riding red-crowned cranes. They smiled as they scattered 7-colored spirit pills along the way. Naturally, the spirit pills of the princes were of extraordinary grade. Those who managed to snatch them all rejoiced. What a grand display! The first prince is really generous. These are all rank 5 heavenly pills. If those sage monarchs consume them, they will be overjoyed. Even sovereign emperors would not dare to casually waste them. Where is the first prince? Why don't I see him? There's no rush. The procession is very long. I heard that it is 50 kilometers long. We will have to wait a while before we can see the first prince. The 50-kilometer-long procession bathed in 7-colored auspicious signs, headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before everyone's eyes. The procession moved very slowly. Occasionally, it had to stop to accept the congratulatory gifts from the feudal lords and ancient noble clans, showing off its might to the world. The cultivators in the pavilion only saw the first prince's true appearance after 4 hours. Surrounded by the crowd, a man riding a tall steed covered in flames slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The horse's long hair seemed to be burning fiercely like fireworks. Its eyes revealed a mighty gaze, and its body was suffused with an ancient divine might. A fire Qilin. Is that the legendary divine horse with the Qilin bloodline? It really is this divine horse. I heard that the Yang Huang founding ancestor rode this horse and conquered the entire Yanwu dynasty. I didn't expect it to still be alive and used by the first prince as a mount for his wedding. This is an extraordinarily extravagant gesture. The first prince truly treats headliner Ling Long well. I have nothing to say about it. In front of the window, the 9th prince smiled bitterly under his hood. The warhorse that Yang Huang used to conquer the country, the fire Kirin, has not appeared for 1,000 years. It actually appeared at a wedding. How ironic. To the 9th the Qilin son 9th. To was the daughter. The Qilin. If it appeared one day, aside from a battlefield, no other place could match its stage. The heavenly book scholar said softly, "Be quieter. The first prince is coming. Congratulations, first prince. I hope that the first prince and Ling Long will be together for 1,000 years, forever united." Boom. When the first prince appeared on the 5-kilometer-long street, thunderous congratulations rang out at the same time. This scene was very shocking. The words of congratulations drowned out all the clamor. Even the auspicious clouds in the sky scattered. Blessings rang out, echoing in the clouds. The first prince Wang Fei wore golden battle armor and a scarlet cloak, bathing in 7-colored auspicious signs. As he rode the fire Qilin, the first prince looked handsome and extraordinary. He looked like he had already become the crown prince of the dynasty, exuding a vast imperial might. The first prince smiled, showing joy on his face. As he looked at the cultivators on both sides, he nodded slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Delicate palace maids flew over on red-crowned cranes and scattered 7-colored heavenly pills. Among the large number of rank 5 heavenly pills, there were rank 7 heavenly pills. This immediately caused another commotion. Those who managed to snatch rank 7 heavenly pills rejoiced, unable to stop smiling. Reporting. Qi Province's Marquis Qingping has sent a congratulatory gift, a 100,000-year-old herb king. Right in front of the wedding procession, a fast horse galloped over, and when it approached the procession, as it approached, the cultivator on the horse knelt on the ground and offered a gift to the feudal lords. After receiving the congratulatory gifts, the wedding procession continued forward, heading for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The heavenly book scholar said with some dissatisfaction, "He is not the crown prince yet, and he is already putting on an even grander show than Yang Huang's. To think that all the feudal lords are offering him gifts on the street." The 9th prince Wang Yang remained silent. Naturally, he understood the first prince's intentions. The first prince wanted to use this wedding to let the world know of his, Wang Fei's, power. Since ancient times, there had been very few people who provided timely help. However, there had never been a lack of people who added flowers to embroidery. With such momentum, the various feudal lords and noble clans who were wavering would definitely side with him. This would make his momentum truly unstoppable. It was easy to imagine that after this wedding, even the 8th prince and the 13th prince would be left far behind by the first prince. As for the other princes, there was no need to mention them. First brother is really going to become the crown prince. The 9th prince Wang Yang sighed softly. He did not have much of an obsession with the crown prince position. He only worried about the Azure Lotus Church behind the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a demonic church with deep connections to the Xuewu dynasty. However, no matter how worried the 9th prince was, he could not deny that the first prince's limelight had already surpassed that of all the other princes. At this moment, the first prince felt very pleased with himself. Not only could he obtain the beauty of the top 10 headliner of Yang City, but he could also use this to build momentum. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be said to be unparalleled. When the wedding procession stopped about 25 kilometers from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the first prince rode on the fire Qilin, the guardian divine beast of the nation. Under everyone's gazes, the first prince slowly advanced with the wedding procession amid the auspicious signs filling the sky. Finally, the first prince arrived at the very front of the wedding procession on a tall, handsome horse. Wang Fei took a deep breath and shouted in the direction of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, "I, Wang Fei of the Yanwu dynasty, invite headliner Ling Long to come out and be friends with me forever. We will not leave each other for generations to come. Present the betrothal gift." Right after Wang Fei spoke, an old man shouted with great vigor. Many cultivators walked out of the wedding procession in an orderly manner. They lined up in rows in the empty space in front, a total of 10,000 people. Whoosh! The more than 1,000 people opened the brocade boxes in their hands at the same time. The treasures and treasures immediately dazzled everyone's eyes. The treasures and treasures formed a 7-colored light that illuminated half of the imperial city. Then, the light coalesced into a 7-colored rainbow bridge that pierced through the sky, extending all the way to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. There are 10,000 kinds of treasures, all of them different. Every one of them is incredibly precious, worth cities. The first prince's betrothal gifts are truly extraordinary. It is not just extraordinary. It is simply rare in the world. Clearly, these treasures are extraordinary. This 7-colored rainbow bridge seems to light up the entire imperial city's sky. This is simply incredible. The instant the brocade boxes were all opened, all the cultivators in Yang City paying attention to this wedding set the entire imperial city abuzz. Boom! When the 7-colored rainbow bridge extended to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the hundreds of windows on the majestic top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion opened. The entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to burn with a fierce flame. Just as everyone exclaimed in shock, a bright moon slowly rose from the flame mysterious phenomenon. Nearly in that instant, a white-clad woman flew out of each of the 100 windows. She held a basket in her left hand and a sword in her right. Flying together with the moon, she looked extremely beautiful under the moonlight, stunning the world. It's the Azure Lotus Fairy, to think that they all came out. This is too beautiful. I no longer have any regrets being able to witness this scene in my life. All sorts of praises rang out endlessly. All the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned by the group of white-clad women dancing under the moon. Before everyone's anticipation, headliner Ling Long walked out of that bright moon with a veil over her head. Then, she slowly landed on the 7-colored rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge looked solid. A hazy moonlight covered headliner Ling Long. The instant she appeared, the entire world sank into absolute silence. It was like all the light in the world focused on her. Ling Long was like a fairy walking out of the moon palace, descending to the mortal world step by step. At this moment, Wang Fei, who originally only treated this as a show, felt a ripple in his heart. Light flickered in his eyes. Ling Long did indeed possess outstanding beauty and air. She was a peerless beauty, inspiring one's imagination. I want the world, but I cannot lack beauties. Wang Fei revealed a faint smile on his face. Only then can this be considered perfect. However, something strange happened just at this moment. Suddenly, a vast and majestic Swana sound rang out in this absolutely quiet world. This tune appeared very abruptly. There was no warning at all, no indication at all. Just like that, it was grand and majestic, containing a trace of solemnity and desolation. It ignited everyone's anticipation as it appeared abruptly. This was a tune that no one had experienced before. It appeared just like that, catching everyone off guard. Dang, dang, dang. When the Swana sound turned deep and deep, the sound of metal clanging rang out. Lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness instantly surged in everyone's hearts. Soon after, many peeper sounds rang out at the same time. The fingers of the musicians moved quickly, and the peeper sounds were like 10,000 rivers moving at the same time, each wave louder than the last, each faster than the last. The lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts seemed to turn into a river, gushing towards their hearts. This made their hearts pound endlessly, like they would leap out of their chests at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's gazes immediately shifted away from the peerless Ling Long. No matter how reluctant they felt, they could not stop the hot-bloodedness in their hearts from gushing out. Only such a soul-stirring tune could make people's gazes shift away from Ling Long's stunning figure. The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. When the crowd saw the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden, they exclaimed in shock. However, what was even more unbelievable was that these 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden were all wearing white mourning clothes, without exception. Today was the first prince's grand wedding. Why did the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden come in mourning clothes? The impact of this was like a horrifying wave, questioning everyone's heart. Chapter 2258. Unexpectedly, at the grandest moment of the wedding, when everyone was attracted by headliner Ling Long's beauty, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. Wearing mourning clothes, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. An invisible barrier stood between the ice coffin and this sun, splitting the sky into two extremes. When facing the laughing saber and sword performed by 100 soul treasures, they felt a mountain-like pressure and quickly retreated. The pressure stuck in their chests with nowhere to vent, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. Just as the spectators discussed this, the veiled woman snorted coldly. That ice coffin under the barrier brought an unparalleled chill. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky, creating the mysterious phenomenon everyone saw. Before the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden's performance stopped, the mysterious phenomenon appeared again. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky. The white jade capital in the sky, the 5 cities in the 12 pavilions. Immortals touch my head, tying my hair and receiving eternal life. The veiled woman stopped walking and pulled up her veil, looking over with her pretty eyes. The first prince's expression remained calm. No fluster could be seen on his face. In mere moments, the snow covered the ground. A thick layer of silver instantly covered the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Fortunately, the two sides only fought near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Otherwise, half the city would have been torn down. Kong Feiyun, one of the few royal clan experts in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, was in the imperial capital. The veiled woman shouted, and the white-clothed women around her began to sway. They used sword lights to form a budding, powerful peony. When they spread their arms at the same time, it looked like the peony was blooming. Just as the flood was about to crush the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a shout resounded in the clouds. However, this hot-bloodedness contained a trace of tragedy. The newcomers were actually the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. Furthermore, all of them wore mourning clothes. The first prince had already set up many guards on both sides of the street. He had also hidden several experts. While everyone was caught off guard, the two's figures clashed, and their sabers and swords hummed. Fearful of Huai, he wanted to ascend to the sky and kill the group of immortals. Whoosh! Wang Yang's expression turned grave as he said, "I know that. However, why did this golden crow come to my imperial capital Yang City? Furthermore, it appeared at Big Brother's wedding and that ice coffin." He took off his hood, pushed through the crowd in front of the window, and looked up at the sky. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden were already arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Before the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden could answer, they saw the flood of people arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. That is. Wang Yang was stunned, feeling some disbelief. How terrifying. A battle between peak sovereign emperors is probably only at this level. Countless petals fell from the sea of flowers that covered Yang City. It was like a storm, densely packed and falling towards the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. This caused all the swordsmen within 10,000 miles to raise their eyebrows. High up in the sky, in the distant streets, a piercing light lit up the sky as if 2 suns had appeared in the sky. What were they here for? No one knew, but they were definitely not here to congratulate him. Su su su. Clang. The newcomer showed a calm expression on his face. He held a sword and stood on flowing light, looking like an immortal as he soared through the air. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, who were still 50 kilometers away, were immediately ambushed. In the pavilions on both sides of the street, a horrifying sovereign emperors might spread out from this person. This person was actually a terrifying 6-veined sovereign emperor expert. This sword strike scattered the various mysterious phenomena, shocking the surroundings. Such a scene looked incredibly horrifying, eliciting startled cries. The genuine fairy basket in Wang Yang's hand suddenly flew out, and countless flowers flew out. A sea of flowers covered Yang City, covering the sky and sun. This superior grade soul tool that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years erupted with its startling might and pressure. The fight between the two quickly reached a startling level. Gasp! Just as everyone cheered and sighed that this sword finally arrived, a saber light appeared in this shocking world. A saber light appeared, and a saber hum tore through the clouds, turning the world black and white. Aside from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, all the other buildings within 5,000 kilometers collapsed, turning into rubble. Just as the flower petals filling the sky were about to swallow up the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, the music changed wildly. This was a poem, a legend. It was grand and imposing, shocking everyone and making their blood surge. An old man dashed out from beside the first prince and bellowed. The 9th Prince Wang Yang revealed a confused expression in the pavilion. What's going on? Are the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden going to rebel? Now, it suddenly started snowing heavily, and the coldness of the snow could be felt. This chill made many of the people with high cultivations in the imperial capital Yang City shiver from the cold. Sword light spread out, sweeping out in all directions. These thousands of sword lights shattered the scattered mysterious phenomena. There seemed to be an ice coffin hovering under this sun. There was no need to report. With the first prince's cultivation, he could clearly see the scene in front. The 100 fairies of the pear garden moved like a hot knife through butter. The ensemble was like 10,000 rivers flowing together, appearing unstoppable. A figure in colorful clothes soared into the sky from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It was the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master. She held a sword in one hand and the authentic fairy basket in the other. On the Rainbow Bridge, headliner Ling Long instantly paled. Her body even wobbled somewhat. The 100 fairies of the pear garden, Su Yi, remained calm in the face of danger. She pressed her index finger on the zither strings and started to vibrate endlessly. Immediately, the tune of the ensemble changed. The heavenly book scholar at the side said softly, "Your Highness, that is the golden crow holy beast. There is no need to doubt it. However, this holy beast is still young. It is not as scary as the legends make it out to be. However, it still cannot be underestimated." All the cultivators in the imperial capital Yang City were startled. The two sides had only exchanged blows for a moment, but they already caused huge destruction. Ling Long, who was on the Rainbow Bridge, felt her heart skip a beat. The uneasy mood that she had been feeling for the past few days reached its peak at this moment. The flute music, the zither, and the peeper changed. Rumble. At the same time, miserable cries rang out. These were the guards of the 100 fairies of the pear garden, who had charged over. Before the guards could get close, the sound waves shattered their internal organs. They bled out of their 7 orifices and died, a cruel sight to behold. The instant Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun passed each other, they exchanged glances and smiled. "Your Highness, should I make a move?" Boom. Immediately, a sword intent tore through the air like a rainbow. All the elegance of the world seemed to focus on this sword light. Many cultivators wearing battle armor leaped out and drew their weapons. Surging with killing chi, they charged at the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Azure water, orange light fills the clear sky, Linglong Pagoda's full moon hangs. Under the lead of the veiled woman, all the azure lotus sword immortals danced in the air. Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky, appearing at the perfect time. This sword light appeared when everyone's blood surged and their chests felt blocked, but they had nowhere to vent it. The 100 fairies of the pear garden. You are seeking death. To think that you dare to cause trouble at the first prince's wedding. It's Kong Feiyun, the imperial ancestral temple's senior Kong. With senior Kong around, the 100 fairies of the pear garden should not be able to cause much trouble. Falling dust peony, falling petals profusion. The vast and unrivaled 100 fairies of the pear garden faced resistance for the first time. Su Yi, who was playing the zither, leaked out a corner of her lips, and her complexion paled slightly. The black-clad Kong Feiyun behind her said sullenly. In an instant, snow covered the imperial city. Everyone who paid attention to this wedding in the imperial capital Yang City revealed confused expressions. They could not understand what was going on. Great ripples appeared in the air, appearing boundlessly strange. They were waiting for a sword, waiting for a sword that could save the world, waiting for a sword that could clear everyone's hot-bloodedness and impulses. A bright light shone above the barrier, illuminating the 9 heavens. The azure lotus sword dance and the 100 fairies of the pear garden actually clashed. Whoosh, whoosh. However, who could have imagined that the sound that contained Emperor's might and soul energy? It was like mud falling into the sea, instantly vanishing, not hindering it at all. In the blink of an eye, everyone was thrown off their feet. The majestic procession was thrown into chaos. Bang! The swaying sword lights layered over each other, appearing dense and illusory. This sight amazed everyone. Above the clouds and under the bright moon, the dreamlike dance looked unparalleled, shocking the world in the snowstorm. Ice coffin. Azure lotus sword dance, unparalleled in the world. Even a peak sovereign emperor would not have an advantage when fighting with the azure lotus sword in the imperial capital. If the azure lotus sword fell, the 100 fairies of the pear garden would suffer severe injuries, even dying on the spot, given the might of the authentic fairy basket. However, the 100 fairies of the pear garden played an unprecedented piece. The music was ear-splitting. Despite the immense pressure, The 100 fairies of the pear garden played an unending tune, not pausing at all. The 100 fairies of the pear garden's thunderous voice contained the sound of the great Tao. They wanted to use their cultivation to scatter the laughing saber and sword that the 100 fairies of the pear garden played. A moment ago, the weather was still very good. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky. The 100 fairies of the pear garden held their soul tool instruments, wearing mourning clothes. They showed no expression as they focused on playing their instruments. Your First Highness, the situation is not good. The 100 fairies of the pear garden are actually holding soul tools. More than 1,000 of the Divine Guard's brothers have died. The 3 sovereign emperor leaders are already severely injured. Bang! However, what's going on with the ice coffin below? A melodious hum rang out, accompanied by the 100 fairies of the pear garden's wildly changing music. It scattered all the incoming flower petals and soared into the clouds without losing any momentum. Everyone, don't panic. The wedding will continue. It is just a group of women. They will not be able to disrupt the first prince's wedding. The nearby pavilions seemed to have been crushed by a torrent and collapsed one after another. The spectators fled in a fluster. They had not expected the 100 fairies of the pear garden to work together and erupt with such horrifying might. It looks like many people do not want the first prince's wedding to proceed smoothly. The white-clad women holding swords in the surroundings sang in unison, dancing with the veiled woman in the center. It was at least 100 miles away. However, before the person arrived, his voice arrived first, attracting everyone's attention. They could bring out the dynasty's holy might to its limits, making them unrivaled among great perfection sovereign emperors. The hot-blooded spectators felt their hearts clench, feeling an impulse. So cold. So cold. When the fire Chiline caught the fire Chiline in his hand, he frowned slightly. It's snowing. The fire Chiline, the divine horse guarding the fire Chiline, neighed for some reason as if it encountered a strong enemy. This startled Wang Fei, who was on the fire Chiline's back. He quickly tried to comfort the fire Chiline. However, when he looked down, he saw a few snowflakes drifting down. Heavens! What am I seeing? The festive atmosphere of the wedding vanished. Piyu, damn it. Why did it suddenly become so cold? Ah! Everyone, quickly look. It's snowing. It's snowing. The Golden Crow Holy Beast. That is the Golden Crow Empire's holy beast. It turns out that it really exists. I always thought it was just a legend. A general knelt in front of the fire Chiline, his forehead covered in sweat as he spoke in a trembling voice. From a distance, the 100 fairies of the pear garden were still very far away. In the next moment, the generals pushed off the air at the same time. One saber and one sword charged towards the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion without hesitation. Did you all notice that the Yang Emperor has not made a move yet? The other peak factions that can stop this storm have not made a move, either. Something seems strange here. Flower petals fell from the sky. Each petal was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No one could stop them from falling. Before the person arrived, the sound wave arrived first. Immediately, celestial music spread out, boundlessly vast. Just as the petal was about to swallow up the fairy maiden pavilion, a sword broke it. It was like an immortal descending to the world and bestowing supreme divine power on her. This was to prevent people from causing trouble. Furthermore, the immortal had issued a kill order beforehand. No matter who dared to cause trouble at the wedding, they would all be killed without mercy. The other musicians all suffered significant injuries. The first prince's expression turned extremely sullen. This was especially so when he saw the ice coffin in the sky. The first prince sang, and the surging flood materialized by the laughing daughter saber and sword immediately showed 10,000 mysterious phenomena. Puci. Although the first prince's voice did not have the expected effect, the name of this old man startled everyone. When the saber and sword clashed, they did not fight for victory or glory. They fought for the fate of the mortal world, for lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness.